The castle was silent late at night. It should have been time to rest, but Charlotte could not sleep no matter what. He was far too heavy. He had pinned her down so completely she could not move at all, and the culprit was right in front of her. That face looked as if it had been carved by a master sculptor. It was so perfect it was impossible to look away. But he was no ordinary person. He was the rumored Grand Duke Raphael, a figure feared by everyone. The story of this man was a long one. He was the emperor's own nephew, the only sword master on the continent, and the leader of the Black Dragon Knights. A lofty and important figure like him was not sleeping in the middle of the night and was instead using his subordinate as a pillow. What kind of strange habit was that? Right now, Charlotte had only one thought in her head. When exactly was this man going to move? During the day, she had cleaned his office for him until her back nearly broke. At night, she had somehow become a human cushion too. It seemed there was no other way. She could only use that move to make him settle down completely. To her surprise, it actually worked rather well. After she patted this great lord a couple of times, he really did quiet down. Now was her chance to slip away. As long as she escaped this room, she could say goodbye forever to that hellish training. Oh no, he had actually grabbed her wig. There was no time to worry about that. He was gripping it far too tightly. If she kept dawdling, no one would be able to leave. In any case, she could not stay in these nights anymore. Farewell, Your Grace. We will never meet again. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. Without looking back, Charlotte jumped down from the balcony and vanished into the dark forest. But how could she have known that? The moment she left, Raphael was already standing by the balcony, watching her retreating figure. The man repeated her words in a low voice. Never meet again. Then we shall see about that, Sasha. Let us see whether those words of yours are true. Raphael clearly had no intention of letting go. The Brabant Count family had two daughters who were regarded as precious treasures. The eldest daughter, Grace, was intelligent and capable. As the future heir of the family, all hopes were placed on her. As for the second daughter, Charlotte, she had been carefree and unruly since childhood, and was also a sword prodigy. Although she and her older sister Grace had lost their mother very early, their father doted on them, and they could have whatever they wanted. Back then, she firmly believed their future would remain happy forever. But in the year she turned 13, everything changed. Their father's sudden death made her entire world collapse. With both parents gone, only she and her sister were left to depend on each other. Grace gripped her shoulders tightly and shouted her name. Sasha, pull yourself together. At that moment, images suddenly flashed through her mind. She finally remembered. This was not reality at all, but the world of a novel. Worse still, this story did not have a good ending. According to the plot, her dearest sister, who was also the heroine of this book, would soon lose her life. She had happened to read this novel, Brabant Rose, in her previous life. It told the tragic life story of her sister, Grace. Originally, she and the commoner knight, Ethan, truly loved each other and wanted to overcome the difference in status to be together. But after their father died, that beautiful dream was completely shattered. And yet, that was only the beginning of the tragedy. In order to preserve the family, her sister had no choice but to give up her lover and choose a political marriage with an elderly nobleman. As a commoner knight, Ethan could only watch helplessly as the woman he loved married someone else. Afterward, he volunteered for the most dangerous expedition. Who could have imagined that once he left, it would be farewell forever? The only news Grace received was that Ethan had died in battle. In despair, her sister also chose to follow him into death. This was the original ending, a complete tragedy with no hope and no salvation. Grace held her tightly and comforted her personally. Sasha, it is all right. No matter what happens, your sister will protect you. Listening to her sister's words, Charlotte suddenly realized that even if this was the world of a novel, the warmth of her sister's embrace was real. Since their father had only just died, that meant everything had only just begun. Her sister had not yet been forced to marry, and Ethan had not yet set out on the expedition. This meant the future could still be changed. She absolutely would not stand by and do nothing, much less allow her sister to become a victim of political marriage again. In order to let her sister have the love that had been taken from her in the original story, she resolved to overturn fate and give them a happy ending. But ideals were beautiful, while reality slapped her hard across the face. In the blink of an eye, for years passed. She tried countless methods, only to fail again and again. Looking at the sword in her hand, Charlotte had no choice but to admit that changing a fixed fate was harder than climbing to heaven. Was her plan to change destiny going to die before it even began? To change the ending, she had even tried spoiling the future to her sister. In the end, Grace only thought she was writing some ridiculous novel and did not take it to heart at all. Since prophecy did not work, she tried to find money instead. But who would have known that all the mines that brought sudden wealth in the original story already had owners? After struggling for 4 whole years, every attempt ended in failure. The family's circumstances grew worse by the day, and even Ethan stopped visiting. What exactly was she supposed to do to tear apart this damn script? Just as Charlotte was worrying, a familiar voice came from behind her. "What are you doing?" The person who came was John. He was the heir of the Albrecht family, a famous swordsmanship house, and her childhood friend who had grown up with her. Charlotte had often practiced swordsmanship in his family's training ground before. Charlotte asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" John answered as if it were only natural. This was his home. Of course he had come to see Charlotte. "See me? I am perfectly fine. Why would you come see me?" John hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice that he had heard Miss Grace was preparing to discuss marriage with Duke Hermon. "What? That sinister old Duke?" This was a complete disaster. Hearing the news, Charlotte exploded. She grabbed John's wrist and demanded to know where he had heard it. John was startled by her and said his father had told him personally. With his family's intelligence network, this matter absolutely could not be false. Her heart sank. If even John knew, it meant the darkest moment of the original story was about to arrive. For the past 4 years, she had desperately tried to change the plot. In the end, everything had returned to the starting point. She drew the long sword at her waist in one motion, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Since she could not change the plot, she would send that old Duke straight to the afterlife. John was stunned beside her and quickly stopped her. "Have you gone mad? Do you really think this will work?" John snatched the sword from Charlotte's hand. "Do you think my father taught us swordsmanship so you could do something stupid like this?" Charlotte shouted angrily, "Give me back my sword. Do you expect me to just watch my sister marry that old monster?" John held the sword down tightly while telling her to calm down. He said his parents were also trying to think of a way and absolutely would not ignore this. But she knew this matter was not that simple. Duke Hermon held overwhelming power in politics. Even the Count's family had no way to deal with him. Most disgusting of all was that the old man was already 80 years old. The age gap was simply absurd. He was relying on the power in his hands to force their family to bow their heads. He wanted to push her sister into that fire pit. Worse still, Duke Hermon was also the father-in-law of the current emperor. His backing was practically unshakable. As long as her sister could be happy, Charlotte would support whomever she married. But this old man alone was absolutely out of the question. Yet, judging by her sister's current state, she had clearly made up her mind to sacrifice herself, leaving Charlotte no room for discussion at all. John tentatively asked beside her whether she wanted to go talk to Miss Grace and persuade her to cancel the marriage. Charlotte shook her head helplessly. "It is not as if you do not know my sister's temper. Once she has decided on something, no one can pull her back." Just as she was nearly in despair, a name suddenly flashed through her mind. "Ethan, right. How could I have forgotten him? Ethan usually listens to my sister more than anyone. If it is him, it will definitely work." At last, she saw a little hope. As long as she could find Ethan and have him persuade her sister, Grace would surely change her mind. John rolled his eyes beside her, feeling that she was indulging in fantasy again. But Charlotte knew very well that Ethan was the only person who could stop her sister. However, meeting him would not be easy. A few years ago, in order to earn a noble title, Ethan had joined Grand Duke Raphael's Black Dragon Knights. That was not a place anyone could just enter. But she suddenly remembered something. Grand Duke Raphael had once been John's father's student. As long as she used this connection, sneaking into the Grand Ducal residence would be incredibly easy. Not just John, perhaps even she could slip in with him. At last, the plan to save her sister had a real direction. Charlotte grabbed John and asked anxiously, "Do you have any dealings with the Black Dragon Knights?" John was startled by her and said blankly that he was indeed going to meet the Grand Duke next week. "Wonderful." Charlotte stared at him excitedly. "Then you have to take me with you." John was completely dumbfounded, but Charlotte gave him no chance to refuse. Every second was precious now. This was the only way to save her sister. Her final plan was very simple. As long as she could meet Ethan and have him personally persuade her sister, she would definitely be able to change that terrible future. At the time, her mind was filled with thoughts of how to save someone, and she completely forgot one extremely important matter. That matter nearly ruined all her plans. The place she was going was the territory of that mad Grand Duke. Charlotte was serious this time. She took out the plan she had prepared for so long, ready to make a big move. She planned to first disguise herself as a guard knight and sneak into the Grand Ducal residence. While John was talking to the Grand Duke, she would slip away in the confusion. Then she would find Ethan and have him persuade her sister. As long as her sister changed her mind, her mission would be completely fulfilled. Charlotte was still feeling proud, thinking that for the sake of her sister's happiness, this plan was perfect to the extreme. Before John could respond, a voice suddenly came from behind them, praising the plan as truly brilliant. This time, they had walked straight into trouble. Everything they said just now had been heard. Before she could think of an excuse, the other party had already called her by name. It seemed there was no avoiding this scolding. After being thoroughly chewed out, Charlotte could only slink back home, cursing John 100 times in her heart. She had thought he would be a divine helper, but she had not expected him to be a traitor. At the critical moment, he had sold her out directly. Counting on him to settle matters with Ethan seemed likely to fail. This teammate was truly impossible to carry. Just as she was full of resentment, a carriage parked by the roadside suddenly caught her attention. This carriage looked familiar. Had a guest come to the house? The sun had already set. Who would choose this time to visit? Charlotte felt something was strange, so she quietly approached to see what was going on. Then she heard a bombshell. The people inside were actually discussing when to announce the engagement. That voice sounded familiar. It really was Herman, that old fox. Nothing good could come of him visiting so late. Charlotte crouched behind a horse and did not even dare to breathe loudly, afraid she would miss what was happening inside. That old fox Herman wore a fake smile and said he wanted to respect the other party's opinion, but every word was probing Grace. Grace wanted to delay the announcement until after the autumn harvest, clearly hoping to leave Charlotte a little room. She did not want the whole city gossiping before Charlotte's coming-of-age ceremony. But Herman saw through her at a glance and deliberately brought up the ceremony. This old man clearly had hidden meaning in his words. Although Grace was making perfunctory replies, the current situation no longer allowed her to make decisions. That old Herman acted as if he were sincere, touching her while repeatedly saying he would take good care of Charlotte. He urged Grace to prepare the engagement quickly and said he would handle the rest. His smug, predatory expression was truly nauseating. Grace did not say a word. She only clenched the corner of her skirt tightly, clearly already at the edge of exploding. As soon as Herman left, Grace could no longer hold herself up and collapsed to the floor. But the first thing she did after recovering was to remind the people beside her that they absolutely must keep the news of the engagement from Sasha. Charlotte, hiding behind a tree, heard everything clearly. This foolish sister was obviously nearly broken herself, yet her heart was full of concern for her younger sister. As long as she could obtain her sister's happiness, Charlotte would accept any price. Since the engagement had not yet been finalized, that meant there was still a chance to turn things around. Charlotte quickly pulled herself together. Was it not just that the plan had been moved up? That could not stump her. As long as she could meet Ethan first, the rest could be handled. She had great confidence in her own brain, since she had decided she would get started immediately. Charlotte originally wanted to head straight for the Grand Ducal residence, but she was turned away at the gate. The guards refused to let her out no matter what, insisting that this was the Marquis's strict order. After going to so much effort, she ended up trapped in John's house. She felt that she was now like an eggplant wilted by frost, unlucky to the extreme. But when she opened the portrait on the table, she froze completely. No wonder she had felt someone following her the entire way. It turned out even a wanted notice had already been printed for her. Her master had been far too ruthless, but she was not someone who would give up that easily. Since the front door was blocked, she would think of another way. Taking a carriage would take a week and was too slow. Charlotte simply decided to walk there directly. In any case, as long as she wanted to leave, no one could stop her. Taking advantage of the Marquis's knights being distracted, she slipped away and headed straight for the Grand Ducal residence. Jean spun in circles anxiously on the street, holding her portrait and asking everywhere. His throat was almost hoarse from shouting, yet he could not even catch her shadow. Who could have imagined that, with wanted notices all over the streets, she could still walk away openly right under their noses? Just look at this wig paired with a false beard. Charlotte was extremely confident in her disguise and felt she was practically a genius. As long as she entered the Grand Ducal residence, no one would be able to track her anymore. This week of hardship had not been endured in vain. Originally, she had wanted to use John's connections to take the back door. Now, she could only brace herself and deal with the Black Dragon Knights, who were famous for strict inspections and an especially rigid way of speaking. But the moment she arrived at the gate of the Grand Ducal residence, she was stunned. With this huge crowd, how long would she have to line up? Looking at the situation at the gate, the guards were indeed keeping an iron grip on security. It was harder than climbing to heaven for outsiders to get in. Strangely, why was there such a long line at the main gate? Judging by the scene, these people did not look like nobles with invitations. Just as Charlotte was puzzled, a guard suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs that only those who passed the inspection could enter the residence. And today was the final day. Now she had no choice. Since this was the last chance, no matter what kind of inspection it was, she had to grit her teeth and line up. This was actually the recruitment site for the Black Dragon Knights. The line moved slowly, but she finally received a number plate. Charlotte looked down and saw that the person in front of her was already number 87. Before she could figure things out, an icy voice came from ahead. Eliminated. Immediately afterward, a grown man was dragged like a dead dog and thrown out by the guards. It seemed sneaking into this Grand Ducal residence would be even more troublesome than she had expected. While waiting in line, Charlotte heard the people beside her muttering that this inspection was absurd to the extreme. Not only did they check palms, they did not even spare beards. Supposedly, some unlucky fellow had just hidden a poisoned blade in his beard and was caught on the spot. The moment she heard beards had become a danger zone, Charlotte's composure collapsed. If her false beard were pulled off, she would never be able to clear her name. To save her life, she said nothing and, right in front of everyone, ripped off her false beard with a snap. This move left the passers-by beside her completely stunned. Just as everyone grew impatient from waiting, the main figure finally appeared. The onlookers all wanted to see exactly what great person could make so many people wait here. Charlotte looked up. Was that guy the inspector? Black hair and red eyes. Although his looks were indeed beyond criticism, the oppressive aura radiating from him made it almost impossible to breathe, especially those murderous eyes. One glance was enough to make the back of one's head go cold. The people who had been full of complaints just moments ago instantly shrank back. Better to line up obediently. They truly could not afford to provoke such a ruthless character. Finally, it was number 87's turn. Charlotte took a deep breath and decided to switch into obedient mode. As long as she looked harmless enough, the other party would not be able to find an excuse to pick on her. Raphael spoke coldly, telling her to lift her head and show her face. This was the critical moment. Charlotte directly brought out her ultimate trump card, the Brabant family's secret technique. She slowly raised her head and revealed an angelic signature smile. That smile was so brilliant it practically glowed. After all, no one hid a smiling face. She felt that as long as she smiled sweetly enough, she could definitely slip through this stage. Raphael did not even give her a proper look before coldly spitting out 2 words. Unqualified. Before she could react, Raphael had already impatiently begun calling the next person. That disgusted gaze was practically as if he were looking at something filthy. Charlotte could not sit still now. She immediately began protesting loudly. What kind of rule eliminated someone without even conducting an inspection? The reason Raphael gave was even more ridiculous. He said Charlotte's smile looked unsettling and there was no need for any test. Seeing that Raphael was about to call Romeo over, Charlotte simply threw caution to the wind and started making a scene on the spot. If they did not give her an explanation today, she would not leave. This sudden turn of events left everyone present dumbfounded. The more Raphael watched, the more he felt something was wrong. This person had caused such a disturbance and insisted on entering the Grand Ducal residence. There had to be some conspiracy behind it. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, Romeo hurriedly tried to smooth things over. He advised the Grand Duke to simply go through the motions. Once the inspection was finished and she failed, this troublemaker would naturally have nothing to say. Raphael barely suppressed his anger and coldly told her to stretch out her palm. Who could have known that Charlotte would not follow the expected script at all? She slapped her palm directly onto the Grand Duke's face. This completely broke Raphael's composure. He even began to suspect that he really had overthought things. This person might not have any conspiracy at all and was purely an idiot with a bad brain. But the moment Raphael gripped that hand, he realized things were not so simple. The calluses and hard spots on her hand clearly belonged to an expert who had practiced swordsmanship for years. She was absolutely not some ordinary petty thief. Yet no one expected Raphael to change his mind on the spot and directly announce that Charlotte had passed. The reversal came too fast. Even Charlotte herself froze. Watching Charlotte run off excitedly, Romeo was so anxious he practically fumed. He did not understand why the Grand Duke would allow such an unidentified person into the residence. This was practically inviting a wolf indoors. Raphael, however, seemed very calm. Since the other party had come for him, and her skills were this good, instead of guarding against her in the dark, it would be better to keep her directly under his eyes. He wanted to see exactly what this so-called expert was planning. Over the years, the enemies who wanted to deal with Raphael loved using honey traps most of all. Unfortunately, he did not fall for that at all. To save himself trouble, he had even replaced everyone in the residence with male servants. When seduction failed, assassins tried to gain sympathy by disguising their identities. In the end, Raphael did not even raise an eyelid. He sneered and told the assassin to pass back a message, saying that the Grand Duke actually did not like women at all. Since this time it was not a woman, but a man, let us see how things go. The examiner stared at the registration form for a long while, but found no flaws. Since this was a commoner without even a surname, no one would care about his background even more. Here, no one cared what your name was. From this moment on, Charlotte became the tool known by the code number 87. Although the first step had gone very smoothly, Charlotte knew very well that sneaking into the residence was only the beginning. The real problem was just about to appear. If she did not hurry and think of a way to get close to Ethan, then all the effort she had spent infiltrating the place would be wasted. Charlotte had thought that once she sneaked into the Grand Ducal residence, she would naturally be able to meet Ethan. But reality poured a bucket of cold water over her. She ran excitedly to ask the examiner whether she could now join the Knights. The examiner looked at her as if she were an idiot and coldly replied that the second round of tests had not started yet, so she should wait there obediently for her number to be called. Charlotte completely lost it. She had thought this was a fast-track round, but she had not expected the Grand Ducal residence to have so many rules. Test after test, round after round. At this rate, meeting Ethan was a distant dream. Just as Charlotte was puzzled, a familiar-looking bald man suddenly came up beside her. The moment this uncle named Valen opened his mouth, he praised Charlotte for being capable at such a young age, and then began asking about her number. Charlotte did not think much of it and honestly reported her identity as number 87. But Valen's next words made her heart sink. It turned out the second round was not some simple interview at all, but a survival battle in groups of 20. Only those who survived to the end could advance. Charlotte was completely stunned. She had only wanted to enter the residence and meet someone. Who could have imagined that crossing the threshold of the Grand Ducal residence required risking one's life? Looking at the scene before her, Charlotte muttered inwardly. Even if the Grand Ducal residence had strict security, this selection method was too deadly. She could not help asking Valen beside her whether they really had to take things this far. Valen was rather open-minded about it. He reminded Charlotte that this was the signboard of the Black Dragon Knights, one of the Empire's 3 great knight orders. If they did not use some hardcore methods, how could they possibly select true elites? Charlotte fell silent after listening. She knew very well that Valen was right. After all, the person this unit served was that unfathomable Grand Duke Raphael. As the current Emperor's own nephew, Raphael's name was a symbol of strength. He was not only the Emperor's most favored confidant, but also a war hero who defended the nation. He held absolute military authority over the border. No wonder the selection rules of the Grand Ducal residence were even stricter than the Imperial Palace. Although Charlotte was still grumbling inwardly when she thought of her sister at home, she could only force herself to rally. Since she had already come this far, there was nothing to complain about. At that moment, the examiner loudly announced that the test had begun. But before she could act, she had already been targeted by the competitors beside her. Those two fellows were whispering to each other. They thought Charlotte looked like an easy target and planned to work together to kick her out first. Charlotte took a deep breath and secretly swore that she would go all out and strive to be the first to enter the next stage. This was for Ethan and her sister. She absolutely could not lose this battle. Her opponents were badly frightened by that momentum. Someone even cried out in shock, saying Charlotte's eyes looked too terrifying, like an irrational monster. Inside the hall, however, the scene was completely different. John was wearing a crisp, formal suit and made an elegant entrance accompanied by the attendant Romeo. The reception staff was still apologizing for the commotion outside. John appeared very graceful. He even sighed that he had truly received the chance to take part in the Black Dragon Knight selection. Listening to the screams and crashing sounds coming from afar, John could not help asking curiously who was causing such a huge commotion outside. As a result, the moment he glanced out the window, his soul nearly flew out in fright. Seeing John's expression as if he had seen a ghost, Romeo keenly sensed something was wrong. He casually asked what was the matter. John could only say he had seen a familiar face. He never imagined Charlotte would appear in a place like this. Raphael turned his head and asked whether he knew Charlotte. In order not to arouse suspicion, John could only bite the bullet and lie, saying they had merely learned swordsmanship together as children and had long since lost contact. If anyone discovered that he knew Charlotte, things would become very troublesome. Raphael repeated John's words in a low voice, his tone carrying an unreadable quality. How interesting. That fool with a foolish expression on his face. I want to know who sent that spy. No one expected the second test to end so quickly. It even broke the night's historical record. Contestant number 87, Sasha, had won. Only 3 people passed this time. The first was Valen, who came from a mercenary background. The second was Klaus, whose techniques were extremely strange. As for the last person, of course, it was Charlotte herself. She had thought the test was already over. Who could have known there would actually be a third round? When exactly would this end? Charlotte only wanted to hurry and meet the person she had come for. Just then, something flashed beside her. Was that not the Albrecht family brooch? How could such a treasure appear here? She looked closely and realized the person holding it was John. John was truly anxious now. He blocked Charlotte in one move. Do you really think this is your family's back garden? What if you get caught? Charlotte was calm. As long as you do not say anything, who could tell I am wearing a wig? John broke down even more after hearing that. If that wig falls off, we are all finished. Charlotte grew annoyed from his nagging and directly threw a sentence back at him. Aside from this method, do you have a better idea? John immediately had nothing to say, but he was still uneasy. If the Grand Duke discovers your real identity, it will not be as simple as being thrown out. Charlotte patted John on the shoulder. I know what you're worried about. But to me, is there anything more important right now than saving my sister? John had completely lost his temper and could only honestly explain that recently, someone had been trying to take the Grand Duke's life. Security at the residence had already been raised to the highest level. Forget meeting the Grand Duke. Now it was difficult even to run into ordinary nights. Even John himself had been refused entry. Only then did Charlotte realize. No wonder this hiring test was so abnormal. It was all because of this assassination farce. But since she had already come this far, no matter what dangers lay ahead, she had to push through. Before John could finish speaking, an announcement to gather came over the broadcast. The third test had arrived. Charlotte had no time to explain and only threw out one sentence before leaving. Do not tell anyone I am here. Watching Charlotte run off into the distance, John felt even less certain. Entering the Knights might be easy, but getting out afterward would be difficult. Soon, the third test officially began. Charlotte was placed in the strongest group. Her teammates were actually Valen and Klaus. Now things had become interesting. As soon as Charlotte hurried back to the exam site, her teammate Valen teased her, saying he had thought she had fallen into the toilet. Charlotte retorted irritably. These two were definitely tough opponents. With them around, passing the test was basically guaranteed. Valen laughed and patted her. I thought you had run off in fright. Charlotte lifted her head directly. How could that be? I still have to be the first to rush in. Just then, a sarcastic voice came over. Well, is this not the brat from that fallen family? Vigelin walked over with an arrogant expression, his tone full of mockery. Someone of your status wants to join the Black Dragon Knights? He said he had seen everything just now. Charlotte and John had been sneaking around in the rest area, so they must have been discussing some shady business. He sighed sarcastically. Having someone powerful to cling to really is different. Joining the Knights becomes as easy as playing around. Charlotte's heart sank. Luckily, this guy had only seen the people involved and had not heard what they actually talked about. The more Vigeland spoke, the more excited he became. He even mentioned that the next round would be a one-on-one duel with an instructor. He wanted to see how the instructor would go easy on this connection-backed recruit. Charlotte rolled her eyes as she listened. This guy could not even remember her name, yet kept calling her a commoner knight. Vigeland's followers also joined in from the side, saying Charlotte's behavior was truly awful. Vigeland had no intention of stopping and kept spouting nonsense, saying that the only reason Charlotte had made it to the third round was the man behind her. Before he could finish, Charlotte could no longer endure it. She flew up with a kick. She kicked Vigeland hard to the ground. That kick was not light. Vigeland immediately fell silent and could only lie on the floor, gasping for breath. Charlotte looked down at him from above. At last, the world was quiet. Charlotte had originally intended to let the matter go, but Vigeland was far too noisy. Since the next test had not yet begun, she might as well have some fun. She drew her long sword directly, her tone cold enough to make one shiver. If you're not convinced, then come and try. I will show you clearly what true strength is. Meanwhile, Raphael was walking through the corridor, listening to his subordinate's report. He heard that a ruthless character had appeared in this test, not only breaking the record, but even being nicknamed Sword Maniac by everyone. Raphael was clearly not satisfied with this nickname, and even found a little boring. What Raphael cared about most right now was whether that fellow, who had been described as almost miraculous, had passed or not. Romeo quickly followed and continued reporting. The instant Raphael stopped and looked downstairs, a sharp flash of sword light dazzled his eyes. Romeo pointed at the pink-haired girl below, who was aiming her sword at someone, and officially revealed the answer. That is examinee number 87, Sasha. Charlotte looked at Vigeland on the ground, her tone full of mockery. Who did you say would be beaten to pieces just now? So you were talking about yourself. The surrounding examinees were all dumbfounded. No one had expected that this small, slender person could erupt with such speed. It was practically a textbook-level perfect victory. Vigeland sat on the ground for a long time without recovering. This time, he had completely lost face. Charlotte was just about to add a few more remarks when an icy voice suddenly rang out and stopped this farce directly. Charlotte froze in place. This voice was far too familiar. Raphael walked closer while leisurely teasing her, saying Charlotte was truly capable. No matter where she went, she could stir up a huge commotion. Vigeland, who had been arrogant and domineering moments earlier, was now so frightened he did not even dare to breathe. He could only watch helplessly as this great figure stopped in front of Charlotte. Charlotte went completely stiff. She recognized him at a glance. Was this not the man who had been observing from the shadows during the first test? Could it be that this fellow was the examiner for the third test, and had come here specifically to make trouble? The corners of Raphael's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. He said straightforwardly that Charlotte was indeed, just as rumored, a madman worthy of the name. Charlotte completely bristled. In front of everyone, she questioned Raphael about which eye of his had seen her as a madman. She said that a madman as beautiful as her could probably not be found anywhere else in the world. Before Charlotte could react, Raphael suddenly withdrew his smile and issued an order to everyone present. Everyone, silence at once. Hearing the surrounding people shout Grand Duke in unison, Charlotte was completely stunned. This man who had just been trading words with her was actually the legendary Grand Duke himself. Before Charlotte could recover from the shock of his identity, Raphael directly dropped a bombshell. He announced the rules of the third test to everyone present. The candidate for the first duel had already been decided. He reached out and pointed at Charlotte beside him. The first match will be fought by this challenger. Does anyone object? Charlotte was completely dumbfounded. That strange man who had mysteriously insisted on testing her strength in the street was actually Grand Duke Raphael himself. When Raphael's sword came down, Ordinary people could not possibly block it. He even had the leisure to comment that her reaction was rather quick. Charlotte was completely dazed. This was not a strength any human should have. He swung such a heavy greatsword with one hand, yet his speed was absurdly fast. The strongest swordsman in the Empire truly lived up to his name. If she were even grazed by him, she would probably lose her life. Raphael sneered and asked whether she was already out of strength. Charlotte gritted her teeth and held on. Having come this far, she had no way to retreat. In order to meet Ethan, and for her sister's happiness, she absolutely could not fall here. Even if she had to risk her life, she had to get through this stage. Raphael swung his sword while sneering. It seems you are quite confident in your speed, but you dare to clash with a heavy sword using such a light rapier. He thought this was simply madness. Either you plan to give up and smash the jar, or you are far too confident in your own strength. Charlotte desperately searched for an opportunity in midair, but Raphael's eyes clearly saw through everything. Charlotte knew very well that against an opponent like this, dragging things out would only exhaust her stamina and leave her with a dead end. Since she could not dodge, she could only meet him head-on. In terms of speed, she had never lost to anyone. With a roar, her whole body turned into an afterimage and charged forward. No one expected that even someone as strong as Raphael would be forced back by this strike. The lofty lord had actually been suppressed. Romeo and the onlookers were stunned. Who could have imagined that this child could fight the Grand Duke to a draw? Charlotte prayed desperately in her heart. Just one hit would be enough. Just one. But in the next second, everyone's breath stopped. Raphael actually reached out directly and caught the sharp blade with his bare hand. He gave a cold laugh and said, "Not bad." Then he swung his hand back, and the situation instantly went completely out of control. Charlotte completely bristled. While rubbing her aching wrist, she complained that Raphael was far too reckless. Even if he was wearing gloves, he could not catch a bear blade with his hand. What kind of ordinary meeting was this? It was practically a life-threatening entrance test. But before she could finish complaining, Raphael suddenly reached out and pinched her chin. He leaned close to Charlotte's ear and said in a low voice, "Your only flaw is that you talk too much. We will be seeing each other for a long time from now on, number 87. Charlotte froze completely. What exactly was this man planning? Charlotte was still standing there in a daze, muttering inwardly. Who wanted to see that madman often? But Raphael had no intention of letting her go. Without looking back, he ordered his subordinates to keep this child directly by his side. Before Charlotte could react, Valen rushed over excitedly. With a wave of his large hand, he pressed down on her head. He laughed loudly and said, "Not bad, Sasha. You actually managed to get a medal from the Grand Duke. Now you are truly famous." Charlotte could hardly believe her ears. She had actually received a medal. The instructor smiled and hung the medal around her neck. He congratulated her on becoming the first person to clear the test. Immediately after, he loudly announced in front of everyone, "Welcome to the Black Dragon Knights." Sasha. Charlotte was completely dumbfounded. After all that commotion, this had not been some test for a meeting at all. It had been the entrance examination for the knights. Who could have thought that Charlotte would truly pass the test and somehow become a member of the Black Dragon Knights? In the blink of an eye, a week passed. She had originally wanted to meet Ethan for her sister's sake. In the end, she had not met him yet, and she had first become a new recruit who was scolded every day. Early in the morning, before she had fully woken up, Aaron's roar spread through the entire dormitory. A new round of hellish training was about to begin. Charlotte curled up in her blanket with a pained expression. But after thinking again, as long as she could remain in the order, she would eventually meet that fellow named Ethan. It seemed she could only grit her teeth and endure these bitter days. But after asking around, she found out Ethan had actually gone far away on a mission. He would not return until autumn. But it was only early spring now. Charlotte still refused to give up, wondering whether she could write a letter to contact him. In the end, his whereabouts were uncertain, and even a letter could not be sent. Just as she was about to collapse, John suddenly emerged from behind a pillar. Charlotte was truly anxious now. She grabbed John's shoulders and kept urging him, "If you want to see Ethan, you have to stay here obediently." This left Charlotte completely speechless. With the political situation so chaotic now, if people learned that a noble young lady had disguised herself as a man and infiltrated the knights, everyone would be finished. He urged Charlotte to run away quickly, but Charlotte's stubborn temper rose too. If she did not meet Ethan, she absolutely would not leave. Charlotte had already made her calculations in her heart. Even if she only caught a glimpse of Ethan's shadow, this trip would not have been in vain. As for how to become a deserter later, that was something to worry about afterward. Before she could think it through, Instructor Aaron's roar came over. Everyone, assemble at once. The True Knight rank selection was only now officially beginning. In the Black Dragon Knights, rank was everything. From the high and mighty commanders down to the lowest probationary knights, each level was worlds apart. Instructor Aaron announced that starting tomorrow, senior knights would personally lead them in training. Charlotte knew very well that what kind of mentor she ended up with would directly determine whether her future days would be easy or miserable. But before she could decide how to choose a mentor, Aaron revealed a malicious smile. With a casual wave of his hand, a ball of flame sprang up out of thin air. Today's first task was actually to have everyone jump through a ring of fire. Looking at the blazing fireball before them, all the new recruits were dumbfounded. Charlotte's mind was filled with question marks. What exactly did this ridiculous training have to do with respecting seniors? As expected, the Black Dragon Knights were all a bunch of lunatics. Facing this blazing ring of fire, not a single new recruit dared to make sound. No one wanted to be the first to try it. Instructor Aaron gave a cold laugh and directly named Charlotte to go first. There was no room for discussion. Although Charlotte cursed the instructor 10,000 times in her heart, she was still forcibly pushed to the edge of the fire pit. Just as she hesitated, she thought of her sister who was still waiting for her, and Charlotte's fighting spirit instantly returned. Was it not just a ring with fire? She would risk it. She leaped forward, and to her surprise, she jumped through easily. This made Charlotte completely swell with pride. So she really was a genius. A small scene like this could not stump her at all. She had just thought she was a genius, but she crashed and burned before she could look cool for 3 seconds. Charlotte's jump had indeed amazed everyone. They all thought she was about to create a miracle. In the end, her clothes were directly set alight by the flames. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Charlotte rolled on the ground in pain, screaming while desperately calling for help. Charlotte now regretted it so much her intestines turned green, and Ethan's name filled her mind. If that man did not appear soon, she might really die here. That fellow named Sasha had a completely fake identity. Romeo had searched every nearby village, but no one had ever heard of that name. This person seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Raphael looked at the portrait in his hand and fell into thought. This person's swordsmanship was quite good, but she was completely different from the assassins before. He could not sense even the slightest murderous intent from her. Since her identity and origins were unknown, this matter had become interesting. Raphael casually put down the documents. He had already made up his mind. Rather than search everywhere blindly, it would be better to keep this person by his side and see exactly what secret she was hiding. A faint cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth. He intended to keep watching her like this until he personally stripped away her true face. Charlotte was completely numb from cursing. Her colleagues around her had collapsed all over the ground too. A ring of fire was bad enough, but they actually had to crawl into a crocodile's mouth as well. After finally enduring until the morning ended, Aaron suddenly announced that they would meet their direct superior in the afternoon. Charlotte's heart skipped. Aaron's words were practically letting Charlotte see her savior. As long as she became the attendant of a high-ranking knight, she would eat and live with her superior from then on. Her mind was now full of fantasies. If she could be assigned to a general superior, would her military life from now on not take off immediately? She silently prayed in her heart, "Please assign me a good person." Unfortunately, she still did not know exactly what kind of figure she was about to face. Raphael elegantly opened the letter, raised his head, and smiled faintly. "We meet again." Those words instantly left Charlotte, who was on the ground, stunned. She never imagined that such an unlucky thing would actually fall on her. Who could have thought that her direct superior would be the Grand Duke himself? Forget good days now. Whether she could even survive until autumn was a question. Charlotte had now humbled herself completely into the dust. As she bowed, her heart sank into a pit. Why had this great figure suddenly taken the initiative to greet her? But the moment Raphael opened his mouth, he actually brought up old scores from the exam and coldly told her to come closer. Charlotte was so frightened her legs went weak. Her mind was full of images of herself being sent flying. She felt that if this punch landed, her little life would definitely be over. While her thoughts were running wild, Raphael impatiently tapped the desk and asked if she was deaf. Charlotte jolted sharply. As Raphael wrote, he questioned her like he was checking a household registry, confirming that Charlotte was just a commoner with no background, and she was not yet of age. Just when Charlotte thought this was only routine business, the pen in Raphael's hand suddenly stopped, and his tone became somewhat meaningful. Out of nowhere, he asked about John, saying Charlotte's relationship with him was not ordinary. Charlotte completely panicked. Had someone seen them talking that day? She hurriedly waved her hands, desperately trying to distance herself. Seeing how guilty she looked, it seemed this matter would not be so easily brushed aside. Charlotte was still desperately acting, saying she was only a commoner who had never seen the world. So how could she be qualified to be friends with a noble? But Raphael did not buy that at all. He slowly stood up and forced Charlotte step by step into the corner. Before Charlotte could react, Raphael suddenly reached out and lifted her chin. Staring at her face, he gave a cold laugh. He said, "How could a commoner who did hard labor all day have such delicate skin?" Immediately after, Raphael's gaze turned icy, and he stared fixedly at her as he asked who she really was. At this life-or-death moment, Charlotte decided to go all in. Anyway, the other party had never seen her true appearance. As long as she was shameless enough, there was still hope. She deliberately put on a love-struck expression and asked Raphael if he had taken fancy to her, then asked if he wanted to come a little closer. Fighting poison with poison really worked. Raphael was thoroughly disgusted by those greasy words and directly waved his hand, telling her to shut up. On the surface, Charlotte acted timid and obedient, but in her heart, she finally let out a huge sigh of relief. With this extreme maneuver, she had finally bluffed her way past the identity crisis. Charlotte unexpectedly saw a development application. It said they wanted to develop the ancient ruins in the West. Her heart immediately skipped a beat. This was a major plot point in the original story. Those ruins had been sealed by ancient magic for hundreds of years. Anyone who entered would trigger the monster guardians, and no one had ever survived long enough to break the seal. In the original storyline, this place was finally smashed open by force on the Emperor's orders. It was the toughest bone to chew on in the entire continent. But now the request to investigate the ruins had appeared early. It seemed the coming plot was about to go completely out of control again. In the original story, the Emperor forcibly broke the formation to show off his power. In the end, not only did he fail, he even caused the monsters to go berserk and attack civilians. At the time, Ethan volunteered to suppress the monsters, only to lose his life at a young age. That was the tragedy Charlotte most wanted to erase. This incident should not have happened until much later. Why had Raphael started investigating it now? Looking at Raphael's thoughtful expression, Charlotte's heart was in complete chaos. The timeline did not match at all. Something terrible was really going to happen now. Raphael keenly noticed Charlotte peeking, but then he thought, how could a commoner knight possibly understand this kind of secret? So he simply spoke up to test her. Charlotte was so frightened that she quickly played dumb, saying this was her first time seeing such an impressive scene and trying to get past it by acting foolish. But how could someone like Raphael be so easy to fool? Not only did he not let it go, he instead grabbed Charlotte's chin, his eyes as if he were looking at a strange new toy. He said he would keep her by his side to relieve his boredom, and that he wanted to see how things would develop next. Looking at Raphael's face moving closer and closer, Charlotte felt only collapse inside. This distance was far too dangerous. Besides, just how many times did this guy have to grab her chin before he would be satisfied? Just as the atmosphere became its most ambiguous, an oblivious messenger suddenly barged in. The messenger awkwardly handed over the Emperor's letter and apologized repeatedly, saying he should not have disturbed the two of them in their heated moment. Charlotte was practically blooming with joy inside, out loud. She quickly found an excuse, saying official business was more important. While Raphael still had not reacted, she immediately greased the soles of her feet and tried to slip away. But Raphael stopped her in place with a single word. Not only did he refuse to let her go, he even wrapped an arm around her waist and said the two of them would listen to this letter together. Charlotte was completely dumbfounded. Before she could react, Raphael actually picked her up directly and set her steadily on his lap. Faced with Charlotte's struggles and pleas, Raphael made her completely helpless with one sentence. He said not to move around and to stay there obediently. Now she truly could not run, even if she wanted to. This time, Raphael was determined not to let her go. He directly used his status as her superior as a shield and ordered Charlotte to sit there obediently. Looking at this domineering man before her, Charlotte thought to herself that the Duke in the original story definitely did not have this kind of personality. The messenger beside them still wanted to struggle one last time and suggested letting Charlotte withdraw first. In the end, Raphael refused without even turning his head. Seeing Raphael's attitude that no one's words would work, the messenger was completely petrified at the door. Raphael really could say sweet nothings at the drop of a hat. In front of the messenger, he insisted that without Charlotte by his side, he could not work at all. He even told the messenger to treat Charlotte as heir and say whatever secrets he had. Although Charlotte felt her scalp tingle as she listened, she thought it over. If she confronted him head-on now, nothing good would come of it. She might as well turn his own plan to her advantage and follow this Lord Duke's wishes by acting along. As long as she could build some trust and hold out until Ethan arrived, she would accept this bid of humiliation. So she quickly put on an obedient appearance and told the messenger not to mind her. Not only did she take the initiative to wrap her arms around Raphael's neck, she even loudly confessed in public, saying that in her eyes, there was only the Grand Duke. This combo even left Raphael, who had seen plenty of major scenes, at a loss. Charlotte sweetly called his name while frantically calculating in her heart. As long as she could perform this act well and hold out until Ethan came to rescue the situation, even if she had to call Raphael her ancestor right now, she would probably be able to say it. This was Charlotte's first official appearance as the Duke's servant. She was already planning in her heart that as long as she could make a contribution, she would definitely be able to strut around here in the future. Raphael suddenly asked what exactly the letter sent by the Emperor said. The messenger hurriedly handed the letter over, while not forgetting to complain inwardly. It seemed the rumors were true. This Lord Duke really did prefer men. After Raphael read the letter, his aura instantly changed. The Emperor had gone this far this time. The letter actually demanded immediate execution after confirming the contents. The atmosphere dropped completely to freezing point. Raphael replied with a cold laugh, telling the messenger to inform the Emperor that the execution order would certainly be handled perfectly. After all, he was a most loyal servant. Charlotte stood at the side and boldly sneaked a glance at the secret letter. As a result, she froze completely. There was not even a single polite phrase in the letter. It only said for him to immediately get lost to the west. How was this a family letter written to his own nephew? It was clearly an attempt to drive a fallen favorite to his death. The messenger hurriedly added that the Emperor wished to commend the Grand Duke's achievements. Who would have thought that this unremarkable purple stone was actually an expensive magical recorder? As light flared up, the Emperor's image popped out. He affectionately called Raphael his dear nephew. With his mouth, he said Raphael must have worked hard after just finishing the war, then turned around and dumped the thankless task of investigating the ruins entirely on this so-called imperial hero. The Emperor expressed with great expectation that only Raphael could handle this matter well. But no matter how one listened, those words sounded like empty promises. The more Charlotte listened from the side, the more she felt something was wrong. Going to such effort and using a high-level magical tool just to explain this trivial matter meant there had to be a bigger trick hidden behind it. The outside world all thought the Emperor was a man who valued affection and loyalty. Even though Raphael's parents had died early, he had always held his nephew Raphael in the palm of his hand, especially when Raphael returned in triumph. The Emperor praised and decorated him in the square, wishing the whole empire knew how much he cherished this nephew. But now Raphael had only just ended years of warfare, and before he could even stand firmly, another cold order drove him straight back to the west. This letter and the recording just now carried a chilling forcefulness. Or was there even half a trace of family affection? This was clearly an attempt to push Raphael once again into the most dangerous fire pit, with no intention of leaving him a way to survive. It seemed this so-called deep bond between uncle and nephew. had, from beginning to end, only been a show performed for outsiders. The Emperor's move was too vicious. He was not asking for an opinion at all. He was digging a pit for Raphael. If Raphael dared to refuse, he would be disloyal to the imperial family. But if he nodded and agreed, he would obediently go to those deadly ruins. This was simply a dead end. No matter what he chose, Raphael was destined to suffer a huge loss. Seeing Raphael's silent appearance, Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. This feeling of being forced to the end of the road was exactly the same as what her sister had suffered back then. The former Grace had probably been like this too, completely sacrificed in silent darkness. The messenger left with a smug face. He was in a hurry to return and report to the Emperor that Raphael had obediently set out to risk his life. Charlotte suddenly clapped her hands, as if she had thought of something extraordinary. Although she had almost let something slip just now, once she thought of what had happened to Raphael's sister, she decided to go all in. Charlotte leaned close to Raphael and reminded him mysteriously that the Emperor's birthday banquet was coming soon. Since the Western expedition had ruined his plans, he might as well turn the tables. This time, she would personally help Raphael. As long as they used this birthday banquet well, the situation might be completely reversed. Charlotte suddenly began frantically signaling with her eyes, giving Raphael a stream of hints and telling him to use his brain quickly and play along. Although Raphael was completely confused, seeing Charlotte's serious expression, he could only brace himself and continue. Charlotte deliberately acted spoiled in front of the messenger, saying her birthday was in a few days and asking Raphael whether he had long forgotten it. This performance left the messenger stunned. Raphael finally reacted as well. He immediately put on a gentle expression and said he would never forget. Charlotte finally let out a breath of relief. As long as they could change the topic, they could temporarily stabilize the situation. She had seen through the Emperor's true face. The Emperor was actually not in a hurry to drive Raphael away. He was using this forceful method to test whether Raphael was obedient enough. Charlotte was still calculating in her heart. She felt the best method now was to divert the Emperor's attention and buy Raphael some time to think. Anyway, rumors outside were already saying the Duke had become infatuated with a man. They might as well go with the flow and make the Emperor think Raphael was love-struck, unwilling to go on the expedition because of a male servant. If the Emperor thought he had no ambition, his suspicions would naturally slowly weaken. Add in the excuse of preparing a birthday gift, and this act was simply perfect. But before Charlotte could finish feeling pleased, Raphael directly made his move. He coldly told the messenger that the expedition could be discussed later. Then he pulled Charlotte into his arms and kissed her in front of the messenger, even adding provocatively, "As you can see, I'm rather busy right now." Charlotte's mind was completely blank. No matter how she thought about it, she could not understand why Raphael had suddenly kissed her just now. The messenger was clearly frightened by this scene too. He coughed awkwardly twice and hurriedly found an excuse to go back and report to the Emperor. Looking at Raphael's calm appearance, Charlotte felt this guy was practically an award-winning actor. He could act out this kind of scene without even blinking. She even began to suspect whether Raphael often used this kind of trick. After all, his acting was far too practiced. Although they had barely gotten through this time by acting, Charlotte felt more and more uncertain. The original plot seemed to have gone completely haywire. Could there be some hidden setting that even she, the transmigrator, did not know? The situation from here on would probably become even more out of control. Who would have thought that Raphael, who had just been cooperating in the act, would turn hostile the moment it was over? He sneered and praised Charlotte for having good acting skills, but immediately drew his sword and pressed it directly against her throat. Raphael said he had been suspicious from the very beginning. Although Charlotte claimed to be a commoner, her manner of speaking and her sword habits were full of an aristocratic air that could not be concealed. Raphael's gaze became exceptionally cold, and he issued his final ultimatum. He would ask Charlotte one last time. Who exactly was she? Charlotte was completely dumbfounded. She had thought that performance just now had gone rather well. She had not expected that Raphael had never believed her from beginning to end. Looking at the gleaming blade before her, Charlotte knew that if she could not make up something now, she would probably truly die here today. At this life or death instant, inspiration flashed through her mind. Forget it. She was going all in. she shouted loudly that the reason she had infiltrated the Duke's residence was because there was someone she wanted to protect. Hearing Charlotte say there was someone she wanted to protect, Raphael clearly froze for a moment. The sword in his hand also stopped in midair. Charlotte knew very well that against someone as suspicious as Raphael, a half-true, half-false lie would not work at all. Now, she could only gamble with her life. She looked firmly at Raphael and said that although she could not reveal that person's identity, they were more important than her own life. In order to protect that person, she had to stay in the Black Dragon Knights. She humbly begged Raphael to believe her one more time and promised that she was absolutely not his enemy. The situation fell into a deathly silence. The killing intent in Raphael's eyes seemed to dissipate somewhat. Although Raphael put away his sword, the doubt in his heart did not lessen at all. He stared at Charlotte and coldly asked whether the act she had put on in front of those officials just now had been to curry favor with him. Charlotte quickly shook her head in denial. She said she had not thought that much at all. She had only seen Raphael handling official business all day and looking truly exhausted, so she wanted to help him out of trouble. Hearing this answer, Raphael froze completely. He gave a self-mocking cold laugh and said that he, the hero of the Empire, had actually fallen so low that he was being pitted by someone of unknown identity. Hearing this, Charlotte anxiously waved her hands. She loudly retorted that this was not pity at all, but concern that came from the heart. Raphael still had that icy look. He directly told Charlotte to meddle less in his affairs from now on. He could handle all problems himself, but Raphael's every action always made her unconsciously think of her sister Grace. Charlotte stared straight at him and asked, was the hero of the Empire not a person too? Before Raphael could react, Charlotte added that in the end, Duke, you are also just an ordinary person. Charlotte truly went all in now. She directly moved in front of Raphael and loudly told him that since he was an ordinary person, he could rely on others openly and confidently. Did he not understand such a simple principle? Raphael was silent for a long while. Suddenly, he stared at her meaningfully. If I obediently listen to you, will I be able to reach the peak of life? Now was Charlotte's turn to be stunned. Why was this guy not following the script? Raphael's tone was icy. Not only had she failed to obediently do her current job well, she even dared to lecture her superior in return. How did she think he should punish this arrogant attitude? Charlotte quickly waved her hands and explained, had they not agreed that her previous performance could offset all her mistakes? In the end, Raphael did not bite at all. That was a test, and this account had to be calculated separately. He revealed a dangerous smile. He had heard she just happened to be going to the crocodile pond for training. Charlotte's entire body stiffened. Now she was really finished. Raphael directly issued a deadly order. Since she was so energetic, she could go clean the crocodile pond. Charlotte collapsed on the spot. How was this punishment? This was clearly taking her life. She begged for mercy while being dragged away. Raphael looked at her retreating figure and only felt that this person truly was an oddity. After the room quieted down, he opened the secret letter in his hand, and his expression instantly became grave. The current emperor was best at manipulating people's hearts. This was how someone whose virtue did not match his position had climbed step by step onto the throne. The emperor had sent his underage nephew to the battlefield, then turned around and acted outside, making everyone think he was a benevolent elder. Raphael knew very clearly that he did not like this kind of help from an unknown source. But if that person had not suddenly intervened, the situation would probably have gone out of control long ago. Charlotte's bold words still echoed in his ears even now. A Grand Duke could accept help too. That proved he was also an ordinary person. Raphael tightened his grip on the letter in his hand. That arrogant fellow was truly infuriating. Raphael looked out the window. Although he had not yet investigated that person's background clearly, since she was right under his eyes, there would be plenty of time to observe slowly in the future. There was no need to rush. Meanwhile, on the other side, Charlotte was collapsing with a mop in the crocodile pond. These huge creatures kept rubbing against her, frightening her so badly that her soul nearly flew away. After finally enduring until training time, she took advantage of the empty corridor and quickly slipped back into her room. The crocodile stench all over her body was something she could not endure for even 1 second. As she threw off her clothes, she shouted that she had to bathe immediately. Usually, Charlotte only dared to sneak in after everyone was asleep late at night. But today, the crocodile smell all over her body made her unable to wait even a minute. She slipped barefoot into the bathhouse. This was her first time seeing clearly in the daytime just how bizarre this place was. Looking at the dazzling golden decorations before her, the little nervousness in her heart disappeared completely. She even felt that occasionally running into this kind of unlucky event was not bad. Charlotte soaked her whole body in the water. This feeling of not having to be frightened was truly too reassuring. If only she could enjoy herself like this every day. But just when she was most relaxed, a tall figure suddenly flashed through the mist. She froze. At this time, there should not have been anyone else in the bathhouse at all. Charlotte had clearly confirmed it. At this hour, the knights should all have been training. How could there still be someone in the bathhouse? She was about to hurry away before she was discovered. But when she looked back, that figure from earlier had actually disappeared. Had the mist been too thick and made her see wrong? She had just breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to climb out of the bath, when an icy voice came from behind her. "Who's there?" Before she could react, a hand had already clamped tightly around her wrist. When had this person silently gotten behind her? Idris stared coldly at her. This was not a place outsiders could enter. What spy had she come from? Charlotte could not break free at all. The other party's strength was astonishing, and he clearly knew very well that there were currently no guards nearby. Just as he was interrogating her about the mastermind behind her, Idris suddenly stopped. He stared at Charlotte's face, as if he had discovered something wrong. Now was the time. Charlotte seized the moment he lost focus and suddenly exerted force to counterattack. The originally calm surface of the water instantly exploded. Charlotte was truly ruthless now, directly shoving Idris into the water. He wanted to interrogate her, then he could drink his fill first. While the other party had yet to react, she could not care about anything else and scrambled to flee. As long as she could leave this bathhouse, she would be safe. But before she could step out the door, a burst of noisy footsteps suddenly came from outside. From the sound, the knights had returned after finishing training. While complaining that today's training had been too harsh, they were striding toward the bathhouse. These knights chatted casually while bathing and even laughed at their companion Sasha for having a fishy smell, completely unaware that the person herself was hiding behind a rock. Charlotte's heart went cold. Training had actually ended this quickly. The bathhouse was full of men. If she was discovered, there would be absolutely no way to explain. At precisely this moment, someone noticed the movement here. Thinking the person hiding there was Sasha, he strode over to greet her. "Don't come over. Please don't come over." Seeing that the other party was about to circle around the rock, there was simply nowhere to hide here. If she was caught as a pervert, she would definitely be driven straight out of the Imperial Palace. Just then, Idris pressed a hand on her shoulder. The man recognized the person in the water at a glance and could not help crying out in shock. It was actually Lord Idris. Idris's face was cold, clearly feeling that this commotion was far too noisy. Charlotte's mind was completely blank. What? Idris? Could he be that legendary man? That had to be it. He had once been a holy knight appointed by the temple, and now he was the vice commander of the Black Dragon Knights. Not only was his strength unfathomable, he was also the idol in every knight's heart, and he was also known as the Grand Dukes. Idris coldly looked toward the door and said only one thing: make them shut up. How could those people dare to stay any longer? They nodded and bowed while apologizing, then fled the bathhouse in a panic, afraid that if they were one step slower, they would lose their lives. Only when the footsteps had completely vanished did Idris turn his head and tell Charlotte, who was hiding in the water, to come out. Charlotte quickly thanked him and wanted to explain that she was not some suspicious person. But before she could finish, the other party suddenly replied, "I know." Now it was Charlotte's turn to be stunned. Before she could react, Idris stared into her eyes and called out her full name, one word at a time. Charlotte, Brabant, Mississippi. Idris directly exposed her name. This time, Charlotte was completely stunned. She never would have imagined that the identity she had desperately hidden had long since been seen through by the other party. Since her identity had already been exposed, no excuse would be useful anymore. If she was driven out now, all her previous efforts would be wasted. Idris was quite calm. He gestured for Charlotte to change somewhere else first. Charlotte's heart pounded, afraid that he was going to hand her over to the Grand Duke for punishment. In the end, Idris directly brought her back to the room and said that whether he reported her or not would depend entirely on her next performance. There was no escaping now. Idris stared at her and asked why she had hidden her identity to sneak in. Facing this level of interrogation, Charlotte had no idea how to begin speaking. Charlotte simply went all in. She asked Idris in return, since she had already violated military law, why was he still giving her a chance to explain? Idris was silent for a while before speaking. Only then did Charlotte realize that the other party had remembered her long ago. No wonder he had recognized her identity at a glance when they met this time. Idris was indeed a clever person. He felt that a young lady like Charlotte, who had everything she could want, had no reason to risk coming here to suffer. So before convicting her, he wanted to hear the real reason. Charlotte looked at the man before her and felt that he was not the unreasonable type. Perhaps telling him the truth was the only way out. She took a deep breath and finally mentioned the key names. It turned out all of this had to do with her sister, as well as Sir Ethan. After Idris listened, he immediately shook his head. He felt Charlotte was simply messing around. Just because of her sister's love, she had actually risked her life to sneak into the Knights. In his view, this reason was far too childish. If something happened, not only would she herself suffer, her entire family would be dragged down as well. This was not a price she could bear. Charlotte lowered her head and could not refute him, because everything he said was true. She had indeed done something extremely reckless. But she still gritted her teeth and spoke. Although it sounded selfish, she truly had a reason. She had no choice but to do this. Charlotte was genuinely going all in this time. She said the reason she had taken up a sword was entirely for her sister's happiness. As long as she could help her sister, she was willing to pay any price. After Idris listened, he was silent for a long time. Just when Charlotte thought she was doomed, he suddenly mentioned Sir Ethan, saying that he would only return 2 months later. The meaning was already very clear. For the next 2 months, Idris would personally keep an eye on her. Now none of Charlotte's every move would escape his eyes. In the end, Idris only instructed her to keep a low profile as much as possible during this period. Charlotte could hardly believe her ears and quickly bowed in thanks. This was practically escaping death. She knew very clearly that Idris had completely seen through her identity. As Ethan's direct superior, he could clearly drive her out with the movement of a finger, yet he chose to let her off. Not only that, this man was also extremely considerate. He specially permitted Charlotte to use a private bath and even helped her send a letter to John. Charlotte had originally been feeling delighted, thinking that her determination to protect her sister had definitely moved Lord Idris completely, which was why he was looking after her so well. She had thought that military life from here on would become a little easier. In the end, reality directly gave her a blow to the head. The intensity of the training not only did not decrease, it became more perverse with each passing day. By the time she reached the dining hall, she did not even have the strength to hold a spoon. She felt the spoon was so heavy it was practically like a steel bar. As she chewed her food and quietly complained, who knew that a chill would suddenly appear behind her? Instructor Aaron was actually standing there, staring at the food she had dropped on the table, his tone so cold it made one's spine go numb. Aaron sneered and said it seemed someone had forgotten how to eat properly. In that case, he did not mind starting from how to hold a spoon and teaching everyone the rules all over again. Aaron's move was truly ruthless. He said that since Charlotte could not hold a spoon steady, she should go practice horse stance for 10 hours, euphemistically calling it the foundation for training dining etiquette. Charlotte was so frightened that she quickly lowered her head and ate fiercely. Seeing everyone so obedient, Aaron suddenly smiled and said he would give them a reward. He told everyone not to go to the training grounds after the meal and instead gather directly at the castle gate. Now all the new recruits were overjoyed. After a full month since enlisting, everyone thought they had finally looked forward to a holiday. In the end, Aaron poured a bucket of cold water over them, saying the gathering was to welcome a distinguished guest. Everyone had to change into uniform within an hour. Looking at the heavily guarded castle, Charlotte's heart also began to sink. What kind of important person could make this forbidden place specifically open its gates? A gorgeous carriage stopped steadily in front of the castle gates. Charlotte hid behind the crowd and observed secretly, still wondering what kind of great figure could make these trainee knights come out fully armed to welcome them. Raphael personally walked forward, and his tone actually carried a rare trace of courtesy. As the carriage door slowly opened, a foot in a red high heel stepped out. Before the person even showed herself, her voice came first. The other party softly greeted him, saying it had been a long time, Duke. But in that instant, Charlotte froze on the spot. This voice was far too familiar to her, so familiar that it made her spine go cold. The one who stepped out of the carriage was actually Princess Cordelia. This foremost beauty of the empire was smiling and exchanging greetings with Raphael, every movement full of royal bearing. But Charlotte, hiding behind the crowd, only wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Why did every unlucky thing happen to her? Charlotte recognized her at a glance. This princess had actually been a judge at the first swordsmanship competition Charlotte participated in. In other words, the other party had seen her original appearance. Speaking of Princess Cordelia, her background was not ordinary at all. The Order of Knights under her command was one of the 3 strongest fighting forces recognized by the Empire, making her a true heavyweight with real power. Back then, when Charlotte won the championship in the competition, the princess took a liking to her at first glance. She even personally held her hand and promised that as long as Charlotte was willing to join, she would directly be given a corps member position. Although Charlotte politely declined the invitation at the time, the relationship between the two instead grew deeper and deeper. The princess looked after her like a real younger sister, and Charlotte also admired this upright older sister figure from the bottom of her heart. The relationship between the two families was not merely acquaintance. They were staunch allies who wore the same pair of pants and knew each other's circumstances like the backs of their hands. Charlotte knew very clearly that relying only on the wig on her head could not possibly fool the princess's eyes. If her identity was exposed in public now, then she would be completely finished in front of the Duke. Seeing that the princess was about to come over, Charlotte was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. To save her life, she could no longer care about her image. She directly rushed over and snatched a companion's helmet, shouting for him to quickly lend it to her as cover. Just as Raphael was preparing to lead everyone inside, Charlotte had already begun panicking like a cornered dog. If she was even 1 second slower, the greatest secret of her life would probably be completely exposed today. Charlotte could no longer care about her image. Even being treated as a madman was better than being recognized by the princess on the spot. She put on the oversized helmet she had stolen, lowered her head, and tried to slip away quickly. Who knew she had not taken 2 steps before an icy voice came from above her head. Raphael had actually not left yet. Raphael's large hand was already pressed on her helmet. He coldly reminded her that only senior knights were qualified to wear this kind of helmet, telling her to take it off quickly and stop embarrassing herself here. Faced with the Duke's pressure, Charlotte could only laugh awkwardly while frantically complaining in her heart. She had originally planned to wait until Princess Cordelia had gone far away, then secretly take off this heavy lump of iron. But Raphael did not give her any chance. He coldly dropped a sentence, saying that since she had no objections, she should take it off now. At this critical moment, movement suddenly came from the end of the corridor. Raphael stopped what he was doing and turned to look toward the source of the sound. Only then did Charlotte let out a slight breath of relief. It turned out that the Empire's 4th princess, Nadia, had arrived. This little blonde princess lifted her skirt and looked curiously at the chaos before her, clearly drawn over by the commotion here. Raphael also stopped entangling with Charlotte and courteously invited Princess Nadia inside. Looking at Nadia's back, Charlotte was so grateful she nearly wept. She felt this princess was simply her lifesaver. "Thank you, Your Highness." Who knew Nadia would suddenly stop in her tracks? She turned back and looked at this mysterious helmeted knight. She froze in place for a long while without moving, her eyes carrying an indescribable strangeness. Once the chaos had slightly calmed, Charlotte could finally catch her breath and think. Holding the helmet, the more she thought, the more something felt wrong. These two princesses were usually not this idle. Why had they suddenly both appeared here? Could something major have happened in the royal family? No, nothing would happen, right? Most importantly, everyone's attention was elsewhere. It seemed today's training might be over. If she was lucky, she might finally be able to get a proper rest. All trainee knights, go report to your direct superiors. Instructor Aaron suddenly gave an order. Because the princesses had come, everyone had to stay and work overtime in the afternoon. Charlotte could only brace herself and agree, but in her heart, she had already exploded. She had thought today's work was already done, but in the end, troubles kept coming endlessly. Everyone's mentality collapsed. The next day, at the Grand Duke's residence, Charlotte was already exhausted. She had just finished drills and now had to accompany her superior on official business. She truly did not want to take even a single step. But the more troublesome thing was that letter from the emperor. On the surface, it told the Grand Duke to rest well, but in reality, it was a hot potato. How is this a birthday invitation? It was clearly forcing the Grand Duke to state his position and take sides. This banquet 2 months later was probably a trap banquet specially prepared for him. Although they did not have to go west to fight now, Raphael had another matter to worry about. That was how to prepare a birthday gift that would satisfy the emperor. Because of this, Raphael's oppressive mood lately was simply terrifying. Charlotte stood beside him and did not even dare breathe loudly, afraid that if she spoke, she would run right into the muzzle. After finally hiding outside to catch her breath, Charlotte still felt uneasy. After all, that Princess Cordelia was currently staying in the office. If she ran into her at this time, then she would really be completely finished. Yesterday, the princesses had only come to pass along a message. In the end, today Raphael insisted on finding Princess Cordelia to talk privately. The two of them are probably together right now. As a personal attendant, Charlotte should currently be going over to Stangard. But the thought of being a third wheel there made her 10,000 times unwilling. In order to delay walking into danger, Charlotte could only work desperately on the training grounds, pretending to be busy. Even climbing a mountain of blades or diving into a sea of fire would be better than returning to the office now. But one could avoid the first day and not the 15th. What had to come would come eventually. Charlotte was extremely worried now. She wanted to cover her face, but feared it would seem even more suspicious. If she was recognized like this, all her previous efforts would be wasted. Just as she was conflicted, movement suddenly came from deep in the garden. Usually, no one came to this place at all. Could Princess Cordelia be here? Charlotte actually felt a little relieved. If she really could run into the princess here, she would have an excuse not to go to the Grand Duke's room. That would allow her to return to training with a justified reason. She quickly moved closer, wanting to see what was going on. But who would have thought that there was actually someone else? Charlotte focused and saw that there was Princess Nadia. This place was so remote, so why had she not even brought an attendant and ended up alone? Charlotte instinctively began to worry. A member of the royal family moving alone in the Grand Duke's residence would be troublesome if anything happened. But then she thought again. How could she have the spare energy to care about others right now? She really was worrying about things that were none of her business. If Nadia discovered she was here, then she herself would truly be unable to protect herself. As expected, what she feared came. Just after Charlotte jinxed herself, a masked assassin emerged from the bushes. Judging by his appearance, he had been observing for a long time. The assassin sneered and said he had finally found her. Fourth Princess Nadia currently had her back to the danger and had not noticed the cold gleam flashing behind her at all. Something terrible was really about to happen. At the critical moment when the sword fell, Charlotte had no time to think and rushed forward in one stride. She shielded Nadia tightly beneath her. Nadia had not yet reacted to what had happened when Charlotte urgently asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Nadia blankly replied that she was fine. At least she had managed to pick her life back up. But that assassin not only did not run, he instead revealed a strange cold smile. The assassin sized Charlotte up and sneered, saying he had thought some big shot had appeared, but it turned out to be only a trainee knight who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He thought Charlotte had gone mad wanting to be a hero and even threatened to make her regret sticking her neck out. Charlotte, however, did not turn her head as she instructed Nadia, "Your Highness, please step back first." Facing the assassin's arrogance, Charlotte only coldly replied, "Is that all?" You have to say, Charlotte was now completely serious. She sneered and told the assassin that he had truly underestimated the Black Dragon Knights. The moment her words fell, the longsword in Charlotte's hand moved like lightning. The assassin was beaten until he could not defend himself at all and could only let out muffled groans of pain. Daring to come assassinate someone in the Grand Duke's residence in broad daylight was simply not putting Charlotte in his eyes, since he had fallen into her hands. This assassin was destined to have no way out today. With the final heavy blow, the previously arrogant assassin directly collapsed. Charlotte expressionlessly sheathed her sword, even feeling a little bored. Looking down at the fallen assassin, she could not help turning on her sharp tongue. With such third-rate skills, who gave him the courage to come assassinate someone in the Grand Duke's residence? Looking at the mess before her, Charlotte became even more depressed. She had only stepped away for a little while, so how had such a huge mess happened? Valen, who had heard the commotion, rushed over with people. Looking at the fallen assassin, Charlotte calmly explained that someone had tried to assassinate Her Highness just now and had already been casually dealt with by her. Those words startled everyone present. Valen quickly led people to take over the scene and prepared to report to the senior knights. Charlotte did not forget to remind him to also call Her Highness's maids and guards over. Looking at Nadia, who sat paralyzed on the ground without moving, Charlotte's heart also sank a little. She had heard that this princess usually could not even leave the house. After such a scene today, she had probably truly been frightened badly. Charlotte crouched down to comfort Nadia and told her that the assassin had already been dealt with. But before she could finish speaking, she discovered that her palm was actually covered in blood. Now Charlotte was embarrassed and quickly apologized, saying she had been too reckless. Nadia froze in place without speaking. Charlotte thought she had truly been scared senseless. Who knew Nadia would suddenly grab her hand, her tone full of heartache, saying how could this be recklessness? She had clearly been injured in order to save her. Nadia insisted on holding Charlotte's hand and carefully checking it. Nadia carefully bandaged Charlotte's wound and gently thanked this lifesaver. Charlotte had never seen such a scene before and was momentarily rather overwhelmed by the favor. Nadia looked at Charlotte and had just been about to make a small request. The atmosphere was just about right when a bucket of cold water was suddenly poured over them. Raphael actually appeared at this moment. His tone was icy enough to chill one's spine as he accused Charlotte of being so bold, daring to look so disheveled in front of the princess. Without another word, Raphael directly removed his cloak and covered Charlotte so completely she could not see a thing, then coldly ordered her to hurry and hide this disgraceful appearance. Charlotte was confused by the sudden darkness and could only let out a scream. Before Charlotte could react, Raphael had her firmly pinned down. He coldly ordered Charlotte to lower her head, giving her no chance to explain at all. Although Nadia was somewhat embarrassed, she was still worried about Charlotte's injury and wanted to take her back to find a doctor. But before she could finish, Raphael directly cut her off. His tone sounded quite polite, but anyone with eyes could tell that the Grand Duke was in an extremely bad mood right now. He forcibly took Charlotte away, leaving Nadia alone in place, puzzled. Today's Raphael was far too abnormal. What exactly was this inexplicable pressure because of? Raphael's mouth was truly poisonous. He felt that Charlotte being injured by a weakling proved all her usual training had been wasted. Not only did he not comfort her, he turned around and arranged double extra training for her. Charlotte's temper completely exploded now. She had been injured and still had to be scolded, without even a single word of praise. She was just about to argue her case when a voice suddenly came from behind them. This voice sounded familiar. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Princess Cordelia? Before everyone could react, Cordelia had already rushed in front of them. Looking at the mess on the scene, she was on the verge of exploding. Cordelia was extremely anxious. She pulled Nadia around and checked her from left to right, afraid that her younger sister had suffered the slightest injury. Nadia quickly covered for Charlotte, saying it was thanks to this trainee knight that she had avoided a disaster. Charlotte hid inside the cloak and did not dare breathe loudly, only wanting to send this great figure away quickly. She deliberately lowered her voice and put on a businesslike manner, saying this was all a knight's duty. After listening, Cordelia did not reply. Instead, she stared at Charlotte for a long while, her gaze so sharp it seemed as though it would pierce through the cloak. Charlotte now felt completely uncertain. She had clearly changed her voice on purpose. Had she still let something slip somewhere? Charlotte's heart was now in her throat. Just now, the wound on her hand had accidentally been mentioned. She thought her identity had been completely exposed and was wondering how to wrap things up. In the end, Cordelia only felt the voice was strange and had not thought in that direction at all. She even casually praised her for having good skills. Only then did Charlotte let out a breath of relief. It seemed this disguise had been preserved for now. Just then, Romeo hurried over and reported quietly by Raphael's ear. He said that the assassin who had attacked the princess had already been taken away and was ready for interrogation. Raphael, who had originally been watching the show, instantly changed his gaze. Since the main culprit had already been caught, the next scene would probably not be so gentle. Raphael rarely showed mercy. He told Charlotte to go to the infirmary first and treat her wound. If there was anything she needed to assist with later, he would send someone to call her. Although Charlotte was confused as she listened, being able to quickly leave this troublesome place was a blessing from heaven for her. That was much better than staying here and continuing to be scolded. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. Raphael sat alone in his study, clutching the assassination report tightly in his hand. Every word on it plunged him into thought. He looked at the name mentioned in the report, his heart filled with mixed feelings. He had thought that person was cold and heartless. But now, it seemed the truth was not quite like that. Who could have imagined that a father could be so cruel as to use his own daughter's life as a bargaining chip? On the surface, that assassin was the princess's guard. In secret, however, he was a death soldier personally trained by the emperor. This was no accident at all. It was a carefully planned scheme to kill two birds with one stone. The emperor wanted his own knight to kill the princess, then place all the blame for failing to protect her on Raphael. As long as this dirty water stuck, Raphael's status as a war hero would collapse instantly. He might even be unable to keep his position within the imperial family. The more Raphael thought about it, the more wrong it felt. Why was it that every time a critical moment arrived, this Sasha would rush out and stand in front? How could there be so many coincidences in the world? He began to suspect that this might be another performance staged by Charlotte, deliberately earning merit in front of him to completely dispel his doubts. He had originally thought this kid was just an oddly tempered apprentice knight, but now it seemed he was actually the most difficult person Raphael had ever met. He was completely impossible to see through. When Raphael thought of Charlotte's usual foolish, smiling appearance, he could not relax in the slightest. A person with an unclear identity, who just happened to appear at this crucial juncture, had to be hiding an even greater secret behind him. The swordsmanship Charlotte had displayed was absurdly powerful. It left Raphael faintly uneasy. What made his mind spin even more was something Charlotte had once said. Was the hero of the empire not also just an ordinary person? To Raphael, that idea was absurd to the extreme. If for some reason, those words seemed to have taken root in his mind and would not leave. He laughed coldly at himself, feeling that all of this was truly ridiculous. But since Charlotte was now in the palm of his hand, whatever secret he was hiding would be uncovered sooner or later. Raphael had already made up his mind. No matter how long it took, he would thoroughly dig out Charlotte's purpose for lurking at his side. Early the next morning, the atmosphere on the training grounds felt somewhat strange. The knights gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, whispering among themselves. Charlotte went over to ask around. Brandon mysteriously told her that something serious had happened. The news that the fourth princess had been assassinated had actually been forcibly suppressed by the higher-ups. Charlotte was completely stunned. The assassin had clearly already confessed, so why were they still covering up the truth? Charlotte's heart sank. She suddenly realized that the reason the imperial family was so anxious to silence everyone was probably because the contents of the assassin's confession involved a secret that absolutely could not be touched. Just then, Idris walked over with a cold expression. With a single sentence, he made the entire place fall silent. He announced that he would personally supervise training today and that no one was allowed to gossip any further. Charlotte could not understand it, no matter how she thought about it. Attempting to assassinate a member of the imperial family was an enormous crime. Why were they so eager to suppress the news? Unless this matter involved some powerful figure whom even the imperial family could not afford to provoke. As the clues slowly pieced themselves together, a terrifying thought surfaced in Charlotte's mind. If she had not happened to pass by that day, If Nadia had truly died, then the only one who would benefit would actually be the current emperor. As long as the princess died, the emperor could naturally push all responsibility onto Raphael and force him to go to those deadly western ruins. The more Charlotte thought about it, the colder her spine felt. To deal with a political enemy, he could even use his own daughter as bait. This emperor was far colder and more cruel than she had imagined. He was simply terrifying. Even worse, if things truly developed according to the emperor's plan, once Grand Duke Raphael was sent west, Ethan would definitely be assigned to the team as well. If it really came to that, all of Charlotte's plans would completely fail. Her mind was in chaos. She had only just promised Idris that she would keep a low profile, yet she had immediately become involved in an assassination case. She began to wonder whether she had been too conspicuous. Or perhaps, if she had simply stepped forward directly at the time, would the situation have been better? Just as she was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called beside her ear, "Sasha." She abruptly came back to herself and answered instinctively. Idris told Charlotte, without warning, that Raphael wanted to see her alone in his office. He had even exempted her from today's training for this meeting. This sudden special treatment made Charlotte's heart pound uneasily. She kept feeling that something bad was about to happen. When she nervously pushed open the door, Raphael did not even raise his head before tossing out a sentence, telling her to hurry up and tidy things. Looking at the mountain of documents piled before her, Charlotte could hardly believe her ears. She could not help protesting. Was he really asking her to clean such a huge office all by herself? Without lifting his head, Raphael asked in return, "What? You can't do it?" Charlotte immediately lost her temper and shouted that of course she could. But she was a proper knight, not here to do odd jobs for the Grand Duke. And the result? Her protest was completely ineffective. She obediently put on a headscarf and picked up a feather duster. As Charlotte moved books, she felt terribly wronged. She had thought that being summoned for the first time after the assassination case meant there would certainly be some secret matter to discuss. Who would have thought she had been called here for hard labor? The enormous gap between expectation and reality made her completely collapse inside. Right now, she did not want to care about anything. She only wanted to hurry home and seek comfort from her siblings. Just as Charlotte buried herself in work, Raphael suddenly called out to her. His tone was calm enough to make one's scalp tingle, saying that they should talk about what happened yesterday. Before Charlotte could react, Raphael directly exposed her lie. From a training grounds to the office, there was no need to pass through the garden at all. Before Charlotte could think of how to argue, Raphael had already stepped right in front of her. This distance, close enough to touch, made Charlotte's entire body stiffen. Only one thought remained in her mind. He was way too close. Raphael stared into her eyes and pressed her word by word. Why had she taken a detour to the garden? Who exactly had she seen there that day? Now everything was completely in chaos. Charlotte frantically drafted excuses in her mind. An apprentice knight going to the garden for no reason simply could not be explained. She even considered simply revealing her identity and admitting that she was Charlotte. But the moment that thought appeared, she strangled it to death herself. If she said that out loud, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as she was agonizing over it, Raphael suddenly spoke. His eyes were full of suspicion. "Did you know the princess was there alone, so you deliberately went over?" Before Charlotte could react, Raphael's imagination had already run wild. He thought Charlotte wanted to seize the chance to curry favor with the princess, and even wanted to use that frivolous manner to seduce Nadia. Hearing Raphael's outrageous guess, Charlotte was completely dumbfounded. What did that even have to do with anything? His imagination was far too rich. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Charlotte could only force herself to lie. She said that actually, someone had asked her to go to the garden to pick flowers and deliver them to the Grand Duke. Raphael frowned and asked who that person was. Charlotte silently apologized in her heart. "I'm sorry, Lord Idris. I'll have to ask you to take the blame for this." Charlotte steeled herself and directly dragged Idris into it, saying that he had always been very worried about the Grand Duke, so he had sent her to the garden to pick flowers. This move worked exactly as expected. When Raphael heard that name, he was visibly stunned. Charlotte thought that since it was an errand between lovers, he probably would not suspect her anymore. Raphael repeated with half-belief, "Idris?" Charlotte quickly nodded in confirmation, secretly rejoicing. Judging by his expression, he did not seem quite so angry anymore. But Raphael was not that easy to fool. He continued to press her, asking how an apprentice knight like her had met him. Charlotte could only keep forcing herself to make things up, saying that Idris had approached her first and had specifically told her to listen carefully to the Grand Duke. After hearing this, Raphael sank into thought. Charlotte wanted to end this topic quickly, but unexpectedly, Raphael suddenly ordered that from now on, no matter whom she went to see, she had to report to him first. Charlotte was completely stunned. Wasn't that demand far too unreasonable? As a result, Raphael's next words made her bristle on the spot. He actually said, with full confidence, "Shouldn't I know all of my Sasha's movements?" Charlotte angrily retorted at once, "Who is yours? What you're saying is way too dangerous. Don't forget, you already have a lover." In her mind, Raphael and Idris were the pair. Now that the Grand Duke was being so ambiguous with her, he was practically playing with fire. In fact, in high society, the matter of Idris once pretending to be the Grand Duke's lover had long since become an open secret. That was why Charlotte dared to use it as a shield. But Raphael had no intention of letting her go. He insisted that Charlotte take responsibility for what she had said before. Charlotte was utterly unconvinced. This was clearly a play that the Grand Duke had staged himself. How was it all being blamed on her now? Looking at Raphael's deliberately domineering expression, Charlotte finally understood. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. He just wanted to see her flustered. Just then, Raphael suddenly brought up official business, saying that the princesses would leave the palace early tomorrow morning. He also warned Charlotte not to get any improper ideas. Hearing that Cordelia was leaving, Charlotte's mood instantly sank to the bottom. If not for her current awkward identity, they could have sat together and chatted freely like before. Charlotte casually remarked that the princess was leaving earlier than expected. As soon as she said that, Raphael's expression instantly turned wrong. With a gloomy face, he questioned Charlotte. "What? Are you sorry that the princess is going back?" Charlotte was so frightened that she hurriedly waved her hands and denied it. Charlotte's heart kept muttering uneasily. Why had the atmosphere suddenly become so oppressive again? Just as she desperately tried to think of a plan, inspiration suddenly flashed through her mind. As if she had discovered some incredible secret, she probed, "Duke, you couldn't possibly be worried about me, could you?" As soon as these words left her mouth, Raphael, who had been so aggressive just moments before, froze completely in place. Now it was his turn to be unable to answer. Charlotte's words completely activated her narcissistic mode. She felt that the princesses must have taken a liking to her. After all, her swordsmanship was good and she was handsome. She was simply a shining genius. She even imagined that Raphael must be afraid she would be poached by another Night Order, which was why he was acting so strangely. So she smugly leaned closer and asked the Grand Duke whether he had been amazed by her talent. Charlotte had actually planned this long ago. Before seeing her brother Ethan, she would absolutely not leave this place. So there was no need for the Grand Duke to worry blindly. But she had clearly underestimated Raphael's temper. Watching Charlotte indulge in her self-admiration, Raphael's gaze grew darker and darker. He coldly threw out a sentence. "Do you think that just because I gave you a little freedom, you can get carried away here?" This time, Raphael was truly angry. He threatened to make Charlotte clean the entire office again, frightening Charlotte into instant submission. Hugging the book, she did not dare say another word. She had only talked back a little. Did he really have to get that angry? Time went back to an hour earlier. Just as Cordelia was preparing to take her leave, Nadia suddenly spoke. She made a request to Raphael, saying that before leaving the palace, she wanted to meet the knight who had saved her. She wanted to personally thank that life-saving benefactor. Seeing the princess's flushed face, Raphael had already begun imagining wildly in his heart. He felt that Charlotte had definitely stolen the princess's heart completely. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. So he refused directly with a cold expression. Nadia was completely stunned and asked what the reason was. In order to prevent the two from meeting, Raphael actually began lying through his teeth. He told the princess with a serious face that the knight's identity and whereabouts were all confidential, so he could not disclose anything. Raphael was now beginning to doubt himself as well. He realized that when the princess had asked to see Charlotte, his reaction had indeed been a little excessive. This was nothing like his usual calm self. He kept asking himself in his heart why he had refused such a reasonable request. Was it really as Charlotte had said, merely because he was afraid that such a genius would be stolen away by someone else? Or was it because the layer of identity still hidden on Charlotte made him feel inexplicably uneasy? The more Raphael thought, the more confused he became. Even he himself could not figure out exactly what he was struggling over. Recently, Charlotte had only just begun to feel that her days had become somewhat more stable. She was starting to get used to living on as Sasha. But this calm was soon broken. The Grand Duke suddenly sent someone to deliver a message, ordering her to go to the reception room immediately. Charlotte did not dare delay. She quickly straightened her clothes and ran over. Standing at the door, she politely knocked. Hearing a response from inside, she pushed the door open. But the moment she did, her entire body froze in place. The person sitting inside was not the Grand Duke at all, but the mysterious Idris. Idris looked very calm, as if he had expected her to come. The instant Charlotte saw that the person in the room was Idris, her first reaction was to run away. She stood awkwardly at the doorway. She asked whether she was disturbing him and planned to come back later. Idris, however, behaved very amiably. He called for Charlotte to come in and sit down, and explained that Lord Raphael was not ready yet, so she should wait here in peace for a while. Only then did Charlotte cautiously walk over. As soon as she sat down, Idris brought up the main matter. He said that the telegram he had asked her to send last time had finally received a reply. Hearing this news, Charlotte immediately perked up. Idris also specifically explained that, to be safe, he had already confirmed the contents of the reply for her. Charlotte did not mind at all. She felt that it was only natural to be cautious about this kind of thing. Immediately afterward, a heavy money pouch was handed to her. Holding the reward money she had just received, Charlotte was practically overjoyed. In her heart, she kept praising John for being reliable. She even thought that once she got out later, she absolutely had to give that guy a huge hug. Idris looked at her money-grubbing expression and suddenly asked slowly how she had been lately. He said he had not seen her secretly using his bathroom recently. Charlotte's old face reddened, and she quickly laughed to smooth things over, saying that she did have a sense of shame, at least. Besides, during that period, in order to secretly take baths, she had trained herself in excellent infiltration skills. After listening, Idris gave a cold laugh and said that someone who claimed to have a sense of shame had been quite smooth when borrowing his name. In fact, he had been perfectly aware of all the little tricks Charlotte had pulled before. He had even secretly cooperated with her acting. Charlotte could only smile awkwardly and say that she had been forced by circumstances back then. But in her heart, she had always had one enormous question. How exactly had Idris managed to help her fool the Grand Duke when he had not known the whole story at all? Idris was practically an expert at seeing through people. With one glance, he saw through Charlotte's little scheme. He said that in order to avoid the first princess, who knew her well, she had wandered around outside, and by a twist of fate, she had saved the fourth princess. That made the motive for Charlotte's appearance at the scene look extremely suspicious in the Grand Duke's eyes. Idris directly exposed the truth, saying that Charlotte had deliberately used him, someone who knew the situation, to clear her suspicion in front of Raphael. Charlotte was rendered speechless. Idris, however, was very generous. He smiled and said it was too late to pretend to be modest now. If she wanted to come to his room in the future, she could come as she pleased. Charlotte hurriedly waved her hands and said that unless the sky fell, she would never run around recklessly. But just then, an icy voice suddenly came from the doorway. At some point, Raphael had appeared there, his tone carrying a thick smell of gunpowder. Even the great Idris allows you to enter and leave as you please. It seems the relationship between you two really is extraordinary. Seeing Raphael suddenly appear, Charlotte was so frightened that her soul nearly left her body. She quickly scratched her head and laughed awkwardly, saying that she had not noticed the Grand Duke had arrived at all. She also desperately emphasized that she had seen no one and had come straight here to report as soon as she entered. But Raphael was not buying it all. If she was a new recruit here to report for work, why had she gone into the commander's bedroom? Charlotte completely froze this time, her heart pounding nonstop. Had the Grand Duke heard every single whispered word she had just exchanged with Idris? At the critical moment, Idris was still the one who could stay steady. Without changing expression, he took over the conversation and said this was purely his personal matter. There was absolutely no need for the Grand Duke to worry. Charlotte finally understood now. The Grand Duke had obviously misunderstood, thinking Idris was hiding someone in his bedroom. No matter who saw this scene, they would think it looked like an affair. Charlotte wanted to quickly speak up and clarify, but Raphael had already completely exploded. Pointing at Idris, he questioned what kind of shameful personal matter could exist within his night order. Idris was even more amazing. He actually began solemnly reciting the dictionary definition of personal matter. Watching from the side as Raphael looked both angry and anxious, yet unable to do anything to the other man, Charlotte suddenly had a shocking thought. Could the Grand Duke be jealous? The Grand Duke really liked Lord Idris. Then she suddenly reacted. This was bad. This was no ordinary quarrel. This was clearly a family conflict caused by her selling Idris out. Looking at the tense atmosphere before her, she knew she had caused a huge disaster. She had to step forward and take responsibility. Sasha took a deep breath, rushed between the two of them, and shouted, "You two, wait a moment." Charlotte's grand gesture directly left everyone present baffled. She shouted that everything was her fault. Her posture looked as if she was about to apologize with her life on the spot. Raphael looked at her in confusion, still not understanding what kind of performance this was. In order to save her life, Charlotte simply confessed all the thoughts in her heart. She said that she had wanted to get closer to Raphael, so she had deliberately gone to ask Idris for advice. The two had talked for too long, so they had returned to the room. They definitely had not done anything improper. As she cried for mercy, she desperately explained that she was innocent. Now, it was Raphael's turn to fall silent. At the critical moment, Idris was still reliable. With just a few words, he soothed Raphael. Watching from the side, Charlotte could only sigh in admiration that this divine assist was simply too perfect. She quickly struck while the iron was hot, moving closer to Raphael and expressing her loyalty nonstop. As a result, Raphael did not accept it at all. With a face full of disgust, he told her to let go at once. Although Raphael said that, unfortunately, Charlotte only trusted Idris. In Charlotte's eyes, this was simply blatant favoritism. He was absolutely a pure love warrior. She had thought this matter would end there. Unexpectedly, before Raphael left, he threw out one sentence, telling Charlotte to come along on the inspection as well. Now it was her turn to be dumbfounded. How had such a high-level task suddenly fallen onto her head? After finally getting out for some fresh air, Charlotte felt as if she had come back to life. Although she did not know what Raphael was thinking, being able to leave that oppressive room was a good thing after all. Her stomach growled with hunger. She tentatively asked Idris whether they could eat something first. As a result, this workaholic did not even turn his head. With a single sentence, "The inspection is not over yet," he killed her little plan to slack off. As Charlotte followed along, she muttered inwardly. Raphael's actions were truly impossible to understand. He had clearly said he was bringing her, his attendant, out to see the world, but then he turned around and threw her to Idris while he ran off to a meeting. But thinking carefully, being able to stay with gentle Idris seemed better than facing that cold-faced Raphael. Just as she was comforting herself, the sound of voices coming from the roadside blacksmith shop made her entire body freeze. That voice sounded familiar. Charlotte never expected that she would run in her own teacher here, Marquis Albrecht. Seeing that the other party was about to turn around, Charlotte was so frightened that her soul nearly fled. If she was recognized now, all her previous efforts would go to waste. In one swift step, she hid behind Idris, clutching his clothes tightly, wishing she could hide her entire body. This sudden action left even Idris at a loss. Charlotte lowered her voice and desperately warned him not to move recklessly, because the person opposite them could see through her disguise at a glance. Idris followed her gaze and looked over. His eyes instantly grew deep. Before Charlotte could react, Idris suddenly made a move. He pressed her into a corner by the wall and used his broad cloak to block every line of sight. Charlotte was completely stunned. Just as she was about to ask, Idris covered her mouth. He warned in a low voice beside her ear, "Don't make a sound." Just then, the Marquis walked past them. Seeing the two pressed closely together, he thought they were some young couple having a lover's quarrel. Shaking his head, he sighed that young people these days were truly bold. Only after the footsteps faded away did Charlotte react. So Idris had deliberately put on this act to help her avoid the Marquis. The alarm was finally lifted. Watching the Marquis walk away, Charlotte finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Idris, this crisis of her identity being exposed had been muddled through. As she lamented that she must have left home on an unlucky day, she quickly thanked her life-saving benefactor. But the tension just now had consumed far too much energy. The moment the taut string loosened, her whole body instantly became unsteady. Before she could finish speaking, her foot slipped and she fell straight toward Idris. The two of them tumbled together in the middle of the street. Charlotte was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it, apologizing desperately. She wanted to quickly get up, but the more one feared something, the more happened. Before Charlotte could climb up from the ground, Raphael caught her red-handed. Raphael looked down at the two of them from above, his tone cold as ice. He had clearly sent Charlotte out to carry out a task, yet he saw her and another man piled on top of each other in the middle of the street. Charlotte was so frightened that she jumped up on the spot. Incoherently, she desperately explained that it was purely an accident. She had truly slipped and fallen, which was why they ended up like that. In her heart, she was endlessly annoyed. She had only just managed to restore a bit of her image in front of Raphael. Now it was all ruined. She had thought Raphael would fly into a rage. Unexpectedly, he only coldly threw out one sentence. "Come with me." Charlotte was completely stunned. That was it. Raphael not only had to personally attend a meeting, he also specifically sent Idris away to patrol. Yet he insisted on bringing Charlotte by name. In her heart, Charlotte imagined wildly. Could it be that Raphael had seen her being too close with Idris just now and become jealous? Was he planning to forcibly separate them? Seeing that she was about to be taken away, Charlotte quickly made a last struggle. She suggested that the more capable Idris accompany him instead, even mocking herself by saying she would not be of any help if she went. But Raphael did not bite at all. Without looking back, he coldly threw down, "Stop talking nonsense. Follow me." That's an order. Charlotte forced herself to follow. Although she usually spent a lot of time near Raphael, whenever Raphael swept a single glance over her, she would still instinctively feel a wave of pressure. When the doors to the meeting room opened, the scene before Charlotte startled her. What ordinary meeting was this? Everyone sitting in the room was a major figure from the Grand Duke's territory's merchant associations. It was practically a gathering of big shots. Before she could even stand steady, the arguing in the room nearly lifted the roof. It turned out that the Emperor's side had made an outrageous demand. They actually wanted to seize the mines under Raphael's name. This was clearly deliberate harassment. The Merchant Association leaders were so angry that they slammed the table one after another. If they really agreed to such an unreasonable demand, where would Raphael's dignity go? The source of all this trouble was actually just to prepare a birthday gift for the Emperor. No wonder the atmosphere in the room was so oppressive. It turned out that at this year's birthday banquet, the Emperor had given Raphael 3 deadly problems. In name, they were meant to prove his loyalty. In reality, every step was a trap. The first condition was for Raphael to kneel publicly before the Emperor and swear allegiance. This was clearly meant to humiliate him in public. It would completely shatter his pride. The second condition was even harsher. The Emperor had set his sights on the iron mines in the north. He wanted to get something for nothing and directly take Raphael's lifeline for himself. As if that were not enough, the Emperor also wanted the newly discovered red diamond mine. This was no longer negotiation. It was extortion. Charlotte looked at the silent Raphael and knew very clearly in her heart that Raphael would never choose the first path. But every remaining option would force him to pay a painful price. The current situation was like cutting flesh from his body. The iron mines were the lifeline of the Night Order. The red diamond mine was an even more priceless treasure. No matter which one he handed over, it would be a heavy blow to the Grand Duke's territory. Charlotte watched anxiously from the side. In truth, she had long since had an answer in her heart. But right now, she was only an apprentice knight. In this battlefield of gods, if she dared to step forward, her identity could be exposed in minutes. Rather than stay here worrying, Charlotte wished she could immediately slip outside the door. She even began to complain about Raphael. If he did not plan to listen to her opinion, why had he insisted on dragging her here to suffer? But how could she know that although Raphael had not spoken the entire time, the corner of his eye had never left her? Raphael had always had a knot in his heart. He suspected that Charlotte was a spy sent by the Emperor and was waiting to see whether she would take the chance to guide the discussion. In the end, Charlotte not only did not speak up for the Emperor, she looked as if she wanted to run away. This left Raphael completely confused. Had he really gone this far because of that person? Just then, a man broke the silence and suggested that they simply hand over the iron mine to preserve peace. Seeing that the meeting was about to end unhappily, Raphael had no desire to continue dragging things out. He only wanted to wrap up this mess before the situation completely spun out of control. Charlotte saw everything clearly from the side. This was the first time she had seen Raphael show such a helpless expression. She knew her opportunity had come. Although her heart was still pounding, since things had already reached this point, hesitating further would only make her miss the chance. In order to completely win Raphael's trust, she decided to risk it all. Charlotte took a deep breath and, under everyone's astonished gazes, directly broke the silence. "Your Grace, we might as well hand over that red diamond mine." As soon as these words came out, the entire meeting room instantly exploded. Everyone looked at Charlotte as if they were looking at a madman, suspecting that there was something wrong with her head. The man was so furious that he slammed the table and stood up. An apprentice knight who had not even passed the regularization test dared to make such arrogant comments in a meeting deciding the fate of the territory. The nobles all asked Raphael to throw this ignorant brat out. Although Charlotte had expected resistance, the scene still left her somewhat overwhelmed. Just as the situation was about to get out of control, Raphael coldly spat out 2 words. "Be quiet." The originally noisy room instantly fell utterly silent. No one expected that Raphael not only was not angry, but instead signaled for Charlotte to continue. Without another word, Charlotte threw a cloth pouch onto the table. As the mouth of the pouch opened, a pile of crystal-clear red diamonds rolled out. Everyone present nearly had their eyes fall out. Where had an apprentice knight like her obtained such rare treasures? Charlotte looked at Raphael and said firmly, "Your Grace, we must hand over the red diamond mine." Before anyone could refute her, she immediately threw out a bombshell. Because before long, these so-called red diamonds would become as common as roadside pebbles. One had to know that this was the lifeblood of the Grand Duke's territory. Nobles throughout the entire empire were crazy for them. If something went wrong with the vein, the Grand Duke's economy would completely collapse. These words directly stirred up a hornet's nest. Morris, the head of the Merchant Association, flew into a rage on the spot and grabbed her collar tightly. Furious, he shouted and asked whether she was a spy sent by the Emperor, daring to shake morale here. Charlotte was choked badly, but she knew very well in her heart that this reaction was perfectly normal. After all, who could accept that their own gold mine was about to turn into scrap iron? Just as the situation was about to get out of control, Raphael suddenly acted. He coldly ordered Morris to remove his hand. Morris at the side still refused to give up and kept fanning the flames, saying that Charlotte had brought red diamonds here, so she must have had her eyes on them long ago. This meeting was definitely a scam, but Raphael was not led along by him. He signaled for everyone to shut up and listen to what Charlotte had to say first. Charlotte steadied herself and said that this red diamond was merely something someone had given her to settle a debt when she had previously been a mercenary. As soon as these words came out, Morris became even more unable to sit still. A rare treasure like this could be casually used as wages? This lie was far too outrageous. Raphael stared at Charlotte and asked the most crucial question. What did the origin of this thing have to do with it becoming cheap? Charlotte posed a question in return, asking Raphael whether he knew how red diamonds were formed. Raphael casually replied, "Aren't they just minerals that can only be dug up in hot, dry regions?" Charlotte's next words left everyone present dumbfounded. She said that the reason the Grand Duke's mines had seen a huge increase in red diamond production was entirely because of a monster called the red hexagonal worm. Raphael listened in complete confusion. What could gemstones possibly have to do with worms? Charlotte refused to stop until she shocked everyone to death. She said that the red diamonds worshipped by the nobles were actually the droppings of that kind of worm. This waste could bind all the surrounding sand and stone together. As long as it was dried in the setting sun for a week, it would solidify into sparkling red diamonds. What rare treasure was this? As long as there were enough worms, they could have as much of this stuff as they wanted. Charlotte continued explaining. She said that a recent hot wind had blown all those diamond-producing worms into the mining area, which was why red diamonds had suddenly become as numerous as stones. After hearing this, Morris exploded with anger. He felt this was absolute nonsense. Who would believe such an absurd reason? Charlotte, however, was not nervous at all. She directly suggested that if they did not believe her, they could go to the mine and see for themselves. They only needed to wait a week, and the truth would naturally become clear. She knew very well in her heart that this kind of thing was indeed too unbelievable to the natives. But facts were facts. Raphael sank into thought. A week was not long for him. But was Charlotte's proposal truly worth betting on? Raphael kept feeling that something was wrong. This youngster not only knew the secret of red diamonds, but even understood his current troubles perfectly. It felt as if the other party had already dug a pit and was waiting for him to jump in. Raphael spoke coldly. Even if everything she said was true, this matter was far too coincidental. Who would carry a red diamond around everywhere? Unless she had known long ago what would happen today. All of this had been prepared in advance. Charlotte was completely stumped now. She could not exactly say that she had been reborn. How could she fabricate an explanation for the origin of this red diamond? Charlotte calculated frantically in her heart. This red diamond was actually something she had schemed for in advance, obtaining it from John through Idris precisely for the day it became worthless. But even if she were beaten to death, she could not say those truths out loud. If her true identity was exposed, things would become troublesome. The current situation was indeed awkward. Even she herself felt that all these coincidences looked like a performance. Anyone would think there was something wrong with her. But if she did not step forward now, Raphael would definitely choose the wrong path. When that time came, the entire territory would suffer along with him. Looking at Raphael's suspicious eyes, Charlotte knew that if she could not get through this obstacle, all her previous efforts would be wasted. Charlotte hardened her heart. She absolutely could not let everyone choose the wrong path. Since there was no way to explain it, she might as well put on a big performance. She suddenly puffed out her chest, looking as if she had thrown caution to the wind, and loudly said that the reason she carried a red diamond was purely to make it easier to get by in the night order. To put it plainly, she had wanted to improve her favorability in front of the Grand Duke, so she could get promoted and receive a raise later. Morris rolled his eyes at the side. He could not believe she had even thought of such a rotten excuse. Charlotte then mixed truth and lies together, claiming that she had heard the information from the Eastern continent. She even turned the tables and questioned Raphael. If she really was a spy, why would she go to such trouble to help the Grand Duke save money? Charlotte simply seized the initiative. Since the Grand Duke suspected her motives, he should not rush to condemn her. He could simply send people to investigate, and everything would become clear. Morris also spoke up from the side, feeling that there was indeed no harm in checking. Thus, Raphael decided to postpone the final meeting for 1 week. Charlotte personally led a team to the mine and caught a pile of six-legged worms for experiments. No one expected that this seemingly absurd method would actually work. On the seventh day, ordinary or truly transformed into red diamonds right before everyone's eyes. And the process was so simple, it was hard to believe. Raphael looked at the diamond in his hand and could not speak for a long time. The facts were right before their eyes. Now no one could doubt it anymore. Morris was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. Previously, he had thought Charlotte was talking nonsense. Now his attitude made a complete 180-degree turn. This time, the Grand Duke's birthday gift for the Emperor was finally settled. Charlotte could at last hold her head high, with the facts right before them. Let us see who still dared call her a fraud. She deliberately put on an aggrieved expression, saying that she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to working for the Grand Duke, yet had been treated as the Emperor's puppet. How could anyone feel good about that? Morris was rendered speechless by her words. Thinking of all the harsh things he had said before, he now felt his old face burn red. Without another word, he gave Charlotte a deep 90-degree bow. He loudly apologized in public, admitting that he had been old and muddle-headed, which was why he had held such prejudices from the start. Morris was now completely convinced. to ask for forgiveness. He even said he was willing to do anything to make amends. Seeing that his attitude was so sincere, Charlotte felt that he had also been working for the Grand Duke, so there was no need to keep clinging to the matter. She magnanimously patted Morris on the shoulder and said she would let him off this time. Who made her such a kind-hearted good person? Morris was moved beyond words. Charlotte, however, took the chance to add another stab, saying that the Grand Duke had suspected her even earlier, yet even now he had not said a single word of apology. His skin was truly thick enough. As soon as these words came out, Morris looked at Charlotte with shining eyes, feeling that she was practically a saint reborn. Just then, Raphael happened to walk over. Morris, for some unknown reason, suddenly gained courage and rushed directly in front of the Grand Duke. He actually knelt in public and loudly announced that he would resign to take responsibility. This time, Charlotte was the one dumbfounded. The more Morris spoke, the more agitated he became. He felt that he had lived all these years for nothing, having actually wronged a knight so loyal to the Grand Duke. Now he only wanted to pack up and leave immediately. Listening from the side, Charlotte's scalp went numb. She had only wanted this old man to apologize. How had things suddenly evolved into smashing his rice bowl? Raphael was even more ruthless. After listening without expression, he actually replied coldly, understood. Judging by that, he really intended to let Morris get lost directly. Charlotte completely collapsed. This was not the script she wanted at all. How was this situation supposed to be resolved now? Charlotte knew very clearly in her heart that Morris was not only a chairman who knew how to do business. He was also one of the people closest to the Grand Duke. The Black Dragon Knight's expenses all depended on him. If he really washed his hands of everything now, then when the Grand Duke lost his temper in the future, who would take the bullets for everyone? This mess would definitely end up falling into her hands. Seeing that Morris was about to leave, Charlotte anxiously grabbed him and shouted that absolutely not. Morris still looked confused, feeling that resigning was the best explanation he could give the Grand Duke. He had even already prepared himself to pack up and go. Charlotte directly used her trump card. She questioned whether, even now, he still had not understood the Grand Duke's true feelings. As soon as these words came out, Morris froze completely. His previously firm resolve instantly began to waver. Charlotte's words struck right into Morris's heart. She bluntly said that the Grand Duke actually trusted him very much. Otherwise, with Raphael's temper, how could someone who had nearly ruined an important matter walk away unscathed? She advised Morris that if he felt his personality was too conservative, he could just change it in the future. Right now was precisely the time when everyone needed to handle things together. How could he back out at such a critical juncture? Morris was left speechless and was just about to defend himself when Charlotte gave him no chance at all, directly blocking his words. She loudly questioned Morris. Did he really plan to walk away and make the Grand Duke completely disappointed in him? After this chain of attacks, Morris was completely subdued. As for Raphael, who had been hiding behind and observing, his feelings at this moment were probably quite complicated as well. Seeing that the Grand Duke had not moved for a long time, Charlotte panicked badly. She hurriedly dragged Morris into apologizing while frantically signaling Raphael with her eyes, begging him to say something quickly and let this matter pass. She kept muttering nonstop, at one moment complaining that Morris was too impolite, and at another feeling that Raphael's reaction was too frightening. The situation was simply as chaotic as a pot of porridge. Raphael looked at the young person before him, jumping up and down. Not only was he not angry, he instead felt this person was truly bold, actually daring to teach him what to do to his face. What an arrogant and interesting fellow. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Today was the major day of the Emperor's birthday banquet, as Romeo organized documents. He reported that the preparations for presenting the gift and the mine materials were complete. He could not help sighing that this time, it was all thanks to the person they had brought back. Otherwise, they would have suffered a huge loss. After listening, Raphael merely responded lightly, indeed. If they had not investigated the remaining red diamonds in time that day, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The more Romeo spoke, the more afraid he felt afterward. If they had not discovered the truth behind those jewels, they would have done the Emperor a favor for nothing. Moreover, the red diamond production at the experimental site had been rising continuously. If this trend continued, those so-called rare treasures would soon become worthless. Raphael sneered. That is indeed the case. Romeo asked, will you set out now? Raphael walked out without looking back. Wait a little longer. There is something that needs to be prepared. Instructor Aaron's training was practically life-threatening. He pointed at a cliff and told Charlotte to jump straight down without even giving her protective gear. But before Charlotte could recover, she was already sitting inside a luxurious carriage. Sitting across from her was none other than that moody Raphael. Charlotte was completely stunned. Just a few minutes ago, she had clearly been getting scolded. How had she ended up here in the blink of an eye? This time, Charlotte completely panicked. She realized she was being taken to the Emperor's birthday banquet. If she ran into someone she knew there, her identity would be completely exposed. She secretly glanced at Raphael beside her. This guy had pushed her toward a pit of fire, yet he himself looked completely unconcerned, dressed impeccably and resting with his eyes closed. Charlotte really could not hold it in anymore. She cautiously tested him. Duke, is it really appropriate for a commoner like me to attend such an important banquet? Raphael did not even lift his eyelids and coldly replied with 4 words. Of course not. Charlotte nearly lost her breath. If it was not appropriate, then why was he bringing her? Raphael shocked her again. He stared at Charlotte, his tone as calm as if he were talking about what to eat tomorrow. You will attend as my dance partner. Charlotte felt her mind boom. Dance partner? What madness was this man up to? How had an apprentice knight like her inexplicably become the Grand Duke's dance partner? She truly could not understand it and could not help mentioning Vice Commander Idris. If he wanted someone to accompany him, why not bring someone more experienced? Raphael sighed helplessly and explained very directly. His relationship with the Emperor was already stiff. This time, when he went out, the Knight Order had to leave a capable person behind to guard the house. So Idris had to stay behind, and Charlotte became the substitute dragged out to fill the role. Charlotte now understood completely. It was because of the previous incident with the princess's imperial reward that Raphael insisted on bringing her. The Grand Duke gave her no chance to refuse and directly issued a death order. Since she was his dance partner, she had to go. Charlotte cried bitterly in her heart. It seemed there was no avoiding this muddy water. But her mind worked quickly, and she immediately came up with a new idea. She put on the appearance of someone who had never seen the world and asked Raphael whether he could give her something to cover her face, saying she was afraid she would be too nervous when seeing nobles. Raphael was silent for a while, then actually nodded and agreed, saying he would prepare it for her. Charlotte's little calculations crackled loudly in her heart. As long as she covered her face, surely no one would recognize her. Charlotte looked at her training clothes and felt uneasy. If she went to a birthday banquet looking so sloppy, would she really not be thrown out? Raphael, however, had already prepared for this. He pointed at the box beside her and said lightly that formal clothes had already been prepared for her. Charlotte was even a little touched, feeling that the Grand Duke was quite thoughtful. But the moment she opened the box, she was completely dumbfounded. What kind of formal wear was this? All this lace covering the entire outfit was even more exaggerated than women's clothing. Holding the clothes, Charlotte wanted to cry, but had no tears. Wasn't this sense of aesthetics far too outrageous? Seeing her look at him strangely, Raphael immediately turned his head aside and coldly added, "Don't look at me. I didn't choose those clothes." Charlotte took a deep breath. It seemed that this trip to the birthday banquet was destined to humiliate her to the very end. The Imperial Palace Hall was brightly lit. Following a loud announcement from the Master of Ceremonies, Raphael formally entered with his dance partner. The gazes of the entire hall instantly gathered on them. Raphael remained perfectly composed, but beside him, Charlotte had already collapsed completely inside. The outfit Romeo had prepared was so gorgeous, it made her want to slam her head into a wall. Combined with the mask they had found for her at the last minute, she felt that she now looked like a walking attraction. Charlotte had rarely attended this kind of ball before, let alone as the Grand Duke's dance partner. This feeling of being watched by everyone made her so embarrassed she wanted to disappear on the spot. Although she was wearing a mask, far too many people were staring at her. Charlotte's heart kept muttering uneasily. If she ran into someone she knew here, then everything would be completely exposed. What she feared most had actually happened. Grace was here too. Charlotte was so frightened her soul nearly left her body. Without even thinking, she plunged straight into Raphael's arms. "Duke, I really can't take this anymore. Let's hurry up and leave." The nobles around them were all pointing and whispering. The pressure of being watched by so many people nearly made her collapse. She did not even dare raise her head and look anyone in the eye. Just when she was at her most panicked, Raphael suddenly spoke. He told her not to worry. His voice sounded completely different from usual. The icy pressure was gone, and instead there was a hint of gentleness. Raphael was practically a different person today. In front of everyone, he put an arm around Charlotte's waist. His attitude was unbelievably domineering. He swept a cold gaze over the whole room and declared that no one here would dare touch his person. Charlotte was completely stunned. What was wrong with this man? Why had he suddenly switched into protective escort mode? Raphael leaned close to her ear and quietly reminded her not to hide behind him and to act more naturally. Only then did Charlotte realize that the Duke thought she was inexperienced and had been frightened by these nobles. Since that was the case, she might as well follow his lead. She deliberately put on a pitiful expression and muttered softly that she was still scared. In reality, she was already losing her mind inside and only wanted this damn ball to end as soon as possible. The onlookers saw there was nothing more to gain from watching and gradually dispersed. Charlotte finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the Duke really did make a useful shield. Raphael looked at her, and there was actually a faint smile in his eyes. He said the ball had only just begun and told her to treat it as acting. She only had to cooperate with him like last time. Charlotte thought that since things had already come this far, she might as well act out the whole play with him. As long as she was not recognized, anything was fine. Who could have imagined that as the act went on, it would start to feel different? Charlotte quickly adjusted to her role and even completely forgot how nervous she had been earlier. Looking at the table full of delicacies, her eyes went straight and her mind was filled with only one thought: eating. During this period, in order to stop her sister's marriage, she had worried herself sick. Now that she finally had a rare chance to catch her breath, she even felt she had not been this happy in a very long time. Once her stomach was more or less filled, the exhaustion from socializing instantly surged up. She hid alone in the corridor, screaming inwardly. When would this damned banquet finally end? Someone, please save her. Raphael saw through her at a glance. He said Charlotte had clearly been enjoying herself more than anyone else at the banquet. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. This man's powers of observation were far too terrifying. She hurriedly put on an aggrieved look and argued that her stomach had been tied in knots from nervousness. While she was desperately acting, Raphael suddenly reached out and gently rubbed her hair, then said softly that she had worked hard. Raphael stopped teasing her. Instead, he considerately let her return to the residence, first to rest. He planned to handle the remaining social engagements alone. Charlotte walked by herself through the empty corridor, recalling everything that had just happened. Even she found it unbelievable. This was the first time she had dared to so openly go against the Duke. As soon as she returned to the room, she was like a deflated ball and collapsed directly onto the sofa. She muttered that she was exhausted and felt half her life had been drained away. She had spent the entire day on edge, terrified she would run into someone she knew at the banquet. The pressure of maintaining such intense mental focus was more draining than fighting a hard battle. Still, the corners of Charlotte's mouth could not help but rise. Although the process had been thrilling and dangerous, at least she had seen her sister. As long as her sister was safe, all the hardship had not been in vain. This time, it was all thanks to the Duke's help. When he returned, she had to find a chance to properly thank him. By now, it was deep into the quiet night. Charlotte was drowsily preparing to rest when a faint and strange sound suddenly came to her ears. At first, she did not take it seriously, thinking the Duke had finished his business and returned. But as she listened, she realized something was not quite right. The sound was not coming from the door. It was coming from the window. Someone outside was prying at the window lock. Charlotte instantly snapped awake. She suddenly poked her head out from behind the sofa and stared fixedly toward the window. In the middle of the night, who exactly was trying to sneak into her room? With a click, the window lock was actually pried open. Before she could recover, the window was slowly pushed open. A man dressed in dark night clothes with his face covered actually climbed straight into the room. This was the Duke's residence, and the security was strict. How exactly had this fellow sneaked in? He crept into the room furtively, looking as though he had calculated that no one would be here at this time. Charlotte watched clearly from the shadows. If he was not here to assassinate someone, then his target could only be something else. Sure enough, he went straight for the Duke's personal belongings. This was not theft at all. This was clearly an attempt to take someone's life. He stuffed a deadly poison that killed without leaving a trace directly into the Duke's personal belongings. Watching from the shadows, Charlotte's heart pounded in alarm. If that was found, even if the Duke had 100 mouths, he would never be able to explain himself. This was enough to pin the capital crime of rebellion on him. But strangely, this part of the plot had never been mentioned in the original novel. Why had the man who offered up the mine to prove his loyalty ultimately been driven onto a dead-end path? Charlotte finally understood everything. So the reason the Duke had been accused of treason back then was because someone had secretly swapped in that bottle of deadly, traceless poison at the birthday banquet. In order to prove his innocence, the Duke had no choice but to lead people on a distant campaign. In the end, Ethan had lost his life for nothing. Looking at the assassin still rummaging in front of her, Charlotte could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. The other party had not yet sensed the danger and even dared to mock her as the little brat hanging around the Duke. Charlotte replied coldly, "Are you finished? Now that the truth is out, don't even think about leaving this room alive." Charlotte completely stopped pretending. The instant she drew her sword, her entire aura burst open. She loudly declared that she was the sharpest sword under the Duke's command. With one strike, she forced the assassin directly into a corner. Charlotte shouted sharply, "Hand over that bottle of poison from earlier." Seeing that he could not escape, the fellow actually put on an attitude as though he was ready to fight to the death. "If you want it that badly, then let's see whether you have the life to take it." Seeing that he could not win, the fellow resorted to the most despicable move. He flung the bottle of poison straight into the air, intending to destroy the evidence on the spot. Charlotte cursed him as a lunatic. This was the key evidence needed to clear the Duke's name. It absolutely could not shatter. Without thinking, she leaped over to catch it. But the moment she caught the bottle, the assassin behind her sneered. This was exactly the second he had been waiting for. As long as Charlotte exposed an opening, she would never be able to dodge his next strike. The assassin looked down at Charlotte from above, his tone full of threat. He said that daring to oppose that lord was nothing but courting death. As long as Charlotte agreed to keep her mouth shut, he could still mercifully spare her life. But after Charlotte heard him, she laughed. She slowly stood up, a trace of mockery in her voice. She said, "You may not have figured out the situation yet. As for who is sparing whose life now, that is not certain." Just then, steady footsteps came from the corridor. Raphael was leading people step by step toward the room. Romeo was furious at his side and could not help cursing in a low voice, saying that the old emperor had clearly been fixated on the mine, yet now he was putting on an act here. He was simply shameless and greedy. Raphael coldly cut him off, telling him to mind his words. Although Romeo hurriedly apologized, Raphael actually understood better than anyone that something about this matter was indeed wrong. Usually, that old man would not even dare look him in the eye. Today, he had actually had the nerve to use delaying tactics. It seemed the other side must still be hiding some shameful trump card. Raphael felt it was not wise to stay here for long, so he ordered Romeo to quickly prepare for their withdrawal. He pushed open Charlotte's door, intending to call her to leave with him. But before he could finish speaking, he sensed that something was wrong. The room was strangely quiet, and there was no sign of Charlotte at all. Raphael called again tentatively, but still no one answered. Romeo, who had followed close behind him, saw the scene inside the room clearly and cried out on the spot in fright. The mess and blood all over the floor made everyone's heart go cold. There were obvious signs that the room had been broken into. The other party had left in a hurry and had not even had time to clean up the scene. Raphael looked at the empty room, and the worst possibility had already formed in his mind. Romeo picked up a sword from the corner and hurried over to report. He said Charlotte's sword was actually still in the room. That meant she had been forced to chase after the enemy barehanded. Hearing this, the pressure around Raphael instantly dropped to freezing point. He murmured in a low voice, his tone filled with chilling, killing intent. They dared touch his person. It seemed the other side truly had grown tired of living. The assassin, tied up tightly, was still unconvinced and kept cursing and shouting. Charlotte was not about to indulge him. With one sentence, she shut him down. "After the beating you just took, you still haven't sobered up?" Hearing that the other party still dared call her a little brat, Charlotte exploded. She loudly emphasized that she was a heroic knight, and even more importantly, Raphael's trusted aide. This fellow had not even figured out her background and still dared to make a move. Charlotte's tone was full of threat. Since you dared come looking for trouble, get ready to confess honestly in front of the Duke. In any case, the evidence was now solid. This time, even if he grew wings, he would not be able to escape. Charlotte was worrying over how to drag this captive back when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. When she looked back, it was actually Raphael, who had personally come looking for her. Charlotte was overjoyed and hurriedly ran over to show off her results. She said that not only had she caught the assassin who had sneaked into the room, she had even deliberately kept him alive for Raphael to deal with. Raphael looked at the lively Charlotte in front of him and was somewhat surprised. He had thought she would suffer badly, but unexpectedly, this little one was in such good condition. Raphael suddenly grabbed Charlotte's hand, and his tone instantly became serious as he said she was injured. Charlotte was flustered by this sudden concern and hurriedly explained that it was only her old wound splitting open and was not a big deal at all. But looking at Raphael's focused expression, Charlotte could not help feeling uneasy. It was clearly only a superficial wound. So what was with that expression on the Duke's face? Before she could figure it out, the assassin suddenly laughed. Charlotte was just wondering what he was laughing at. Then in the next second, the smile on Raphael's face vanished instantly, and he gave the captive on the ground a heavy kick. That kick left the assassin in so much pain, he could not even speak. Watching from the side, Charlotte was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't that a little too ruthless? She hurried forward to stop him, afraid that the living witness she had gone to so much effort to capture would be kicked to death on the spot by the Duke. Would all her previous effort not have been wasted then? Raphael, however, calmly withdrew his leg and said he knew what he was doing. He had merely made the man behave. There was no need for her to make such a fuss. Raphael was still not reassured and stared at Charlotte as he asked whether she was hurt anywhere else. Charlotte hurriedly explained that the blood on her body belonged to the assassin. She was also secretly wondering why the Duke had suddenly become so gentle. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Charlotte casually made a joke. She said, "Should I take off my clothes and let you check?" She had thought he would refuse. Who knew Raphael would actually agree with a completely serious expression? This time, it was Charlotte's turn to be dumbfounded. Seeing the Duke press closer step by step, she was so frightened that she kept retreating, desperately explaining that she really was not injured. At this crucial moment of tugging and pulling, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the woods. It was actually Princess Nadia. Who could have imagined that fate would come so suddenly? They had only gone around in the woods for a while, and in the blink of an eye, everyone was sitting together again. Cordelia stared at the masked Charlotte, curious why she still had not removed her mask indoors. Charlotte could only pinch her voice and act, saying that she was too ugly and was afraid of frightening the nobles. In reality, her heart was already a complete mess. Just now, in her hurry to hide her identity, she had put the mask on her face. She had not expected Cordelia to come out looking for the fourth princess. She had thought she could quickly leave to handle the assassin matter. But what she could not understand most was why Raphael had followed Cordelia and even brought her along too. Cordelia got straight to the point. She said the imperial family had to reward Charlotte, not only because she had caught the assassin, but also because she had once saved the princess's life. Charlotte completely panicked. She did not want any reward. Right now, she only wanted to hurry away from this troublesome place. So she desperately refused, saying she wanted nothing in return. But who could have expected that this attempt to retreat would instead backfire? Cordelia felt that she sought neither fame nor profit and was simply the model of a knight. Cordelia made the decision on the spot to bestow a noble title on her in the name of the imperial family. She even wanted to invite her to join her own knight order. Charlotte was completely dumbfounded. She had only wanted to pass by quietly, but in one careless move, she had somehow become a direct knight of the imperial family. Raphael was truly furious now. In an icy voice, he questioned Cordelia as to whether she knew what she was doing. How was this a reward? This was clearly poaching his person right in front of him. But Cordelia did not bite at all. She gracefully lifted her teacup and struck directly at Charlotte's pain point, saying that if she followed the Duke, she could only be a mere apprentice knight, which was simply a waste of talent. The two met each other's eyes, and the tension in the air was about to explode. One insisted on taking her away, while the other refused to let go no matter what. Charlotte watched from the side and understood clearly. Cordelia must have planned this from the very beginning. In the Empire, the system of primogeniture was practiced. Cordelia had almost been guaranteed the throne because she was the first princess born to the Empress. But ever since the new Empress took power, the first princess's right of succession had become precarious. The current court was entirely under the control of that old fox Duke Herman. The first princess had no way to get a word in at the political center, so she could only turn her gaze outside the palace and look for new forces she could use. Unfortunately, because Charlotte had previously subdued the emperor's private soldiers with ease, Cordelia had now completely set her sights on her. Charlotte's heart was full of unease. If she really joined the new Imperial Knight Order, not only would her identity be exposed, but even her plan to find Ethan would be ruined. But Cordelia was serious this time. She directly offered the highest reward a commoner could receive, intending to make Charlotte a quasi-baron. This was the meteoric rise countless people dreamed of. Charlotte was now caught in a dilemma. Accepting would expose her. Refusing would make her even more suspicious. Raphael directly switched into protective mode. With a cold face, he told Cordelia to withdraw the order and clearly stated that Charlotte was his partner and an indispensable talent of the Black Dragon Knights. He even laid everything out plainly, telling Cordelia not to harbor such crooked intentions anymore. The scene became deadlocked to the extreme. But Cordelia was not easy to deal with either. She immediately turned it into moral coercion, saying that if the Duke truly wanted what was best for Charlotte, he should not stand in the way of her brilliant future. Just as these powerful figures were clashing, Charlotte suddenly stepped forward. In front of everyone, she dropped to one knee before Raphael and firmly refused Cordelia. She said that in this life, she only wished to remain by her lord's side. As for titles and power, they were utterly worthless in her eyes. After hearing this, Cordelia became interested instead. She wanted to see, in this imperial palace where everyone fought for power and profit, what could possibly be more tempting than a noble title. Charlotte immediately began elevating the matter. Word by word, she recited the knightly code: loyalty to one's lord, humility, courage, and compassion for the weak. One grand principle after another came from her mouth, spoken with such righteousness and conviction. Finally, she once again respectfully asked Cordelia to withdraw the order, because she had to preserve this loyalty and could absolutely not waver for the sake of wealth and glory. The moment these words came out, the entire room instantly sank into deathly silence. On the surface, Charlotte looked upright and righteous. In reality, she was already laughing wildly inside. She had never expected this burst of acting skill to actually succeed. In truth, that deeply moving declaration just now had all been copied from the original novel. It was Ethan's most classic famous scene, specifically used to express loyalty and faith. Charlotte understood very well that relying only on Raphael's forceful pressure would definitely not persuade this stubborn princess. She had to come up with some lofty values like this. Only then could she strike from a higher level. Seeing Charlotte act so sincerely, Cordelia finally took the way out offered to her. She smiled and told Charlotte to rise, admitting that if she continued insisting, she would be disregarding this sincere loyalty. The matter was finally over. Cordelia could not help teasing Raphael as well, saying he was truly fortunate to have such a loyal subordinate. In the end, Raphael immediately poured cold water on it, saying that aside from causing trouble, Charlotte usually only gave him headaches. Charlotte rolled her eyes repeatedly at the side. After all, she had just desperately expressed loyalty. So in this Duke's eyes, she was nothing but a troublemaker. Fortunately, though, the matter of joining the Knight Order was finally completely resolved. Just as Raphael prepared to take her away, Cordelia suddenly called out to him. Her tone became extremely serious as she mentioned the situation between the Grand Duke's estate and the Imperial Palace, and even hinted that the Emperor's health was worsening by the day. Cordelia still would not give up and wanted to make one last probe before they left. She asked Raphael whether, on such a major matter as the succession to the throne, he truly intended to remain neutral forever. Raphael did not even turn his head. His refusal was crisp and decisive. He clearly stated that he would absolutely never choose a side. At the same time, he reminded Cordelia to quickly clean up the mess with the assassin. The moment he walked out of the room, Raphael only felt exhausted. In this imperial palace, everyone treated him as a bargaining chip in their struggle for power. He had long since grown sick of days like this. Just then, Charlotte bounced up to greet him. As she complained that today had involved both a banquet and an assassin and had nearly exhausted her death, she did not forget to observe Raphael's expression. Looking at this chattering little brat, Raphael said nothing aloud, but the irritation in his heart did ease quite a bit. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Raphael's mouth. Originally, he had brought the little brat to the banquet only because he wanted to see just how capable she was. Now it seemed this decision had not been wrong at all. This little one had not only helped him block trouble, but had also given him quite a few surprises. Raphael did not want to stay in the imperial palace for another moment and immediately ordered them to return to the Grand Duke's estate overnight. Although Charlotte was still muttering softly at the side, complaining that traveling in the middle of the night was too hard, Raphael silenced her with a single look. A few days later, in Brabant territory, Charlotte wrote Grace a family letter. In the letter, she gently asked after her, wanting to know whether her sister had been doing well lately. Charlotte enthusiastically shared in the letter that life in the South was interesting every day. She had also made quite a few jokes of herself. One time, she was eating potatoes and drinking milk, and everyone around her burst out laughing. It turned out she had been so absorbed in eating that she had gotten black, ash all over her face. Even Valen, who looked so fierce, laughed so hard he could not straighten his back. It seemed she was getting along quite well with this group of rough men. Grace read the family letter, and her mood clearly improved a great deal. The attendant beside her noticed it too, and could not help leaning over to ask whether she had received some good news. At the end of the letter, Charlotte wrote that she had truly been missing her sister lately and hoped they could meet again soon. The signature was the most intimate name between them. Receiving the letter Charlotte had sent from the South, Grace finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as her younger sister was living happily outside, all her efforts had not been wasted. The butler reminded her from the side that Charlotte's coming-of-age ceremony was approaching and asked whether they should call her back to discuss her marriage. After all, this concerned the future of the family. Grace decisively refused. The current situation was too chaotic. Charlotte absolutely could not be dragged into it. Ever since she had supported Cordelia, the pressure from all sides had never stopped. In particular, that Duke Herman had already completely seized control of power. In order to survive, Grace could only accept that marriage. These filthy political transactions absolutely could not be allowed to reach Charlotte's ears. Grace looked at the photograph and decided it was better to let Charlotte stay outside a while longer. As long as her younger sister could be happy for one more day, she was willing to bear all the pressure at home. But how could she know that Charlotte's current days were practically worse than crying? In the blink of an eye, summer arrived, and the night order's hellish training came with it. After walking for an entire day, they still had to set up tents. Charlotte was so exhausted she cried for help on the spot. But this was only the beginning. This training was not only twice as difficult, but the location had also been chosen near the Grand Duke's territory. Because Raphael had recently been so busy that no one could see him, Charlotte was directly tossed to Idris. Watching the soldiers around her take off their clothes to train, Charlotte felt a lingering fear. Luckily, the one leading the team this time was Idris. He knew Charlotte's secret. This was probably the only blessing in her unlucky days. Idris not only did not make her go to the public bathhouse, but even took the initiative to invite her to his private tent. He even promised he would personally stand guard at the door and not let any unrelated people approach. His thoughtfulness was simply beyond words. Charlotte was so moved she could hardly stand it, thinking it was truly wonderful that the Duke was not around. But before she could be happy for long, a sudden loud boom came from the camp. The noise was so great that it sounded as though they had been ambushed. Before Charlotte could react and figure out what was going on, a familiar figure appeared in the smoke. Raphael had actually returned with a sword in hand. With a calm face, he said he had lost control just now. Charlotte was completely stunned. Even from so far away, she could feel the pressure of his mana. Was this man even human? One had to know that in this world, mastering mana required suffering countless hardships. Those who could control it were called sword masters. Raphael, standing before Charlotte, was the only existence in the Empire who had surpassed the master level. His mouth said he was sorry for frightening Charlotte, but his hand had already landed on her shoulder. Although Charlotte stubbornly said it was fine, she knew very clearly in her heart that this man had absolutely done it on purpose. Raphael's next words were even more despair-inducing. He said he also needed to regain his sense for training, so from now on, he would personally step in and supervise Charlotte's training. Before Charlotte could react, Raphael directly issued an order for the originally responsible Idris to go back first. Idris actually refused the Duke outright. He insisted on being the one responsible for Charlotte's training. This time, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Neither of the two big shots was willing to take a step back. Charlotte stood between them, so awkward she wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. Raphael sneered and asked in return whether Sasha did not want to receive guidance from a swordmaster. Looking at the two of them on the verge of drawing swords, an absurd thought suddenly popped into Charlotte's mind. Could it be that the Duke was jealous because Idris was too close to her? In order to keep Idris from being targeted by the Duke, Charlotte decided to go all in. She quickly put on an admiring expression and loudly said that she had actually always longed to receive the Duke's guidance. Seeing Charlotte's fawning face, Raphael looked disgusted. Idris, however, was tactful. Since the Duke insisted on personally taking over, he simply withdrew and stopped getting involved. Charlotte had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Excitedly, she asked the Duke whether they could start now. Raphael stood there without speaking for a long time. He was now regretting it terribly. Originally, he had only wanted to drive Idris away, but now he really had to personally train this troublemaker. Raphael's face was dark, and he said nothing. Whenever this fellow got involved, things were bound to become inexplicably strange. Charlotte, at the side, was completely confused. This man had been perfectly fine just now, so why had he suddenly started sulking? Charlotte carefully thought back. Could it be because Idris had been paying attention to her just now, and that was why Raphael was so unhappy? But he usually did not care about anyone at all, so why was he so particular about this matter? This man's thoughts were simply deeper than the sea. The more Charlotte thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed. She was just about to keep her distance from this moody man. But in the next second, Raphael actually took off his shirt right in front of her. Charlotte was so frightened that she became incoherent. In broad daylight, Raphael was actually taking off his clothes in such a cramped place. Although Charlotte considered herself someone who had seen the world, this sudden scene still made her completely lose her composure. Raphael, however, looked completely calm. If he had sweated, was it not normal to bathe? Charlotte was just about to find an excuse to slip away when Raphael coldly stopped her. He ordered Charlotte to stay obediently in the corner, saying he needed to think carefully about whether training her would actually suit his mood. Charlotte stood to the side, full of grievances. This man was simply unreasonable. If he wanted to bathe, then bathe. Why did he have to detain her here as an audience? But the instant she inadvertently raised her head, all her complaints stuck in her throat. Raphael's broad back was actually covered in countless dense scars. Charlotte froze completely in place. These marks were not medals left behind on a battlefield at all. Instead, they looked more like brands left by some kind of inhuman torture. Raphael noticed Charlotte's gaze. His tone was calm as he said these scars were from a very long time ago, and even asked Charlotte what there was to be so shocked about. Charlotte stood in place without speaking. She knew that in order to obtain power, Raphael had once turned his heart into a vessel for mana. That nearly suicidal act had to be related to these scars. Charlotte softly asked whether it had hurt. Raphael merely smiled and said they were old wounds and he no longer felt them. But Charlotte refused to let it go. Although the wounds had healed, how could the memory of that pain possibly disappear? Hearing Charlotte say it must have hurt very much at the time, the smile on Raphael's face vanished. He was silent for a moment, then motioned for Charlotte to come a little closer. Raphael stared into Charlotte's eyes, his tone carrying a trace of amusement. He asked who exactly Charlotte thought she was, to have the nerve to worry about him. This time, Charlotte was completely speechless. Raphael casually said he would give Charlotte a nickname and told her to stay obediently where she was. Charlotte muttered under her breath as she retreated, still cursing herself inwardly for being crazy enough to worry about such a nasty man. But before she could finish speaking, Charlotte's foot slipped. Her whole body instantly lost its balance. Accompanied by a scream, she actually plunged headfirst into Raphael's bath barrel. Charlotte struggled desperately in the water. After finally steadying herself, she raised her head and discovered that Raphael's cold, handsome face was only a few centimeters away from hers. Before Charlotte could react, Raphael spoke coldly. He said he did not need help bathing. That sentence was practically like a resounding slap, making Charlotte wish she could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it on the spot. Charlotte explained incoherently and scrambled out of the tent. She stood outside for a long time without recovering. This time, she had truly embarrassed herself to the extreme. As for Raphael, still in the barrel, he was clearly also stunned by this sudden accident. What exactly did this feeling mean? Charlotte never could have imagined that what had happened last night would actually keep her from sleeping all night. When she arrived at the training ground the next day, she could not summon any energy at all and looked completely absent-minded. Her companions at the side all whispered to each other, wondering what was wrong with Sasha today. She looked like she was in a bad state, and she still had to train with that person. It was simply torture. She still had not recovered from what happened last night. Just as Charlotte was trembling with anxiety, a familiar voice suddenly came to her ears. She turned around and saw it was actually Idris. The Duke had an urgent matter to handle at the last minute, so Idris would be taking over today's training. To Charlotte, this was practically a life-saving straw. Idris saw her obvious relief clearly. She had clearly been clamoring before to train with the Duke, so why had she changed her mind so quickly now? However, Idris's next words instantly made the atmosphere change. He said he had a piece of news that would definitely help her regain her energy. The news Idris brought was simply a bombshell. Ethan was coming back early, and he would arrive at the training ground tomorrow. Charlotte could no longer sit still. After waiting for so long, she had finally seen hope of turning things around. As long as she could see brother Ethan tomorrow, the plan could officially begin. She had to persuade Ethan to convince her sister to break off the marriage. As long as Ethan was willing to step in, this matter would most likely succeed. Charlotte knew very well that the reason her sister had agreed to this marriage was entirely for the family and to protect her younger sister. But watching her sister fall into the hands of someone like Herman was something she absolutely could not ignore. Even if there was only the slightest chance, she had to pull her sister out of the fire pit. Idris suddenly asked a question that Charlotte was not prepared for. When all of this is over, what do you plan to do in the future? Without thinking, Charlotte blurted out that of course she would go back home. When the time came, she would live happily together with her sister and brother Ethan. Looking at Charlotte's innocent expression, Idris only replied lightly, "I understand." But in his heart, things were far from as simple as Charlotte imagined. A place like the Grand Duke's estate was easy to enter, but once inside, leaving again would be difficult. If she truly wanted to regain her freedom, the road back to the city would probably be her last chance. Charlotte's heart was now in chaos. If she ran away during field training, she would definitely drag Idris into trouble. But if she did not leave, there might never be another chance. She knew better than anyone how strict the guards of the Black Dragon Knights were. If she missed this chance, there would not be another one. Just when she was extremely conflicted, Idris replied calmly that it was fine. Before Charlotte could feel moved, she heard him continue. At that time, they would send several hundred people to capture her. No one would be able to go out for months, and security would be 100 times stricter than it was now. Hearing this, Charlotte completely collapsed. How was that fine? That was clearly taking her life. Seeing that Charlotte had been badly frightened, Idris finally smiled and said he had been teasing her just now. In truth, he had already used his authority as vice commander to officially approve her departure. Charlotte could hardly believe her ears. Would such a rule-breaking operation really not cause problems? Idris told her to relax. After all, he was not vice commander for nothing. Besides, even if someone really searched for her, who would imagine that this scruffy little guy was actually a noble young lady? Seeing that Idris had arranged everything for her, Charlotte's heart was filled with mixed feelings. She could not help asking, "Idris, why are you helping me to this extent?" Faced with Charlotte's question, Idris only replied lightly, "Just consider it a sudden impulse." Before Charlotte could react, he had already picked up his weapon. "Since today is our final training session together, I will teach you one last move." Although Charlotte felt this man was truly hard to figure out, she still instinctively straightened her back and responded loudly. But who could have expected that this so-called final lesson would be even harsher than the previous training? Before the sun had even set, Charlotte's screams rang out across the camp. The intensity of the final lesson Idris mentioned was simply absurd. Charlotte could barely even hold her dinner plate steady now. Tomorrow, her whole body would definitely be sore. Still, when she thought that she would soon be able to see Ethan, she finally felt a little comfort. She was just planning to casually eat a couple of bites to pad her stomach when a voice suddenly sounded by her ear. "Only eating vegetables?" Charlotte's entire body stiffened. This voice was far too familiar. When she looked up, it was actually Raphael. The Duke had been so tired just now that she had not noticed at all when this important figure had sat down beside her. Charlotte was so startled that she could barely speak properly. She could only stuff vegetables in her mouth while thinking that she had to finish eating and run away quickly. But Raphael stared at her plate and gave a thoughtful sound of acknowledgement. Raphael's next words nearly made Charlotte spit out her food. He said, "No wonder you were so light when I carried you. So you usually only eat vegetables." Charlotte was about to explode. How could he say something like that in public? She was desperately trying to forget that awkward contact in the water that day. Yet Raphael just had to bring up the most inconvenient topic, insisting on helping her remember it at a time like this. Seeing Charlotte lose her mind, Raphael not only did not restrain the corner of his mouth, but instead revealed a trace of a smile. Before the awkward conversation could end, the ground suddenly shook violently. Charlotte cried out in fright, asking if it was an earthquake. Screams immediately came from outside. It was not an earthquake. It was a landslide. The scene instantly became chaotic. Everywhere were the sounds of heavy objects falling. Someone shouted for everyone to quickly hide under the tables. In the chaos, Raphael grabbed Charlotte and shielded her, firmly blocking her behind him. When the shaking finally subsided, Raphael stood and looked at the mess filling the room. He said softly that it had stopped. Then he immediately set out. He had to go outside and see exactly what had happened. The situation outside was worse than expected. The entire road was completely blocked by fallen rocks. Charlotte looked at the ruins before her and could hardly believe her eyes. Idris confirmed from the side that the western road had been completely cut off because of the collapse. Fortunately, there were no casualties. But the troublesome part came afterward. The Night Order, originally stationed to the west, was now trapped on the other side and could not return. At the current cleanup speed, they would be delayed by at least a week. To Raphael, this was definitely not good news. Those knights carried an important investigation mission, and the Emperor could issue an order for a Western campaign at any time. For trouble to happen at this critical moment, time would not wait for them. Looking at the sealed road, Raphael could only remain silent. At present, aside from waiting, there really was no other way. With one order from Raphael, everyone had to go clear the landslide site. A subordinate still wanted to struggle and asked what would happen to the original training. Raphael did not even turn back and said that this was training for dealing with emergencies. Anyone with objections was free to raise them. Who would still dare speak now? Charlotte could only accept her fate and pick up a tool, still muttering inwardly. How long would they have to work at this? But as she walked, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Hadn't they just said Ethan was hurrying back from the other side? Then wasn't this blocked road the only passage connecting the two sides? If the road remained blocked, Ethan would not be able to come back. Thinking of this, Charlotte instantly became as energized as if she had been injected with chicken blood. She swung her pickaxe and began working frantically, shouting that they had to clear everything completely. The teammates beside her were dumbfounded. She had been dejected just now, so how had she turned into such a desperate workhorse in the blink of an eye? Charlotte now had only one thought in her heart. In order to let Ethan come back sooner, it would be worth it even if she collapsed from exhaustion. Charlotte was working until her head was covered in sweat when a wave of harsh gossip reached her ears. Two lazy knights were hiding nearby, grumbling with disdain on their faces. They felt this cleanup mission was purely the result of someone whispering pillow talk into the Duke's ear. It was only to allow Ethan to return smoothly that everyone had been dragged out to do hard labor. Charlotte stopped moving, and anger immediately surged in her heart. These two clearly did not have high ranks. Why did they have to gossip about her brother behind his back? But the more those two spoke, the uglier their words became. Not only did they mock Ethan for only knowing how to curry favor with his superiors, they even began spreading rumors. They said he had an ambiguous relationship with Viscountess Brabant. Listening to these vicious speculations, Charlotte's grip on the pickaxe tightened. These people knew nothing of the truth and only knew how to smear others behind their backs. The more those two fellows spoke, the more outrageous they became. They actually began mocking Grace, saying that as the head of a noble family, she had somehow become infatuated with a commoner. One of them even grew increasingly vulgar, fantasizing that if he had met the lady first, he definitely could have made her more comfortable. As soon as he finished speaking, the pickaxe in Charlotte's hand smashed down beside their feet with a rush of wind. A huge pit was instantly smashed into the ground. The two knights were so frightened they nearly jumped. Before they could react, Charlotte had already spoken coldly. She told them to apologize immediately. The other party clearly still had not figured out the situation and asked blankly, "What?" Charlotte stared fixedly at them and repeated word by word, "I said apologize." Charlotte once again repeated that they must apologize immediately. But this group clearly did not realize who exactly they had provoked. The leading knight sneered. Not only did he not take it seriously, but he instead began sarcastically mocking that man named Ethan. In his eyes, Ethan had only climbed to his current position by relying on a pretty face. He had even hooked up with Viscountess Brabant along the way. As he spoke, he contemptuously reached out and poked Charlotte's head. This time, the nature of the matter changed completely. Charlotte stood silently in place. These people's good days were probably about to come to an end. The knight was still constantly courting death, and even thought Charlotte was a new recruit who was easy to bully. Charlotte gave her final warning, telling him to shut up and apologize immediately. But the other party not only refused to listen, he intensified his provocation. Just as Charlotte was preparing to draw her sword and thoroughly deal with this trouble, a low voice suddenly came from behind her. "Shut up." Raphael had actually appeared. The knight who had been arrogant and domineering just now instantly nearly lost his soul in fear. Raphael looked at them coldly. Clearly, he did not intend to let this matter pass so easily. The two knights hurriedly bowed and apologized. Charlotte now regretted it terribly. Making a scene like this in front of the Duke was simply humiliating. She honestly admitted that she had indeed thought of drawing her sword just now. She had thought Raphael would back her up. Unexpectedly, what awaited her was a stern interrogation. Raphael's voice was cold as he accused her of being a subordinate, yet taking the lead in disregarding military discipline. She was simply far too presumptuous. He directly ordered everyone else to withdraw, leaving only Charlotte behind to clear the broken stones scattered all over the ground. Charlotte still wanted to explain, but Raphael forced her words back with a single look. That unprecedented coldness made her heart go completely cold. It seemed this time, Raphael was truly disappointed in her. Late at night, Charlotte was alone in the wilderness doing hard labor. Although she knew that talking back to a superior was indeed wrong, the more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt. Those people had clearly been the first to insult Ethan, so why was she the only one punished in the end? Raphael's handling of this matter was truly far too unfair. She had never flaunted her identity as the Duke's subordinate. Then what was with that accusation? As she worked, Charlotte's emotions completely broke down. She had originally only wanted to come find Ethan and tell him about her sister's situation at home. Yet somehow, she had inexplicably become an apprentice knight and had to deal with this nonsense every day. Looking at the broken stones all over the ground, she felt she had already reached her limit. She even began to doubt whether all her persistence until now had any meaning. No, she absolutely could not admit defeat like this. Charlotte slapped her face hard, forcing herself to pull herself together. It was not time to complain about being tired yet. Since no one would help her, she could only rely on herself to clean up this whole mess. Charlotte worked while calculating. As long as she could see Ethan, she could immediately shake off these annoying people, along with that cold, icy Raphael, and completely escape from this cursed place. She suddenly remembered a crucial piece of information. Ethan would arrive at the training ground tomorrow. Since he was already nearby, why should she foolishly wait here until she had moved all these damned rocks? Charlotte knew very well that the military had a strict hierarchy. Ethan was a lofty senior knight, while she was only a humble trainee. Once he arrived tomorrow, she would have no chance to speak with Ethan alone. Rather than wait helplessly, she might as well slip away now and take advantage of the night to meet him. This was her last chance. Once she decided, she acted. Charlotte dropped the hoe and turned to run. Raphael had been hiding in the shadows the whole time, watching Charlotte's every move. In fact, even before this, Romeo had reminded him that rumors had already started spreading in the military camp, saying that the Duke was taking a little too much care of this newly arrived trainee. Romeo had even spoken bluntly, saying Sasha's origins were unknown and her identity and background were all a mystery. He urged Raphael to be extra careful and absolutely not to be fooled by appearances. Of course, Raphael knew that. He had deliberately followed her out tonight because he wanted to see what kind of foxtail Charlotte would reveal when she was alone. But he had never expected the little thing to simply disappear. Thinking back on the time they had spent together, Raphael felt Charlotte really was suspicious. Every time trouble arose, she could handle it perfectly, as if she had rehearsed it in advance. She simply did not seem like an ordinary newcomer. But the moment the name Ethan was mentioned, Charlotte completely lost control. Just what was this man named Ethan to her? He decided to follow her quietly. As long as he followed Charlotte, all the mysteries should be solved. At this moment, Charlotte had no idea that a dangerous person was following behind her. She was happily making her way through the woods, still imagining what she should say when she saw Ethan. With Ethan's meticulous personality, she figured he definitely would not be resting in camp right now, but carrying out reconnaissance in the area instead. The thought that she would soon see him made Charlotte both excited and nervous. She even began worrying that Ethan might scold her for acting recklessly. Just as Charlotte felt victory was within reach, a cold voice suddenly came from the darkness, freezing her in place. "Stop! State your name." Before Charlotte could react, a cold sword blade was already pressed against her neck. The other person's voice was as cold as ice as he questioned what her purpose was, and warned her that if she dared move, she would be executed on the spot. Charlotte was so frightened she did not dare move. But as she listened, she suddenly felt that voice was terribly familiar. Wasn't this the Ethan she had been longing for day and night? Charlotte slowly turned around and softly called out that name. Ethan was completely stunned. He rubbed his eyes, simply unable to believe the scene before him. Was he dreaming? After confirming that it really was Charlotte, Ethan dropped the sword in his hand and rushed over. He cupped Charlotte's face and carefully checked her over, his eyes full of heartache. He could not understand how that delicate younger sister from before had ended up with her face covered in wounds, and even her beautiful long hair had turned into this state. It really was Ethan. Even in this wilderness, even with Charlotte in such a sorry state, he was still the same as before. His first reaction was always to worry about her. Hearing that familiar, gentle voice, Charlotte could no longer hold back. She had originally saved up countless things she wanted to say, but now she could not squeeze out a single word. All the grievances and hardships she had endured erupted completely in this moment. Ethan held her in his arms with heartache, constantly comforting her. "It's all right now. It's all over." Charlotte leaned against Ethan's shoulder and burst into tears. All the persistence she had relied on along the way collapsed completely in her brother's embrace. She was finally no longer the apprentice knight who needed to disguise herself at every moment. But no one noticed that behind the shadow of a tree not far away, Raphael was quietly watching this scene. His feelings were complicated to the extreme, and he even began to wonder why he had followed her here. Sasha, Charlotte, had finally met Ethan. She thought that as long as her brother went back, all the trouble could be solved easily, and he could even stop her sister's engagement. Charlotte happily urged him, saying, "As long as you go back, sister will definitely listen to you. Let's leave right now." But who could have expected that Ethan's next words would be like a basin of cold water poured over her head? He actually refused. Charlotte was completely bewildered. She could not understand why Ethan, who had always loved her sister dearly, had become so cold. In the end, the reason Ethan gave drove the situation into a complete dead end, because this engagement was actually what Grace herself wanted. Charlotte did not believe that explanation at all. She felt her sister must have something weighing on her mind. Were they really supposed to just watch with open eyes as her sister jumped into a fire pit? Charlotte knew very clearly that her sister had chosen this path for the sake of the family. But if the price was sacrificing a lifetime of happiness, then that kind of protection had no meaning at all. Seeing Ethan's silent expression, Charlotte realized the matter was not that simple. There had to be more behind this engagement. It was definitely not as simple as pressure from the Grand Duke. This time, Charlotte was determined to risk everything. She said she was also a member of the Brabant family. No matter what happened, she would protect her family with her own hands. Ethan looked at the younger sister before him and realized that she truly was different from before. Since Charlotte had already awakened to this point, there was indeed no need to keep some truths from her anymore. He finally sighed and said, "You guessed right. The waters behind this engagement are deeper than anyone imagines." Ethan finally tore through that layer of paper over the window. It turned out this engagement was not for love at all. Rather, the imperial family was deliberately using Grace as a bargaining chip in order to weaken the first princess's faction. Because the Grand Duke had remained neutral in this succession struggle, they wanted to use the Brabant family to restrain the nobles supporting the first princess. To put it plainly, Grace was now a political hostage. Charlotte exploded after hearing this. She could not believe that her family was simply watching her sister be used. How was this any different from pushing her into a fire pit? But Ethan's next words were even more surprising. He said Grace had no intention of submitting to fate. She wanted to use this chance to enter deep into enemy territory and, in turn, monitor the first prince's every move. Grace was trying to strike back from within a desperate situation. She wanted to personally choose the person truly qualified to rule the empire. That was why she had not refused this marriage. Charlotte still could not calm down. She questioned Ethan. Were they supposed to watch her sister risk her life just because of these so-called plans? Ethan did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at Charlotte and asked her a strange question. He said, "Do you know why I became a knight in the first place?" This question that came out of nowhere left Charlotte stumped. Charlotte had always thought Ethan became a knight as a matter of course because his talent for swordsmanship was so high. But Ethan smiled and shook his head. He said talent alone was not enough. In that place where the weak were prey to the strong, if he did not have enough authority and wealth, he would have no way to protect Grace. It turned out that from the time he was very young, Ethan had only one thought. He wanted to become the sharpest sword in Grace's hand, blocking all open spears and hidden arrows for her. In order to remain at Grace's side openly and properly, he had to make a name for himself in the Knight Order. Only by climbing high enough would he have the right to speak. Even now, he wanted to share those heavy burdens for Grace. That was why he risked his life to earn achievements. He was fighting to gain Grand Duke Raphael's trust. Seeing Charlotte's worried expression, Ethan finally gave her a definite answer. He said the Lord would promote capable people, so he would absolutely never abandon Grace. Only then did Charlotte realize that Ethan's expedition had never been for fame or fortune. He wanted to desperately grow stronger so he could become her sister's strongest backing. This kind of determination to burn the boats had never been mentioned in the original story. Charlotte's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Since brother Ethan was working so hard, what could she do for her sister? She even felt a little resentful. She was clearly also a member of the Brabant family, so why would her sister rather shoulder everything alone than turn back and rely on her even once? Ethan saw through her thoughts. He said the reason Grace kept you in the dark was because she wanted you to never touch the dirty affairs of noble society in your lifetime. In Grace's eyes, Charlotte would forever be the little sister who needed protection. She would rather become the shield herself than let Charlotte's hands be stained with even a speck of mud. Charlotte's heart felt sour as she listened. She only felt that her sister was truly a great fool. She no longer wanted to be the burden being protected. She only wanted her sister to truly smile happily for once. Ethan asked what she planned to do next. Charlotte did not hesitate. She decided to return to Brabant immediately and have a proper talk with her sister. Although she was still uncertain and did not know whether her sister would be willing to listen to her speak from the heart, she had to take this step. Ethan patted Charlotte's hand. He said, "As long as your eyes are determined enough, Grace will definitely understand your feelings." Charlotte nodded. At this moment, she was finally no longer lost. Seeing that it was getting late, Ethan quickly pointed out a route for Charlotte, telling her to avoid the main force and take a shortcut directly back to Brabant. The two hurriedly parted there. Charlotte walked alone through the woods, and her heart finally felt at ease. This meeting had not been in vain. Not only had she learned her sister's difficulties, she had also heard her brother's true intentions. Now she had a clear idea in her heart. The first thing she would do when she returned was confront her sister and clear up all the misunderstandings. But clearing things up through words alone would not be enough. Since brother Ethan was determined to go on the expedition, she had to come up with a foolproof plan to ensure her brother could return safely. Charlotte already had an idea in mind, but just as she was preparing to leave, a strange noise suddenly came from the bushes behind her. Misfortune truly never came alone. Before Charlotte could withdraw, broken stones above her head came crashing down like rain. This landslide actually had not ended yet. Charlotte secretly felt that things were bad. If she continued staying in place, she would be buried alive sooner or later. She had to hurry and find a safe place to hide before the entire mountain collapsed. But before she had run more than a few steps, the ground beneath her feet suddenly split open into a huge crack. Immediately after, her center of gravity wavered, and she fell straight toward the cliff below. At that critical moment, a black figure suddenly rushed out of the woods. Along with an urgent roar, a powerful hand tightly grabbed Charlotte's wrist. Charlotte was left hanging in midair, nearly frightened out of her soul. When she saw the face of her lifesaver, she froze completely. It was actually the Grand Duke. Charlotte had not yet recovered and subconsciously asked, "Your Grace, why are you here?" Raphael replied irritably, "I should be asking you that. Hurry and grab my hand. Climb up." Charlotte quickly did as he said. But who could have expected that the branch Raphael was using for leverage could not withstand the weight of two people at all? With a crack, the branch actually snapped. The two instantly lost their balance and fell straight toward the bottomless cliff. Charlotte screamed from the fall. Raphael cursed under his breath, but in midair, he held her tightly in his arms. At the instant they landed, Raphael forcibly twisted his body and placed himself beneath Charlotte. With a heavy crash, the two slammed hard into the bottom of the valley. Charlotte only felt sore all over, and something terribly heavy was pressing down on her, as if she were being crushed by a heavy weight. When she struggled to open her eyes, she discovered that Raphael was tightly holding her. The two of them were actually both still alive. Charlotte quickly pushed aside the person beside her, but when she looked, she was completely stunned. Raphael's back was a bloody mess. Clearly, in order to protect her, he had slammed hard into a pile of rubble. She tremblingly reached out to check. Fortunately, the Grand Duke was still breathing. Since he was a top swordmaster, this injury should not be enough to take his life. Charlotte's suspended heart finally settled. Looking at the unconscious Raphael, a thought suddenly flashed through Charlotte's mind. Although leaving now would be taking advantage of someone in danger, this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. As long as she left now, no one would be able to stop her anymore. "I'm sorry, Your Grace." Charlotte gritted her teeth. This might be her final chance. As long as she crossed this valley, she would be able to completely escape control and return to Brabant. The Grand Duke and Charlotte had completely lost contact. The knights searched frantically through the woods, but found nothing except echoes. Idris asked in a heavy voice whether they had found any clues. His subordinate helplessly answered that the landslide just now had erased all traces. Now things were troublesome. The weather was becoming more and more ominous. If they could not find them before the rainstorm, the consequences would be unimaginable. As soon as Ethan appeared, Idris brought him bad news. Charlotte and the Grand Duke might have been caught in the landslide. Ethan froze completely. He had clearly just seen Charlotte. How had something happened in the blink of an eye? Idris pressed him, asking, "Where was the last place you saw them?" Meanwhile, on the other side of the valley, Charlotte was clumsily bandaging the Grand Duke. As she recalled the method Ethan had taught her, she muttered softly. Although the way she wrapped the bandage was a little strange, fortunately, the bleeding had finally stopped. As long as he was still alive, there was still hope. The more Charlotte thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. How could the Grand Duke have appeared in a place like this? Could it be that he had been secretly following her ever since the training ground? If he saw her meet Ethan, then everything would be exposed. She was just planning to properly sound him out once the Grand Duke woke up, but he suddenly moved. Charlotte quickly held him down and told him not to move around because the cloth bandage was about to loosen again. Who knew Raphael would suddenly open his eyes and tightly seize her wrist? His tone was icy as he asked, "What are you doing? Touching someone all over while they're unconscious? Isn't that a little inappropriate?" Great. Charlotte had been caught red-handed and had no way to explain herself clearly. Charlotte was so anxious she nearly jumped in place. She explained that she was only helping treat his wounds out of humanitarian concern and told him not to get the wrong idea. Raphael merely sneered. Seeing Charlotte's guilty-looking expression, he teased her by saying, "Who would believe that nonsense?" He even felt that staying in the cave was actually not bad. Charlotte truly felt that she had run into terrible luck. First she encountered assassins, then a landslide, and now she had to be trapped in a dark cave with this difficult superior. Raphael, however, was calm. While tidying his clothes, he said, "Stop complaining. I'll definitely get out." He pointed to the only exit above their heads. It was a 90-degree vertical cliff. He even deliberately used reverse psychology, saying that if she could not climb up, they might as well live here for the rest of their lives and rot. How could Charlotte tolerate that kind of provocation? She immediately patted her chest and guaranteed there would be absolutely no problem. But just as she was about to start, she suddenly noticed something was wrong. Before Charlotte could recover, Raphael suddenly signaled for her to step back. The rain outside was growing heavier and heavier. This cave did not seem very safe either. Charlotte's heart pounded with anxiety. She quietly asked whether Idris and the others would come find them as soon as possible. Although Raphael said they would, he immediately added something else. He said what he feared most was rainwater seeping into the cracks in the rocks. If it caused the cliff to collapse, then they would truly be in trouble. Charlotte almost bristled when she heard this. Who said such unlucky things at a time like this? Seeing that she was badly frightened, Raphael quickly comforted her, saying the probability was very low and that they only had to stay obediently where they were. Charlotte nodded while frantically praying in her heart that nothing would happen. Returning to a few hours earlier, just after they fell from the cliff, Raphael quickly checked Charlotte's condition. Seeing that she was still breathing, Raphael's suspended heart finally settled. He had never heard of any cave in this place before. It seemed the landslide just now had forcibly smashed out a crack in the ground. The only exit was still dozens of meters above their heads. Raphael tried moving his shoulder, and the piercing pain made him realize that trying to climb up while carrying the unconscious Charlotte was simply a fool's dream. He could only stay beside her and wait for Charlotte to wake up on her own. Looking at the person sleeping peacefully in his arms, Raphael suddenly felt a bit self-mocking. He had clearly fallen from the cliff and been injured because he saved her, yet the only thought in his head now was relief that she was fine. He even felt that this injury was rather worthwhile. But when he thought of what this person had done before, Raphael's gaze darkened again. Leaving the unit without permission, and even daring to secretly meet another man behind his back, Raphael closed his eyes and muttered to himself, feeling that this matter was simply too absurd. Whenever Charlotte was involved, the calm he prided himself on was completely thrown to the fish. Charlotte finally woke up at this moment, discovering that she was being held in the Grand Duke's arms. She was so frightened she nearly jumped up on the spot. But seeing Raphael covered in injuries, she still could not bring herself to simply sneak away. While clumsily tearing cloth strips, she muttered softly that she had to bandage him quickly. Raphael had actually woken up long ago. He quietly observed her in his heart, feeling that although this fellow loved to run away, she still had some conscience at critical moments. Charlotte was sweating all over from bandaging him and casually muttered, "Brother Ethan used to take care of me like this too." It was that single word, brother, that made Raphael's entire body stiffen. He had felt something was wrong before. How could a grown man have such delicate thoughts? The truth instantly exploded in his mind. Raphael finally saw clearly that this so-called apprentice knight before him was actually a woman disguised as a man. So this fellow had gone to such painstaking lengths to disguise herself as a man just to see that man named Ethan. No wonder she usually always hid and dodged around, refusing to bathe with everyone else. During training, she always shrank to the back as well. It turned out it was all to hide this secret. The thought that the person Charlotte was risking her life to protect was actually another man instantly made Raphael's gaze as cold as ice. This inexplicable displeasure made his whole body give off a low pressure. Charlotte had not yet noticed that the atmosphere was wrong. She carefully leaned closer and softly asked the Grand Duke a question. "If it's a stupid question, don't open your mouth," Raphael replied irritably. Charlotte was silent for a moment, but still lifted her head and stared firmly into his eyes. She wanted to know why, when she was covered in flaws and even a deserter, Raphael had risked his life to save her. Charlotte could not help asking, "Your Grace, why did you save me? That place was so far from the training ground. How did you appear there?" Raphael said coldly that it was only a coincidence. He had originally gone to inspect the troops and had not expected to run into a deserter. He described saving her as preserving a typical example, saying that after they returned, he would publicly deal with this deserter, who knew Charlotte would not fall for it at all. Instead, she smiled and begged him that as long as he did not let her die, that was enough. This calm reaction surprised even Raphael a little. But before he could finish speaking, Charlotte suddenly could no longer hold herself up. Charlotte suddenly collapsed. Raphael caught her in one motion and discovered that her whole body was frighteningly hot. Clearly, she was delirious with fever. If he had known things would turn out like this, he should have taken her away sooner. Looking at the weak person in his arms, the line in his heart that said he did not regret it actually began to waver. They could not delay any longer. If this dragged on, someone might really die. The person in his arms was breathing more and more weakly, and her temperature was alarmingly high. They had to leave this wilderness immediately. He picked Charlotte up and rushed into the curtain of rain, wanting to find a safe place before the path completely changed. But just then, he suddenly stopped. The rescue party had finally arrived. Idris hurriedly rushed to the cave entrance and immediately saw the missing Grand Duke, as well as the unconscious Charlotte in his arms. Raphael clearly did not look pleased. Looking at Idris, who was frozen in place, he coldly scolded, "Why aren't you coming over to help?" Once they reached a safe area, Idris wanted to step forward and take over. After all, Raphael was injured, and it was truly too much for him to keep holding someone like this. But Raphael had no intention of letting go at all. He only said he was fine and told the medical team to hurry and prepare to save her. Just as Idris reached out to help, Raphael actually turned sideways and avoided him. From the look of it, he did not intend to let anyone touch her at all. Raphael's attitude was extremely firm. No one should even think of taking Charlotte from his hands. Not only did he want to personally bring her back, he even assigned Idris a difficult job, ordering him to stay behind and clean up the scene. Idris could only lower his head and accept the order. He clenched his fists tightly, but could not refute a single word. He could only watch helplessly as the two left. The scene shifted, and time returned to 3 years ago. At that time, Idris was still a spirited young knight, being led deep into the royal palace. Everything was noisy today. It turned out they had arrived just in time for a swordsmanship tournament. The guide led him through the long corridor, saying Cordelia had been waiting for quite a while. But when Idris met Her Highness, he found it a little strange. This noble woman was staring out the window at a certain place in a daze. What exactly could make her so entranced? Following Cordelia's gaze, he saw the pink-haired girl on the field holding a slender sword and moving lightly. Her movements did not seem like fighting to kill, but rather like dancing. Cordelia smiled and asked Idris whether that swordsmanship was so beautiful it seemed unreal. She said she wanted all those wooden-headed fools who had practiced the sword until they were stupid to come over and take a good look. In the eyes of those rigid knights, a sword was a weapon for killing. But in Charlotte's hands, it was a vivid, living kind of freedom. Idris was completely stunned as he watched. He had never seen anyone practice the sword with such joy. This appearance full of vitality was a world he had never touched in more than 20 years of life. That dazzling smile was like a beam of strong light forcibly shining into his stagnant, dull years. The rescue operation finally came to an end. Idris calmly and methodically directed the withdrawal. But no one expected that one night would have crooked thoughts at this moment. Raphael was standing guard beside Charlotte's bed. That man actually ignored the prohibition and barged straight in, repeatedly claiming that he had something important to report. Raphael did not even turn his head. His tone was so cold it sent chills down one's spine. He asked whether the man was tired of living, to dare come provoke him at a time like this. The man was badly frightened, but he still gritted his teeth and dropped a bombshell. He said that Charlotte, who had just been rescued, had actually been hiding her true identity all along. Hearing this, Raphael's hand suddenly clenched the bedsheet tightly. The man continued, saying that as early as when Charlotte had first entered the night order, he had already discovered that something was wrong. Just as he was about to reveal all of Charlotte's secrets, a dagger grazed his cheek and nailed itself fiercely into the pillar behind him. If that blow had been even slightly off, his life would have been gone. Raphael slowly stood, his eyes full of killing intent. He sneered and said the fly had been too noisy just now, so he had not heard anything clearly. He asked whether the man wanted to repeat himself. This time, the man completely collapsed to the floor. He finally realized that Raphael had not failed to hear him. He was warning him to shut up. He scrambled and crawled out of the tent, not daring to stay even 1 second longer. The tent became quiet again. Raphael simply stayed beside the bed, looking at Charlotte as she slept. No one knew what he was thinking. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks passed. Charlotte's pneumonia finally recovered completely. Although she had missed quite a bit of training, these rare days of leisure instead made her feel as if this were a sweet accident. Morris came to see Charlotte carrying a fruit basket. Although his mouth complained that her body was too weak, his hands were very honest. Charlotte smiled and teased that this uncle was actually more attentive than anyone. Morris switched into elder mode and scolded Charlotte for running around recklessly. If the Grand Duke had not acted in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Charlotte could only obediently listen, repeatedly saying she knew she was wrong. Charlotte knew she was in the wrong, so she could only obediently nod and admit her mistake. But when Morris got up and prepared to leave, she felt it was too boring to stay alone and wanted her uncle to keep her company a little longer. Morris was in a hurry to go see the Grand Duke. Before leaving, he mysteriously leaned over and told Charlotte an inside piece of news. The imperial family had recently been buying flowers like crazy, and the quantity was astonishingly large. Charlotte originally did not take it seriously, thinking that buying flowers in summer was very normal. But Morris's next words left her completely stunned, because all the flowers the imperial family had ordered this time were white lilies. In their country, white lilies were not ordinary decorations. They represented only one thing: a state-level wedding. Hearing the words state wedding, the banana in Charlotte's hand almost fell. This news was like a clap of thunder, freezing her entire body in place. Charlotte counted through the members of the imperial family in her heart. The first prince and Cordelia were busy fighting for the throne. The fifth princess was too young. Could it be that reclusive fourth princess? Morris watched Charlotte mentally guessing for a long time. Finally, he could not help revealing the answer. The one getting married this time was actually Grand Duke Raphael. Charlotte froze completely on the spot. Her mind buzzed, and she even suspected she had misheard. She subconsciously gripped the clothes at her chest, her heart in complete chaos. That icy Raphael was actually getting married? Charlotte was utterly stunned. This was completely different from the original plot she knew. Morris was still mysteriously reminding her from outside that this matter absolutely could not be spread. Charlotte went straight to the point and asked Ethan whether the Grand Duke's marriage was real. Now it was Ethan's turn to be startled. She had clearly been staying in the infirmary the whole time. How had she learned this secret? Ethan finally sighed and revealed that shocking news. The Emperor intended to force a match and have the Grand Duke marry the young lady of the Hermann family. Charlotte understood at once. How was this a simple marriage? The Emperor wanted to use this marriage to draw support for the first prince and stabilize the imperial family's position. But the Grand Duke clearly had no interest in power. Why not refuse directly? Ethan helplessly shook his head. The Emperor's orders were not that easy to defy. Even the Grand Duke had to put on an act. Most importantly, the Emperor held a fatal bargaining chip in his hands. It was something the Grand Duke had dreamed of, something he was even willing to give everything to get back. Charlotte sank into thought. What weakness of the Grand Duke had the Emperor grasped that could force even this arrogant man to lower his head and compromise? Faced with Charlotte's questioning, Ethan kept his mouth completely shut this time. He warned Charlotte that the imperial family's waters were too deep and she absolutely must not get herself dragged into them. Seeing Ethan's attitude so firm, Charlotte knew it was useless to ask further. She could only obediently lie down and pretend to sleep. But Ethan's next words made her heart jolt. Ethan softly promised that when the Night Order entered the city for the summer festival and the scene was at its most chaotic, he would personally take Charlotte and escape, leaving this place of trouble completely. Charlotte agreed on the surface, but in her heart, she could not calm down no matter what. What exactly was the weakness that could make the Grand Duke bow his head? At this moment, Raphael was alone in his room, looking utterly exhausted. This was the deepest nightmare in Raphael's heart. His father was desperately begging on the ground, begging Aaron to show mercy and spare Raphael. But Aaron behaved abnormally calmly. He even smiled as he reassured the man, saying that he absolutely would not kill his own nephew. But before the man could breathe a sigh of relief, the long sword in Aaron's hand swung down. Aaron looked at his brother, lying in a pool of blood, and coldly threw down one sentence. He had already had enough of living beneath others. On that bloody night, the entire empire changed completely. Aaron stepped over his own brother's corpse and ascended the throne, becoming the new master of this place amid the cheers of the crowd. And the young Raphael could only watch all of this happen with his own eyes. From that moment on, the seed of revenge took root in his heart, and aversion spread among outsiders. The coup back then was a tragedy. They said the crown prince committed suicide, and the old emperor died of fright. It was Emperor Aaron who stepped forward in troubled times and saved the young and ignorant Raphael. This fig leaf had covered the truth for many years. Everyone thought Aaron was the savior of the empire. Without him, Raphael would never have lived to this day, let alone become Grand Duke. But the truth would never be buried forever. When a victim of that year grew up, Raphael returned to the palace under cover of night. Aaron, who had once been so arrogant, now lay on the ground like a homeless dog. The long sword in Raphael's hand gleamed coldly. He wasted no words and directly asked the secret buried for many years. "Where exactly are my father's remains?" Looking at this cold-blooded avenger before him, Aaron was completely dumbfounded. The lie he had painstakingly maintained for so many years was torn apart completely in this moment. Even with a blade pressed to his throat, Aaron, that old fox, could still accurately step on Raphael's sore spot. He mocked Raphael for being lucky, saying he had actually managed to return alive from a battlefield where he should have died, all for the sake of finding his father's remains. Aaron offered a vicious condition. Too much time had passed, and he could no longer remember clearly. But as long as Raphael continued obeying his orders, perhaps he would remember where the remains were. This feeling of being toyed with in the palm of someone's hand was like a venomous snake tightly coiling around Raphael's neck, leaving him no chance to breathe. Raphael suddenly sat up from the sofa. So it had been another nightmare. Every summer, those threats and humiliations from back then would drown him like a tide. If he refused this marriage, they would definitely demand he be sent to the south. There were endless troubles in the territory. The people of the Southern Alliance were pushing their luck, using the dam construction issue to exert pressure like mad. The attendants could barely hold on anymore and felt the other side would soon ride roughshod over them. Seeing Raphael frowning all day, Romeo truly could not bear it. He took the initiative to give Raphael a way out and advised him to simply give up searching for his father's remains. After all, he had already paid enough over the years. Raphael was silent for a long time after hearing this. He knew that if his father were still alive, he would surely understand his difficulties and tell him not to keep tormenting himself over these dead things. But the more he thought this, the worse his heart felt. The image of his father teaching him swordsmanship appeared in his mind. That was the only light in his life. If he chose to let go now for the sake of the stability before his eyes, what face would he have left to speak of revenge? Or why would he have to place his sword at his enemy's neck? Raphael clenched his fists. Although he knew his stubbornness would burden the people around him, he still decided to fight to the bitter end. Because there were some debts that, if he did not collect them with his own hands, he would never sleep peacefully in this lifetime. Romeo realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly lowered his head to apologize. While promising to continue gathering clues about the remains, he hurriedly changed the subject and suggested they first settle the matters of the political marriage and the festival candidates. Raphael did not blame them. He only responded faintly. At the same time, the atmosphere on John's side was also quite oppressive. The Southern Alliance was serious this time because the dam had cut off their trade lifeline. That was their very foundation. Those people would absolutely not give up easily. The situation was even worse than expected. The emperor was even worried that a military conflict might break out and had already begun mobilizing troops in advance. The smell of gunpowder on the border was growing stronger and stronger. At this critical moment, the Marquis suddenly mentioned Charlotte. He had heard that person still did not plan to return to the capital. John sighed, while also busily covering for Charlotte. The news of Miss Grace's engagement was indeed shocking enough. It seemed she needed a lot of time to sort herself out. After all, Grace often came to ask Marquis Charlotte about her. He could only lie and say she had gone south for training, just as the two were discussing how to trick Charlotte back before the festival. First Prince Adrian suddenly appeared. His gorgeous formal attire paired with that face truly gave him the dignity of the imperial family. The Marquis quickly bowed, but could not help muttering inwardly, although this prince was smiling. His eyes were still so cold that they made one's hair stand on end. He always felt that the prince had definitely not come with good intentions this time. Sure enough, after only a few pleasantries, Adrian went straight to the point. He said he had not seen the young lady of the Brabant family for a long time and asked John whether he knew where she was. John's expression remained calm on the surface, but in his heart, he had already seen through everything. How was this a casual question? It was clearly an inspection disguised as concern. It seemed Charlotte had long since been targeted by this prince. The Marquis could only brace himself and continue making things up, saying that Miss Charlotte was traveling in the south. After Adrian heard this, he seemed thoughtful. His mouth said that child had a strange personality, but in his heart, he had clearly already calculated the day she would return to the city. Listening from the side, John felt his scalp go numb. The current situation was simply a pot of chaos. The old Grand Duke had just gotten engaged to Grace, and now his grandson Adrian had actually set his sights on Charlotte. Adrian, however, did not care at all. He smiled radiantly and even admitted in public that the thought of seeing the long-absent young lady made him unable to restrain his excitement. The Midsummer Night Festival that the entire empire had been anticipating finally began. But Charlotte could not feel happy at all now. She had clearly planned to secretly slip home while Raphael entered the palace, but the Grand Duke insisted on bringing her along too. Now things were great. The escape plan she had originally arranged with brother Ethan was completely ruined. Watching everyone else celebrate outside while she could only be trapped in this deep palace compound, she felt this life was simply impossible. Raphael was domineering beyond reason. Before going out, he had actually set 3 strict orders for her. She could not leave the imperial palace. She could not take off her mask, and she absolutely could not speak to any man. If she violated any one of them, there would only be one consequence: death. However, Charlotte understood in her heart that this mask was actually Raphael protecting her in a roundabout way. After all, the imperial palace was full of acquaintances. If she were recognized, things would become troublesome. Just as she was wandering around the garden alone, inspiration suddenly flashed through her mind. Since the Grand Duke had taken people to attend the banquet, didn't that mean no one nearby was watching her now? How was this confinement? This was clearly an escape opportunity bestowed by heaven. Heaven was truly helping her. Charlotte discovered that there was not a single guard her side. This was simply the best time to escape. But just as she was about to slip away, an accident happened. In a moment of carelessness, she crashed directly into a girl running toward her. The collision was not light. When she came back to her senses, she realized the blonde girl before her was actually Princess Nadia. The two sat on a bench to calm down. Nadia looked apologetic, worried that she had dirted Charlotte's night uniform and would affect her attendance at tonight's banquet. Charlotte could only awkwardly wave her hand and say she was only a commoner apprentice knight. She had no qualifications to attend that kind of high-class occasion at all. But when Nadia heard this, her expression suddenly became very lonely. Charlotte's heart filled with suspicion. Was Her Highness the Princess worried here alone because she had not found a dance partner? Seeing Princess Nadia so worried, Charlotte's damned competitive spirit rose again. She grabbed the princess's hand and patted her chest as she promised that once she earned a noble title in the future, she would definitely invite the princess for the first dance. She would also help her bring back that fellow named John. Nadia was amused by her. But immediately after, the princess lowered her voice and reminded her that the atmosphere in the palace had been extremely strange recently, and it would be best to stay far away from tonight's banquet, because the envoy from the Southern Mare Alliance had already arrived. Hearing this name, Charlotte's heart jolted. This was the most crucial turning point in the original story, because the emperor had built the dam and cut off the South's water source. The two sides had long since reached the point of nearly going to war. If they truly fought, who knew how many people would lose their homes and families? And this conflict, which was enough to change the fate of the nation, would fully erupt at the final moment of tonight's festival. In the original plot, in order to stop the war, Ethan risked death to admonish the emperor. Although he ultimately succeeded in making the emperor withdraw the order, he himself was thrown into prison. He suffered inhuman torture. Looking at the scene before her, Charlotte felt increasingly uneasy. Although she had already changed many small details, the fatal major events from the original story still seemed to be approaching step by step. Could fate really not be changed? No, it was not time to admit defeat yet. As long as the ending had not been set in stone, there had to be a turning point. Charlotte forcefully patted her cheeks to wake herself up. She decided to strike first. As long as she could deal with the Mare Alliance's envoy in advance, Ethan would no longer have to go throw his life away. She knew very clearly what those people's true purpose was. As long as she could make contact with them, there would be a chance to completely cut off the signs of war. Charlotte was calculating her next plan. She wanted to use her true identity to contact the Alliance. But in order to help Ethan escape trouble, she now had to continue using the Sasha disguise. Just as she was worrying over how to find John and get a new set of clothes, a familiar voice suddenly came from beside her ear. She quickly hid behind a pillar and discovered it was actually Uncle CACAO and Grace. The two were walking and chatting about Sasha, which meant the current Charlotte. Grace's face was full of worry. She said Sasha's personality was too stubborn, and whenever she suffered grievances outside, she never spoke of them. Although she always said in her heart that everything was fine, how could an older sister possibly not worry? CACAO gently comforted her from the side. After not seeing her for several months, Grace had grown much thinner. She must have suffered quite a lot. Listening to her family's concern, Charlotte's heart felt sour. She watched the two of them leave and silently swore in her heart to hold on a little longer. Once the festival matters were settled, she would immediately return to her true identity and go home. Charlotte was extremely anxious now. She had to quickly find John. Judging by that fellow's personality, there was an 80% chance he was currently hiding in the dormitory and slacking off. On the other side, Raphael's work ended early. He was preparing to return to his room for a good rest. At the same time, he was calculating in his heart whether, if that little knight at home had behaved obediently, he should bring back something tasty as a reward. He dismissed the attendants beside him and was just about to go to the dining hall to pick out some snacks. But just as he reached the garden, he froze completely. Beside the fountain, not far away, Charlotte, who should have been obediently staying in her room, was actually openly appearing right under his nose. Raphael's gaze darkened at once. He had clearly given a strict order forbidding this fellow from going anywhere. Yet she had the nerve to treat his words as if they were wind blowing past her ears. Charlotte was jogging along at this moment. She had just finished asking John for help and planned to hurry back to her room to pretend to be obedient before Raphael returned. After all, the Grand Duke had personally said earlier that his work would end very late today. But she had never imagined that flags really could not be raised recklessly. Just as she felt victory was assured, her foot slipped and she crashed directly into a solid embrace. Charlotte looked up, and her soul was nearly frightened out of her body. Raphael was actually standing right in front of her, staring at her coldly. Now she was in serious trouble, while praying in her heart that the Grand Duke had not seen John. She braced herself and began making up nonsense. She said she had merely gotten lost while taking a walk. Raphael clearly did not believe her and casually asked whether he had just seen someone else beside her. Charlotte was so frightened she quickly waved her hands, saying that was only a passerby and that she had been asking him for directions. In order to stop the Grand Duke from continuing to question her, she quickly turned the tables and urged him to hurry back to his room and rest. Raphael was truly angry this time. He tossed Charlotte into the room, turned, and left. He even specially instructed the guards to keep a close eye on her and absolutely not allow her to go out and cause trouble again. Charlotte was thrown so hard she was dizzy. She could not help quietly grumbling that the Grand Duke found new ways to torment her every day. But the guard beside her shook his head when he heard this, saying she simply did not know how blessed she was. The guard told her that the Grand Duke was famously iron-blooded in running the army. In the past, several knights had merely mocked Ethan a few times behind his back, and as a result, the Grand Duke publicly stripped them of their positions and sent them straight to the stables to brush horses. In the army, being dismissed by this war hero meant one's career was completely finished. No one's pleas for mercy worked, because the Grand Duke absolutely did not allow his subordinates to suffer any humiliation. Charlotte was stunned as she listened. Only then did she realize that when other people made mistakes, they lost their futures. Yet after she acted so arrogantly in front of the Grand Duke, she was merely carried back and scolded. Seeing the guard's envious expression, Charlotte's heart was a mess. If this whole matter really was her fault, then the Grand Duke indulging her nonsense like this indeed made her feel a little embarrassed. Just then, Raphael pushed the door open and entered. The atmosphere in the room instantly dropped to freezing point. He coldly swept his gaze around and directly asked Charlotte whether these people were troubling her again. As soon as these words came out, those few people were so frightened they hurriedly fled, not even daring to look back. But Charlotte froze. Why did he say again? In his eyes, had she always been bullied? Charlotte could not help testing him, asking, "Your Grace was stripping those knights of their qualifications really to vent anger on my behalf?" Raphael denied it with a serious face, saying it was only because those people ignored military law and had nothing to do with her. Although his words sounded impartial and selfless, this abnormal behavior was clearly him protecting his own. Charlotte smiled and said she wanted to repay him, offering to wipe his hair and even sing him a lullaby. Now, it was Raphael's turn to have nothing to say. In the end, Raphael only left one instruction. She was to behave herself in the imperial palace. Stop running around everywhere. By the next morning, Charlotte appeared in John's room right on time. "Wow, you really came." John could not help sighing. She was far too bold. They had only brought up the plan yesterday. Yet today, she actually dared to act on it. Charlotte took off her wig. The matter had gone surprisingly smoothly. But the real trouble was still ahead. If she ran into the Grand Duke at the banquet, how would she clean up that mess? Faced with John's worry, Charlotte's attitude was extremely firm. Compared to a young marquis, a girl was much more likely to make people lower their guard. Besides, only she knew what the other side truly wanted. Although John still felt it was unsafe, and even wanted to persuade her to simply run away, Charlotte knew very well that this marriage alliance concerned the fate of the entire territory. She had no way back. The Grand Duke was now desperately trying to reject this marriage. It seemed there would be a conclusion before the Midsummer Night Festival ended. Charlotte felt that instead of guessing blindly outside, she might as well stay and see what happened. John was still worried that her identity would be exposed, but Charlotte had a plan. After all, that Grand Duke rarely showed himself in public. As long as she found a good substitute, the plan would be flawless. Since her alibi had already been arranged, the real Charlotte could officially make her entrance. The young lady who had disappeared for so long suddenly appeared, and the entire social scene exploded. Faced with everyone's questions, she dealt with them in a single sentence. She said she had merely taken a trip to the south. The preparations had taken longer than expected. She had to hurry and meet the Alliance members, then return to the dormitory before the Grand Duke arrived. She had planned to leave once the serious business was done, but before she even met the main party, she first heard a bellyful of gossip. Things in the South were now in an uproar. Some people were even saying that war was about to break out. The current emperor's reputation as a wise ruler had blinded the people. They could not even imagine that the emperor might be wrong. Since their allies would not arrive until tomorrow, Charlotte truly could not stay here another second. She had to find a chance to slip away quickly. But listen to what these noble ladies were saying. They actually thought the Grand Duke was blindly loyal to the Emperor. Such a huge misunderstanding was simply laughable. Where her full name was called, Charlotte froze on the spot. The person who came was her elder sister, Grace. Charlotte followed Grace toward the terrace. Was she angry because Charlotte had left home after a single remark from her, then suddenly appeared again? That was why Charlotte had kept writing letters to stay in contact. Looking at Grace's thin back, Charlotte felt terrible. Just when she thought she was going to be ignored the whole time, Grace suddenly stopped and softly called her by her childhood nickname, Sasha. Grace gently reached out her hand and softly called her over. "Let me hug you, my little sister. It has been so long since we last saw each other." Charlotte could no longer care about anything else and threw herself straight into her sister's arms. She had waited far too long for this moment. "How have you been in the South?" Charlotte smiled and said, "You can tell by looking at my face. I ate well, slept well, and made a whole group of new friends." Grace hugged her fondly. "As long as you are happy, that is my greatest happiness. I will make sure you stay this happy forever." But the reunion had to end there. Grace took her hand and led her back to the banquet hall. Charlotte only wanted to quickly say hello, then immediately escape this social gathering. After all, dealing with her sister had already wasted too much time. Lifting her skirt, she trotted all the way, wanting only to return to her room and change out of this outfit as soon as possible. Raphael looked at that retreating figure with a deep frown. Why was there a woman here? This was forbidden ground belonging to the Black Dragon Knights. Ordinary people could not get in at all. Could she be a spy who had infiltrated the place? He gripped the hilt of his sword and followed. That woman in a dress just now had run absurdly fast. There was definitely something suspicious about this, especially that head of long pink hair. It was far too much of a coincidence. Raphael decided to confirm it himself. He pushed the door open and entered directly, but the scene inside left him speechless on the spot. What was going on? Charlotte smiled and greeted him. "You're finally back," Raphael asked in a stern voice why she was not staying in her own room so late at night. Charlotte quickly found an excuse, saying she had wanted to come over and sing a lullaby. Because she had left in such a hurry, she had not even had time to dry her hair. In truth, she knew very well that this was the first time she had changed back into her original appearance, and she absolutely could not reveal any flaws. Raphael keenly sensed something was wrong. He stared at her and asked whether she had just climbed in through the window, and whether she had seen a pink-haired woman nearby. This was bad. Had he really seen her? Charlotte quickly waved her hands and denied it, saying she had not seen anyone except the Grand Duke. Raphael stared at her for a long while and did not continue questioning her. Instead, he stood up and said, "I'm going to wash up. Prepare to sing that lullaby." Charlotte was completely stunned. Yesterday, he had said he did not need it. Why had he suddenly changed today? Although she felt it was strange, she could only obediently sit by the bed and sing over and over again. Looking at Raphael lying on the bed, she felt that something was off. If someone suddenly became this abnormal, something major must have happened. Looking at Raphael on the bed, Charlotte realized that he looked much more exhausted than usual. With his eyes closed, Raphael asked why she had stopped. Had she forgotten the words? He waved his hand and told Charlotte to go back and stop fussing. But Charlotte softly asked, "Have you been under a lot of pressure recently?" Those words seemed to strike Raphael's weak point. He laughed self-mockingly and said that nothing was going his way now. His subordinates only knew how to rely on him, and his opponents clung to him like birds that could not be shaken off. That sense of powerlessness made him feel quite useless. Charlotte was a little confused. How could someone as capable as you be led around by others? Raphael slowly opened his eyes and stared at Charlotte. "Someone as capable as me? It seems my image in your eyes is rather impressive." Raphael's voice grew lower and lower. He said that he was actually very useless, so useless that he could not even find his own father's remains. He could not even hold a proper funeral for him. This man, who seemed invincible in the eyes of outsiders, now covered his eyes with his arm and muttered softly, "I really want to run away." Charlotte listened beside him, her heart shaken. She had never imagined that someone like the Grand Duke would also have such a fragile side. She was silent for a long time before finally saying softly, "You have truly worked hard during this time. Although it was only simple comfort, she hoped it could bring this exhausted man even the slightest bit of solace. Raphael said nothing more. He only closed his eyes and replied, "I really am tired." Charlotte quietly rose and left. Before leaving, she softly said good night to him. When she woke up, Charlotte was completely dumbfounded. How had she ended up lying in the Grand Duke's bed? She tried hard to recall what had happened last night. She had clearly only wanted to comfort Raphael, but in the end, she had fallen asleep first. It seemed the Grand Duke had personally settled her in. She had not expected that cold man to have such a gentle side. But now was not the time to be moved. Raphael had already gone to the palace to see the emperor. Once this battle began, it would benefit no one. Charlotte clenched her fists. While Raphael bought time, she had to find a way to turn the current situation around. Just as she was about to act, John suddenly appeared behind her and said with a disgusted look that no matter how he looked at it, this outfit did not suit her at all. Who could have imagined that once Charlotte changed back into women's clothing, she would be so stunning? This purple gown, paired with her aura, made her the focus of the entire room. She confidently showed off to John, saying that in order to leave a good impression on the male delegation, this outfit was necessary. John had originally wanted to find an excuse to slip away, but Charlotte grabbed him in one motion. Since they had already come to the imperial palace, how could he hide in a room? Just as the two were tugging at each other, a deep voice suddenly came from behind them. "Miss Brabant." Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. This voice was far too familiar. When she turned around, it was indeed First Prince Adrian. Although he appeared gentle and refined on the surface, and even asked about Charlotte's recent situation with concern, Charlotte knew very well that her sister's misfortune back then had begun with the power struggle between this man and the princess. Facing this opponent, whom she ought to hate, Charlotte could only suppress the emotions in her heart and politely reply, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." To be honest, it was hard for Charlotte to truly hate Adrian. After all, this prince's body was far too weak. In the past, every time he tried to say something romantic to flirt with Charlotte, she could counter him with hard medical knowledge. When he said Charlotte was dazzlingly beautiful, Charlotte said he had eye inflammation. When he said his heart raced whenever he saw Charlotte, Charlotte directly said it was arrhythmia. But now, in order not to cause trouble for her family, Charlotte could only endure patiently and carefully observe this prince who might collapse at any moment. Adrian was quite good at seizing the opportunity. Using the excuse that his health had just improved slightly, he insisted on inviting Charlotte to dance the first dance of the evening. Charlotte wanted to use her male companion as a shield, but when she turned around, that coward John had gone weak in the knees the moment he saw the prince. Looking at John's fleeing back, Charlotte was so angry she had nowhere to vent it. With no way to refuse the prince's enthusiastic invitation, Charlotte could only brace herself and place her hand in his, planning to dance a short section casually and then quickly slip away. The atmosphere on the dance floor had originally been quite romantic. As Prince Adrian danced, he threw out romantic lines at Charlotte, saying that dancing with her felt like flying through the clouds. In the end, Charlotte's professional instincts instantly flared up. Flying? Could that be a floating sensation caused by dizziness? Before Adrian could react, his weak body truly could not hold on any longer. The romantic ball instantly turned into an emergency rescue scene. Watching Adrian being carried away, Charlotte also looked helpless. Saving people was instinct, but this first dance had been completely ruined. The surrounding nobles were stunned, and one after another they sighed that Charlotte was truly incredible. Every time, she could accurately spot the problem before the prince got into trouble. This young lady of the Brabant family truly made people see her medical talent in a new light. John also came over at this moment and complained that Charlotte's obsession with health was hopeless. As long as she saw a patient, she could not sit still. Charlotte, however, remained calm. She could not ignore someone with a problem. Because of the commotion, many people gathered around. Just as everyone still had not recovered, Charlotte was the first to notice that something was wrong. That attire was clearly clothing from the south. People from the Southern Mare Alliance had actually arrived at this moment. She clearly had not seen them just now. How had these people appeared in the hall in the blink of an eye? Charlotte secretly cried that this was bad. Prince Adrian had just fainted, and the scene had become a mess. Surely this group had not seen everything, right? They were already xenophobic to begin with, and had no favorable feelings toward the imperial family. Yet before they had even officially met, the scene of her entanglement with the prince had spread first. Charlotte now wanted to die. What was going on? She had failed before even meeting the Southerners. Everything was ruined. Charlotte was worrying about how to get closer to them, and had even thought of the outdated trick of dropping a handkerchief, when a hand suddenly reached over from behind and draped a coat over her shoulders. She thought John had come back. When she turned around, she did not know this person at all. The other party explained that he had seen she looked unwell and had come over to help. Charlotte's mind turned quickly. Was this not someone from the male delegation just now? She had searched everywhere only to find him effortlessly. The target had actually delivered himself to her door. The man introduced himself as Simon. Charlotte's heart skipped. This was the leader of the Southern delegation. Her luck was simply unbelievable. She quickly took advantage of the situation, using the excuse of needing to return the coat to directly ask where he was staying. Charlotte already understood. The other party was staying at Flock's Palace. He had to be one of the Southern delegation. She quickly showed off a bit of Southern dialect, wanting to use it to draw closer to him. Simon was indeed quite receptive to this, and admitted that he was in fact a member of the delegation. Charlotte thought this opportunity was far too rare. She had to strike while the iron was hot, and quickly brought up her experiences traveling in the South. The two were chatting quite pleasantly. Charlotte even deliberately acted modest, saying that she had not danced in a long time and had been a little stiff on the dance floor just now. Who would have thought Simon would suddenly change the topic and praise how beautiful she looked dancing with the first prince earlier? That single sentence directly set off alarm bells in Charlotte's heart. Was this man complimenting her, or was he testing her relationship with the imperial family? It seemed this diplomatic contest was far more complicated than she had expected. Simon continued along that line, saying that he remembered the way Charlotte had rescued the prince and praising her for understanding medicine. He sighed that the prince was fortunate to have someone like her by his side. Charlotte's heart sank. Why would the leader of the Southern delegation suddenly care about the imperial family's safety? That tone did not sound like simple praise. She simply made her position clear, saying that no matter who was lying there, as a member of the Brabant family, she would save them. Those words stunned Simon on the spot. Before the two could continue testing each other, a cold voice suddenly came from behind them. That tone was outrageously domineering, directly telling the person blocking the way to move aside. Charlotte's entire body stiffened. She was all too familiar with that voice. Raphael had actually appeared at this moment. Charlotte truly panicked now. She casually found an excuse, saying she felt unwell and had to leave first. Before Simon could react, she had already lifted her skirt and started running. She had only one thought in her mind. She absolutely could not let Raphael see her face. Otherwise, all her previous disguises would have been for nothing. As she threaded through the crowd, she wondered why this great devil had come today. Seeing the main doors right ahead, she only had to cross through them to escape. Charlotte had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this scare had finally passed without danger. But at the instant she was about to go out, a hand like iron pincers tightly grabbed her wrist. Miss Brabant. Simon had grabbed her only to remind Charlotte that she absolutely had to remember to return his coat. Charlotte was completely confused. Was this coat some family heirloom? Was it worth him running back specifically to tell her again? Seeing Raphael coming closer and closer, Charlotte no longer dared to linger. She hurriedly agreed, turned, and ran out of the banquet hall. At last, before she was caught head-on, she successfully disappeared at the end of the corridor. Raphael walked over with a cold face and directly asked Simon who that woman just now was. Simon reacted rather quickly. He pretended not to know her well, saying she was merely an ordinary young lady who had taken his handkerchief. Raphael asked no more, but his gaze clearly said that this matter was definitely not so simple. Simon could not understand why a major figure like Raphael would go out of his way to ask about that woman's identity. After returning to the palace, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. His attendant also sighed from aside. Who would have thought this Grand Duke would personally come to threaten them? Although he had been loyal to the Emperor in the past, he had never bothered to interfere in such trivial diplomatic matters. Now things had truly blown up. Simon knew very well that if Raphael really intended to start a war with their current strength, they would have no standing on the battlefield at all. He had originally thought that Raphael's titles as a war hero were nothing more than the Emperor exaggerating for his own dignity. But the pressure from that instant just now made him realize this man was serious. Raphael had even directly threatened them, saying that if they did not heed his warning, then The next time they met would be on the battlefield. For the Emperor's sake, he was simply like a hero who had willingly put a rope around his own neck. This kind of madman was the hardest to deal with. The attendant's attitude was extremely firm. They no longer had any way back. Once the other side built the dam, their lifeline of water would be completely strangled. At that point, even drinking water would become a problem. Although Simon understood this reasoning too, he felt that directly going to war now was too risky. The attendant suggested first finding a way to change public opinion, then spending money to bribe the people around the Grand Duke to see whether they could tear open a gap from within. Simon handed all these troublesome matters to the attendant. But just as they finished discussing serious matters, the attendant suddenly changed into a gossipy expression and asked about the woman from earlier. Simon paused and asked if he was talking about Charlotte. He discovered that getting close to Charlotte had gone far more smoothly than expected. For his next plan, this was simply tremendous good news. The Brabant family carried great weight before the imperial family. If they could draw them into their own camp, the current situation would be completely reversed. And the only breakthrough point was Charlotte. Simon also felt that this might work. After all, everyone else avoided him, a southerner, but only Charlotte had been very friendly toward him. Moreover, he had made an unexpected discovery. This woman seemed to know quite a lot about medicine. That gave Simon a bold idea. If Charlotte's medical skills were truly that brilliant, then perhaps the problem that had troubled them for so long, Solomon's illness, could really find a turning point in this woman's hands. During this festival, Simon had two non-negotiable missions. The first was that he had to stop the dam project upstream and protect everyone's lifeline. The second was even more troublesome. He had to find someone to cure Solomon's strange illness. As the leader of the Southern Mare Alliance, Solomon had been tormented by headaches these past few years and would collapse at any moment. Although the news was still being sealed off, the leader had not appeared for so long that outsiders had long since begun to grow suspicious. The current situation was simply a complete mess. Outside, the Empire was watching them like a tiger eyeing its prey. If internal fighting broke out over a power struggle as well, the Southern Mare Alliance would be completely finished. So they had to stabilize the situation before anything happened. After thinking it over, all hope finally fell on Charlotte Brabant. This woman was the key to turning the situation around. At this point, Simon decided to personally approach Charlotte. As for the others, they would take their positions according to the original plan. He had thought everything was under control, but he suddenly remembered one thing. Grand Duke Raphael also seemed to have set his sights on Charlotte. Could it be because he, the leader of the delegation, had approached Charlotte that Raphael had wanted to come over and sound things out? No, it was definitely not that simple. From beginning to end, Raphael's gaze had never left Charlotte. That look was like a predator fixing its eyes on its prey, leaving no room for anyone else. The next day, the Royal Opera House was packed. Although Charlotte sat in a splendid box, she kept feeling a chill down her back. At that moment, someone beside her asked what was wrong and whether she felt unwell. Charlotte quickly laughed it off and said she was merely looking at the scenery. In truth, she was extremely guilty. If the Empress had not personally invited her, she would not have come at all. She did not want to run into Raphael here. Thinking of the scene of being questioned yesterday, she still felt chills down her spine. At that time, Raphael had stared at her and asked where she had run off to the entire day and whether she had secretly gone to the banquet hall. She could only desperately find excuses, saying that as a trainee, she had not actually dared to go to such a high-class place. After great difficulty, she had finally fooled that terrifying figure away. She had thought Raphael had no interest in this kind of celebration, so she dared to change back into women's clothing and come out for some air. She wanted to avoid any place that would make her stand out. Adrian softly called Mississippi. Only then did Charlotte suddenly come back to her senses. The most important thing now was to absolutely not draw anyone's attention. Adrian began chatting enthusiastically about today's performance, the season of courtship. It told the romantic past of the founding emperor and empress. Even the current Midsummer Night Festival existed to commemorate that love. Adrian said that no matter how many times he watched this play, he never got tired of it. Charlotte was somewhat surprised. She had not expected this young prince to also be an opera lover. Adrian toyed with a yellow rose in his hand. He said he could personally relate to many scenes in the play. That was why he was especially fond of it. Looking at the yellow rose Adrian handed over, Charlotte's heart skipped. His hand was shaking like a sieve. This was clearly not right. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, she quickly pressed down on his hand and softly called, "Your Highness." Who could have imagined that the atmosphere, which had been so romantic just now, would completely collapse in the next second? Watching Adrian being carried onto a stretcher, Charlotte finally let out a breath of relief. It seemed she had saved His Highness's little life again today. Charlotte was just considering first going to inquire about Solomon's group when, before she could move, a call suddenly rang beside her ear. "Fourth princess." That cry frightened her badly. This princess had met Sasha before. If they ran into each other face to face now, her secret of disguising herself as a man would be completely exposed. Charlotte crouched behind a pillar with only one thought in her mind. She had to slip away quickly. She absolutely could not let the other party see her face. She carefully tried to take a detour, but as soon as she turned her head, her entire body froze on the spot. What she feared had come true. Why had Raphael appeared here? Before she could react, Raphael had already spoken with a cold face. He said, "Am I not supposed to be here? Everyone move aside." Now the situation had completely gotten out of control. To the left was the fourth princess. To the right was Raphael. If these two came together, Charlotte's identity would be exposed within minutes. Her mind was a total mess, and she had no idea where to hide. The corridor was only this small. It was simply impossible to escape, even with wings. Seeing Raphael coming closer and closer, Charlotte's heart went cold. This time, she truly had no way out at all. Raphael stopped. He felt that something was wrong in the corridor. Had someone else really been there just now? Just as he grew suspicious, Charlotte had already slipped into her room. Listening to the movement outside the door, she patted her chest and cried out that it had been close. But before she could catch her breath, she looked up and froze again. The man holding her was actually Idris, who had been missing for a long time. Charlotte's mind was filled with question marks. Why had this guy suddenly appeared in the imperial capital? Idris shut the door behind him, and, after confirming there was no one else around, lowered his voice and said they could speak safely now. Charlotte immediately asked him how he had suddenly appeared in the imperial palace. Idris explained that he had come in behind the main group. Because Charlotte was dressed as a woman today, he had deliberately used invisibility. However, Idris was also very puzzled. He stared at Charlotte's dress and asked, "Were you not supposed to enter the palace as Sasha? Why are you dressed like this?" Charlotte was worrying about how to explain when inspiration suddenly struck. This was simply a helper sent by heaven. Idris knew the truth about her, and he also had authority in the Knights. She quickly seized the chance and pleaded in a low voice, "Can you help cover for me? Pretend you sent me out of the palace on an errand." After hearing this, Idris frowned, clearly not understanding what she was up to this time. In truth, Charlotte was roaring inwardly. She had to go to the southern delegation's hiding place, and she also had to meet their leader, Solomon. This was a major matter related to the dam construction. But after thinking again, how could she say these things casually? If she truly said them, the situation would only become even more chaotic. She could only laugh awkwardly and quickly make up an excuse on the spot. She said something urgent had happened at home, and that she had secretly slipped into the palace. If she returned too late, there would be no way to explain things to Raphael. Seeing that Idris said nothing, Charlotte simply went all in. She leaned closer and begged softly, "Just help me this one last time, all right?" Faced with this kind of coaxing and pleading, Idris's eyes revealed an emotion that was hard to read. Idris agreed readily enough, but he made one condition. He had to go with her. Charlotte was completely stunned. This was totally different from what she had expected. But Idris gave her no chance to refuse and directly pushed the door open, saying, "It is better to be cautious with matters like this." Looking at Idris's attitude, which allowed no discussion, Charlotte knew that she was completely unable to shake off this follower now. At this point, she could only brace herself and agree, following him to the imperial capital's shopping district. Who would have thought that her originally planned secret operation had now turned into a two-person trip? Looking at this fully armed outfit, Idris felt uneasy. Was this disguise really all right? But in order not to be recognized by acquaintances, they could only make do like this for now. Idris asked from his side, "Are we splitting up now?" Charlotte shook her head. She planned to first take him to the Information Guild. After all, people who dealt in intelligence all liked hiding in secret corners like this. As Charlotte walked, she worried. Bringing Idris along had been a complete accident. When she asked around for information later, she would have to be doubly careful. But before she could decide on a strategy, a miserable cry suddenly came from the alley ahead. It sounded like someone was calling for their father. The two quickly stopped and looked closely. A man was kneeling on the ground. Charlotte immediately saw that something was wrong. These symptoms: his body was stiff as stone, and his skin had an eerie black tinge. This was clearly demonic miasma poisoning. In her urgency, she could no longer care about her disguise and blurted out, "Grandfather." She wanted to rush over and see the situation. Behind her, Idris tried to stop her, but failed. That shout directly startled the man across from them. Without another word, the man swiftly drew a short blade. His eyes were full of killing intent. He sternly shouted, "Stop. Take one more step forward, and I will kill you on spot." But before he could even finish speaking, the situation instantly reversed. No one saw clearly how he moved. Idris warned coldly, "Put down the blade. It is not too late to beg for mercy." The man was completely stunned, not even realizing when a sword had already been placed against his neck. Charlotte completely exploded now. How could they draw blades in front of patient? She hurriedly asked whether the symptoms were stiffness and blackening of the entire body. The man was completely dumbfounded. How did an outsider know about such a rare poison? Charlotte saw through it at a glance. The old man was stiff and black all over. He had clearly been poisoned by miasma. Although she did not know how an ordinary person had gotten into this kind of trouble, saving him was now the priority. To detoxify him, they had to use herbs irrigated with holy water. And the person who could obtain those herbs the fastest was the former holy knight behind her, Idris. Charlotte directly laid her cards on the table. She could treat this illness, but the prerequisite was that the other party had to lower his sword. Simon had originally been waiting for that person to appear, but after waiting and waiting, he still saw no one, so he could only make a trip personally. Who knew that the other party would not be at home? Seeing that Solomon's body had already reached its limit, and that his cough was growing worse and worse, there was no time left to waste. Simon now had no choice. He could only place all his final hope on Miss Brabant. Although letting such a young girl bear this responsibility was indeed somewhat risky, there was no way back now. But at this critical moment, his attendant scrambled in to report something even more frightening. Solomon had actually suffered a seizure outside the city wall and collapsed straight to the ground. Simon went mad with anxiety. Of all times, it happened while he was away. He rushed back while blaming himself, afraid that if he was a second late, he would never see him again. He violently pushed open the door and shouted Solomon's name at the top of his lungs, thinking he would see some tragic scene. But when he opened the door, the atmosphere inside was unexpectedly harmonious. Charlotte was holding pastries and eating with a blissful face, even asking grandfather whether she could take all the leftovers. The old man kindly stroked her head and said there was plenty and she could eat as much as she liked. Simon froze directly in the doorway. Charlotte was completely stunned. Why had Simon appeared here? The attendant beside them hurriedly smoothed things over, saying this gentleman had just happened to pass by, had recognized the symptoms of miasma poisoning, and had therefore voluntarily stayed to help. After hearing this, Simon sighed that their luck was truly good. At such a critical moment, they had actually encountered an expert who understood detoxification. He was about to properly thank him. Charlotte stared at Simon for a long while, feeling that she had seen this face somewhere before. A name flashed rapidly through his mind. Was this not Miss Brabant? She was so frightened that the pastries in her hand no longer seemed tasty. Afraid that her disguise would be seen through, she could only awkwardly explain that she was merely experiencing life. Fortunately, Simon did not continue questioning her and turned to care for the old man's health. The old man waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing serious. Only then did Charlotte breathe a sigh of relief. However, she knew very well that miasma poisoning was a major plot point in the original novel. The next situation probably would not be easy to handle. In the original, this illness was a dead end. Ethan had died because of it back then. Charlotte had even spent an entire lifetime just to deliver an antidote to his grave. This poison was basically incurable because it came from miasma left by an ancient beast in ancient ruins. Ordinary people would never encounter it in their entire lives, so no antidote had ever existed. In the original storyline, only 2 people were poisoned by it. One was Ethan. The other was the great sage Solomon. Charlotte knew very well that the reason she had chosen to negotiate with the Southern Mare Alliance in the first place was because she knew about Solomon's poisoning. It was the only bargaining chip in her hand. But looking at the old man before her, she still could not help acting, for no other reason than that he truly resembled the deceased Ethan too much. She could not watch a tragedy repeat itself before her eyes, even if this meant she would once again be dragged into that unknown nightmare. Charlotte was now completely dumbfounded. She had never expected that the weak-looking old man before her was actually the legendary Great Sage Solomon. She wished she could slap herself twice. Originally, this had been the strongest bargaining chip in her hand. But now, she had personally rescued him as if he were an ordinary passerby. Solomon, however, was very grateful and took the initiative to offer repayment for the life-saving grace. Simon also bowed respectfully beside him and directly revealed that this man was his old father. On the surface, Charlotte still had to pretend to be calm, but inside, she was calculating quickly. It seemed the other party did not intend to publicly reveal Solomon's identity. That was a rare opportunity, but before she could relax, one question from Simon made her stiffen. With a serious expression, he pressed her on how this young lady had recognized a strange illness that no one in the entire Southern Mare Alliance had ever seen. Charlotte lied without even blushing or her heart skipping, saying she had once seen this illness while traveling. In truth, she felt terribly guilty. She had learned all of this from the original novel. She described the illness exactly. At first, there would only be a mild headache. Then the whole body would convulse. Finally, the limbs would turn completely black and necrotic. Simon could no longer sit still. He urgently asked whether it could be treated. As long as she could save his father, he was willing to pay any price. Charlotte signaled for him to calm down first. There was indeed a life-saving method, but then she changed the topic and looked directly at Solomon beside them, saying that the root of this illness was something the old man should understand best. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the room instantly changed. Charlotte revealed the truth one word at a time. This was miasma poisoning from an ancient giant beast. Solomon was silent for a long while before finally speaking of that past. It happened when he was young. The ancient ruins on the Morrison coast suddenly opened, causing heavy casualties. In order to stop the disaster from spreading, he went alone into the depths of the ruins. But the trap magic there was too powerful, and even he could not easily undo it. In fact, at the time, there had been one simplest method: completely destroy the entire ruins. But Solomon had not chosen that path, and that decision made him pay a painful price. Back then, in order to undo the ancient magic, Solomon had stayed in the ruins for an entire month. Although he ultimately succeeded in unraveling the array, he was also completely eroded by the miasma there. In order to survive, he had even carved magical formulas onto his own body, all to slow the spread of the poison. Even the divine artifact Ethan later used had been personally crafted by him while enduring severe pain. Charlotte looked at the old man before her heart filled with respect. This was the true great sage. For the sake of the world, he had nearly poured his entire life into it. She told Simon that the key to this medicine lay in herbs cultivated with holy water. Fortunately, she still had some reserves on hand, enough to last until the next batch of herbs grew. After hearing this, Simon finally let out a long breath of relief. But after Charlotte calmed down, she suddenly realized that something was not right. No matter how much she had liked reading the original work before, it was impossible for her to remember the details of the herbs this clearly. This feeling was as if the knowledge had originally been carved into her mind. She began to suspect who she really was. When she first realized she had transmigrated, she had indeed memorized all the major key events from the book in order to survive, such as the princess's predictions and the ruins collapsing. But the problem was here. Those herbs had only been mentioned in passing in the book. Why was her memory now as clear as if she had experienced it personally? Or had this knowledge, which did not belong to the book, come from? This feeling was too strange. That knowledge of herbs was like something carved into her bones. It did not seem like something she had read from a book at all. Simon called several times before pulling Charlotte back from her thoughts. Seeing that she had not reacted for so long, he thought she was unwell. Charlotte quickly explained that she had merely gotten lost in thought. But Simon's next words made her heart suddenly leap. Simon said seriously that he had always wanted to find an opportunity to repay his benefactor. Although the current situation was not very good, as long as Charlotte spoke, he would do his utmost to satisfy her request. This was simply a pillow delivered just as she was getting sleepy. Charlotte had been worrying that she had no chance to speak. Since the other party had taken the initiative to mention it, she would not be polite. Charlotte took a deep breath and directly threw out a heavyweight request. She wanted Simon to meet Princess Cordelia. Simon was completely stunned. No matter what, he had never expected that the moment Charlotte opened her mouth, she would ask to meet the Empire's eldest princess. This was not as simple as just meeting someone. Right now, the entire continent was watching the open and hidden struggle over the succession to the throne. Making private contact at this time was simply playing with fire. If this matter spread, others would believe the entire Southern Mare Alliance had already chosen a side. No one could bear the cost behind that. If this step went wrong, there would truly be no path back. Simon was very conflicted. Although he had been the one to offer repayment, what Charlotte wanted to do was too dangerous. At this critical moment, whoever touched it would be doomed. In the end, he still shook his head and refused directly. Even though Charlotte had saved his father, he truly did not dare agree to such politically involved trouble. Just as the situation reached a deadlock, Solomon suddenly spoke. He felt there was no need to refuse in a hurry. At the very least, they should first hear why Charlotte wanted to do this. This gave the matter a turn for the better. Charlotte quickly apologized to Solomon. As long as the other party was willing to listen, then there was still room to discuss this matter. Charlotte threw out her final trump card. She said Princess Cordelia had once personally mentioned that compared to building a dam that wasted people's labor and wealth, she was more willing to strengthen cooperation with the South. Although Simon took this in, the hesitation on his face did not completely disappear. After all, this concerned the stance of his entire family. He did not dare gamble with their future lightly. Seeing this, Charlotte made things clear. Once the dam construction began, the fuse of war would be lit. At that time, no one could remain uninvolved. Whether it was Ethan, Idris, or even Grand Duke Raphael, everyone would be dragged onto the battlefield to fight for their lives. That was a situation no one wanted to see. At the end, she looked at Simon almost pleadingly. If they did not take the chance to meet now, then everyone would truly only be able to meet on the battlefield. Charlotte's words directly struck the crucial point. She said that the eldest princess opposed building the dam because she had her own calculations. After all, this was the critical period for seizing that position. If war broke out after this, it would only waste soldiers and resources for nothing. The eldest princess would never watch her own bargaining chips be consumed on the battlefield. After hearing this, Simon fell into thought. He realized that Charlotte was right. As long as they made good use of the eldest princess's current situation, the chances of persuading her were indeed very high. He turned to look at his father. The old man also nodded in silent approval. Simon finally relented and decided to meet this eldest princess. Charlotte finally breathed a sigh of relief. In order to make this meeting more secure, she decided to first write a letter clearly explaining the stakes of the entire matter. Things had finally taken a turn. She bid farewell to Solomon and his son. Before she left, Solomon called Charlotte back again. Apart from the sweets sent by the Southern Mare Alliance, he had actually prepared a personal gift for her. It was a cloak that looked very thick and sturdy. Charlotte recognized it at a glance. This was a style worn only within the Solomon family. But Solomon's next words were what truly stunned her. This cloak was not ordinary clothing, but a treasure engraved with an ancient magic array. As long as she wore it, she would gain one chance to become invisible. Only then did Charlotte understand. No wonder Solomon had been able to sneak into the Empire without a sound. It turned out he had relied entirely on this divine artifact to protect himself. But why would he give such a precious thing to her? Solomon merely smiled kindly. He reached out and stroked Charlotte's head. In his eyes, this kind girl with her own convictions was absolutely worthy of this gift. Solomon earnestly advised Charlotte that this personality of always stepping forward would sooner or later put her in danger. He hoped that at a critical moment, this cloak could help save her life. Charlotte solemnly thanked him. Afterward, she and Idris boarded the carriage back to the Imperial Palace and finally made it back before dark. But along the way, Idris's expression was not very good. good. He finally could not help speaking and questioning why she had taken such a huge risk to save a strange old man. In his view, if the other party had not had good intentions, Charlotte could never have escaped unharmed. This behavior was simply too reckless. Charlotte laughed and said it was because he was by her side protecting her that she had dared to be so willful. Although she admitted her mistake with her mouth, it was clear she had not taken it seriously in her heart. Charlotte finally spoke her true thoughts. She said the reason she worked so hard was entirely because of her father's teachings. When one had the ability, choosing to stand by and do nothing was a noble's dereliction of duty. If she truly did that, she would bring shame to her family. Although she felt she was timid and could not sacrifice herself for a greater cause like her sister, she still wanted to protect everything before her eyes. Idris listened quietly the entire time, looking at the slightly uneasy girl before him. A trace of recognition appeared in his eyes. He softly said that she had already done very well. In Idris's view, Charlotte was not some coward. On the contrary, she was a very brave, upright person worthy of admiration. Looking at the hand Idris extended, Charlotte was momentarily dazed. In his heart, Charlotte was the most dazzling person he had ever seen. That charm was simply impossible to resist. It was not until Idris spoke to remind her that they would be late if they did not leave that Charlotte suddenly came back to herself and quickly took his hand, following him forward. The scene changed. Charlotte had already arrived in the forest near Lily Palace. She tightly held a large cloth bag in her arms. Inside were all high-end sweets sent by the Southern Mare Alliance. For this errand, she had specially asked Idris for leave. She planned to take the opportunity on the way back to the dormitory to stop by and see her sister, whom she had not seen in a long time. However, she did not intend to show herself. After all, her sister seemed rather busy lately. She only wanted to secretly leave these delicious things behind, give her sister a surprise, and then leave. Just as Charlotte approached, a familiar voice called her to a stop. He hid behind the bushes and secretly watched. To his shock, it was Duke Herman, privately meeting with his sister. Herman began with a few polite words, saying he had been busy with meetings lately, but he had also heard that Grace had been working extremely hard at the Privy Council. Even while recuperating in his territory, he had heard about it. But before Grace could answer, Herman's tone suddenly turned cold. He said he was very disappointed because Grace seemed to be putting her efforts in entirely the wrong place. She had even neglected the most important bridal training. Hearing this, Charlotte's heart lurched. The situation was far worse than she had imagined. Herman had clearly lost patience. To her face, he gave a final warning. If Grace remained so stubborn, he would no longer provide any support. Duke Herman's tone grew harsher and harsher. He said he had recently heard many complaints, all accusing Grace of being too reckless in politics. In particular, her conflict with the second prince over the dam construction had caused him a great deal of trouble to handle. He put on a helpless air and said he was old now, with no energy left to help Grace clean up her messes. So he made an absurd suggestion. Simply skip the engagement and hold the wedding directly. As soon as those words came out, not only was Grace stunned, even Charlotte, hiding behind the tree, was completely dumbfounded. This was not a discussion at all. It was a naked ultimatum. Herman did not care about rumors or gossip in the slightest. He arrogantly declared that as long as he made the decision, no one in the world would dare say a single word against it. He planned to lock in a marriage immediately after Charlotte's coming-of-age ceremony. Before leaving, Herman did not forget to apply one last bit of pressure, saying he believed the Count was a smart man and knew what choice to make. Grace remained silent for a long time. In the end, she could only agree in a low voice. Charlotte, hiding under the tree, completely broke down. She had originally wanted to help her sister regain happiness. But now it seemed that every step she took forward only pushed her sister one step closer to the abyss. That feeling grew stronger and stronger. Her sister's happiness seemed to be moving farther and farther away from her. If the situation continued to spiral out of control like this, she truly did not dare imagine whether she would lose her sister completely. Charlotte knew very well that her sister had chosen the engagement because she had no other choice. But if things continued according to the original story, her own ending would likely be extremely miserable. What exactly should she do to let everyone reach a good ending? Just as she hid behind the tree, torn with indecision, Duke Herman, who had just returned to the palace, had already walked nearby. Who would have thought he would keenly sense something unusual? The Duke snorted coldly. What kind of rat dares eavesdrop here? This was bad. Charlotte never imagined the Duke had already set his sights on this place. If he recognized her face, everything would be over. Duke Herman pointed at the fleeing figure and shouted, "Catch that rat for me." Charlotte could not care about anything else. Relying on the fact that she was currently dressed in men's clothes, she ran desperately toward the wall. At first, she wanted to go straight back to the dormitory and hide. But then she thought over. If she went back now, she would definitely bring accusations of espionage down on the Grand Duke. Absolutely not. She could not drag the entire Grand Ducal household into this because of herself. Gritting her teeth, she decided to climb over the wall first and use the fork in the road ahead to shake off the pursuers. The top of the wall was right within reach. As long as she climbed over it, she could escape. But who would have thought that at this critical moment, a hand would suddenly clamp tightly onto her shoulder? With an angry shout, the man reached out and yanked Charlotte down from the wall. He stared coldly at the little thief on the ground. "Finally caught you. Did you really think you could slip away right under our noses?" Charlotte lay sprawled on the ground, bitterly frustrated. She had clearly been just a little bit away from escaping. Who would have thought this knight's speed would be so ridiculously fast? Just then, heavy footsteps approached. Duke Herman walked over, leaning on his cane. He looked down at Charlotte from above. In an icy tone, he asked who had sent her. Charlotte kept her head lowered tightly and did not dare look into his eyes at all. She knew very well that if her identity as a girl was exposed now, not only would she be in trouble, but her sister and the Grand Duke would be implicated too. She absolutely could not raise her head. Even more so, she could not speak. Duke Herman's patience finally ran out. He looked coldly at Charlotte on the ground. "Since speaking nicely is useless, we can only switch to another method that will make you talk." The man received the order. He directly drew the long sword at his waist. Charlotte lay on the ground, gritting her teeth tightly. There was only one thought in her mind. She had to hold on. She absolutely could not give herself away here. Just as the knight's sword was about to fall at this life-or-death moment, someone suddenly charged in halfway. A hand steadily blocked the blade. No one expected Raphael to appear at this moment. He stared at the man with an icy gaze, his voice full of pressure. "What exactly do you think you're doing?" The moment Charlotte heard that voice, she knew her savior had come. Raphael stood directly in front of her, protecting her completely. Duke Herman's heart instantly sank. Only then did he realize that this area was actually the Grand Duke's territory. The arrogance from moments ago vanished in an instant, and he could only greet him awkwardly. "Long time no see, Grand Duke." Raphael had no intention of being polite with him. His eyes were so cold they looked ready to kill. He stared at the Duke and asked, word by word, "My Lord Duke, what have you done to my person?" The knight beside him was even more frightened. He stared at the pink-haired boy on the ground and suddenly remembered. Was this not the person the Grand Duke had personally kept by his side at the last banquet? It was over. This time, they had really kicked an iron plate. The knight felt a wave of lingering fear. If that yank and kick just now had actually injured him, the Grand Duke would never let him off. "Why exactly are you here?" Raphael lowered his head to look at Charlotte, a trace of reproach in his tone. "I clearly told you to stay obediently at the residence." Charlotte froze in place, not knowing how to explain for a moment. The burly knight beside them hurriedly shifted the blame, loudly shouting that it was this brat who had followed the Duke first. They had only acted to protect the Duke. Raphael turned his head to stare at Charlotte. "You follow me here?" Charlotte was so anxious she almost spun in circles. She tightly hugged the bundle in her arms, her mind racing as she made up an excuse. She absolutely could not tell the truth. Otherwise, her identity would be completely exposed. She stammered that she simply had too much luggage and wanted to take a shortcut. She had gotten tired on the way, so she stopped here to rest. Although she felt the Grand Duke was on her side, the situation before her still made her feel pressured. But the knight did not believe her at all. He insisted that there must be a weapon hidden in the bundle, specially prepared to assassinate the Grand Duke. Charlotte desperately explained that there really were only snacks and a coat inside. But the knight sneered and directly reached out to snatch the bundle away. The bundle was forcibly torn open. In the end, what scattered all over the ground were actually exquisite desserts. This time, the knight was the one left dumbfounded. He never imagined that the weapon he had sworn was inside would turn out to be these things. Duke Herman stood beside them, so embarrassed he could hardly bear to look. This was simply being slapped in the face in public. Raphael had no intention of letting it go like this. He stared coldly at the two of them. "Since you found nothing, shouldn't we settle the matter of you threatening my subordinate?" Duke Herman hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over, saying his subordinate had only done it for safety's sake and asking the Grand Duke not to take it too seriously. While apologizing, he still did not forget to make a few sarcastic remarks, saying he had not expected the Grand Duke's knight to hide in the dark and eavesdrop like a rat. Raphael did not bite at all. He directly shielded Charlotte behind him and publicly announced that this was someone he valued greatly. In the future, anyone who dared harbor crooked thoughts had better first weigh the consequences. As for the eavesdropping, Raphael sneered. "As you can see, he's just a child who loves snacks. What bad intentions could he possibly have?" Before leaving, the Duke deliberately said a few vague words, saying that since the Grand Duke had spoken, he could only choose to believe him. After all, everyone was now in the same boat. Watching those people walk away, Charlotte finally let out a sigh of relief. But in her heart, she still felt guilty, thinking she had caused trouble for the Grand Duke again. Raphael turned around. Although his tone was indifferent, he still asked if she was hurt. Charlotte quickly shook her head and was just about to thank him when Raphael suddenly stared at her and asked, "You ran out of the palace specifically for such a small matter?" Charlotte froze at once. How did he know she had sneaked out? Looking down, she finally realized, during the pulling and tugging earlier, the Grand Duke must have sensed the magic on the cloak. For a sword master of his level, with just the slightest touch, he could discover that this robe was no ordinary item, but a genuine divine artifact. Now she could not hide it anymore. Charlotte's mind was in complete chaos. Facing Raphael's eyes that seemed to see through everything, how was she supposed to patch up this lie? Raphael did not continue questioning her. Instead, he said calmly, "Do you think there's anything in this world that can be hidden from me?" He understood Charlotte's personality very well. Although she sometimes acted without considering the consequences, she would absolutely never cause trouble for no reason. These words struck directly into Charlotte's heart. Then Raphael gave the most domineering promise. In the future, if she suffered any grievance, she could go ahead and make a scene. No matter what happened, he would stand behind her and take responsibility. Charlotte completely lost control of her emotions. She never imagined that at her most wretched moment, she would receive the most unconditional trust. She lowered her head. She softly said, "Thank you." Raphael reached out and stroked her head, his eyes filled with tenderness. Under the setting sun, Charlotte could no longer hold back and threw herself into his arms. At that moment, standing by her side, Raphael finally confirmed the secret he had kept hidden in his heart. He had long felt something was off about him, but who would have thought he was actually a girl? After the truth came to light, Raphael's heart was a mess. This inexplicable feeling of oppression made him unable to sit still for even a moment. Romeo came over with a medicine box, wanted to help him treat his wound, but Raphael could not care about himself at all right now. He only wanted to hurry and get things done. "Just leave the things here. I'll handle it myself later. Right now, I have something more important for you to do. When we return to the Grand Ducal territory, keep a close eye on those people immediately. Especially Ethan." Raphael gave a strict order. "Investigate the noble ladies connected to those two families, especially anyone who suddenly disappeared recently. Don't let a single one slip through." After a full 2 weeks of secret investigation, all clues pointed to the Brabant family behind Ethan. Romeo hurried back to the office with the results. Among all the people investigated, there was only one person who matched and had just happened to disappear. That person was Charlotte, the younger sister of Count Brabant. Charlotte Brabant. Raphael looked at the portrait and fell in a deep thought. If that fellow grew out his hair, he would look exactly like the person in the painting. What relationship did he have with Ethan? Romeo quickly explained that Ethan had once been rumored to be involved with Grace, the lady of that household, so it was normal for him to be close to this young lady too. But the current situation was extremely delicate. The first prince was pressuring Grace to marry that troublesome Duke Herman. At a critical moment like this, Ethan's existence was practically a thorn in their side. Duke Herman must have wanted to make a move long ago. Romeo felt that since Ethan was protected by the knights, the other side would not dare act recklessly. But Raphael knew in his heart that things would never be that simple. The more Raphael thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. The most important person Sasha had mentioned must be Ethan. But why would a noble young lady hide her name and become a knight? Was it only to protect this former lover for her sister? Or had she actually been secretly in love with Ethan all along, even going so far as to disguise herself as a man, just so she could stay by his side? At that thought, Raphael felt a burst of irritation. This woman was simply mad for the sake of that man. Forget it. Now was not the time to dwell on this. The meeting was about to begin. It was time to deal with official matters. Although he already had an answer in his heart, he had not confirmed it with his own eyes. Was Sasha really Charlotte? Since the Brabant family would attend the festival, he had to keep a close watch. As long as she was truly the same person, she would reveal a flaw sooner or later. But strangely, after leaving him alone at the festival for so long, there was still no movement from that side at all. Had he guessed wrong? Just as Raphael passed through the corridor, he suddenly noticed a woman. This place had clearly only been assigned to the knights. How could a woman have barged in? Raphael instantly became alert. Could she be a spy who had infiltrated the imperial palace? Although that woman had been wearing a long dress, her movements were absurdly fast. What concerned Raphael the most was her long pink hair. That color was far too familiar. To verify the suspicion in his heart, he immediately rushed to Sasha's room, intending to see whether that fellow was there or not. When he pushed open the door, the room was completely empty. Sasha had indeed disappeared. Just then, Raphael heard movement from next door. That was his own bedroom. Could the other party really be a spy? Sasha was actually inside the room. Judging from his expression, he had clearly treated the order to stay in the room as nothing but wine past his ears. He hurriedly wiped his face, but powder that had not been cleaned off still clung to the corner of his mouth. One look at him, and it was obvious he had just sneaked back from the festival. Raphael deliberately mentioned that pink-haired woman. Sasha immediately panicked. He claimed he had not seen anything, but this lie was far too clumsy. Raphael had no intention of exposing him directly. Instead, he told him to prepare to sing a lullaby. Looking at his utterly dazed expression, Raphael actually found him a little cute. Now the case was thoroughly solved. Raphael was already 100% certain who this so-called spy knight really was. In a magnificent banquet hall, Raphael could not take his eyes away at all. He even began to wonder why his gaze kept following that woman. Looking at Charlotte in her formal dress, his heart was full of questions. Was this her true appearance? That elegant and charming noble young lady? Before he could figure it out, the emperor suddenly appeared. The first thing he brought up was the marriage contract, saying Raphael had still not met his fiancée. To make decisions for this shy nephew, he actually took matters into his own hands and invited Miss Olivia to the scene, even asking them to have a private chat. Miss Olivia was quite direct. At their first meeting, she stared nonstop at Raphael's face and shamelessly said she valued loyalty greatly. The emperor beside them even chimed in, praising her straightforward personality. But although Raphael said nothing on the surface, his heart had long been churning. This kind of hypocritical social occasion was even more nauseating than facing the emperor. The grating laughter and overpowering perfume made him unwilling to stay for even one more second. At this moment, Sasha's figure filled his mind. Only that refreshing fellow could let him breathe a little easier. The door was suddenly pushed open. Raphael stormed in. The first thing he said was that he was looking for Sasha. Idris still wanted to help cover for him, saying Sasha had been sent to work and would return later. But who was Raphael? He could tell at a glance that Idris was making things up. He had already been holding back a stomach full of anger because of the emperor, and now, seeing Idris still stammering there, the nameless fire in Raphael's heart instantly flared up. This was clearly challenging his bottom line. Thinking carefully, someone like Idris, who never cared about others, was only especially attentive to Sasha. He sought him out to talk and even spent time keeping him company. This inexplicable closeness was extremely glaring to Raphael and even made him feel an unprecedented irritation. He absolutely would not allow things to slip out of his control. Since Idris refused to tell the truth, Raphael was too lazy to waste any more words. He turned and left, planning to personally drag that woman out. Raphael found this matter utterly absurd. There was actually someone who wanted to take Sasha away from his hands. Back then, keeping this strange person had indeed only been a whim of his. But who would have thought that he would be caught by those determined eyes, and even begin to feel that this woman was becoming more and more interesting? So no matter what purpose Sasha had in approaching him, Raphael did not care at all. Because as long as he did not want to let go, no one in this world could take her away. He was not in a hurry to figure out this feeling. There would be plenty of time. He would slowly see through this woman completely. A new day began, but Charlotte was not happy at all. She kept feeling that she had caused the Duke far too much trouble lately. Thanks to Raphael appearing in time last night, the matter had finally calmed down. But who could have expected that this instead triggered a new crisis? Because of this, she had come into conflict with a Duke who had never been mentioned in the original work. Charlotte knew very well that the robe Solomon had given her was absolutely not simple. With Raphael's level of magical power, as long as he took one look, he would definitely be able to discover the secret within. But strangely, he had not asked a single extra word. This trust of seeing through her, but not exposing her instead, made Charlotte feel even more uneasy. Only at this moment did she understand why someone like Ethan was so utterly loyal to him. This silent tolerance was the most impossible thing to refuse. She had cried far too hard last night. Looking at herself in the mirror, Charlotte's mind was full of worry over whether these eyes, swollen like walnuts, could recover before the evening banquet. It was strange. As long as she stood in front of Raphael, she became especially emotional. Those weaknesses she usually hid so well always emerged uncontrollably. This was truly humiliating to the extreme. She was planning to quickly go out and deliver a letter and calm her embarrassed mood along the way. Who knew that as soon as she pushed open the door, the person who made her most at a loss would actually be standing guard outside? Raphael suddenly asked, "Are you going out?" Charlotte was so frightened she nearly jumped. She hurriedly stammered an explanation, saying she was just about to return to her room to rest. Her heart was in turmoil, afraid Raphael had come to settle accounts with her over last night's incident. In the end, he merely looked at her coldly and asked back, "Really?" Just when Charlotte thought she was doomed, Raphael stepped aside and told her not to cause trouble everywhere again and to hurry back obediently. Charlotte could hardly believe her ears. She cautiously confirmed, "I really can go?" The corners of Raphael's mouth rose slightly. He teased her, asking, "What? Do you want me to lock you up?" At that, how could Charlotte dare stay any longer? She vanished in a flash. She had thought that after such a huge commotion yesterday, rumors would definitely be flying everywhere today. In the end, everyone actually kept silent about it. Charlotte finally breathed a sigh of relief. But as she walked through the corridor, she kept feeling that the atmosphere today was a little strange. Had something happened again? She quickly shook her head, desperately telling herself not to make wild guesses. It had to be an illusion caused by her guilty conscience. This small chapel on the side of the imperial palace usually had very few visitors. While everyone was busy attending the festival, it had become the safest place for a secret meeting. Cordelia pushed open the door and entered alone. Although Sasha had written everything clearly in the letter, she was still uncertain inside. She did not know whether that person would truly appear. Only when she saw that familiar figure did Cordelia reveal a faint smile. She said softly, "I truly didn't expect you to dare show yourself, Simon." As soon as Simon met her, he acted very gentlemanly. He politely greeted Cordelia and said that a friend he had just met felt the two of them would surely be able to talk, so he had specially come to visit. Cordelia's heart jolted. A friend? However, she had no intention of looking too deeply into it. Since everyone had come with a purpose, there was no need to waste time probing each other here. She directly interrupted the other party's polite tone and calmly suggested, "Since we're both pressed for time, let's get straight to the point." In the resplendent hall, Charlotte performed a proper curtsy and formally greeted the Empress. Every movement was flawless. The Empress looked quite kind. She smiled and welcomed her arrival and casually asked about her trip south, asking whether she had enjoyed herself. Naturally, Charlotte said pleasant things, frankly stating that it had been a very enjoyable time. The two of them exchanged such pleasantries back and forth. The Empress was indeed quite good to Charlotte. Before leaving, she even specially instructed that she hoped to see her on the final day of the festival as well. Naturally, Charlotte obediently agreed. In fact, the Empress had always taken good care of her these past few years. Charlotte herself could not figure out the reason. Was it because she had saved the Crown Prince's life several times before? As she was thinking, John suddenly came over and greeted her. He also mysteriously reminded her that the Grand Duke might appear today as well. Charlotte appeared quite calm and simply replied, "It's all right." It seemed that what was meant to come would come after all. John leaned close to Charlotte's ear and quietly analyzed the situation. Since the Emperor and Empress were both present today, that Grand Duke definitely would not show up and join the fun. Charlotte also nodded and said that before going out, she had specifically checked on him and confirmed that the Grand Duke was obediently staying in his room. John finally breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately afterward, he suggested that it would be best if the two of them did not stand too close. Charlotte looked puzzled. John, however, secretly complained in his heart that if he stood too close to her, his little life might not be safe. After all, no one could withstand Adrian's jealousy. The banquet was in full swing when the Emperor suddenly brought up the tragedy from that year, saying today was the anniversary of his elder brother's assassination. The atmosphere instantly became a little oppressive. Listening from below the stage, Charlotte's heart jolted. So the deceased Crown Prince was actually the Grand Duke's biological father. At this moment, a man quickly stepped forward to continue the topic, praising the Emperor for stabilizing the realm and raising the Grand Duke into an imperial hero, saying the late Crown Prince's spirit in heaven must surely be comforted. After hearing this, the Emperor took the opportunity to say that he felt much better. But with such beautiful words spoken in public, who knew how many schemes were hidden behind them? The Emperor raised his glass and smiled, wishing everyone a pleasant evening. As the music began, the people on the dance floor started dancing gracefully. On the surface, everything looked peaceful and harmonious, but the whispers underneath never stopped. Some people felt the Grand Duke truly should have shown his face today and properly comforted the Emperor. After all, for both of them, they had lost the person closest to them. The Emperor acted on stage, while everyone below had their own hidden motives. Taking advantage of the Grand Duke not appearing in recent years, the Emperor was busy digging out the late Crown Prince's old subordinates one by one and pulling them into his own hands. The more Charlotte thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. The Grand Duke clearly had strength, so why did he allow the Emperor to spout nonsense like that? He had not even offered a single rebuttal. Looking at the lively dance floor before her, she suddenly felt the Grand Duke was rather pitiful. But before she could think further, the ever-persistent Adrian had already set his sights on her now that she was alone. Adrian was making his calculations, wanting to use the first dance to win back the dignity he had lost. But before he could take a step, someone suddenly intervened halfway. No one expected the always low-key Idris to take the initiative to appear. He even bent down in public and invited Charlotte to dance the opening dance tonight. At this, the entire hall froze. Even Charlotte herself did not react. What exactly did this man want to do? In the center of the dance floor, Idris and Charlotte had already begun the opening dance. Under the lights, the scene looked especially dazzling, as if they were the true protagonists of tonight. But when the scene shifted, Adrian, standing in the corner, was staring fixedly at this sight. He clenched his fists, clearly already on the verge of exploding. Charlotte was somewhat puzzled. On such an occasion, why was Idris not by the Grand Duke's side? He explained quietly that every time this day came, the Grand Duke would drive everyone away and go alone to pay respects to the deceased Crown Prince. Alone? Charlotte's heart jolted. It seemed some secrets were even heavier than she had imagined. After pausing for a moment, she decided to thoroughly ask the question she most wanted answered. The outside world all said the Emperor doted on the Grand Duke, but what she saw was vigilance and distance. If even that family affection was fake, then the Grand Duke's absolute obedience to the Emperor was probably not out of gratitude at all, but because there was another reason. Idris finally spoke. He leaned close to Charlotte's ear and revealed a truth that sent a chill down one's spine. It turned out the reason the Grand Duke did not dare rebel was that the remains of the deceased Crown Prince were now in the Emperor's hands. This was not loyalty at all, but the most despicable form of blackmail. The Grand Duke's weak point was firmly held in the Emperor's grasp. Charlotte's entire body stiffened. Officially, the Crown Prince had clearly died in an accident, and even his remains had never been found. But if those remains were in the Emperor's hands, then that attack from from back then was a complete and utter lie. A terrifying thought emerged. Could the true culprit who killed the crown prince actually be the current emperor? This was no longer some royal secret. This was enough to overturn the heavens. Idris noticed something off about her and quietly reminded Charlotte to restrain her gaze. She could not let the emperor see that she already knew the truth. Charlotte finally understood. Behind the Grand Duke's so-called absolute loyalty was nothing but bloody coercion. No matter how gorgeous this ball was, it could not conceal this suffocating truth. On this day, when everyone was celebrating, the Grand Duke had always been mourning his father's death alone. Charlotte felt very uneasy. Why had Idris told her such a secret that could cost lives? She could not help asking him, "What if I tell someone about this? Aren't you afraid?" In the end, Idris only looked at her gently and softly said, "Because I trust you as well." When the dance ended, Charlotte politely returned his courtesy and planned to quickly restore her identity as Sasha. But the instant she turned around, Idris suddenly reached out and tightly grabbed her wrist. He looked at Charlotte, wanting to say in public, "I don't want you to leave." At the final moment, Idris still rationally let go of her hand and changed his words, telling her to be careful on the road. Watching Charlotte leave without looking back, he stared at his own palm and could not help mocking himself. He truly had gone mad. He clearly knew she was going to meet someone else, yet just now, he had actually wanted to forcibly keep her. This uncontrollable possessiveness was frightening even to himself. His attendant never expected the usually indifferent Idris to take the initiative to ask Charlotte to dance. He could not help reminding him that this was the person the first prince had his eye on. Was this not blatantly stealing someone? Who knew Idris would not only fail to deny it, but instead coldly reply, "That is exactly why I invited her." Only when he left the ballroom alone did he realize that this uncontrollable concern had been destined from the moment the knights first departed. The scene shifted back to the moment Ethan could never forget. The free vitality Charlotte showed while practicing swordsmanship had once completely astonished his world. But reality was like a bucket of cold water. No matter how much he missed her, he could only force himself to wake up. As a priest who served the gods, he had no right to indulge in private feelings. Even more so, he could not let anyone notice this emotion. This extreme restraint meant he was destined to struggle alone in the dark. Charlotte paced anxiously at the door. Should she go in or not? This left her utterly torn. Although everyone felt Raphael was invincible, and even those who loved him did not think he needed comfort, Charlotte understood the taste of losing one's closest family too well. Even if she was regarded as meddlesome, she decided to knock on this door. Because on a day like this, no one should be left alone in loneliness. Since she had decided to interfere, Charlotte planned to persist to the end. She knocked madly at the door. Raphael inside was finally completely angered. The door was yanked open. He grabbed Charlotte's face and demanded whether she thought her superior was easy to bully. Charlotte could only bite the bullet and continue acting. Her mouth spoke the most nauseating words of concern, but her heart sank. The smell of alcohol rushing toward her made her realize that Raphael had completely lost control now. The whole room reeked of alcohol. It seemed Raphael had planned to drown his sorrows tonight. Charlotte had just wanted to move closer and take a look, only to be caught red-handed. As soon as the two met, they began bickering. It was clearly such a heavy day, yet these two somehow dragged the atmosphere completely off course. Raphael coldly issued an order to leave, urging this little brat to hurry up and go to sleep. Of course, Charlotte refused to accept it, shouting that she was about to become an adult soon. But in this Grand Duke's eyes, she would always just be a troublesome little nuisance. Charlotte froze. It was the first time she had seen that arrogant and untouchable Grand Duke reveal such a tired and lonely expression. She did not obediently leave. Instead, she took the initiative to step forward and asked if he wanted to drink a few more cups. Raphael laughed self-deprecatingly and said that other than drinking, there was no other way to endure this long night. "Since you have so much time, then stay." Since he could not keep drinking, Charlotte simply suggested changing his mood. She excitedly leaned close to Raphael, wanting to drag this Grand Duke out to stroll around the festival. She said the square outside was very lively. Since he would not allow her to run around, then how about they simply went together? Raphael silently stared at her. In the end, he still spoke coldly, saying he hated crowded places the most. However, he unexpectedly relented and allowed Charlotte to go play by herself. This instead left her unable to react for a moment. Hearing Raphael tell her to go alone, Charlotte became anxious. She quickly made up a random excuse, saying that if she ran into her mortal enemy outside, she would be in trouble without him there to protect her. Raphael sat there without moving, having long seen through her in his heart. This girl clearly knew the other party was not in the square, yet she was still acting so hard. Looking at her pitiful expression, Raphael sighed helplessly. Since this lie was so clumsy, he might as well accompany her in acting it out. In the end, Raphael still compromised. He stood up and said lightly, "Fine, then let's go together." This delighted Charlotte so much that she nearly jumped in excitement. After finally coming out to enjoy the festival, Charlotte was having the time of her life. The whole street was full of delicious food, and there was simply too much to take in. But after only a few steps, she was noticed by a passing guard. He asked whether she had sneaked out alone. She quickly waved her hands and explained that she had brought a companion. Then she turned around and began urging Raphael behind her, complaining that he was walking far too slowly. In her anxiety, she almost shouted, "Your Highness," frightening herself into covering her mouth at once. But on second thought, in such a crowded place, who would imagine that the dignified Grand Duke would be hiding under a cloak and strolling down the street? Since they had already come out to play, Charlotte simply threw all her worries to the back of her mind and dragged Raphael straight toward the roadside stalls. Her boundless energy made her impossible to refuse. She stared at the skewers with shining eyes, feeling that the small portion would not be satisfying enough, and opened her mouth to order 3 of the biggest ones. Even the stall owner wondered at this young lady's impressive appetite. Holding her freshly cooked spoils of war, she excitedly ran back to Raphael's side. Although she was worried this Grand Duke might not be used to eating them, she still declared boldly, "It's my treat today. Whether you like it or not, you have to eat it all." Who would have thought that this kind of roadside stall, seen everywhere, was actually an unimaginable luxury to Raphael, who had spent years fighting on the battlefield? Charlotte's heart ached when she heard it, but she immediately patted her cheeks, reminding herself that they had come today to have fun. She absolutely could not let the mood cool down. She pulled Raphael through the crowd, afraid of wasting even the tiniest bit of festival time. In the end, when they passed a flower stall, this cold man unexpectedly stopped. He casually handed the owner a gold coin. This time, it was Charlotte's turn to be speechless for a long while. The two of them stood side by side in the crowd, watching the performance on stage. She had thought it would be a romantic late-night boat ride, but the moment Raphael opened his mouth, he ruined the mood. He complained that Charlotte's stamina was too poor and even planned to increase her training when they returned. After hearing this, Charlotte rolled her eyes outright and complained that it was all because he had frightened her. What decent person casually threw out a big gold coin while shopping a roadside stall? While feeling pained over the money, she advised Raphael to marry a wife who knew how to manage finances in the future. Unexpectedly, this cold man actually smiled and replied that he would work hard. Looking at Raphael's profile as he rowed the boat, Charlotte suddenly felt that as long as this man did not open his mouth, his looks truly left nothing to criticize. Seeing the little boat move farther and farther away from the busy district, Charlotte's heart began to mutter uneasily. In the middle of the night, where exactly was he taking her? When the boat rounded the bend, sky lanterns instantly filled the entire lake. Charlotte was completely stunned. Raphael looked at her and softly asked if she liked it. Charlotte nodded like a rattle drum. She was curious how this man, who spent all day in a military camp, would know such a romantic place. Raphael honestly said that when he was little, he often secretly ran out. Back then, he had been full of curiosity about the world outside the palace walls. Charlotte took the opportunity to tease him. "No wonder you know nothing about prices. So you've been a young master since childhood." Raphael was not angry. Instead, he mentioned a mysterious assistant who had followed him since he was young. Although he complained that the other person clung to him like a leech, his gaze was especially gentle when he mentioned that person. Charlotte keenly sensed that the person he grumbled about must have been a very true friend in his life. Charlotte had thought that companions who grew up together would surely share a tacit understanding. But Raphael's next words instantly dropped the atmosphere to freezing point. He said those people had indeed always followed him, and even when he drove them away with a cold face, they would not leave. But in the end, they had all died in that brutal war. Looking at Raphael's calm profile, Charlotte felt as if her heart had been pricked by needles. In order to survive, this man had been forced to pick up a sword and face death since childhood. Who would have thought that the man now sitting here and chatting calmly had buried so many wounds deep in his heart that could never heal? Charlotte suddenly realized that this seemingly cold Grand Duke actually longed for that tiny bit of warmth more than anyone. Charlotte looked at the lights filling the sky and personally comforted Raphael, hoping that the beautiful memories from tonight would mean that when he thought of his father in the future, there would no longer be only pain. Perhaps the alcohol had gone to his head, or perhaps he was truly tired. Raphael sat on the boat, drowsy. Seeing this, Charlotte acted decisively and boldly, pressing his head onto her lap. Whenever she felt discouraged, Grace always had an infallible method. Looking at this arrogant man, now resting on her knees like a child, Charlotte gently brushed aside his loose hair, only hoping in her heart that time could pass a little more slowly. On this quiet lake, Raphael finally let down all his guard. The lights and tenderness of this night might truly be able to heal the scars in the depths of his heart. Charlotte looked at the lanterns like stars across the sky and silently made a wish in her heart. She hoped that many years later, when they looked back, the tenderness of this moment would still remain clear. She pointed at the sky and sighed that the lanterns were truly beautiful. Raphael, however, kept staring at her smiling face and softly said, "They are beautiful." The scene shifted back to the knight's headquarters. Charlotte was lying in bed, sleeping soundly, while still muttering that she could not eat anymore. Raphael listened with black lines practically covering his face. This girl had already eaten all along the way at the festival, yet she was still adding more food in her dreams. She was truly a little glutton, impossible to refuse. Looking at her completely defenseless sleeping face, Raphael sighed helplessly. Although he complained aloud that she was troublesome, the doting look in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Who would have thought that this girl named Charlotte would suddenly burst into Raphael's stagnant life like an accident? She was always careless and meddled in everything, completely not treating herself as an outsider. She had even made Raphael do many foolish things he would absolutely never have done before. But strangely, Raphael discovered that he did not dislike it at all. Looking at her sleeping face, he felt for the first time that this kind of loss of control was not bad either. Although he had told himself countless times to suppress this emotion, he should not have. As long as Charlotte turned back, smiled, took his hand, and called him "Your Highness," Raphael knew that in this life, he had completely fallen into this girl's hands. Late at night, Raphael stayed by the bed, looking at the sleeping Charlotte and murmuring to himself. He finally admitted that this girl could always easily stir his desire and throw him completely off balance. But before this ambiguous feeling could ferment, Charlotte entered the palace the next day. Because she had saved the first prince and rendered great service, the empress specially invited her to the garden for tea. Who knew that the empress herself would not appear? The person sitting in the pavilion was actually Adrian. The first prince smiled gently and asked whether he could accompany Charlotte for tea. Charlotte politely said, "Being able to have tea with the first prince is truly my honor. But this is, after all, a royal resting place. Is it really appropriate for me to sit here?" Adrian smiled and comforted her. "Since the Empress has agreed, you don't need to worry anymore. She also specifically instructed me to show you properly around this garden." Charlotte responded politely on the surface, but her heart had long been in chaos. Today was the final day of the festival. There were clearly still a pile of important matters to handle. Her sister had also specially instructed her to pay close attention to the Empress's attitude. Now, this situation had clearly already gone beyond ordinary social interaction. No matter how she looked at this chance to be alone together, it felt overwhelmingly stressful. Charlotte sat in the garden, but her heart was not relaxed at all. This place was personally managed by the Emperor. The nobles who could enter could be counted on one hand. Yet the first prince had deliberately brought her here. Who could endure this pressure? Adrian sensed a restraint and softly asked if she was feeling unwell. Charlotte quickly waved her hands and denied it, saying that being able to see such a rare place made her too happy for words. Just then, Adrian suddenly mentioned, "I heard you usually enjoy reading." Charlotte was completely stunned. That hobby was actually something she had invented for the sake of her persona after listening to her sister's advice. Who knew Adrian would become excited as soon as he heard it? He said he had also been reading books recently. He even began sharing his experience making reading notes, saying that one should write down the sentences that moved one's heart so that when reading them again in the future, one could recover the original feeling. Following the topic, Adrian asked, "Do you usually take notes as well?" Charlotte smiled and shook her head, saying she had not tried it yet. But after hearing the first prince's explanation, she indeed wanted to start writing something down. Who knew that as soon as Adrian heard this, he immediately wanted to give her a set of notebooks and pens. Charlotte agreed aloud, but inwardly, she muttered uneasily. For no reason at all. Why had he suddenly started giving gifts? When she saw that stationery set, Charlotte was even more dumbfounded. Its craftsmanship was obviously high-grade royal goods, and it even carried a faint magical aura. Was this kind of treasure something they could just give away? Were royal people always this generous? Adrian was very considerate, saying he would have a servant pack it up later so it would be convenient for her to take when she left. Charlotte had originally been thinking about going to find John, but looking at the situation before her, she was truly too embarrassed to refuse. Just then, Adrian stood up and issued an invitation. He wanted to formally take her around this garden. Charlotte stood up with him, but in her heart, she kept feeling that the atmosphere was becoming more and more subtle. No matter how she looked at it, this atmosphere resembled a date. But before she could think too deeply, an urgent shout suddenly came from afar, directly breaking the tranquility. A messenger hurried over, saying there was an emergency that had to be reported immediately. Although Adrian had been interrupted, he still maintained his composure and politely asked Charlotte to wait a moment, letting her stroll around by herself first. But the instant he turned around, Adrian's entire demeanor changed. He lowered his voice and questioned the messenger. "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me at a time like this?" That gloomy appearance was completely different from before. The messenger was so frightened he quickly apologized, then reported the first princess's movements in a low voice, saying she had already secretly contacted the Mare Alliance. After Adrian heard this, disgust appeared in his eyes. This first princess truly could not help with anything. She only knew how to cause trouble for him everywhere. Adrian spoke with an apologetic expression. "Something urgent suddenly came up, so I have to leave for a while." When Charlotte heard this, she thought this was a perfect chance to slip away and quickly followed his words by saying, "Then I'll take my leave first too." Who knew Adrian would react extremely strongly? He directly shouted, "No," stunning Charlotte. He quickly softened his tone and begged Charlotte to wait for him in the greenhouse, saying he would return as soon as he finished handling the matter. Since Adrian had put it that way, Charlotte could hardly insist any further. She could only nod and agree. Watching Adrian hurry away, she sighed helplessly. Since she had nothing to do anyway, she decided to wander around the garden and pass the time while waiting for him. Charlotte walked through the garden alone, looking at the precious flowers and plants around her, thinking that the place was truly well maintained. It had to be one of the emperor's favorite places. But as she walked, she suddenly stopped. No matter how she looked at it, this place felt strange. It was tightly enclosed by marble walls on all sides, and the ground was paved with unusual green tiles. Most importantly, this corner could not be seen from outside at all. It was clearly a deliberately designed blind spot. A flash of insight struck Charlotte. Wasn't this the secret treasury that the assistant had mentioned, the one no one could find? Could it be that the emperor had hidden all his treasures here? She recalled several years ago when the current emperor had just ascended the throne. Overnight, the entire empire's situation changed. No one knew what methods he had used. Back then, the dissatisfied nobles had been secretly plotting rebellion, but they never imagined that the emperor had already caught wind of it. Not only had he obtained their secret ledgers in advance, he had also taken the opportunity to deal with all of them. And that bloodstained ledger was said to be locked inside the emperor's secret treasury. Charlotte looked at the tiles beneath her feet, feeling a wave of unease. The original story only said the treasury was hidden in the garden. Had she really stumbled upon it? No one knew exactly what was written in that ledger. It was only said that even after the purge ended, the emperor still kept it hidden with extreme care, as if besides evidence of crimes, it contained something even more shameful. Charlotte's hand gently brushed over the tile. She knew very well that if she opened this door, the fate of the entire empire might be turned upside down. Should she take a look or not? Charlotte's heart pounded. If she guessed wrong, then at most it was just a coincidence. But if she guessed right, as long as she was not discovered, it would be fine, wouldn't it? She tried pressing down on the green tile. With a click, the floor actually opened. Looking at the secret space revealed beneath it, Charlotte held her breath. Inside was a thick stack of ledgers, even more than she had imagined. But beside those ledgers, there was also an exquisite jar with a pendant wrapped around it. This thing did not look ordinary at all. Gathering her courage, she opened the lid. Could it be the late crown prince's remains? While the first prince had not yet returned, and the garden was still quiet, Charlotte knew this might be her only chance. As long as she took these things away, the Duke's long-cherished wish could be fulfilled. He would no longer have to obey the Emperor's absurd demands. Even Ethan's planned Western expedition could be stopped completely. Now that she had obtained a trump card, Charlotte took a deep breath. Then this was what she would do. There was still time to withdraw. John stretched while complaining that this damned festival was finally about to be over and that he only wanted to hurry home and sleep. But as soon as he looked up, he froze in place. Sasha? When he clearly saw Charlotte's appearance, his brow immediately furrowed. He asked in confusion why she was still there and what exactly had happened to make her look like this. Charlotte grabbed John, her voice trembling. She said she had done it. She had already stolen that thing out. John was completely confused. He quickly tried to calm Charlotte down and told her to settle herself first, since he had not even figured out what she had stolen. When Charlotte said that it was the Emperor's secret ledger, John was completely dumbfounded. How could something that could cost them their heads have ended up in her hands? At first, he thought it was a joke and urged Charlotte not to talk nonsense. If they were discovered, it would all be over. But when he opened it and looked, he could not speak for a long time. This was simply insane. Charlotte lowered her voice and added that everything inside was true. This ledger was practically a death warrant. It clearly recorded who had given gifts to the Emperor and how much they had given. John knew very well that every extra second this thing stayed in their hands, their lives could be lost at any moment. Charlotte lowered her head and apologized softly. She said she had truly had nowhere else to turn at the time, and the only person she could think of was John. But she had forgotten that this would push him into danger. Seeing Charlotte's current predicament, John ultimately could not harden his heart. He said that as long as Charlotte was willing to tell the truth, he would definitely help her to the end. Now it depended on whether Charlotte dared to reveal everything. Charlotte finally told the truth. The Emperor was actually using the late Crown Prince's remains to secretly threaten the Duke, and that fatal ledger was hidden in the Emperor's secret treasury. John froze completely as he listened. He could not believe that such a shameful transaction existed between those two great figures. But he still asked calmly how she could be certain those truly were the late Crown Prince's remains. What if it was just a fake with a name tag attached? Charlotte explained quietly that she had seen that pendant with her own eyes. The Duke had even used a magical tool to confirm it. There was absolutely no mistake. And even if the remains were fake, as long as they had that identity tag, it would be enough for the Duke. This was the best bargaining chip. Charlotte finally revealed her plan. She wanted to use these suspected remains to make a deal with the Duke. As long as she could win back her sister's freedom and make Duke Herman cancel that engagement, she was willing to do anything. John cried out in shock. What? This was simply playing with fire and burning herself alive. Charlotte finally told the truth. She had originally wanted to use this to make a deal with the Duke, but stealing the original was practically seeking death. So she had been careful and only copied down the most crucial parts. It clearly recorded who had given money to the Emperor and when. Every filthy transaction was exposed. Charlotte reminded him to look carefully. These nobles who gave gifts had all made their moves before the former crown prince died. John looked at those familiar names and finally realized this was not an ordinary ledger at all. The more John looked, the more he felt there was something wrong with the ledger. These nobles from remote regions had actually been continually sending lavish gifts to an unfavored prince. The more he thought about it, the stranger it became. Unless they had already known. that this prince would definitely ascend the throne in the future. John realized the situation had completely blown up. This head-losing secret absolutely could not be known by a third person. Not even the Duke could be told. He grabbed Charlotte, his tone full of urgency. He said no one could manage this matter and told her to go back to her hometown immediately. This muddy water was not something they could wade into. John shattered Charlotte's original plan. In a firm voice, he said that since they had already obtained a bargaining chip, there was no need to worry about the Duke's attitude anymore. As long as they handed the item to the princess, the remaining mess could be left to the elders to handle. He pressed Charlotte's shoulders and told her word by word not to take any more risks. It was not worth it. To him, Charlotte's safety was more important than any plan. Charlotte was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you." Keeping this ledger in their hands was like holding a burning hot potato. John knew very well that each extra second meant more danger. After discussing it, the two decided to hide it in that secret base. It was a concealed cave outside the city. Other than them, no one could find that place. John picked up the ledger and got up to leave. Charlotte was a little worried. After all, the banquet was about to begin. If he disappeared at a time like this, it would definitely arouse suspicion. But John did not care at all. He had wanted to slip away for a long time anyway. This was the perfect chance to disappear completely with the secret. He reminded Charlotte to cover for him properly. As long as no one discovered he was gone, the plan would already be halfway successful. John did not waste words. He turned and prepared to leave first. The two agreed to meet at the Count's residence. Charlotte said softly, "Thank you." On the final night of John's festival, the grandest event, the masquerade ball, finally began. John had wanted to slip away in the chaos, but in the end, he was caught red-handed. It seemed there was no chance of avoiding this final dance. Simon walked over with wine and greeted him with a smile. What Charlotte cared about most was whether his negotiations with Cordelia had gone smoothly. "Thanks to you, everything was handled steadily." Simon leaned close to her ear and revealed the bottom line. As long as the first princess could successfully ascend the throne, the dam threatening the south would not be built. With this, the southern nobles would certainly support her wholeheartedly. Who would have thought that the Emperor's Dam project was only a cover? His real goal was to force the Southern Mare Alliance to make the first move, giving him an excuse to send troops. The alliance had conflicts because they had no other choice. But now the situation was different. If the princess became emperor, everything would be resolved. Simon lowered his voice and said that the situation was about to change. Before leaving, he gave Charlotte a treasure, saying it was Solomon's identity token. This thing was practically a life-saving charm. If she encountered trouble in the future, she could take it out, and before Charlotte could react, Simon had already turned and walked away. Now that the overall situation was settled, the first princess's succession was practically certain. The flames of war in the south had finally been extinguished. Ethan was also completely safe. Since the mission was complete, it was time to return to Brabant afterward. But now that the time had come, she actually felt a little reluctant to leave. Had she really developed feelings for this place? She laughed self-mockingly. No matter what, she still had to go. Just then, footsteps suddenly came from behind her. Someone called out to her. Raphael drew closer and said in a low voice, "You smell very nice." Charlotte was immediately filled with question marks. Was it the kind of thing someone could say casually? Did this man understand etiquette at all? And looking at his mask, she had never seen such a person in the social circle before. She replied politely that it might only be the fragrance of the flowers here. Raphael was straightforward as well and apologized directly, saying he did not understand social etiquette very well. Although this was their first meeting, what was this inexplicable sense of familiarity? Before she could figure it out, Raphael had already taken her hand. He asked quietly, "Beautiful lady, may I have this dance?" This pair in the center of the dance floor immediately became the focus of the entire hall. Even the onlookers sighed that the two of them were a perfect match. It was almost time to return to Brabant. "Sasha, once this banquet ended, preparations for your coming-of-age ceremony would begin in earnest." Grace held Charlotte's hand and promised to help her with everything in the remaining time. But those words only made Charlotte's mind even more chaotic. She was distracted even while dancing. Raphael noticed something was wrong at a glance and asked whether dancing with him made her uncomfortable. Charlotte hurriedly made an excuse, saying she only felt a little sentimental because the banquet was about to end. But Raphael's reaction was even stranger. He murmured that the taste of this parting was indeed more complicated than ever before. He sighed that this period of time had felt like a dream. The festival lights this year were indeed beautiful. The two of them were chatting harmoniously, and before Charlotte had time to praise it further, the romantic atmosphere was interrupted. A passerby suddenly bumped into them. Raphael immediately sensed something was wrong, and his gaze sharpened instantly. That collision had not been light. Fortunately, Raphael reacted quickly and pulled Charlotte into his arms, scolding her for walking so absent-mindedly. But in that instant, Charlotte froze completely. This familiar feeling could not be wrong, although reason told her. That person could not possibly appear here. The figure and voice of the person before her were simply the Grand Duke himself. Charlotte pretended to stay calm and replied that she had long since grown used to small accidents like this. But as the dance steps turned, she finally saw her own heart clearly. So the reason she had always been reluctant to leave the Knights was entirely because of the Grand Duke. That man, the former Grand Duke, had once been nothing more than an unreachable hero in a painting on the wall. But ever since she joined the Black Dragon Knights, that cold symbol had come completely alive, becoming a towering leader worthy of her trust. This feeling was far deeper than she had imagined. Charlotte sincerely hoped the Grand Duke could obtain happiness, but she had not forgotten tonight's most important mission. Although she felt sorry for John, she had to personally hand the ledger to the Grand Duke at once. Tonight was the final chance. She could not delay any longer, so she politely gave a bow and prepared to take her leave. But the moment she turned around, Raphael suddenly reached out and stopped her. Raphael suddenly made an excessive request. He wanted both of them to take off their masks and meet each other honestly. Charlotte could hardly believe her ears. Only lovers did such a thing. Moreover, she had no time to waste here right now. She coldly used etiquette as an excuse and turned once more to leave. But Raphael clenched his fist unwillingly. Behind her, he asked faintly, "Has someone else already seen what you look like beneath your mask?" That one sentence rooted Charlotte to the spot. Charlotte felt this was absolutely absurd. There could not possibly be such a person. Faced with Raphael's repeated entanglement, she finally lost all patience. Coldly, she left him with one sentence, saying it was the rudest offense she had ever heard. If the other party still wanted to preserve any dignity, he had best stop blocking her path. After saying this, she left quickly without looking back, leaving Raphael standing there alone. Now she only wanted to push open that door immediately and leave all of this behind her. The bustle of the ball had not completely faded, but Raphael had already hurried back to his room. In the end, he had still returned to the place he ought to go. When he pushed open the door, the scene before his eyes made his heart turn cold. The room was empty. It seemed he had planned everything long ago. While everyone else was reveling, he had already vanished completely into the night. Raphael had long known that there would be a day of parting, but he never imagined that day would come so quickly. He actually had countless methods to force the person to stay, but in the end, he still could not bring himself to be that cruel. He mocked himself as a rough man who only knew how to fight. He had wanted to use this ball and some romantic means to let their relationship begin anew. Who knew his cleverness would backfire? All because he had worn that damn mask. The other person had not recognized him from beginning to end. Was their ending truly going to end so vaguely and incomprehensibly? That sense of frustration was almost drowning Raphael. He hid alone in the dim room, deeply regretting his own mess. Just then, a faint knock suddenly sounded from outside the door. He instinctively asked who it was. Unexpectedly, that familiar voice outside the door respectfully called him Duke. Raphael froze completely. He even wondered whether he was hallucinating. After all, Charlotte had clearly packed her things and left. How could she possibly appear here again? He held his breath and stared fixedly at the door, afraid this was only a fleeting dream. Before Raphael could react, the door was suddenly pushed open. Charlotte actually appeared before him. She looked somewhat awkward and said she had come to deliver something. Seeing that Raphael had not drunk tonight, Charlotte seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She said there was a very important matter she had to discuss with the Duke right now. Charlotte kept encouraging herself in her heart because she knew what she was about to say might completely change their relationship. Although her actions seemed full of suspicious points, she only wanted to prove one thing. She would always stand on Raphael's side. Charlotte handed over a thick old volume. She said she had personally brought it out. Inside was actually a copy of the Emperor's most secret ledger. Raphael froze completely. He simply could not believe that such a thing would appear in her hands. Charlotte knew very well that if this ledger fell into Cordelia's hands, it would definitely become an excellent bargaining chip for negotiating with the emperor. At that time, the news would be completely sealed off, and Cordelia would get the authority she wanted. But if I really did that, Raphael would never have another chance. To uncover the truth behind his father's death, to help him regain that justice, Charlotte decided to betray the original plan and place this earth-shaking secret into his hands. Although the ledger had been obtained, Raphael's tone was frighteningly cold. He stared at Charlotte and asked, "Now that the item has been delivered, are you planning to leave without a word again?" Charlotte was completely stunned. She had no idea what the Duke was talking about. Instinctively, she wanted to explain, saying she had never thought of leaving and would always stay by his side. But Raphael did not want to listen to any of this. In the second that Charlotte was stunned, he suddenly reached out and gripped her tightly. Raphael held Charlotte's face, his tone full of helplessness and grievance. He said Charlotte always threw his entire being into chaos. Back then, she had barged into his life as she pleased. So what right did she have to leave as she pleased now? Charlotte was frozen in place by this sudden confession. She could only listen as Raphael pleaded in a low, almost breathless voice. "Don't leave my side, even if it is only for this moment." He no longer wanted to let go. But who could have thought that this seemingly heartfelt attempt to make her stay would become the decision he regretted most in the future? If he could do it over, he should have let her go that day no matter what. If he had been able to harden his heart and let go then, Charlotte would never have had to experience all that pain. The festival at Flock's Palace finally came to an end. The time for parting had still arrived. Cordelia's face was full of reluctance as she asked whether Grace could stay 3 more days. Grace smiled helplessly and said there was still a pile of matters waiting to be handled at home. The territory could not be left unmanaged. Although Cordelia said it was a pity, she knew in her heart that once Grace left, who knew when they would meet again? Watching the attendants withdraw, Cordelia's expression changed. The emperor was truly anxious now. In order to recover his plummeting approval, he had actually set his sights on the ruins in the west. This was simply a foolish move made after reaching a dead end. What Grace was most worried about was who was leading it. As expected, the person in charge was Count Bradley, a close confidant of the first prince. Now the situation was completely chaotic. They did not have much time left. Cordelia knew very well that this land was about to change. A bloody storm was already on its way. After finishing official matters, Cordelia suddenly asked about Sasha's whereabouts. She had only seen him once at the festival. Seeing Grace's hesitant expression, she wondered where exactly that person had gone. Who would have thought that the person who should have gone far away would appear right under their noses again? Idris froze completely. He lowered his voice and asked, "Shouldn't you have left long ago?" Charlotte was a little embarrassed. The two quickly found an empty corner. Idris stared at her and asked why she was still in the Knights. Charlotte stammered, "I originally planned to leave on the last day of the festival, but plans couldn't keep up with changes. Things seemed to be getting out of control." The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat subtle. Charlotte pushed Raphael away and quickly found an excuse to slip away. But Raphael had no intention of letting her go. He asked in return whether what she had just said about staying with him forever had only been casual words. This retreat as advance move left her completely helpless, so she could only agree to stay with him until he fell asleep. As a result, once she stayed, she could never leave again. She had originally wanted to find a chance to slip away, but unexpectedly, she was still caught red-handed. Idris suddenly realized that the Duke's reaction to Charlotte was far too abnormal. Perhaps before he could figure it out, Idris suddenly spoke, telling her to quickly discuss escaping with Ethan. This was desertion before battle. What exactly had happened to the Knights? Idris did not explain much, only saying she would know the result during afternoon training. As soon as the assembly whistle sounded, Instructor Aaron unexpectedly announced that everyone was about to be promoted. Idris and Warren were both stunned. A sudden promotion at a time like this looked like a huge trap no matter how one saw it. But before that, they had to complete some necessary training. They had to pass the most brutal monster training. The Black Dragon Knights had always fought monsters to protect the Empire. This was what made them different from other orders and also what they took pride in. Therefore, in order to become Knights of the Black Dragon Knights, they would begin anti-monster training. Charlotte knew very well that monsters and humans were not on the same level at all. The slightest carelessness could cost a life. But who would have thought that Aaron would suddenly announce that because of an emergency, He could not participate in the upcoming training. The people below immediately exploded. If the instructor was absent, who would lead these rookies? So he would arrange a temporary instructor to be responsible for their training over the next month. The new instructor finally appeared. It was actually Ethan. Warren simply could not believe it. This instructor looked far too gentle. Everyone thought good days had come. Only Charlotte knew things were definitely not that simple. Sure enough, Ethan opened his mouth with a smiling expression. He said that to help everyone understand one another, they would begin today with a casual warm-up of 100 laps. The entire place fell silent. How was this an angel? He was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Miserable screams echoed across the entire training ground. An order from Central Command was suddenly delivered, requiring Ethan to take over the Special Forces again. This was not some good assignment. Monsters were appearing frequently, and complicated political struggles were involved behind scenes. Instructor Aaron advised him that if he did not want to go, he should refuse directly. There was no need to wade into this muddy water. But Ethan knew very well that Grace was in the Privy Council. If this was her intention, then he had to make this trip. Who would have thought that this so-called hellish training had only begun 3 days ago, yet everyone was already unable to endure it? Charlotte collapsed on the ground, feeling as if her whole body was about to fall apart. What kind of training was this? It was simply life-threatening. Warren and Klaus regretted it even more. They had thought Ethan looked like an angel, but once he acted, he was completely a demon. Everyone even began to miss their strict former instructor. After all, no one had ever seen someone volunteer to become an instructor just to torment people. Warren could not help asking what he was after, insisting on applying for such a miserable job. Who would have thought that Ethan had gone to such effort to become an instructor simply to find an excuse? To meet Charlotte alone. In order not to arouse suspicion, he even used training as a cover. But his next words completely reversed the situation. Ethan planned to send her directly back to Brabant on the day of the welcome party. This decision came too suddenly, and Charlotte could not react at all. But Ethan's following tone was clearly not a discussion. It seemed she truly could not stay in this place any longer. No matter how reluctant you are, this is not where you should stay. Ethan's words sounded very cruel. He told Charlotte to wake up. The current situation no longer had any way out. Charlotte was still worried about the safety of the ducal residence, but Ethan had already planned everything. He had deliberately chosen the day when the knights drank and celebrated, intending to take her away when the guards were at their weakest. As long as they left in the chaos, no one would discover it. But before he could finish speaking, Ethan suddenly sensed something was wrong. He abruptly turned his head toward the window. Looking at Ethan's expression, Charlotte felt something was not right. Ethan merely brushed it off casually and told her to return to her post first. He would tell Charlotte the details that day. He sighed that her coming-of-age ceremony was about to arrive, but unfortunately, he might not be able to stay by her side. Although he said it was nothing, this abnormal behavior was clearly hiding something. Before Charlotte could figure it out, the new recruit welcome party arrived. It was a rare moment of relaxation. Warren led the celebration, welcoming this group of newly joined recruits. They had originally thought the knights only had hellish training, but they had not expected good times like this. Everyone thought the seniors were taking care of the newcomers. But amid all the laughter and cheer, Charlotte seemed out of place and had no appetite at all. Warren thought she was craving alcohol and smiled as he comforted her, saying she could drink after she came of age. But Charlotte knew very well that what she was worried about was not this at all. Warren was still heartlessly joking over there, telling Charlotte to drink more milk, but how could he know that Charlotte's mind was now full of thoughts about how to become a deserter? Ethan had already confirmed the signal on his side. Once the timing arrived, he would immediately take her away. But this was easier said than done. The rules here were not a joke. Once someone entered the Knights, leaving was not so easy. Moreover, Raphael was personally keeping watch. If she were caught and brought back, the consequences would be unimaginable. What Charlotte worried about most was still her identity being exposed. Although she had already left her surname as a cover in advance, no one could feel certain about this sort of thing. Just then, the atmosphere outside had already reached its peak. Ethan's side was finally about to act. The night's traditional event had arrived. This huge barrel of mixed strong liquor. was specially used to humble the newcomers. In the nights, they had a game where they threw bombs into a wooden barrel. Then they poured the bombs out together to strengthen their bonds with one another. Although no one knew what kind of liquor they were pouring in, everyone ended up dead drunk after drinking it. Originally, all new recruits were supposed to take part, but Raphael raised his glass and said, "I sincerely congratulate you on joining the Black Dragon Knights. Today, we will not talk about training. Everyone drinks until they drop." Charlotte was completely stunned. Hadn't they said the Grand Duke never attended gatherings like this? His sudden appearance today was definitely not simple. Now, there was big trouble. If the Grand Duke was present, the knights would not be able to comfortably enjoy the welcome party. Naturally, fewer knights would get completely drunk. Charlotte froze completely. She had originally planned to slip away during the chaos, but now everyone was sober. Was this escape plan going to fail before it even began? Just then, the corners of Raphael's mouth lifted in a faint smile. Looking at him like this, he had probably seen through everything long ago. Charlotte braced herself and spoke, wanting to ask this great figure to move elsewhere. After all, with him sitting there, the air pressure around them felt completely wrong. Raphael, however, remained calm and asked in return whether there was a problem. Charlotte's heart exploded completely. Wasn't the biggest problem you? Who would have thought that this duke would actually intend to stubbornly stay? He even told everyone to relax. Now things were great. The people beside him did not dare move at all, and Charlotte wanted to cry. If the Grand Duke kept sitting beside her, it would be hard for her even to leave her seat. Actually, Raphael had long since received the news. This top knight had set aside proper business. Yet before an expedition, he had specifically come to serve as an instructor. The timing was far too coincidental. Anyone could see that Ethan definitely had ulterior motives this time. What exactly was he planning? Just as Raphael was still suspicious, Ethan had already walked straight toward them, carrying a wine glass. Ethan came forward with the glass and directly issued an invitation to Raphael. But who would have thought that Raphael, who had just been as steady as a mountain, would refuse without a second thought, saying he had other matters to handle? Charlotte saw everything clearly from the side. What urgent matter? He was obviously using Ethan as a shield, finding an excuse to slip away quickly. Raphael suddenly began interrogating her, asking about Charlotte's relationship with that instructor Ethan, and even asked with concern whether he treated her well. Before Charlotte could react, Raphael followed up with another blow, saying, "No wonder you kept staring at him just now." That tone sounded rather wrong. He even took the initiative to suggest, asking whether Charlotte wanted to go find Ethan. Charlotte was just thinking about whether she could take the chance to slip away, but in a moment of carelessness, she directly blurted out her true thoughts. Seeing Raphael's face darken instantly, Charlotte was completely dumbfounded. This was practically digging a pit for herself. Raphael was still speaking sarcastically, warning Charlotte not to be a liar. Just at this awkward moment, Idris suddenly walked over and said he wanted to share the table. When Charlotte saw that her savior had arrived, the little calculations in her heart flew into motion. Since the actual lover had come, shouldn't she quickly retreat and give them space? As she said she would not disturb the two of them, she got up and tried to slip away. But before she could take 2 steps, Raphael pressed her back down. Charlotte even asked innocently, "Aren't the two of you a couple?" The moment these words came out, the faces of both big shots instantly darkened. Charlotte still looked unconvinced, saying the social world was spreading the rumor wildly, and their relationship had long since stopped being a secret. Raphael got a headache after hearing this. He explained that it was all baseless rumor, purely because Idris was too obsessed with cleanliness and could not bear to see even the slightest disorder in his clothes. He had originally been too lazy to clarify it. Who knew Charlotte had actually believed it? Even Idris followed up with a blow, saying no one in the Knights believed that nonsense at all. Now Charlotte was so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into a hole and could only apologize again and again, feeling that she had truly overthought things. Idris looked at the farce before him, but another matter came to mind. As a holy knight who had dedicated everything to the gods, from the moment he took up the sword, he had been destined not to use his power for personal feelings. Originally, Idris had always believed his sword was wielded only for the gods, until he witnessed Charlotte's swordsmanship. In his heart, that unwilling to lose spirit was completely ignited. Recklessly, he went to challenge Raphael to a duel, wanting to challenge the man rumored to be the strongest on the continent. In the end, he lost utterly. All his pride shattered into dust in that moment. Raphael looked down at him from above and reminded him not to forget the wager before the duel. The loser had to obey the victor's orders. Only then did Idris realize that his so-called reputation before had been nothing but an illusion nurtured in a greenhouse. In front of a truly strong person, he was like a frog at the bottom of a well that had never seen the world. In order to see this world clearly, and also to become stronger than he was now, he decided to throw away those false restraints. Even if it was as an attendant, he would stay by that man's side. From that day on, Idris became the Grand Duke's man. But in his heart, he had always been thinking of Charlotte, wanting to know whether that girl with the bright smile was still freely swinging her sword. Back in reality, Charlotte was staring at the wine glass in Raphael's hand, afraid he would lose control and break his vow. Seeing these two making a fuss, Idris only felt a headache. Days passed one after another, and Charlotte's coming-of-age ceremony drew closer and closer. In order to handle even stronger monsters, she decided to leave the bustling imperial capital. Alone, she came to the desolate Tisani ruins. The work of moving the camp was finally almost finished. Charlotte looked at the busy surroundings with only one thought in her mind. When would her stay in this damned place end? The soldier beside her was trembling in fear, afraid monsters would suddenly charge into the camp. Warren, however, was quite optimistic, believing that with the defensive devices in place, those big things could not possibly get in. But Klaus knew very well that even if it was only an intermediate monster, 10 of them working together might not be able to handle it. If it truly came down to risking their lives, someone would probably have to stand forward as bait. Dealing with monsters was absolutely on another level. After all, these monsters were simply not something humans could understand. Even if their hands and feet were cut off, they had no idea how to stop. Their enormous size alone was enough to make people feel despair. Even worse, these monsters also hid more troublesome traits. Ethan was giving this group of rookies a lesson. These monsters were like black holes that could absorb light. In the dark, to the naked eye, they appeared as massive shadows, and it was impossible to tell where the head or tail was. But as long as something was alive, it had a vital point. A monster's core was its heart. Ethan took out the spoils he had captured on the western battlefield. He told everyone that if they wanted to survive, they had to completely shatter this thing. The soldiers below grew uneasy as they listened and could not help asking whether this thing could really be destroyed. Ethan wasted no words and directly drew the long sword at his waist. Although this sounded difficult, as long as they could infuse sword aura into the blade, even just a little, these hardcores would become as fragile as glass. Like this, Ethan swung his sword. The powerful sword aura seemed about to split the sky. He told everyone that as long as they coordinated their divine tools and strength properly, they too could reach this level. Looking at that gorgeous move, Charlotte could not help sighing inwardly. Ethan had practically taken the male lead script. He was so handsome that there was nothing to say. But admiration was admiration. As the team drew closer and closer to the ruins, Charlotte also began to feel uncertain. That inexplicable unease was slowly swallowing her. Warren noticed her tension, casually slung an arm around her shoulders, and asked what exactly she had been thinking when she charged into the ruins back then. Actually, there was no need to be so nervous. After all, those truly terrifying monsters would be handled personally by the seniors and the Grand Duke. As long as their group stayed alert and did not fall behind, they would be fine. Provoked by everyone like this, Charlotte also began to talk tough. Unconvinced, she asked whether she really looked that timid. Just wait and see. I'll definitely be the one who catches the most monsters. Now everyone became excited, all clamoring to bet against her. Klaus, enjoying the spectacle, even proposed that whoever lost would have to wash everyone's stinky socks. The atmosphere in the camp instantly became cheerful. Everyone was joking. They felt this mission would be as easy as an outing. But no one noticed that not far away, within a pitch-black crack in the rocks, a pair of blood-red eyes was fixed on this group of defenseless prey. Late at night by the river, Charlotte could finally take a proper bath. She smiled and said to Ethan behind her, "Thanks to you being with me, Brother Ethan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had any chance to clean up before returning to camp. As Ethan helped dry her hair, he replied softly that this was what an older brother should do. Charlotte looked at the dark shadows around them, still feeling somewhat uneasy. This place was so far from camp. What if a monster jumped out? Ethan told her to relax. As long as they were still within the magical barrier, this place was absolutely safe. However, he still deliberately reminded her that tomorrow would be the first practical combat exercise. At that time, she must not fall behind. She absolutely had to keep up with her teammates. Charlotte had no way to deal with her brother's nagging and could only repeatedly promise that she had long since remembered. No one noticed that Raphael was hiding behind a tree. Do not fool around as if this were a picnic. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. The camp horn had already sounded. Raphael stood on high ground and issued a strict order to everyone. Today's practical combat exercise had only one goal: completely eliminate the monsters in this wasteland. The only ones who could protect the Empire from the monsters were these knights. But this work was no joke. The slightest carelessness would cost them their lives. He demanded that everyone muster every ounce of focus and do their utmost at their respective posts. The soldiers below shouted in unison. Their momentum was truly impressive. Charlotte listened among the crowd, her blood boiling. She even felt that being able to join this place was incredibly lucky. Looking at Raphael on the platform, she could not help muttering. Although she had previously felt that Ethan seemed more like the main character, now, looking at Raphael's bearing and appearance, his strength made him the perfect male lead template. Charlotte was full of hot blood at this moment. She drew her sword and wanted to charge after the Grand Duke. But before she had run 2 steps, her teammates grabbed her tightly. Her teammate reminded her helplessly to wake up. Their group was entirely made up of inexperienced recruits. They did not even have a veteran knight leading them. It turned out this exercise was divided by ability. The experts had all gone to the central first grade area to fight high-level monsters. Rookies like them could only be thrown to the outermost area to pick up leftovers. After all, practical combat opportunities against high-level monsters were too rare. No one wanted to waste time leading newcomers. Now, Charlotte finally understood. Looking at the backs of those veteran knights in the distance, she could only sigh. Who could blame this place for having only weak little monsters? It seemed she would have to wait for another chance to stand out. In fact, Raphael had brought Charlotte back to the knights purely because he could not bear to let her leave. But in his heart, he had always had one bottom line. He absolutely could not let her encounter danger. To ensure nothing went wrong, he specially found Romeo to confirm whether the outer region truly had no monsters. Romeo patted his chest and guaranteed that the strongest defensive divine tool had already been arranged there. Unless it was some kind of supergiant monster, absolutely nothing could break in. After hearing this, Raphael finally felt relieved. His gaze darkened, and he immediately issued the order to set out. Since the outer region was already absolutely safe, he could lead the main force without distraction to thoroughly clear the monsters in the higher level areas. No one had expected that the outer region they had originally thought was a beginner village would actually see such a fierce battle. The soldiers collapsed to the ground one by one from exhaustion, unable even to remember how many monsters they had killed. Everyone was murmuring inwardly. If even the outer region was this hard to fight through, how terrifying must the high-level area deeper in be? Worse still, the sun was about to set. When that happened, the monster's combat power would double. Fortunately, Charlotte was holding the line in this squad. Not only was she powerful, she had also thought of a brilliant move. She directly used the defensive divine tool as a lamp, forcibly raising a life-saving light in this pitch-black wilderness. Charlotte was feeling quite proud as she said this, thinking that those few moves she had learned from Ethan had really saved everyone's lives at the critical moment. Although this move had actually come from the original story, as long as it could buy time until the veteran knights returned, that was enough. But just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the air around them suddenly froze. Charlotte keenly sensed that something was wrong. The sky was darkening far too quickly, and the ground beneath her feet was actually beginning to tremble slightly. Before she could react, a massive shadow enveloped her entire body. Charlotte shouted at the top of her lungs, "Draw your swords. Everyone get up." Who would have thought that the absolute safety Romeo had guaranteed before would completely collapse in this moment? A gigantic monster was staring fixedly at them. Facing the giant monster that had suddenly appeared, Charlotte had already prepared herself for a desperate fight. She loudly warned her teammates that this thing's size was completely beyond expectations. But before she could make a move, a dazzling blue sword light directly tore open the darkness before her eyes. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, the monster that had just seemed invincible was instantly split in two. Charlotte stood frozen in place, looking at that familiar figure. Ethan had actually arrived at the most critical moment with his sword in hand. Ethan quickly discovered that something was wrong. The monsters here were completely different from those he had encountered before. They seemed to have brains, actually deliberately avoiding fatal injuries. Just then, a knight beside him was nearly knocked down by a monster. But something strange happened. When these monsters missed their strike, they did not continue entangling themselves. Instead, they turned and ran. First, they launched a sneak attack, and once they found no opportunity, they immediately withdrew. This was absolutely not the reaction a wild beast should have. Ethan gripped his sword hilt tightly, the unease in his heart growing stronger and stronger. These beasts were definitely plotting something. Raphael casually finished off the last monster and asked Romeo how many they had encountered along the way. Romeo remembered clearly, a little over 100 small ones, but only 7 large ones. Hearing that number, Raphael's face darkened. That was far too few. Before he made his name, this place had seen more than 50 large monsters a day. The current silence, instead, carried an indescribable eeriness. Just as he was wondering where all the monsters had hidden, a scout beside him suddenly shouted, "Your Highness, someone is coming over there." Ethan galloped over on horseback. Before his horse had even stopped, he shouted for Raphael to retreat at once. They had to return to the lower zone immediately. But Raphael was unusually calm. He even questioned Ethan, asking whether he knew the consequences of leaving his assigned area without permission. Ethan was so anxious that he cut him off outright. This was no time to worry about rules. The monsters had all gone mad. According to the latest intelligence, in order to escape some even more terrifying danger, the monsters had all turned around and charged toward the lower zone. Hearing this, Romeo was completely stunned. If the monsters had all gone to the rear, didn't that make their current defensive line a joke? Raphael could hardly believe that these monsters could actually sense sword aura, and their target was very clear. They were heading straight for the defenseless trainees. This abnormal behavior had never happened before. Raphael's heart lurched. Right now, only one name filled his mind: Sasha. Raphael mounted his warhorse and loudly ordered everyone to withdraw to the lower zone at once. Send signals to every training squad immediately. Not a single one could be left behind. All the trainees still in training were now standing at death's door. But before the rescue could even set out, on the wasteland in the distance, only a lone slender sword remained, stuck diagonally in the cracked earth. Against an ultimate monster, they could still barely manage. But the enormous creature before them was on a completely different level. No wonder the artifact's light was growing weaker and weaker. The monster had already gotten so close. One of the companions shouted, "When exactly are the reinforcements getting here?" Charlotte comforted everyone while sending out a distress signal. Another person was rather optimistic, thinking this was the time to show the results of their training. Although morale seemed to rise quite a bit on the surface, Charlotte knew very well that they could not hold out until the reinforcements arrived. Just dealing with more than 20 ultimate monsters was already difficult enough. That giant one was impossible to handle. Before Charlotte could come up with a plan, a roar suddenly rang beside her ear. Before anyone could react, Valen was tightly wrapped up by the monster's tail and lifted straight into the air. Charlotte screamed in anguish, "Valen!" Charlotte swore in her heart that she would never again let the people around her die in vain. She did not want to lose anything real anymore. At that critical moment, she shot forward like a sword released from its string. A cold flash of light swept past, and the monster's tail was cut off at the root. Valen crashed heavily to the ground. His companions shouted anxiously, "Valen, are you all right?" Valen had just barely escaped death. Jean hurriedly asked where Charlotte was, but when he looked up, everyone was dumbfounded. Charlotte was standing right in front of the gigantic monster. She was shouting at the top of her lungs, desperately provoking it and drawing all its attention onto herself. She deliberately used her injured arm to attract its attacks, wanting to buy her companions a chance to catch their breath. Her companions cursed anxiously. What is that idiot doing? Right now, everything depended on the artifact's light. If even this last bit of light went out, Charlotte would truly be dead. In order for everyone to survive, someone had to step forward as bait and lure that giant away. No one had expected that Charlotte would actually be the person with the highest chance of survival, because only she knew that she held this world's script in her hands. Valen was so anxious his voice went hoarse. He desperately tried to rush over, but his companions held him down tightly. Charlotte looked back at everyone with one final smile on her face. She shouted loudly, "All of you survive. I'll see you later." At the same time, Raphael was leading the cavalry across the wasteland at full speed. The situation was even worse than he had imagined. The monsters were all swarming toward the outskirts like mad. He gripped the reins tightly, with only one thought in his mind. Those children had to hold on. Just then, Romeo's shout came from ahead. "We found the trainees." But when Raphael saw the scene before him clearly, his heart instantly sank. Just as the monster was about to strike a killing blow, Raphael finally arrived. He let out an enraged roar. The great sword in his hand cut through the air and came cleaving down. That slash forcibly drove the monster away from the trainee. The trainee who had narrowly escaped death had not yet come back to their senses when Raphael had already dismounted. "Where is Sasha? Tell me where she is." Valen dropped to his knees with a thud, his voice full of despair. "Please, save her. Sasha saved us." Hearing this, Raphael's heart rose into his throat. Valen trembled as he told the truth. Sasha had lured the monster away and charged into the canyon alone 1 or 2 hours ago. The terrain there was complicated, difficult even for horseback riding. The longer time dragged on, the slimmer Sasha's hope of survival became. Valen knelt on the ground and begged bitterly, "Your Highness, please, you have to save her." Raphael could not wait another moment. He gave a cold order. "Romeo, take the men and escort the trainees out. I'll go ahead." No one had expected that he intended to enter that forbidden area alone. Watching Raphael's retreating back, Romeo could not stop him at all. Raphael tightened his grip on his sword, his heart full of bitterness. Fate had never seemed to be gentle to him. The burden of fate was far too heavy. It was like a shadow he could not shake off, seeping bit by bit into his bones, and in the end, even dragging the people around him into misfortune. Now that ill luck had finally found Sasha, Raphael rushed madly through the canyon, but the thoughts in his mind could not be suppressed. Could Sasha really still be alive? A child who could not even use aura, facing a monster of that level alone, and several hours had already passed. No matter how desperately Charlotte fought, could she really have held on until now? Raphael's heart was full of regret. If he had hardened his heart and let her leave that day, perhaps none of this would have happened. But it was too late to say anything now. He could only pray that the girl who always brought him surprises would create one more miracle. Raphael was still blaming himself endlessly. If not for his selfishness, Sasha would never have been dragged into this nightmare. But the instant he raised his head, his entire body froze. "Sasha!" he roared in anguish. On a clearing not far away, that gigantic monster was looking down at Charlotte, and Charlotte was already so weak she could barely stand. Hearing that familiar voice, Charlotte slowly turned her head, her eyes full of disbelief. "Your Highness, is it really you?" Looking at Raphael before her, Charlotte was completely dazed. "Am I dreaming? How could your Highness possibly be in a place like this?" Raphael rushed forward and pulled her swaying body into his arms. At that moment, all his reason was about to collapse. He cupped Charlotte's face, his voice filled with anger he could not suppress. "Why on earth did you do this? Was it worth risking your life for people you've only known for a few months?" Seeing how angry he was, Charlotte instead let out a weak laugh. If I can still see you angry, that means I'm still alive. At a time like this, you can still laugh? Raphael looked at the girl in his arms, both heartbroken and helpless. The string Charlotte had kept pulled tight all this time finally snapped the instant she saw Raphael. Looking at the man before her, the fear that had built up for so long finally burst out. I thought I was going to die. I really thought I would never see you again. I was so scared. She repeated it again and again, her voice filled with the lingering terror of escaping death. Raphael said nothing. He only pressed her tightly into his arms, as if trying to merge her into his body. It's all right now. Don't be afraid. From now on, as long as I'm here, no one will touch a single hair on your head. Who could have imagined that the dignified Grand Duke himself would carry her on his back through this desolate wilderness? On Raphael's broad back, Charlotte's heart was a complete mess. Thinking of the way she had cried earlier, she wished she could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. To break the awkward silence, she asked softly, "How much longer until we reach the end?" Raphael paused for a moment. His tone did not sound good at all. It seemed he had been holding in quite a lot of anger along the way. This time, Raphael was truly furious. She had dared to act as bait without a plan and without checking the terrain. In his eyes, Charlotte had been utterly reckless. On the surface, Charlotte acted meek and obedient, but inside, her mind was racing to come up with an explanation. In truth, she had long ago used the magic Ethan left behind to secretly set up an amplification magic circle. It was an advanced magical theory that only appeared in the original novel. Even people who could not control magic could use it. As long as the hidden artifacts were activated, the situation would instantly reverse. But she could not say a single word of that. Once she explained where the magic circle came from, the fact that she knew military secrets would be completely exposed. She absolutely could not reveal this secret. If Raphael found out that Ethan had leaked the information, Ethan would definitely be punished. To protect her companion, Charlotte could only choose silence. Raphael sighed, and his tone suddenly softened. He said that since she was safe, he would not pursue the matter this time. Charlotte had just been about to thank him when she heard Raphael blame himself in a low voice. In the end, he said he should never have brought her to such a dangerous place. Those words startled Charlotte. She hurriedly explained that she was a proper Black Dragon Knight, so taking part in training was part of her duty. Besides, if the Duke had not arrived in time, she would not have had any chance to stand here and speak. Charlotte said softly that, actually, she was the one who should be thanking him. In that most desperate moment, it was Raphael's voice that forcibly pulled her back from the brink. Seeing the way he had rushed over without regard for anything else, Charlotte knew very well that without him, she would never have lived until now. This life-saving debt was far too heavy, so heavy that she did not even know how she could repay it in the future. Raphael suddenly made a request. From now on, he said, Charlotte should call him directly by his name. That frightened Charlotte badly. He was her proper superior. Calling him by name was simply breaking the rules. Raphael did not care at all. He said no one called her by that name anymore anyway. Since she wanted to repay him for saving her life, was this request really so difficult? Charlotte was left speechless by his rebuttal. She could only weakly negotiate. Then, could I do it only in private, when no one else is around? This was already the limit of her courage. In the end, Raphael compromised, since she insisted so much they would follow that middle ground plan. He urged Charlotte to try calling him once right now. Charlotte hesitated for a long time before finally calling out that name softly. It was clearly just a simple form of address, yet Charlotte felt her face burn fiercely. This feeling of her heart speeding up left her completely unsure how to respond. Just as the atmosphere was at its most subtle, a loud shout suddenly came from afar, directly breaking the quiet between the two of them. The cries from the distance drew closer and closer. Ethan had finally arrived with the main force. Looking at the familiar faces before her, Charlotte's suspended heart finally settled. Everyone was still alive. That mattered more than anything. The tense atmosphere eased considerably at once. Ethan hurried forward to ask forgiveness, saying the trainees had been so worried that they insisted on charging over together. Raphael waved his hand. As long as everyone was all right, those rules no longer mattered. Seeing Charlotte return safely, Valen and the others finally let out a breath of relief. Though they still scolded her for being too reckless, their hands kept gripping her shoulders tightly, as if afraid afraid she would run off and get lost again. Valen even made a fierce declaration in front of everyone. From now on, no matter what danger they encountered, they would all die together, and no one could even think of acting alone again. Charlotte obediently lowered her head and admitted her mistake. But when she raised her head, she saw Ethan standing in the distance. Though Ethan did not say a word, his dazed and shaken appearance clearly showed that he had been badly frightened earlier. Charlotte had thought this matter was already over. Seeing everyone safe and sound, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and only wanted to quickly forget this terrifying experience. But she never expected that Ethan had been terrified by how close she had come to losing her life. Because of this accident, this man who is usually so steady actually made a major decision in private. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed since that thrilling monster training. Charlotte's body had also mostly recovered. The doctor told her that she could resume normal activity starting tomorrow. After giving his instructions, the doctor left first. Charlotte looked at the spacious sick room and the fruit basket that had just been delivered, feeling utterly delighted. This feeling of paid leave gave her a strangely familiar happiness. She excitedly discussed it with Ethan, saying that after training ended tomorrow night, there would be a big party. When the time came, not only would there be plenty to drink, there would definitely be countless high-class delicacies to eat as much as she wanted. Charlotte was counting the food on her fingers when Ethan, who was sitting beside her, suddenly spoke. His tone was so cold it made one's heart tremble. He said, "During tomorrow night's party, I will take you away from here completely." As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room instantly changed. The leaving Ethan meant was probably not as simple as being discharged and going home. Ethan sat by the bed, his hands clenched tightly together. He hated himself for being too arrogant, for thinking he could control the whole situation. In the end, he had nearly gotten the person he most wanted to protect killed with his own hands. Charlotte hurriedly spoke up to comfort him, saying she would be lively and well again tomorrow. But Ethan could not listen at all. He had already found powerful outside help and swore that tomorrow he would never allow the previous tragedy to happen again. Seeing her brother so desperate, Charlotte was silent for a long time. Suddenly, an extremely bold idea came to her. "Brother, why don't we just lay everything bare? Let's tell the Grand Duke my true identity." Hearing that Charlotte wanted to confess her identity, Ethan froze completely. He had never imagined his sister would come up with such a dangerous idea. Charlotte had her own concerns. She felt that even if she could leave now, there was absolutely no escaping the investigation afterward. When that happened, not only Ethan, but even Lord Idris, who had helped them, would be implicated. Naively, she thought the Grand Duke might not be as cold-blooded as the rumors said. As long as they told the truth, perhaps he might show mercy. But Ethan refused without even thinking. His tone carried a fear she had never heard before, because only he knew how ruthless that Grand Duke's methods truly were. "In your eyes, he might be a good person, but to me, he is 10,000 times more terrifying than you imagine." Ethan's words were like a basin of cold water, completely dousing Charlotte's naive fantasy. He said the Grand Duke's world was completely different from that of ordinary people. There were only countless betrayals and assassinations there. Trust did not even exist between blood relatives. Charlotte looked at her brother's serious face and finally understood his painstaking intentions. "So, you don't want to gamble with my life on that tiny chance, right?" Ethan remained silent and did not answer, but his eyes had already said everything. Charlotte secretly made up her mind. Since her brother had already exhausted himself to protect her, she absolutely could not let him worry anymore. In the end, Charlotte nodded. She said she would follow all of her brother's arrangements. Ethan also apologized for having acted on his own before. Although setting out now was indeed a little late, as long as they could leave safely, everything was still in time. Seeing Ethan's guilty expression, Charlotte felt the atmosphere in the room was far too oppressive. Her eyes darted around, and suddenly she said something shocking. "If you really feel sorry to me, then hurry up and work harder. Become my brother-in-law sooner." This sudden request completely threw Ethan off. He could only smile awkwardly and say he would think about it seriously. The originally tense atmosphere finally relaxed completely at that moment. After giving a few final instructions, Ethan opened the door and left the room. As the door closed softly, the room instantly fell into dead silence. Charlotte sat alone by the bed, listening to the bursts of noise coming from outside the window. It seemed it was truly time to leave. While everyone was training, Charlotte returned to the dormitory alone. She had already decided that tonight she would leave this place completely. She had thought she would feel very relaxed when it was time to go, but now that the moment had truly come, her heart was instead in turmoil. She had not expected that in such a short time, she would actually grow attached to this place. She had originally prepared a letter, making up a fake excuse so everyone would feel at ease. But the moment her hand touched the envelope, she hesitated again. She did not want to say goodbye with a lie. Rather than leave behind a deception, it was better to write down her true feelings. She spread out fresh paper and, stroke by stroke, wrote down the truths hidden deep in her heart. Just as Charlotte was preparing to leave, Valen and Klaus suddenly pushed the door open and came in. Valen shouted in his booming voice, insisting on dragging her to the training banquet. Klaus also came along to join in the fun. Everyone chimed in one after another, giving Charlotte no chance to refuse. Looking at this noisy group of companions, Charlotte finally compromised. Surrounded by everyone, she walked out the door to enjoy this final dinner. Only no one noticed that a letter was lying quietly on the desk. It contained the truth she had left behind. In the letter, she wrote about her past of losing both parents and about her only sister, who was facing a forced marriage. This was the reason she had to leave. To protect her only family member, Charlotte had already made up her mind. Even though they had only spent a short time together, she still solemnly wrote "thank you" to everyone at the end of the letter. But reality changed tone far too quickly. The banquet hall was in complete chaos. Her companions were drunk as mud, shamelessly clinging to Charlotte and refusing to let go, making her roll her eyes in anger. How is this a disciplined order of knights? It was practically a noisy tavern. While dealing with the drunkards, Charlotte calmly observed her surroundings. She discovered that only the officers on the raised platform were still relatively sober. In particular, Raphael, who sat in the main seat, had a cold expression and was listening to his subordinate's quiet report. He looked so busy that he had no attention to spare for what was happening here. In the past, he had always stayed by her side. Now he did not even look at her. This feeling of being strangers made Charlotte's heart fill with mixed emotions. But she knew very well that tonight was the final deadline for leaving. She shook her head hard, forcing herself to clear her mind. Since she had already decided to go, there was no need to cling to anything. As long as she did not see him, those wavering thoughts would disappear. She planned to return to the dormitory first and hide there until it was time to escape. But just as she stood up and prepared to slip away, a hand suddenly pressed down on her shoulder. The movement was so fast, she had no way to react. Raphael's low voice sounded beside her ear. "Wait, I have something to say to you." Charlotte froze completely. To be caught red-handed at this critical moment, she could only steel herself and ask, "Now." Raphael gave her no chance to refuse and brought her straight to his office. Charlotte had thought he wanted to give her work instructions. Who would have thought this man would instead pour wine at an unhurried pace? Looking at the wine glass before her, Charlotte was completely stunned. Raphael, however, said calmly that he was not so cruel as to make an injured person work overtime through the night. The taste of this wine was very distinctive, completely unlike Raphael's usual style. Charlotte could not help teasing him. "Does someone of your status also follow outside trends?" Raphael raised his glass and asked in return, "What? Am I not allowed?" This rare relaxed atmosphere instead made Charlotte even more restless. Raphael took a sip of wine, his brows furrowing slightly. He complained that the wine was far too sweet, practically made especially for young girls. Charlotte knew very well that this kind of wine was not to his taste at all. He was clearly accommodating her, so she deliberately refuted him, saying, "I think it tastes quite good." Unexpectedly, the always stubborn Raphael changed his word for the first time ever, following her meaning and saying that, on second thought, it was indeed not bad. Seeing this cold-faced commander suffer a small defeat, Charlotte could not help laughing aloud. This was the first time she had seen Raphael change his mind because of someone else's words. Sometimes he showed an unexpectedly different side. But before she could finish laughing, Raphael's tone suddenly grew heavy. He brought up the accident in the ruins. He said that when he saw her fall into danger back then, his mind had gone completely blank. At that moment, he could not see anything else. Raphael lowered his head, his voice sounding a little hoarse. He said that at the time, he had been like a madman, even praying to gods he had never believed in. As long as Charlotte could be saved, he would pay any price. Those words struck Charlotte's heart like a heavy hammer. She felt hot all over, and the tingling feeling in her heart made her unable to tell whether it was the alcohol taking effect or because of the man in front of her. She said a quiet thank you. If Raphael had not appeared in time, she would likely have died long ago. Using the courage brought on by the wine, she finally dared to admit that she was actually very timid. She was afraid of pain, terrified of death. But what she feared most was that if something happened to her, it would make the one precious person she had sad. Hearing this, Raphael's gaze instantly changed. He anxiously pressed her, asking who exactly that precious person was. But Charlotte smiled and shook her head. Even if you are my lifesaver, I absolutely cannot tell you such an embarrassing secret. Seeing her avoid the topic, an inexplicable fire instantly flared in Raphael's heart. Charlotte was somewhat surprised. She had not expected Raphael's memory to be so good that he still remembered she had joined the knights to protect that precious person. She mocked herself for being only a tiny trainee and thought he would never have taken such words to heart. Raphael poured wine as he replied, his tone carrying unquestionable firmness. He said he naturally remembered, and he would never forget it in this lifetime. The atmosphere had become ambiguous to the extreme, but because the alcohol had gone to Charlotte's head, she tilted her head and fell deeply asleep on the sofa. Raphael looked at this careless woman and sighed helplessly. Her guard was truly far too poor. Romeo hurried over to report that the guards outside had suddenly been replaced by Idris. Clearly, someone was scheming in secret. He asked whether they should take action immediately. Raphael coldly gave one instruction: pretend nothing happened. Romeo was still uneasy. He lowered his voice and reminded Raphael that even if the other party was the vice commander, this time he had overreached far too much. This was clearly a challenge to his authority. But Raphael seemed unusually calm. He replied indifferently, "This kind of thing will happen tonight for the last time." Then he signaled that Romeo could withdraw. When the door closed, all the noise was shut outside. Raphael returned alone to the bedside and looked at Charlotte, who was still sound asleep. The coldness in his eyes instantly vanished. He gently touched Charlotte and ordered her in a low voice to get up quickly. He said, "If you keep lying there like that, I really won't want to let you go. While I still haven't changed my mind, hurry up and get up." This time, Charlotte was completely stunned. She had actually fallen asleep just like that. It was simply insane. She had just been about to hurry up and slip away when she found something heavy beside her. Why was the Duke lying here? Looking at him up close, Raphael was indeed flawless in appearance. But that was not the main point at all. Now was not the time to be love-struck. If he woke up, this situation would truly be impossible to clean up, while he still had not moved. She had to escape from here without anyone noticing. Charlotte was truly stumped now. Even asleep, Raphael was extremely heavy. She could not push him at all. It seemed he really was under a lot of pressure normally. Even when sleeping, he was so tense. His body was as hard as stone. There was no other way. She could only pat him as if coaxing a child. Unexpectedly, this move actually worked. Now that he had finally loosened his strength, this was the best chance to slip away. But at the crucial moment, another problem arose. Her wig was being gripped tightly by him, and she could not get it back at all. Forget it. Escaping was more important right now. She could not care about that much. Besides, showing her original long hair might even help clear suspicion from herself. She could not stay in this place any longer. Charlotte took one last look behind her and silently said goodbye in her heart. Once she left, they would probably never meet again in this lifetime. All grudges and kindness would end here. Thanks to Ethan waiting outside to receive her, the escape plan went even more smoothly than expected. Even the horses had been prepared in advance. Ethan told her to take care on the road. After all, the road ahead could only be walked by her alone. Taking advantage of the gap when the guards changed shifts, she mounted her horse and charged into the night without looking back. Thanks to Ethan preparing everything in advance, Charlotte's escape went almost too smoothly. She had originally worried that the Duke would catch her on the spot and drag her back, but in the end, she did not even see his shadow. If she had known it would be this easy, she really should not have wasted so much time in the beginning. Along the way, she thought about many things. She had clearly only wanted to come back and stop her sister's engagement, but something in her heart still felt wrong. After all these days of chaos, she finally managed to get home before dark. Looking at the familiar manor, she knew there were some things she had to face. Since Ethan had told her to, she would first find Grace and calmly talk things over. As for the questions she could not understand, she might as well stop thinking about them for now. After all, the most urgent matter at present was to completely resolve this marriage. From this moment on, she was no longer that trainee hiding here and there, but the real Miss Charlotte. At last, she had returned home to the side of her closest family. The household instantly erupted. All the maids gathered around her. No one had expected this trip out to last so long. Faced with everyone's concern, she could only laugh awkwardly. After all, there was no way to explain all the various incidents that had happened in between outsiders. Grace stopped at the stairway and gently asked whether she had enjoyed this trip. Looking at her sister's familiar smiling face, Charlotte smiled and nodded. All the thrills and dangers along the way had not been in vain. After going through such a huge ordeal, she could finally say with peace of mind, "I'm back." In the blink of an eye, Charlotte had been home for a week. To prepare for the coming-of-age ceremony, she was so busy every day that her feet barely touched the ground. She had tried on 5 dresses alone. John watched the excitement from the side and did not forget to make sarcastic remarks, angering Charlotte so much that she hit him directly. How was this a birthday? It was practically torture. After joking around, John suddenly asked a serious question. He asked whether she had anyone in mind whom she wanted to propose to her. That one sentence directly stumped Charlotte. In truth, everyone knew it well. A noble young lady's coming-of-age ceremony was not simply a celebration of growing up. Hidden behind, it was a marriage alliance between 2 families. And the biggest highlight of the entire banquet was the proposal that would decide her fate. Who would become the person to present the ring was still unknown. In the imperial aristocratic circle, marriage had never been for love, but a political tool to show off status. If no one proposed at the coming-of-age ceremony, then that young lady's reputation would be completely ruined. Charlotte was now terribly worried. She felt certain no one would want her. If the moment turned cold, not only would she embarrass herself, all of Grace's hard work would also go to waste. John could not stand watching anymore. He hinted that someone would definitely propose sincerely. But Charlotte did not believe him at all, thinking he was just lying to comfort her. Seeing her get trapped in a dead end, John simply threw out a lifeline. Jokingly, he suggested that he could step forward and propose, helping her hold the scene together. Charlotte hurriedly made an agreement with him that this would only be an act to deal with the situation, and he absolutely had to explain it clearly to her family. The two were discussing the details when a maid urged her again from the doorway. The 6th dress was already prepared. She truly did not have much time left. After saying goodbye, John left first. The two agreed to each handle their own matters. Charlotte continued to be surrounded by the maids. She tried on that overly gorgeous dress. Looking at herself in the mirror, she could not help letting her thoughts wander. In this circle where everything was about interests, was wanting a pure love a little too idealistic? Although she knew it was extravagant, a trace of hope still remained in her heart. She hoped that the right person would appear one day. What she did not know was that the outside world had long since changed. In a dim study, Raphael was staring at that secret ledger. According to the latest investigation results, the matter of the Crown Prince's imperial grant was definitely not simple. That fellow called Alan Seven had either received information in advance, or he was the mastermind behind the entire assassination. The flow of funds in the ledger had already laid the truth out on the table. The destination of this huge sum of money pointed directly to the mastermind behind the scenes. Romeo's analysis was correct. If the other party had not known about the assassination plan in advance, this money would never have been given so coincidentally. It seemed the situation was truly about to change this time. Raphael, however, was unusually calm. To him, a flaw that even outsiders could see did not count as a threat at all. Romeo was completely stunned. Could it be that his master had already seen through all of this long ago? Raphael did not answer directly. He only ordered him to keep digging deeper. Once the evidence was in hand, it would be time for a complete reckoning. But doubts rose in Romeo's heart. If he had known long ago, why wait until now? Romeo was still uneasy. What if this ledger of unknown origin was a trap dug by someone else? Raphael remained calm and unbothered. He said this was a gift from the lark. Since his master had said so, Romeo did not dare ask further. But his heart kept pounding. Could this so-called lark be referring to Idris, who had just left the Knights? After all, his sudden resignation had indeed suppressed the news of Sasha's disappearance. Since the evidence was already in hand, every step from now on was crucial. Romeo wanted to know how his master planned to end this. Raphael gave a cold laugh. What they lacked most now was an ally. He had already set his sights on Marquis Albrecht. The scene shifted. Charlotte arrived at the magnificent cathedral. Before the coming-of-age ceremony began, she wanted to hurry and see her parents. The cathedral was full of people everywhere. Just as Charlotte felt it was crowded, a gentle voice suddenly came from behind her, asking whether she needed help. Charlotte instinctively wanted to refuse, but the moment she turned around, she froze completely in place. The man before her was actually Idris, who had disappeared for so long. He was still as gentle as ever, smiling as he said, "Long time no see." Charlotte softly thanked him. This sudden reunion added a subtle awkwardness to the air. Idris was quite open about it, telling her to call him by his name directly. Although Charlotte changed her address verbally, in her heart, she still felt that this man had become even more considerate than before. Meeting in a place like this was indeed rather unexpected. Charlotte casually asked, "You're still at the cathedral at this hour. Are you carrying out official duties?" Idris was silent for a moment, then threw out shocking news. A few days ago, he had already returned to the Holy Knights. Charlotte froze completely. Her first reaction was to wonder whether he had been forced to return because he had helped her before. Idris shook his head and told her not to put the responsibility on herself. He said this had been planned from the beginning, so she did not need to worry. But Charlotte knew very well that there had never been any precedent of someone leaving a place like the Black Dragon Knights alive. Idris told Charlotte to relax. Although the review process for leaving the Knights was very strict, fortunately, the Grand Duke had not investigated further. It seemed that letter had indeed played a role. Charlotte clearly had not expected things to go so smoothly. Idris even joked that this Grand Duke seemed much more emotional than expected. But in reality, Idris was not confident either. Raphael had personally ordered them to stop searching for Sasha and even forbade anyone from mentioning the matter again. There were only two possibilities. Either he felt Charlotte was not worth mentioning at all, or he had already seen through Charlotte's true identity. If it was really the latter, then the situation would be completely serious. Idris could only pray in his heart that it was absolutely not the worst case. Just then, the nanny's voice came from afar. Only then did Charlotte realize that she had been out for far too long. Charlotte was about to take her leave when Idris softly said that he was very glad they could meet again. But who could have expected that he would immediately add, "Happy birthday"? This left Charlotte at a loss. It seemed Brother Ethan had told him about it long ago. To receive this Lord's blessing made Charlotte feel somewhat flattered. After all, in her impression, the old Idris had practically been an emotionless machine. But the current him made people feel very close to him. While the atmosphere was good, Charlotte mustered her courage and issued an invitation, asking whether he could attend her coming-of-age ceremony. Idris fell silent. This reaction made the previously relaxed atmosphere instantly become somewhat hard to read. In the end, Idris still refused. He said the Holy Knights had rules, and he could not casually leave because of a personal matter. Although Charlotte had already been mentally prepared for this cold water to be poured on her, she still felt it was a pity. Since she could not force him, Charlotte could only smile and say goodbye, hoping they would have a chance to meet again in the future. Idris responded softly. Their reunion ended hurriedly just like that. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. In the Brabant Count's manor, Charlotte was lazing beside her sister Grace, enjoying the rare leisure. Grace combed her hair while asking with concern whether it hurt. Charlotte, however, was like a child who had not grown up, acting spoiled and saying she liked her sister combing her hair best. Seeing her younger sister like this, Grace could not help teasing her, asking when she would ever truly grow up. But Charlotte said she would rather never grow up, so she could always stay by her sister's side. Tomorrow, the coming-of-age ceremony would begin. Grace looked at her younger sister beside her and softly asked whether she was nervous. Charlotte nodded. In truth, compared to the ceremony itself, she was more worried about what would happen afterward. If something went wrong, she would truly lose face. Grace gently comforted her, saying the priest would definitely arrange everything properly. This would absolutely be Charlotte's most unforgettable day. Charlotte leaned against her sister's knees and softly asked, "Would father be proud of me?" Grace smiled and said he definitely would cry, while praising her as the most beautiful girl in the world. Charlotte obediently closed her eyes, but her heart was unusually clear. Once the coming-of-age ceremony ended, there was an even more important matter that had to be resolved immediately. That was the troublesome marriage contract concerning her sister Grace. This time, Adrian had made up his mind. He directly laid his cards on the table with his mother, saying he wanted to propose to Charlotte. No matter who objected, he absolutely would not turn back. But who could have expected that the Empress would not only refrain from getting angry, but instead calmly say that she had been waiting for this day for a long time? Adrian's little thoughts could not be hidden from his own mother at all. The Empress looked at him, her tone filled with the composure of someone who had seen through everything. Then she took off a precious ring. She said that in this empire filled with schemes, those who stood in high places were surrounded by people with ulterior motives. That was why she had always hoped someone could sincerely stay by her son's side. This ring, personally granted by the Emperor, was the greatest trump card she could give Adrian in pursuing happiness. Before she knew it, Charlotte had already been back for 2 weeks. Once tomorrow's coming-of-age ceremony ended, her sister's marriage contract would likely be pushed forward. During this period, the two sisters had been so busy they could hardly see each other. Or rather, her sister was deliberately avoiding the topic. Ethan had once reminded her that as long as she came back and talked with Grace, she would be able to find a solution. But even now, she still did not understand what that solution was. The only thing worth celebrating was that her sister had not accepted this marriage contract because she had no other way out. Charlotte looked at the sleeping Grace and softly called, "Sister." After tomorrow, Charlotte would also officially become an adult. She held her sister's hand and silently made a promise in her heart. In the past, it had been her sister who sheltered them from wind and rain. From now on, it would be her turn to support this family. At the coming-of-age ceremony, all the guests stared in astonishment. Everyone was privately discussing how this young lady of the Brabant family was completely different from the rumors. This gorgeous outfit made her seem like a different person entirely. Every step she took carried an unquestionable presence. She knew very well that this social debut was definitely not as simple as dancing one dance. Behind this splendid ballroom was a game of interests and power. This coming-of-age ceremony had already become a battlefield for every faction struggle. Powerful figures from all sides had gathered, all wanting to use the chance to build connections. Charlotte had wanted to find her sister first, but when she looked up, she froze completely. First Prince Adrian had actually come in person. This was far too unreasonable. How could the coming-of-age ceremony of a count's daughter possibly alarm a member of the imperial family? Before she could recover, another commotion came from the entrance. This time, the entire hall completely exploded. Grand Duke Raphael had actually come as well. Why would this powerful figure, who held influence throughout the court, appear here? The moment she saw Raphael, Charlotte's heart sank halfway. Had the fact that she had disguised herself as a man and infiltrated the knights been exposed so quickly? Had he come specifically to arrest her? Calming down and thinking about it, that made no sense at all. Who could imagine that the eldest young lady of a count's family would run off to become an ordinary soldier? As long as she did not give herself away, no one should recognize her. Sure enough, Raphael walked straight toward the marquee in the distance. It seemed he had made an exception to attend this kind of social event for the sake of his former teacher. As long as his target was not her, there was still room to turn things around. Sasha, hearing that affectionate call, Charlotte's taut nerves finally relaxed. Her sister Grace was walking over with a smile, her eyes full of amazement. "You look truly beautiful today." Faced with her sister's praise, Charlotte hurriedly went up to her. At this banquet full of hidden dangers, the safest place was only by her sister's side. Grace held her younger sister's hand, her eyes full of gratification. She said she had wanted to come down early to accompany Charlotte. After all, seeing the little girl from before now grow into such a graceful young lady made her, as an older sister, happy from the bottom of her heart. With the crisp sound of a glass being tapped, the noisy hall instantly fell silent. Grace stood the front of the stage and thanked all the nobles who had attended. Today was Charlotte's most important day. Grace announced publicly that from this moment on, her younger sister would officially come of age and become an adult capable of standing on her own. Grace's words were sincere. She hoped that everyone present would witness Charlotte's growth and give her the respect she deserved. Finally, Grace turned around and gave Charlotte the gentlest smile. She softly said, "Happy birthday." "Thank you, sister," Charlotte replied quietly. Amid everyone's applause, the two sisters embraced tightly. But during the embrace, Charlotte accidentally raised her head and happened to meet Grand Duke Raphael's gaze. The gaze was so deep it was impossible to read. Why was he staring at her like that? Before she could think it over, the surrounding guests gathered around. Congratulations and praises rose one after another. Everyone praised today's Charlotte as the most dazzling jewel in the entire hall. Charlotte could only put away her thoughts and respond politely. She had wanted to find a chance to ask her sister about first Prince Adrian and Raphael, but there were far too many guests. There was no way to speak privately. Watching Raphael turn away to talk to someone else, Charlotte finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this cold Grand Duke had no special interest in her. As long as she could get through tonight safely, everything else could be dealt with. John took a deep breath, ready to follow the plan, and proposed to Charlotte in front of everyone. Once he finished this formality, he could withdraw with his mission accomplished. But just as he knelt on one knee and had only called Charlotte's name, an uninvited guest suddenly barged in. First Prince Adrian actually cut in publicly, directly inviting Charlotte to the opening dance. The entire hall was stunned. Adrian made it sound perfectly noble. He said he did not want to miss the chance to dance with such a peerless beauty. It was obvious he was trying to steal her from John. "Would you grant me the honor of this dance?" At this critical moment, Adrian made an affectionate confession. He said his heart had always beaten only for Charlotte. Adrian slowly took out a ring. "I wish to propose to you." Miss Charlotte recognized it at a glance. It was the most precious jewel in the empire, and also the wedding gift the emperor had given the empress. For it to appear here meant the empress had already given her approval. This was not a romantic proposal at all, but a carefully arranged trap. Her sister Grace was being entangled by the old duke, and now the imperial grandson had set his sights on her. Charlotte felt as if she had fallen into a spiderweb she could not escape. She looked at the glittering ring, her mind in complete chaos. The situation had completely exceeded her control. What could she do to protect herself and her sister? Just when she had completely run out of options, a low voice suddenly came from behind her, cutting off this farce. That voice was far too familiar. Charlotte abruptly turned around. No one had expected Raphael to step forward at this moment. His tone was calm, yet overwhelmingly commanding. He said outright that he, too, wished to become Charlotte's first dance partner. Adrian completely panicked. Before he could react, Raphael had already strode forward. In full view of everyone, he directly took Charlotte's hand. Facing Charlotte's shock, Raphael only lowered his head slightly, his gaze full of aggression. He said he had long since been completely drawn to Charlotte's unique radiance. The situation changed completely in an instant. Raphael utterly ignored Adrian beside him. He slowly knelt on one knee, his movements so elegant that no one could look away. He gazed deeply at Charlotte and formally extended his invitation, hoping she would give him the first dance of the night. Now the entire hall erupted. A prince and a grand duke had acted at the same time. Who had ever seen such a scene? Charlotte was completely dazed now. Agreeing to either one would be wrong. Refusing either one would cause a disaster. This was no longer a question of dancing. It was a battle of power and emotion without visible smoke. John could only watch from afar. He knew very well that what happened next was completely beyond his control. After struggling for so long, Charlotte finally made a decision. She believed choosing this man now was the safest option. First, she apologized politely. Then, in full view of everyone, she placed her hand in Raphael's palm. Now everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected her to ignore the prince and choose this unfathomable Grand Duke instead. Everyone whispered privately. How could someone of the Grand Duke's status suddenly care so much about her? Some thought it was genuine feeling, while others felt it was nothing more than a carefully planned use of her. Charlotte had originally wanted to use the dance to test Raphael, but being this close to him, she instead began to worry that her identity would be exposed. Raphael seemed to see through her unease. First, he gently told her to relax, and even gave a perfectly dignified reason, saying it was only because she was tonight's honored guest. Just as Charlotte was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Raphael's expression suddenly changed. There was a trace of amusement in his voice. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Do you really think I would think that, Sasha?" That one form of address froze Charlotte completely in place. Her secret could not be hidden from this man at all. Faced with Raphael pressing closer step by step, Charlotte still tried to play dumb, forcing herself to say he had mistaken her for someone else. But Raphael did not fall for that at all. He directly pulled her into his arms, intending to expose her lies little by little in public. Seeing her disguise about to fall apart completely, Charlotte could only hurry to admit her mistake and beg for mercy. She even suspected Raphael had gone to such lengths just to execute her. After all, disguising herself as a man and becoming a deserter were crimes that could cost her life on their own. Raphael stated even more directly that she should prepare herself to bear the consequences. At this life-and-death moment, Charlotte, in order to survive, actually proposed that she stay by Raphael's side and serve him. To protect her life and her family's safety, Charlotte truly went all in this time. She admitted all her crimes in public, even promising that as long as he did not make her betray the country, she would do anything Raphael asked. After Raphael heard this, he merely smiled faintly. As soon as the dance ended, he stated his condition in front of everyone. He wanted Charlotte to become his social partner. Charlotte was completely stunned. Why would a Grand Duke of such status need a social partner? The two then stepped onto a quiet terrace. Raphael spoke bluntly, saying he wanted to expand his influence in society. But Charlotte knew very well that someone like him, whose power reached both the court and the battlefield, had no need to waste time in the circles of noble ladies. There had to be a greater ambition hidden behind this. As Raphael explained his situation, he kept moving closer to Charlotte. That distance left her somewhat at a loss. This time, Raphael was direct. He said he had his eye on something, but too many people were also watching it, and his strength alone was not enough. He stared straight at Charlotte, and there was even a trace of pleading in his tone. He hoped Charlotte could help him with this. Just as Charlotte was hesitating over whether to agree, the terrace door was suddenly pushed open. Grace came in with the marquee. This sudden interruption instantly dispersed the ambiguous atmosphere. Grace apologized verbally, but her eyes clearly said there was more to this. Grace was full of hostility the moment she appeared. She never could have imagined that the Emperor's trusted confidant, who never attended social events, would actually set his sights on her younger sister. Raphael saw through her wariness at a glance. After all, his reputation preceded him, so it was normal for her to treat him as a villain with bad intentions. But he had no intention of backing down just like that. In order to gain favor in front of Charlotte's family, Raphael not only took the initiative to apologize, but also dropped a bombshell in public, saying his pursuit of Charlotte was serious. He even lied without blushing or blinking, saying he had been paying attention to Charlotte for a long time, which was why he had acted so passionately. Charlotte was completely speechless. She had clearly not even agreed to the proposal, yet Raphael's affectionate confession directly confirmed their relationship. Grace was clearly not that easy to fool. She stared at the two of them and insisted on asking exactly how they had met. Charlotte was afraid Raphael would let something slip, so she hurriedly rushed to patch up the lie, saying they had met by chance at the hunting grounds before, had gotten along especially well, and were already good friends. Who would have thought Raphael would not expose her, and instead immediately climb further up that ladder, saying their relationship was currently evolving from friendship into a more intimate stage. He even said sincerely in front of Grace that he was very much looking forward to his future with Charlotte. Most absurdly, before Charlotte could react, Raphael directly changed how he addressed Grace and warmly called her his sister-in-law. The moment Raphael said that, Grace was stunned. He, however, was perfectly confident, since he intended to marry her younger sister. Changing how he addressed her in advance seemed perfectly reasonable. But Grace did not accept that at all. She immediately issued a harsh warning, saying Sasha already had a marriage partner arranged by their father, so he could forget about this marriage. But Raphael's next words left Grace completely speechless. It turned out he had already investigated everything thoroughly. He even knew exactly who that so-called fiancé was. Yes, although an unexpected incident happened, and we had to skip over it, Sasha was supposed to receive John's proposal today. Isn't life interesting? Things do not always go according to plan. Charlotte was caught between the two of them, completely at a loss. This was not the most important thing right now. I have to separate these two quickly. Raphael began showing his cards. He listed his territory and military achievements, clearly telling Grace that the so-called Viscount was nothing in front of him. The pressure instantly shifted to Charlotte, faced with the gazes of these two people. Besides awkwardly smoothing things over, her mind had already turned into a pot of paste. This day had been even more exhausting than going to war. After returning to her room and lying on the bed, Charlotte's mind was full of the proposals from the daytime. No matter how she thought about it, everything felt strange. Instead of pursuing his subordinate's wrongdoing, he had directly proposed. What exactly was this Grand Duke planning? The more she thought about it, the more wrong it felt. It seemed there were some things she had to find a chance to ask him clearly in person. Grace was truly anxious this time. She pushed open the door and began interrogating Charlotte at once. In her view, Charlotte must have gotten involved with that Grand Duke because he had threatened her. Charlotte still tried to muddle through, saying the two of them were only ordinary friends. But Grace did not believe a single word of that. That Grand Duke was the sharpest sword in the Emperor's hand. How could he possibly approach an ordinary girl for no reason? The more Grace spoke, the more agitated she became, convinced there had to be some conspiracy hidden behind this. She demanded that Charlotte tell her all her secrets, intending to shoulder all the trouble alone like before. Seeing her sister's protective stance, Charlotte felt a mix of emotions. She knew Grace too well. Grace was always used to sacrificing herself to protect the family. Just as Grace was still earnestly instructing her, Charlotte suddenly asked in return, "What about you?" This reversal directly left Grace stunned. Everyone has secrets they cannot tell, right? Sister, don't you have secrets like that too? Grace did not answer. She merely clenched the hem of her skirt tightly, then found an excuse and fled in panic. Clearly, the secret in her heart was even heavier than Charlotte had imagined. Meanwhile, at the Grand Duke's residence, Raphael was leisurely taking a bath, his mind filled entirely with Charlotte's figure. The wait over this past month had been a torment for him. He had been imagining what Charlotte's reaction would be when she saw him. Watching her try to hide, but be unable to escape, only made him find it extremely amusing, especially when he saw her attending in full dress. That astonishing sight made him completely unable to look away. Raphael had always felt Charlotte was a treasure he had to protect carefully, but who would have thought someone would suddenly charge out halfway through? Someone had actually dared to propose to her in public. He had clearly investigated thoroughly, and there was no fiancé by her side at all. But Adrian's sudden intervention completely disrupted Raphael's plan, especially when he saw her looking at someone else. The fire in his heart could not be suppressed. He walked straight forward. Seeing her helpless expression, he thought she was still as clumsy as he remembered. Since she had taken the initiative to beg for mercy and say she would serve him loyally, he did not mind playing out this act with her. His relationship with Charlotte seemed to have been resolved quite well, but an unexpected obstacle appeared. Grace came directly to him and coldly threw out one sentence. She simply did not believe this Grand Duke could truly have fallen for Charlotte. Grace got straight to the point and asked Raphael whether the Emperor had sent him. In her eyes, this man was a loyal dog of the imperial family, and every move he made had to carry political intent. Raphael, however, remained very calm. He said the Emperor had no interest in this kind of love game. Coming today was entirely his own idea. Moreover, he gave Grace a reason she could not refuse. Right now, only he could protect Charlotte from the First Prince. She looked like a considerate older sister, but seemed unaware of how much risk her younger sister had taken for her. Charlotte must be in trouble right now. He did not want to wait even a moment longer. He had to rush to her side immediately. Ever since falling out with her sister last time, Charlotte had been distracted these past few days, regretting that she had spoken too harshly then. But now she could not even find a chance to apologize. Yet the current troubles did not stop there. Looking at herself in the mirror, dressed in full finery, Charlotte always felt she had gone a bit overboard. She had wanted to lie low at this critical moment, but the maid said the whole city was talking about her now, and she absolutely could not lose face at such an occasion. What was even more troublesome was that today's banquet was being held to celebrate the swordsmanship tournament. Second Prince Aidan was the witness to the runner-up. As his classmate and friend, Charlotte could not avoid it even if she wanted to. She was worrying in front of the mirror, concerned about how she should handle things when they met later. The maid was still softly comforting her, saying gossip would pass quickly. Before she could finish speaking, the room door was suddenly shoved open. Judging from the commotion, something urgent had clearly happened. "Miss, I think you need to go outside right now." Charlotte had just prepared to leave when she was stunned by the scene before her. Raphael was personally waiting at the door, holding a bouquet of flowers. Clearly, he had already waited for a long time. Charlotte had no idea what was going on. Why had this Grand Duke suddenly appeared? Raphael, however, said with perfect confidence that since they had agreed she would stay by his side, attending the banquet together was only natural. He had even prepared the most luxurious carriage, making it obvious he wanted the whole city to know. Charlotte had no way to refuse. After all, her weakness was still in his hands. She could only steel herself and accept the bouquet. More and more people gathered around them, and all kinds of rumors instantly exploded. Everyone thought the Grand Duke had truly proposed. Raphael, however, smiled with a meaningful expression. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Charlotte now only wanted to leave quickly. Being the focus of everyone's attention felt awful. The only thing worth being grateful for was that her sister Grace was not present today. Otherwise, if Grace saw this scene, the household would surely be turned upside down. Raphael took Charlotte's hand just like that, giving her no chance to refuse, and walked straight toward that excessively luxurious carriage. Within the empire, the Holy Court was a special place that no one could control. It obeyed only church law. At least, that was what the rumors said. Carrion asked with a smile, "You said earlier that there was something you were curious about? That really is not like your usual self." After all, in the Holy Court, power was passed down by adopting outstanding heirs. As an adoptive father, he keenly noticed the change in his son. Idris asked in a low voice, "Why do you think that?" Carrion sighed and said, "Because you never asked about these things before. It seems going outside for a while really has made you grow up." Idris was silent for a while, then only replied softly, "Yes, father." Idris still could not understand why Ethan had to die. Could a person's life truly be decided only by emperors and nobles? He looked at Carrion before him, his tone full of unwillingness. Even His Holiness, the Pope, speaks of the emperor's will as if it were God's will. How can someone who understands God's teachings better than anyone do such a thing? Carrion helplessly admitted that the Holy Court had long since become a puppet of imperial power. Even the election of the Pope had been manipulated. "You're asking why Ethan must die." Carrion looked at him and said calmly, "Because the Emperor wants him dead, and we cannot stop it." Idris pressed further, "Then what exactly should I do?" Carrion gave him only one answer. "Listen to the truest voice in your heart. Walk the path you believe is right. That is the only answer I can give you." In the carriage, Charlotte and Raphael sat facing each other. Although neither of them spoke, each was making their own calculations. Charlotte felt this deal was very worthwhile. As long as the contract was reached, the news that she had enlisted could no longer be hidden, and she could also give her sister an explanation. Now she would not only have an excuse to refuse the first prince, but could also conveniently keep that old fox of a duke in check. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. Seeing Charlotte wrap herself up tightly, Raphael could not help asking, "What act are you putting on now?" Charlotte snapped back irritably, "Your Highness, you don't think I've gone mad, do you? Don't worry. Once we enter the imperial palace, I will naturally take it off." Seeing her like this, the always cold Raphael actually smiled for once. It seemed the upcoming trip to the imperial palace would be more interesting than he had imagined. Raphael was indeed reliable in handling matters. He had specially replaced all his attendants with newcomers from his territory. That way, no one would be able to recognize Charlotte's identity. This thoughtfulness made Charlotte feel much more at ease. But before she could relax, Raphael suddenly changed the subject and asked how long she intended to keep calling him Lord Duke. Charlotte froze for a moment, feeling there was nothing wrong with that form of address. "Did I not clearly tell you to call me By another name? Charlotte looked puzzled. What? Have the Grand Duke and I recently reached some agreement about titles? Since you seem so interested in knowing, from now on, call me by my name directly. Only then did she remember. Was he telling me to call him by his name? Charlotte was completely bewildered. She hurriedly waved her hands and refused, feeling that with their current relationship, calling him by name was far too improper. Raphael, however, pressed closer step by step. He said that since they were already engaged, calling each other by name was only natural. Seeing Charlotte still hesitate, he even put on a disappointed expression. Charlotte was completely out of options now. She could only mutter softly that she would consider changing how she addressed him once she was mentally prepared. The carriage finally stopped at the Imperial Palace gate. Raphael got out first. He reached out his hand to Charlotte with extreme naturalness. In that moment, all eyes gathered on them. No one had expected that this Grand Duke, who never brought female companions, would actually bring an unfamiliar face today. The two walked side by side into the banquet hall, and the surrounding discussion instantly exploded. Everyone was guessing who this pink-haired woman was. They had all thought he would never bring a woman to such an occasion in his life. Some even thought he did not like women at all. Entering together with the Grand Duke did indeed draw scorching gazes. However, the subject of these rumors looked no different from usual. Just as expected, he was indeed very imposing. Everyone whispered privately, saying that of all people he could bring, he had brought Charlotte, who had just refused the first prince's proposal. Second Prince Aiden sat nearby, enjoying the spectacle and fanning the flames. He deliberately stabbed first Prince Adrian in the heart, saying that since he had lost to a ruthless figure like Raphael, being rejected could not be helped. Adrian was furious and directly told Aiden to get lost. But Aiden still wore that playful grin, joking that Raphael's look just now was practically murderous. On the other side, Raphael did not take the brother seriously at all. He even complained in front of Charlotte that Adrian taking second place in the swordsmanship tournament had absolutely been manipulated behind the scenes by the Empress's influence. Charlotte was so frightened that she hurriedly stopped him. If such word spread, the whole situation would truly change. Speaking of the Empire's swordsmanship tournament, it had actually long since become a royal showcase. Every year, first place was predetermined by the imperial family. Ordinary people had no chance to rise. But this year, an accident had happened. The champion was actually a commoner, a man named Isaac from the Western Desert. Charlotte knew very well that in the original story, Isaac was a key figure. But now, because the plot had changed, all the chances he originally had to make great contributions were gone. Charlotte was puzzled and wanted to see what this champion looked like. But when she looked toward the award platform, his seat was unexpectedly empty. At that moment, Isaac was hammering hard on a door. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "These damned imperial bastards." The award ceremony was about to begin, yet the first place seat was actually empty. Where exactly had Isaac gone? Charlotte knew very well that according to the original plot, he must have run into serious trouble right now. She urgently wanted to go find him. Raphael, however, looked confused. "You don't even know him. Why are you so worried?" Charlotte could not explain. So she could only force herself to say saving someone came first. Unexpectedly, Raphael directly followed her. Good. With his powerful helper present, the matter was finally half stabilized. Isaac never would have imagined that he would fall for such a low-level lie and be locked in here, unable to move a single step. He had originally wanted to break down the door and escape, but those nobles had used his family as leverage. If he dared damage even the smallest thing here, his whole family would suffer. Those people had gone to great lengths to lock him in, just so a commoner would not steal the noble's spotlight at the award ceremony. Just as he was about to despair, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Isaac heard the movement from inside the room, but he did not dare call for help at all. This place was so remote. What if it was those nobles coming back to cause trouble? But Charlotte outside the door could not wait any longer. The magic detection clearly pointed here, yet the door was locked tight from the inside. She shouted through the crack in the door, "Isaac, are you inside? If you can hear me, make a sound. We are here to save you." Hearing those words, Isaac finally seemed to grasp a lifeline and hurriedly shouted for help. Since they had found him, The rest was simple. Raphael directly stepped forward, preparing to force it open. Once the chain on the door was broken, Charlotte began teasing Raphael, saying Isaac must have just thought they were a young couple sneaking out for a date. Isaac did not dare respond to that at all. He could only bow and thank them repeatedly. If not for this young lady's help, he really would have been trapped here today. Charlotte smiled on the surface, but inside, she felt a lingering fear. These nobles' methods were far too filthy. They had deliberately locked Isaac up to make him miss the awards ceremony. Then they would accuse him of disrespecting the emperor. Even if Isaac had 100 mouths, he would not be able to explain himself. A commoner genius who had won the championship had almost had his entire life destroyed because of this one door. Raphael looked at Isaac before him, his tone full of disdain. A dignified champion of the swordsmanship tournament could not even deal with such a small lock. Isaac lowered his head and gave the reason he had been helpless. Those nobles had threatened him, saying that as long as one more scratch appeared in this room, they would punish his family. For a commoner like him, his family's lives were more important than any honor. If he had known winning the championship would drag his parents into danger, he would rather never have taken part in the competition. Once he said this, even the usually cold Raphael froze. He clearly had not expected that this seemingly cowardly man was actually protecting the people he loved most in another way. Charlotte took Isaac's hand and showed him the calluses left in her palm from sword practice. She said she had once been so exhausted that she wanted to run away too, but to protect her sister, she had to grit her teeth and endure. These words struck directly into Isaac's heart. Just as the two were sharing the same feeling, Raphael, beside them, finally could not hold back. He flung their hands apart and asked how long exactly they planned to keep holding hands. The important matter came first. Charlotte quickly asked about the appearance of those villains. Although Isaac did not know those nobles, he remembered details on their clothes. It was a button with a same-colored border and large deer antlers embroidered in the center. The moment Charlotte heard this, she understood. The Chelsea Viscount family. Raphael saw through that button at a glance. A same-color border meant the person was only a servant running errands. If it was only a small Viscount, he could deal with him casually. But the trouble was the master behind the Viscount, Duke Herman. Charlotte was now completely troubled. She wanted to help Isaac, but if she clashed directly with the Duke, she might very well drag her own family into it too. This feeling of powerlessness made her feel terrible. Just as she was about to retreat, Raphael suddenly leaned close, his tone filled with unquestionable confidence. He said that Viscount was nothing more than one of the Duke's dogs. As long as Charlotte was willing, she could use him as a weapon. After all, in this empire, when it came to theoretical power and status, no one could compare to him, Raphael. The swordsmanship tournament finally came to an end. Isaac became the first commoner in history to win the championship. Watching him receive his award on stage, Charlotte finally set down the weight hanging over her heart. Charlotte happily thanked Raphael, feeling this matter had been handled perfectly. But who knew Raphael did not accept that at all. Instead, he leaned closer with a wicked smile. He asked Charlotte, since I help you with such a major matter, how do you plan to thank me? You cannot be planning to get something for nothing, can you? Raphael truly never took a loss. He had just finished helping and immediately turned to Charlotte to demand compensation. Pitifully, she had no money right now. After holding in for a long time, she actually came up with the terrible idea of paying in installments. She naively thought that as long as she stretched out the repayment period enough, she could get through it somehow. Who knew this was exactly what the other party wanted? Since she wanted installments, she would have to stay by his side for life to repay the debt. Before Charlotte could react, he directly dragged her toward the center of the dance floor. Now she truly could not escape. Raphael controlled the pace far too steadily. As soon as he finished speaking, he naturally invited Charlotte to dance. Although the surrounding eyes fixed on her made her incredibly nervous, Raphael was as calm as if he were in his own back garden. Charlotte could not help being curious. When exactly had he practiced these dance steps? How could he dance so well? Raphael smiled and replied that he had learned all of it for you tonight. This direct attack left her completely unprepared. Raphael suddenly mentioned that this was only his second time dancing a social dance. Charlotte even foolishly asked who the first time had been with. As a result, the woman he described, wearing a purple dress and a white mask, sounded exactly like Charlotte herself. It turned out that at that masquerade ball, he had already recognized her identity. He had even kept pretending not to know, watching her act over there. Charlotte was completely stunned now. So she had been targeted long ago. And this man had actually been able to keep the secret until now before saying anything. Seeing his expression that seemed to see through everything, Charlotte had only one thought in mind. This man's scheming was frighteningly deep. Raphael truly played his role all the way through, even adding affectionately that dancing with her was his honor. Charlotte finally managed to hide in a lounge, fanning herself while complaining that he had been far too close just now. His acting had simply gone a little overboard. Just as she was muttering, the door was suddenly pushed open. Cordelia had actually barged in at this moment. Sasha. Charlotte was so startled she nearly wanted to cover her face. Cordelia, however, looked calm. The moment she opened her mouth, she complained that someone had gone traveling without even saying hello. Charlotte quickly stood and bowed, asking why she had suddenly come over. Cordelia was still the same as always. As soon as she spoke, she joked that she had escaped. In truth, she had specially come over because she wanted to meet the competitors from this swordsmanship tournament. The moment Charlotte heard this, she thought, wasn't this the perfect opportunity? She quickly called out to Cordelia, who was preparing to leave, wanting to plead on behalf of that champion named Isaac. After all, that young man had suffered many grievances in the arena because of his background. If he could have a knight commander as his backing, no one would dare touch him casually in the future. Cordelia was straightforward and said that such a talented person truly could not be allowed to lose heart. She directly agreed to handle the matter. Just as they were speaking, a guard from the Emperor's side came looking for her. It seemed this busy person could not rest for even a moment. Before leaving, Cordelia suddenly changed expression and reminded Charlotte that she absolutely had to make good use of the Grand Duke, because now the only person who could help her block a royal marriage was Raphael. Charlotte had thought that since she had already chosen the Grand Duke at her coming-of-age ceremony, the first prince's side should back down after realizing the difficulty. But she had still been too naive. Cordelia told her directly and bluntly that the Empress did not care whom she had chosen. Once the Empress set her eyes on someone, she had never failed to get them. In the end, this was all for the throne, because imperial law stipulated that only the Empress's children had the right of succession. Only after Charlotte calculated carefully did she realize Cordelia was actually the same age as the first prince. This meant that the current Empress had already been involved with the Emperor while the former Empress was still alive. No wonder Cordelia never showed the imperial family any kindness. Anyone would be unable to tolerate such a shameful hidden history. Before leaving, Cordelia dropped one harsh sentence, saying that if not for the Grand Duke blocking things, the Empress's engagement ring would probably already be on Charlotte's hand. Watching Cordelia's receding figure, Charlotte finally realized that she was not attending a ball at all. She had clearly stepped into the center of a vortex of power. If she really married the first prince, the entire Brabant family would completely become the Empress's chess piece. Even Cordelia's position would be threatened. The reason Cordelia was doing her utmost to bring her and the Grand Duke together was to completely kill off that possibility, using a relationship in exchange for the political safety of the entire family. Charlotte sighed helplessly. What she hated most was this kind of scheming and intrigue, yet she could not avoid it no matter what. Just then, there was suddenly movement outside the door. Could Cordelia have come back again? Before Charlotte could react, she saw that the person pushing the door open and entering was actually fourth Princess Nadia. Seeing her swaying unsteadily, it was obvious something serious had happened. Charlotte was completely stunned. Why would this princess, who usually lived in seclusion, suddenly come out from this room? Why was fourth Princess Nadia here? Charlotte's mind was in complete chaos now. Should she cover her face and hurry away, or stay and see what was going on? Nadia before her could hardly walk steadily, and the sound of her coughing made one's heart clench. If someone was not called quickly to help, something truly terrible might happen to her. But once people were called over, Charlotte's identity would be completely impossible to hide. At a time like this, should she protect her life or save someone? Charlotte pinched herself hard. This was no time to be indecisive. As someone from the Brabant family, she absolutely could not watch someone in need die without helping. This time, Charlotte went all in completely. Who cared about identity or not? Saving someone came first. She rushed straight to Nadia's side. Charlotte soothed and guided her at the same time, finally helping Nadia's breathing settle. But just as she was catching her breath, Nadia stared at the head of pink hair and froze. Could it be? Nadia recognized her savior at a glance. Nadia calling her Lady Night directly exposed Charlotte's background completely. Since she had already been recognized, there was no point making up more lies. Charlotte simply hardened her heart and explained everything honestly, how she had disguised herself as a man and how she had mixed into the palace. She lowered her head and apologized to Nadia, then shamelessly begged her not to tell anyone. She even said that as long as the secret could be protected, she would accept any punishment. After Nadia heard this, she hurriedly stopped her. How could she refuse the request of the person who had saved her life? Not to mention Charlotte had taken the risk because she was saving her. Now Charlotte could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Not only had she not been punished, she had even gained a reliable ally. This honest confession had truly not been a loss. Looking at Nadia before her, Charlotte felt complicated. This princess, whom others called a fool, was actually more clear-headed than anyone. The emperor had children through several noble mistresses, but because Nadia's mother had been of low status, Nadia did not receive the emperor's protection. Nadia mockingly brought up the imperial family's past. Apart from her elder sister Cordelia, no one took her seriously at all. Her weak body had instead become her shield, allowing her to justifiably avoid those open and hidden struggles. There was a trace of choking in Nadia's voice. She said Charlotte was the first person willing to take a risk for an invisible person like her. This heavy gratitude left Charlotte not knowing what to say for a moment. Nadia once again solemnly promised that she would keep the secret. Charlotte suddenly brought up the past. She said that back when she was Sasha, Nadia had been the only noble who treated her politely and used respectful speech with her. In Charlotte's eyes, Nadia was like a beam of light. Even though she was trapped in the cage of the imperial family, she still involuntarily drew others closer. And she herself was one of those drawn in by that light. Since they had spoken to this point, Charlotte decided to take another step forward. She smiled at Nadia and said, "From now on, just call me Sasha. Only true friends call me that." Nadia was clearly moved. She paused for a moment, then softly asked Charlotte, "Then from now on, can you also call me Nadia?" Rapid knocking came from outside the door. A knight of the Black Dragon Knights suddenly rushed in. Seeing the knight's serious expression, Charlotte's heart skipped. This was one of the Grand Duke's trusted subordinates. If there was not some enormous emergency, he would never appear at this time. The knight leaned close to Charlotte's ear and reported in a low voice. The Grand Duke and the first prince had confronted each other head-on. The situation was now completely out of control. The entire night order was waiting for Charlotte to go save the scene. Charlotte froze completely. She pressed him about where the Grand Duke was now. On the other side, the atmosphere had also dropped to freezing point. Adrian looked coldly at Raphael before him. He said he had no personal grudge against the Grand Duke. But since things had already been said to this point, why was Raphael still insistently interfering in his affairs? Raphael sneered and asked Adrian in return, "What do you mean, interfering in your private affairs? I am merely fulfilling my duty by catching a little thief who wanted to slip into the ladies' lounge." Adrian was not willing to show weakness either. He stated outright that he had urgent business with Charlotte, and that it was an important piece of news Charlotte had absolutely never heard. He warned that Raphael did not know what Charlotte wanted at all, and had no right to stand here giving orders. He said Raphael had already missed the best opportunity to obtain Charlotte. It turned out Ethan was not only Grace's loved one, but also Charlotte's most trusted and most relied upon older brother since childhood, and her grandfather would personally send him to his death. Immediately after, Adrian dropped a bombshell. He said Ethan, who had gone to explore the western ruins, probably would not be coming back this time. Just then, a crisp crash suddenly came from outside the door. At some point, Charlotte had appeared in the doorway. The vase in her hand had shattered to pieces. She was frozen completely in place and asked Adrian in a trembling voice exactly what he meant. What did he mean her brother would not be coming back? Charlotte found an excuse to leave first, leaving Raphael standing alone where he was. Looking at her departing back, he had even already begun thinking about how to ask her out the next time they met. But this good mood did not last long before first Prince Adrian came over looking for him. The first thing Adrian asked was Charlotte's whereabouts. Now Raphael was thoroughly displeased. There were always some annoying people who did not understand their place and insisted on crowding around her. It seemed that if he wanted to date smoothly, he first had to clean up these uninvited troubles. Raphael had originally wanted to stop Adrian and drive away this mortal fly so that he would not disturb Charlotte. But unexpectedly, he was still a step too late. Charlotte just happened to push open the door and come out, hearing every word she should not have heard. In the end, the news of Ethan's disappearance could not be hidden. Seeing Charlotte frozen in place, Raphael knew very well that Adrian had definitely done it on purpose. He had deliberately chosen this moment to reveal the worst possible situation. Now the situation was completely chaotic. Raphael had no time to teach Adrian a lesson and could only first steady Charlotte, taking her away from this place of trouble. But Adrian's nonsense just now had already planted seeds of unease in Charlotte's heart. Charlotte's mind was in complete turmoil now. She pushed away Raphael's hand, not even wanting him to come near. Adrian seized the opportunity and suggested they go to the terrace to talk things through. He put on an appearance of caring about the nation and the people, claiming he had warned long ago that those ruins were extremely dangerous. Immediately after, Adrian changed direction and pointed the spearhead at Raphael, implying that this investigation mission had actually been deliberately arranged by someone. He spoke convincingly, with every word hinting at Raphael. He implied that to eliminate a thorn in his side, Raphael had deliberately sent Ethan into a death trap. After hearing Adrian's words, Charlotte only found it ridiculous. This first prince must have been muddle-headed to think he could use such a low-level lie to drive a wedge between her and Raphael. With Raphael's personality, if he truly wanted someone dead, he would only draw his sword and settle it directly. He would never bother with such petty tricks. Moreover, the one who had truly sent her brother to the ruins was actually Duke Herman. Charlotte's mind seemed to hold a meeting, and she saw everything clearly at once. The reason Adrian was desperately smearing Raphael was merely that he felt Raphael was too much of an obstacle, blocking his path to taking her. Since the other party had already laid things bare, Charlotte did not intend to remain polite. First, she apologized courteously. Then she directly gave the coldest rejection. She said she truly could not accept the first prince's feelings. Faced with Adrian's persistence, Charlotte gave him no opportunity at all. She once again solemnly refused his proposal. Then she turned and left without looking back, leaving Adrian alone, stunned where he stood. Although Charlotte knew very well that her brother's accident was not Raphael's fault right now, she had no way to calmly face this man. Once some knots were planted, it became very difficult to pretend nothing had happened. Raphael noticed something strange about her and had just wanted to say a few words of concern when Charlotte coldly cut him off. She said directly that she felt unwell and only wanted to be alone right now. What made Charlotte suffer most was that Raphael had clearly investigated her background. He clearly knew how deep her bond with her brother was, yet he had still chosen to hide the news. She left behind one sentence, saying she did not want to see him lately, and walked away so decisively. Raphael was left standing alone in the corridor, watching her back, yet unable to say a word. This inexplicable grievance and anger made Charlotte unwilling to stay even a moment longer. This crisis of trust was probably more fatal than any conspiracy. Originally, Charlotte's coming-of-age ceremony had caused an uproar in society. The proposals from three men had made her the center of attention. But who could have expected that before this excitement lasted long, it would be overshadowed by an even more explosive piece of news? Rumors spread wildly through the streets and alleys that the Brabant Count family was actually going to form a marriage alliance with Duke Herman. In other words, Charlotte's sister Grace was going to marry that old Duke who was already advanced in years. This news was simply like a bomb, blasting the entire noble circle into unrest. Charlotte was completely stunned when she heard the news. Her sister's marriage had actually been announced directly without going through her. This was absolutely abnormal. With the relationship between the two sisters, if this were truly voluntary, her sister could not possibly have kept every word from her. Just as Charlotte was desperately trying to sort out her thoughts, the person she least wanted to see appeared. Miss Herman walked over unhurriedly with that creepy smile and took the initiative to greet her. Charlotte's heart sank. The worst possible situation had still arrived. Miss Herman waved her folding fan. The moment she opened her mouth, she sounded like a master of sly sarcasm. She deliberately said in front of everyone that she had not seen Charlotte at the last banquet at all. Charlotte sneered inwardly. Her dance partner back then had been the Grand Duke. She had been the center of attention that day. How could Miss Herman possibly not have seen her? This woman was purely trying to embarrass her in public, deliberately putting on an act. In Charlotte's eyes, Miss Herman was like a venomous snake. She loved relying on her family's power to trample anyone she disliked beneath her feet. She was an extremely arrogant and difficult character. Fortunately, her best friend Ivy was reliable enough. She immediately spoke up for Charlotte and fired back, saying that some people could not hide their presence even if they wanted to keep a low profile. Seeing that she had gained no advantage, Miss Herman gave a cold laugh and folded away her fan. She reminded Grace not to keep arguing over such useless things. After all, the two families were about to be joined by marriage, and from now on, everyone would be one family. That one sentence instantly dropped the atmosphere to freezing point. The disgust of being forced to become family made Charlotte completely lose any interest in drinking tea. The surrounding chatter grew uglier and uglier. Everyone was laughing at Charlotte's sister for marrying an old man, saying that Charlotte would actually become Miss Herman's elder in the future. This mix of open and hidden mockery was clearly being deliberately stirred up by someone behind the scenes. Charlotte began imagining what she would be like after entering the imperial family, then hypocritically said to Miss Herman that perhaps they might even become relatives in the future. Miss Herman keenly caught the key phrase, imperial family. Charlotte answered unhurriedly that no one could say for certain what would happen in life. Perhaps in the future, Miss Herman would instead become her subordinate, or even have to bow before her as a subject. Miss Herman could no longer smile at all. She immediately realized that Charlotte might be referring to the first prince. Charlotte smiled and said she was looking forward to that day. This time, it was Miss Herman's turn to grow restless. She knew very well that the other party had no idea the first prince's proposal had long since been rejected. Miss Herman was still tangled up in the matter, saying that since Charlotte had entered with the Grand Duke, why was she going to marry someone else? In the end, Charlotte turned around and dug a trap for her. Since you said you did not see me, how do you know who escorted me in? Her lie was exposed on the spot. Miss Herman was completely speechless now. Charlotte pressed her advantage. Since you like discussing things that have not happened yet, I will chat with you about them too. Just then, the person at the center of the matter actually appeared. Raphael directly took over the conversation and said that the imperial marriage alliance was indeed not wrong. Now the situation completely spiraled out of control. No one had expected the Grand Duke to appear at this moment. Charlotte asked him why he was here. Raphael said he had something very important to discuss, but there were too many eyes and ears here, so it would be safer to move somewhere quiet. Raphael saw through her thoughts at a glance and asked if she was trying to use the crowd as an excuse to avoid calling him by his name. Charlotte had nothing to say now. Raphael even started joking, saying that if she still did not call his name, he would wither away from waiting. Charlotte subconsciously called him Grand Duke, only for the other party to become even more dissatisfied. The people around them were about to drop their jaws. Who could have imagined that the Grand Duke, whose name even the Emperor did not dare call directly, would actually give Charlotte such a privilege? Now someone's jealousy was completely overturned. Charlotte quietly leaned close to his ear and told him to stay a little closer to her later. Raphael smiled and agreed, saying everything would be as she wished. Charlotte acted even more enthusiastically now. She directly took his arm and called his name intimately. After this combo of moves, Miss Herman across from them completely collapsed. The noble ladies around them were even more envious. But once the two of them reached a deserted place, Charlotte began to regret it. She had only wanted to make her opponent jealous, but now that they were alone together, the atmosphere instead became awkward. Raphael looked at the desolate scenery around them and teased her, saying she had chosen a place that was far too remote. Only then did Charlotte react. She had only focused on running away and had somehow led them off course. Raphael, however, found it very interesting. He said her impulsive appearance just now had been charming. Charlotte asked what important matter he had come to the tea party at such great risk to discuss. Raphael suddenly apologized. This left Charlotte completely stunned. The dignified Grand Duke had actually taken the initiative to lower his head. Raphael explained that he had finally understood what Charlotte was angry about. It must have been because of Ethan's expedition. He had already discovered Charlotte's true identity and knew how important Ethan was to her. Charlotte replied in a low voice, saying that she actually had no right to blame him, but she still felt uncomfortable inside. Even she herself felt that this inexplicable little emotion was somewhat willful. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Raphael laughed instead. He said he liked that feeling very much, and even hoped that from now on, Charlotte would tell him everything in her heart. No matter what kind of little temper it was, he was willing to accept it all. Raphael then dropped a bombshell. He had already ordered Ethan to return. Charlotte could hardly believe her ears. This was the result she had dreamed of. Raphael smiled and confirmed that the message should already have been delivered. At the fastest, they would be able to make contact tonight. Charlotte excitedly called out his name. That thank you was absolutely from the bottom of her heart. Far away, Ethan had already received the letter. Although the original plot was still moving forward, Charlotte knew very clearly in her heart that as long as Raphael was there, her brother would definitely come back safe this time. Raphael was preparing to take her back to the tea party when whispers came from the distance. They mentioned Count Brabant, saying his expression just now had been extremely interesting. The companion beside him hurriedly told him to lower his voice. If such a secret were overheard, there would be trouble. Two members of the secret council were hiding in the corner, gloating as they gossiped and mocked that proud girl. She had finally lost face. Raphael recognized their identities at a glance and signaled Charlotte not to make sound yet. The more Charlotte listened, the more she felt something was wrong. It turned out that the report targeting Ethan had actually been published privately by Duke Herman. Because he had suffered humiliation from the Count, he planned to vent his anger on that innocent commoner. What was even more terrifying was still to come. These people not only wanted to destroy the other party's reputation, they even planned to send someone to silence him, saying it was to completely eliminate future trouble. Their methods were simply cruel to the extreme. Charlotte froze completely. She had thought that as long as the marriage was completed, the problem would be solved. She had never expected that the other party had no intention of leaving anyone alive. This naked killing intent made her feel an unprecedented despair. Charlotte collapsed to the ground and did not move for a long time. Behind this splendid tea party, such a filthy deal was actually hidden. Those gossiping fellows finally left. Raphael lowered his head and looked at Charlotte, asking what she planned to do next. Charlotte's mind was now filled entirely with concern for her sister's safety. She wished she could fly over at once to confirm the situation. But Raphael reminded her that the meeting would not end anytime soon. If she went now, it would be a wasted trip. Charlotte had just been about to turn around and go home to wait, but her wrist was suddenly grabbed by a force. Raphael's move was a little domineering. He said that since there was still time now, they should settle the previous debt. Charlotte subconsciously called him Grand Duke again. This truly angered Raphael. He emphasized once more that she had to call him by his name. His eyes were filled with a force that would not allow refusal. He also reminded Charlotte not to forget that she still owed him a favor. Raphael's lips carried a smile, but his tone allowed no doubt. He said there was no time like the present, so she should repay that favor today. Who could have imagined that such a heavenly place was hidden deep within the imperial palace? Charlotte was completely stunned and praised it as simply perfect. Every corner showed the owner's care. Raphael, however, acted very calm. He even felt that this place was not particularly magnificent. That reaction was clearly a little off. Faced with Charlotte's questioning, he fell silent for a moment before finally telling the truth. It turned out that this garden had once been a place personally tended by his mother. A long-buried past was thus uncovered. Raphael mentioned the past faintly, saying this had once been the warmest place in the palace. But by the time he returned from the battlefield, everything had already changed beyond recognition. Seeing Charlotte's worried expression, he instead smiled and gently reminded her not to make that face. He had brought Charlotte here to let her relax, not to exchange for anyone's sympathy. Before Charlotte could open her mouth to refute him, Raphael had already walked up to her. His movements were gentle, yet carried a touch of dominance. He reached out and pinched Charlotte's cheek, telling her to hurry up and return to her usual self. With that, the earlier sorrowful atmosphere vanished completely. After having her cheek pinched, Charlotte truly became anxious. She immediately began protesting, saying that this behavior was far too impolite toward a lady. She also corrected him with a serious expression, saying her name was Charlotte Brabant, called Sasha. Raphael apologized verbally, but no matter how one looked at him, he seemed to be teasing her. Charlotte was so angry she stamped her foot, feeling certain that he was holding back some bad idea again. Raphael did not continue speaking. Instead, he directly took her hand and walked forward. He had long since seen through Charlotte's greatest weakness. She was completely helpless against people who looked fragile. Whether facing the princess or her colleagues, she always could not control that little bit of sympathy. Since that was the case, Raphael simply turned his head and half-jokingly made a request. He said that since she loved worrying so much, she should show a little more sympathy toward him too. In any case, he himself had generously approved the matter. Listening to Raphael's absurd words, Charlotte could not help laughing out loud. She felt this man must have seen that she was too conflicted, so he deliberately said these things to divert her attention. But Raphael suddenly stopped and instead asked why she was looking at him with that kind of gaze. Was she truly sympathizing with him? Charlotte did not answer directly, but threw the question back to him instead. She wanted to know what kind of person she was in Raphael's eyes. Raphael was quite direct. He said he could not guarantee anything else, but there was one thing he knew very clearly in his heart. Charlotte definitely did not hate him. This straight shot left Charlotte completely speechless. She could only sigh inwardly that the debt of favors she owed him was probably becoming harder and harder to repay. In the blink of an eye, it was already late. Raphael gentlemanly helped her out of the carriage, not forgetting to remind her that the road was slippery in the dark. Raphael was helping Charlotte out of the carriage while saying these ambiguous, playful words. When Sasha looked up, her sister Grace was already standing at the door. The atmosphere instantly became a little awkward. Grace said she had heard her younger sister had suffered a grievance, so she had specially canceled the meeting and hurried back early. But the moment she entered, her gaze fixed firmly on the two hands that still had not separated. Clearly, this was the trouble she cared about most right now. Charlotte hurriedly tried to explain, saying the Grand Duke had helped her a great deal at the tea party. But Grace had no desire to listen to this. First, she politely offered thanks. Immediately afterward, her tone became forceful. She said she had important family matters to discuss and hoped the Grand Duke would immediately let go, then leave this place at once. No one expected Raphael to suddenly pull Charlotte into his arms at the very last moment. This sudden embrace caught everyone present off guard. He whispered instructions by Charlotte's ear, telling her to say whatever she wanted later and not have any misgivings. She only had to remember to return to his side in the end. Grace watched this scene. Her expression became even uglier. As the heavy door closed, Charlotte could only face her sister's coming interrogation alone. With Raphael's support, Charlotte took a deep breath and decided to have a proper talk with her sister Grace. But before she could speak, her sister laid her cards on the table first. Grace frankly admitted that she had indeed been very close to that old Duke Herman recently. She also said that during her most difficult time, that old man had given her a great deal of comfort. Charlotte grew anxious the moment she heard it. She felt this was simply a lie. That old fox must have gotten hold of some weakness and forced her sister to bow her head. But Grace did not accept this at all. Her tone shifted, and instead she questioned Charlotte about why she had gone against the previous warning. Why had she gotten mixed up with Grand Duke Raphael again today? Charlotte felt her sister was deliberately changing the subject to cover up the truth that she was being threatened. But Grace's gaze was unusually cold. She put on the bearing of an elder sister and said she had her own judgment regarding the engagement, telling Charlotte not to worry blindly anymore. Seeing her sister's perfunctory attitude, Charlotte finally could not hold back. She directly threw out a bombshell and asked her sister if she knew Ethan had already gone to the western ruins. She had originally thought Grace would be surprised, but the room fell into a deathly silence. Only after a long while did Grace coldly reply that she had known long ago. Charlotte froze completely. She never could have imagined that with something so dangerous, her sister not only knew, but had even been hiding it from her all along. Grace's matter-of-fact attitude made Charlotte feel a chill in her heart. Just how many secrets were still hidden in this family that she did not know? Charlotte finally could not hold back. She questioned Grace, asking if she truly was not worried about Ethan at all. Grace acted unusually calm. In her view, since Ethan had chosen to become a knight, he ought to complete those dangerous missions. That was called respecting his choice. But Charlotte's next words directly tore apart that calm. The old Duke was not sending him to carry out a mission at all. He wanted his life. This time, Grace was completely speechless. At first, Grace still did not believe it. She felt the old Duke had no reason to kill him. But reality was extremely cruel. In order to completely suppress the rumors before the wedding, eliminating Ethan had actually become the safest choice. Now the situation was completely chaotic. Charlotte looked at Grace before her and simply could not understand why she had agreed to this marriage in the first place. Now even her only ally could no longer be counted on. Rather than sit here waiting for death, it would be better to choose another way to live. Charlotte took the initiative to offer help. But before she could finish speaking, the other party coldly called her by her full name. Grace was serious this time. She directly used her identity as head of the family to suppress her, clearly telling Charlotte that no one was allowed to oppose this marriage. One more word would be overstepping her bounds. Charlotte never expected her sister to become so cold. She still remembered Ethan once saying that as long as one offered sincerity, people could understand one another. But looking at it now, that idea was simply too naive. Grace gave her no chance to explain and directly ordered her back to her room to reflect. Looking at her sister's resolute gesture, Charlotte felt so helpless for the first time. Since they could not talk to each other, there was no meaning in staying any longer. Charlotte pushed open the door, but she already had another plan in mind. Charlotte pushed the door open and left. Before leaving, she did not forget to sigh that at least the Grand Duke was still willing to communicate with her, unlike her sister, with whom she could not talk at all. As the door closed, only Grace remained in the room. That cold, icy appearance from just now could no longer be maintained. She collapsed powerlessly to the floor. Her heart had long since become a mess. Facing the current situation, she truly did not know what to do. At such a dead end, the only person she could think of was Ethan, far away. It was so late, yet Ethan was still outside alone. A companion came over and jokingly asked if he was missing home. The topic soon turned to feelings. His companion casually asked whether there was a lover back home he could not let go of. Ethan only smiled and said that was all in the past. His mouth said he did not care, but the name in his heart could not be erased no matter what. Grace. That fool who, since childhood, had only ever considered others. Even now, with such a distance between them, Ethan still could not stop worrying about her. He knew Grace too well and was always afraid she would push herself too hard. Speaking of his first meeting with Grace, the scene had been absolutely terrible. Back then, Ethan had been fighting desperately on the streets every day to buy medicine for his mother. In the end, because he had not gathered enough money, he was pinned to the ground by bullies and kicked viciously. Just as he was about to be unable to endure any longer, Grace suddenly rushed out. This little girl in gorgeous clothes actually dared to shout stop at those tall, burly bullies and righteously accused them of not bullying children. Ethan looked at this noble young lady who had descended from the sky, yet he felt no gratitude at all. He only felt that a pampered noble appearing in a place like this was simply a huge problem. If that child had an accident, her parents would not let this street off. Sure enough, the bullies were not frightened by Grace's status at all. On this lawless street, noble status simply did not work. They looked at Grace and had already begun calculating how much money they could get by selling this noble brat. Ethan grabbed Grace's hand and shouted, "Run." The two children desperately wove through the alleys and finally shook off the pursuers behind them. The moment Ethan stopped, not only did he show no gratitude, he instead flew into a rage at Grace, feeling that this noble young lady had only made trouble. Grace felt very wronged. She said she had only wanted to help and that the guard from her family would arrive soon. But these words completely ignited Ethan's anger. "Who asked for your help?" Ethan shouted loudly. "Do you think I would be grateful to you? People like you are really annoying. Because of that cheap sympathy of yours, I offended every boss in my territory. Now I have lost my job, and from now on, I will never be able to survive on this street again." Ethan became somewhat hysterical. He vented all his fear and anger onto Grace, even viciously threatening to sell this young lady for money. He hated Grace for ruining his future. He only wanted this troublemaker to disappear quickly. Grace was silent for a long time before saying softly, "I'm sorry," admitting that she had not thought it through. Ethan was just about to continue scolding her when Grace suddenly raised her head, her tone becoming unusually firm. She said she had helped not because of sympathy at all. Seeing something unfair happen and choosing to do nothing was absolutely wrong. She had stood up only because it was the right thing to do. At that moment, Ethan froze completely in place. He had never seen such a gaze, and he had never imagined that such pure righteousness truly existed in this world. Grace frankly said that she had never thought she could save everyone. But as long as it was something she could do, she absolutely did not want to pretend she had not seen it. Those words were branded into Ethan's heart like a mark. He looked at the girl before him, and his originally cold world seemed to suddenly be illuminated by a beam of light. "So come with me." Grace reached out her hand to him. Who could have imagined that this frail child would work so desperately? Ethan knew very well that only by showing his own value could his sick mother receive treatment. Just then, Grace appeared with Charlotte. Seeing the scene before him, his suspended heart finally settled. It turned out that the young lady truly had not lied to him. As time passed, his original suspicion all vanished like smoke. What replaced it was sincere recognition from the heart. Grace not only saved Ethan's family, but also displayed a frightening level of determination. In order to grasp the power of her family, she buried herself in study day and night, even becoming completely unaware when she was so exhausted that her nose bled. Ethan truly could not keep watching and advised her that there was no need to torment herself like this. But Grace knew very clearly that if she wanted to gain a firm foothold in this family, her current efforts were still far from enough. Watching Grace work so hard, Ethan discovered that he had unknowingly become completely drawn to her. Several years passed in the blink of an eye. He had long since become used to life in the castle. But unfortunately, his mother ultimately still could not survive. Looking at Ethan before the gravestone, Grace softly asked, "Are you all right?" Ethan actually knew very clearly in his heart that if Grace had not saved her back then, his mother would never have lasted this long. This kindness was something he could never repay in this lifetime. After his mother passed away, Grace took the initiative to find Ethan and directly asked if he intended to leave. Ethan still wanted to find an excuse to conceal it, but Grace saw through his lie at a glance. The current house Brabant no longer had any reason to keep him. Grace softly told him, "If you want to leave, you can go at any time now." Ethan fell silent. Indeed, at first, he had stayed here for his mother's sake. But now, he had another reason he had to stay. He looked at Grace and said, "I like you." This childhood affection could finally no longer be hidden at this moment. At that time, Ethan felt that as long as he could stay by Grace's side, it would be the greatest happiness of his life. He even began imagining that the two of them could continue on like this forever until they grew old together. But reality soon struck him heavily. Beautiful dreams would ultimately shatter. In the blink of an eye, Grace was already 13 years old. The servants in the castle were all discussing how the young lady would soon come of age, and when that time came, she would definitely find a family of equal status. Hearing the word marriage, Ethan froze completely in place. Only then did he suddenly realize that between him and Grace lay a chasm that could not be crossed at all. Reality was that cruel. What Grace needed was a powerful family marriage alliance. That way, when she ran into trouble, someone could truly help her. But Ethan was only a lowly servant. With such a status, he did not even have the qualifications to protect her. It was time to wake up from his daydream. For the first time, Ethan felt so powerless. He grabbed a man and urgently asked what he had to do to change this damn status. The man shook his head, feeling that it was simply impossible. But the steward beside them suddenly spoke, saying that there was actually still one path. As long as a commoner could establish great military achievements on the battlefield, he could be knighted and completely become a noble. Although the steward felt that this was sending someone to their death, for the current Ethan, the word knight had already become his only hope of changing his fate. Very soon, the turning point for this commoner youth would arrive. Just as Ethan longed for change, an important figure suddenly visited the castle. Marquis Albrecht had been ordered to go to the border and happened to stop at the Brabant residence. The Count personally received this honored guest. The two were discussing insufficient supplies when the Marquis was attracted by a commotion in the distance. He curiously asked who that child was. In the scene, Ethan was doing push-ups with the mischievous Charlotte on his back. The Count seized the chance to assist like mad from the side, saying that although the child was a servant, not only was his physical ability extremely strong, his character was also impeccable. The Count saw the appreciation in the Marquis's eyes and smoothly extended an olive branch, asking if he would be willing to take the child along. It was truly a pillow delivered just when one was sleepy. The Marquis happened to lack a squire at his side. With the Count's strong recommendation, Ethan finally attracted this important figure's attention. His opportunity had truly arrived. But before Ethan could be happy for long, Grace completely exploded. She rushed into the snow and shouted liar at Ethan, even pushing him away. Grace questioned him in grievance. They had clearly agreed that he would always stay by her side, so why was he going back on his word now? She never expected that the person who had once sworn not to leave would now follow her uncle far away. Faced with Grace's accusation, Ethan could not say a word. Grace never expected that the person who had clearly promised not to leave would actually go join the most dangerous border night order. Ethan said softly, "I'm sorry, but I must become strong enough to truly stand by your side." The current him was only a commoner with nothing other than this sincere heart. He could not give Grace any guarantee. If he remained here forever, he would always just be a useless servant, unable even to protect the person he loved, before Grace could try to keep him. Ethan had already made his final promise. "Wait for me. When I return, I will definitely be able to face you with my head held high." Grace tightly hugged him, her voice filled with unconcealable fear. A place like the battlefield could take his life at any moment. Ethan only calmly answered, "I know." But he knew even more clearly in his heart that if he did not gamble everything on this, there would never be a future between them. Even if he had to face loneliness and danger every day, as long as he thought of the destination being his return to her side, he felt that everything was worth it. Grace helplessly scolded him as a fool. But other than letting go, she could do nothing. In the blink of an eye, Ethan was already sitting beside the fire at the border. Ethan was still savoring that promise. But before he had even warmed his seat, a messenger hurried over and said the commander had urgent business with him. He had thought there was a new mission. Who knew that the moment the commander opened his mouth, he would be telling him to return home immediately? Ethan froze completely. He had only just arrived at the border. How could he possibly go back now? The captain smiled and teased that it seemed the Grand Duke truly valued him highly and had even arranged someone to take his place. But no matter how one looked at this, it was strange. The Grand Duke was definitely not the type to change orders overnight. Something major must have happened behind this command. Faced with Ethan's questioning, the Legion commander could not even be bothered to pretend. He sneered and announced that he had won this game. The thing Ethan feared most had still happened. As long as he left, the Legion commander would immediately open that competitive ruin. This was not some construction project at all. It was filling a pit with human lives. Ethan slammed the table and warned that no one could control that kind of power at all. But the Legion commander only coldly replied, "Enough. This is not something you should worry about." He directly brought out the authority of a superior, forcefully ordering Ethan to get back to the city immediately. He even hypocritically said that he would personally see him off on his final journey. No one expected that, faced with the superior's compulsory transfer order, Ethan would actually confront him head-on and publicly refuse to return to the city. He knew very clearly in his heart that if he left now, he would completely fall into the other party's trap. Meanwhile, in the Brabant Count's manor, the atmosphere had also become unbearably oppressive. Charlotte had gone 2 full days without eating. No matter how bitterly the maid begged, she remained unmoved. The only thing she cared about now was whether her sister was willing to talk to her. But what awaited her was the coldest answer. The head of the family said there was nothing to discuss with her. This closed door plunged Charlotte completely into despair. The relationship between these sisters had probably reached the edge of collapse. Since her sister refused to communicate, Charlotte also stubbornly fought back to the end. She locked herself in her room and went on a hunger strike, wanting to use this method to force her sister to appear. Just as she thought the stalemate would continue, the maid hurriedly delivered a letter and excitedly said it must be a reconciliation letter, giving the 2 sisters a way out. A trace of hope ignited in Charlotte's heart. She quickly sat up and opened the envelope, but the moment she saw its contents, her heart went completely cold. The letter did not mention feelings at all. It only coldly ordered her to receive the visiting Duke, Fabiano, 4 days later. This was not reconciliation at all. It was a final ultimatum conducted as official business. Charlotte was so angry she tore the letter into pieces on the spot and told the maid to inform her sister that she absolutely would not accept it. But her sister seemed to have anticipated this scene long ago. She had even arranged a response in advance for Charlotte's reaction after tearing up the private letter. The backup plan Grace left behind was even more hurtful than her coldness. She had actually taken it upon herself to marry Charlotte off to Duke Fabiano. In her sister's eyes, this seemed to be the only way to protect her. As long as Charlotte had the status of a duchess, even if the family fell, she would still have a safe harbor. But this future decided without discussion was not protection to Charlotte at all. It was naked betrayal. She had become the most obedient chess piece in her sister's hands. The steward was still constantly advising from the side, emphasizing that the Duke's power could serve as a shield. But these words now sounded like every sentence was adding fuel to the fire. Charlotte finally could not bear it anymore. She loudly scolded everyone and told them to shut up. Right now, she did not want to hear a single word more. After everyone left, the room was so quiet it felt suffocating. Charlotte sat alone on the bed, looking at the crumpled letter. In fact, she knew more clearly than anyone that her sister Grace had always loved her deeply. But this love had now become a heavy burden. Her sister would rather bear all the blame, even sacrifice her own future, to forcibly push her toward a safe shore, only so she could survive this storm. This arbitrary protection made Charlotte feel incomparably guilty. She hated herself for being so useless, only able to watch helplessly as her sister went alone to repay the debt. This deep sense of powerlessness drowned her like a tide. If happiness had to be obtained by sacrificing one's closest family, then she would rather not have that happiness. Just when Charlotte was at her most irritated, a sound suddenly came from outside the window. It sounded like someone was throwing pebbles at the window. Her first reaction was that it was that annoying John. She felt the other party must have heard she was grounded and had deliberately come to kick her while she was down. Charlotte did not want to see anyone now. She only wanted to hide in the darkness alone. But the knocking sound continued endlessly, forcing her to go open the window. Who could have imagined that the person standing outside was not some unwelcome guest at all? Raphael wore a black cloak, like an assassin sneaking in late at night. The moment they met, he complained that she had opened the window too slowly, saying he had nearly died from waiting. Charlotte froze completely. She never expected that at this most desperate moment, Raphael would reappear before her in this way. Charlotte simply could not believe that Raphael had really appeared. She hurriedly asked how he had gotten in. Raphael calmly said, "Who told my lover to go?" without sending any news. The moment the word lover appeared, Charlotte's mind fell into chaos. She hurriedly corrected him, saying that it was only a social term and telling him not to let people misunderstand. But Raphael did not care at all. To him, there was no difference between the two. Only then did Charlotte react. This guy had ignored the front gate and actually climbed in through the balcony. Before she could finish speaking, Raphael's hand had already reached out. They had clearly only been apart for 2 days, yet Raphael felt as if a long time had passed. He looked at Charlotte before him, his tone full of heartache. "How did you become this thin in such a short time?" Charlotte had just been about to explain that she simply had no appetite, but Raphael did not listen to any of that. His eyes revealed a kind of dominance that allowed no refusal. Before Charlotte could react, Raphael directly lifted her up in a princess carry, taking her entire body off the ground. This sudden action frightened Charlotte badly. Raphael announced in a low voice, "Since staying here makes you suffer, I will now officially kidnap you. As long as I take you back to my territory, you will never be able to run away again." And so, in the silent late night, Raphael took his trophy directly back to the Grand Duke's residence. Raphael brought Charlotte back to the Grand Duke's residence in such a grand and open manner. Facing the servant's surprised gazes, he directly announced in public that this person was very important to him, and no one was allowed to ask about her identity. Charlotte, covered in a cloak, was now extremely nervous. She never expected that she would step into this place again in such a way. When there was no one around, Charlotte finally could not hold back. She muttered quietly that she wanted to leave. After all, if this kind of late-night private meeting spread, everything would be completely over. Raphael, however, seemed very calm. He said he had already covered her face. He had also issued a gag order, so absolutely nothing would go wrong. But Charlotte was still uneasy. If her identity were truly exposed, her reputation and status would both be completely ruined. Who knew that after Raphael heard this, he would only reply indifferently, social status. "What is that?" Charlotte's head was now filled with worry. After all, the Black Dragon Knights were nearby. If she happened to run into those acquaintances, this act would no longer be able to continue. What made her even more awkward was that she had not only become a woman now, but also had a swagger around pretending to be Raphael's lover. This change of identity was simply too fast. Raphael saw her unease and directly interrupted her muttering. He had even specially instructed the kitchen to prepare the easiest food to digest. This sudden thoughtfulness stirred a strange feeling in Charlotte's heart. Just as the two were preparing to have dinner together, the door was suddenly pushed open. Romeo barged in recklessly, shouting for the Duke. Charlotte was so scared her soul nearly flew away, because Romeo had seen her true face before. If he saw her face clearly, her identity would be completely exposed. She could only desperately lower her head and pray that the other party absolutely would not recognize her. Romeo stood before Raphael and spoke hesitantly, only saying there were some routine matters to report. But that look of wanting to speak, yet stopping, clearly showed that there was some secret. Charlotte observed coldly from the side. After all, she had once been a knight. She could see through this kind of evasive trick at a glance. Clearly, it was because she was present that the other party did not dare speak openly. Romeo leaned close to Raphael's ear and quickly explained the matter in a low voice. After Raphael heard it, although he still maintained his composure on the surface, his gaze had already become serious. He turned his head with an apologetic expression and said that an urgent matter had come up with the knights. Tonight, he would probably have to stand Charlotte up and let her eat alone first. He had to rush over immediately to deal with it. Charlotte acted very considerate and told him to hurry up and handle proper business. But watching Raphael's hurriedly departing back, she knew very clearly in her heart that anything that could make the Grand Duke this anxious was definitely no small trouble. Watching the maid lower her head and remove the tableware, Charlotte could not help sighing over just how much authority Raphael had in this residence. When these servants worked, they actually did not even dare breathe loudly. Outside the window, hurried figures could be seen everywhere. This atmosphere of all hands on alert made Charlotte, who was used to the battlefield, restless with idleness. If she were still that adjutant, Sasha would definitely be by side now, handling military affairs. Just then, she suddenly realized a serious problem. An emergency troop mobilization in the middle of the night. Could they be going to the Western Ruins? That place was the beginning of all the tragedy in the original story. According to the plot development, the Emperor would forcibly order the Black Dragon Knights to set out. When she had read the book before, she had not thought much of it. Now, she finally saw the truth clearly. This was not an ordinary transfer at all. The Emperor held a deadly bargaining chip in his hand. He used the remains of the late crown prince as a threat, forcing Raphael into a position where he had no room to refuse. That was Raphael's only weakness, and also the thing he would risk his life to take back. If the Emperor had truly set his sights on the Western Ruins, then Raphael had no choice at all now. He could only bite the bullet and lead troops out. Charlotte paced anxiously, hating herself for only realizing it now. According to the original plot development, not only would Raphael suffer heavy losses on this trip, he would even nearly lose his life there. She had to tell him this fatal information before the troops set out. Charlotte suddenly pushed open the door and rushed out, frightening the maid beside her into helpless confusion. There was only one thought in her mind. She absolutely could not watch helplessly as the tragedy repeated itself. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, she had to try. But just as she was about to run to the entrance, she suddenly froze in place. Looking at the gorgeous outfit in the mirror, Charlotte fell into conflict. If she swaggered into the night order like this, once someone recognized that she was Sasha, not only would her family explode, but Raphael's reputation would also be damaged. But in the current situation, there was simply no time for her to slowly change clothes. What exactly could she do to avoid exposing her identity while also delivering the information to Raphael? Just then, it was as if she suddenly understood. She could not care that much anymore. As long as she covered her face, would that not be enough? Charlotte suddenly pushed open the door and shouted at Raphael. This sudden commotion left everyone in the room stunned. Before Raphael could react, he saw Charlotte standing before him with a battered helmet on her head. Her entire style abruptly changed. She urgently asked whether he was really going to be dispatched to the Western Ruins. "How did you get in?" Had she overheard something earlier? The knights beside them were inwardly uneasy. Just what background did this woman have? She actually dared to be so presumptuous before the Duke. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Raphael reacted extremely quickly. He directly reached out and protected her behind him. He coldly told everyone that she was his honored guest, and no one was allowed to be impolite. Today's meeting would end here. It seemed that in order to protect this secret, he could only forcibly clear the room first. In the end, Raphael still softened. Faced with this Charlotte, who never played by common sense, he could only sigh helplessly and reveal the most crucial military secrets at present. He originally thought this was only to satisfy her curiosity. Who knew that Charlotte's next words would make everyone's expressions change? Not only did she firmly conclude that the portal would open soon, she even explained clearly the troop dispatch order that the emperor had not yet issued. Now it was Raphael and his subordinates' turn to be completely stunned. How could an outsider like her be so certain about information that even the upper levels did not know? Although Raphael personally vouched for her, these subordinates still did not really believe it. After all, she was a woman of unknown origin. On what basis did she know so many military secrets? Just as the atmosphere remained deadlocked, Charlotte directly threw out her trump card. She casually took out a gleaming golden token, and the entire room instantly fell silent. Who could have imagined that this was actually King Solomon's personal token? Seeing the token was like seeing the man himself. Now the knights had nothing to say at all. Charlotte secretly felt pleased. Since you insist on an explanation, I will just throw the blame onto the king. In any case, there was no way to verify it with the dead. Now let's see who still dares doubt her. Charlotte continued exposing information. This time, the emperor was determined to open the ruins and had even sent the most obedient Bradley to carry it out. Although Ethan was guarding that side, no one could stop the emperor's will. In the original story in Charlotte's memory, these two people would fight fiercely because of the ruins, ultimately leading to countless people dying in vain. She wanted to stop this tragedy, but the knights did not take it seriously at all. In their view, their own Knight Order fought monsters in close combat every day. The mere magical beasts inside the ruins were simply not enough to get stuck between their teeth. Seeing their confident appearance, Charlotte could only sigh inwardly. They were still too naive. The terrifying existence that would truly annihilate the army was not those visible monsters at all. The deadliest threat was something they still had not noticed even now. Charlotte directly poured cold water on them. She said that the sword or the knights were proudest of could not be used at all inside those ruins. Once the magic power became imbalanced, everyone would become ordinary people with no weapons in their hands. The knights were still unconvinced, feeling that nothing had gone wrong in other ruins before. But Charlotte silenced them with one sentence. The danger level of the western ruins was not on the same level at all as those old sites managed by the state. Seeing the knights ask about countermeasures with grave expressions, Charlotte instead acted very calm. She even casually dropped another bombshell, saying that the southern ruins had actually nearly collapsed too. This was a top military secret that had been sealed off. Raphael and the knights were stunned as they listened. Even they had never heard of such a thing. Charlotte gave them the final reassurance. Since King Solomon had once been able to close the portal, that meant this matter could absolutely be saved. After hearing this, Raphael finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took the initiative to hold her hand and sincerely apologized. Thanks to this intelligence, the Knight Order finally would not have to go die for nothing. Charlotte also rarely took off her helmet and said a few heartfelt words. Although her identity was fabricated, her desire to protect her companions was real. She did not want to see anyone lose their life in that damn place. After all, they were all comrades who had once risked their lives together. These words clearly touched Raphael. He lowered his head and said nothing. Raphael suddenly brought terrible news. Ethan had actually disobeyed orders and refused to return. Even though the retreat order had already been issued, he still insisted on staying in that damn place. Charlotte was completely stunned. Only after pressing for answers did she learn that Ethan refused to leave because of Bradley. Now the situation had spiraled completely out of control. Charlotte was filled with despair. Was Ethan still going to sacrifice his own life for someone else, just like the original assistant had? Brother Ethan was just like her sister. Why did no one ever think about the people left behind? Just as Charlotte was about to break down, Raphael walked to her side and made a firm promise. He told Charlotte to put her mind completely at ease. Even if he had to risk his life, he would bring Ethan back safely. He knelt on one knee before Charlotte and said he might regret it later, but right now, as long as it could stop her from being sad, he would even accept going to save his love rival. He mocked himself, saying such foolish words were not his style. But for the woman he loved, he was actually going to save another man. Ridiculous as it was, he really was doing it. Charlotte froze when she heard that. Before she could recover from being moved, Raphael's next words were even more shocking. He said that if he brought Ethan back, perhaps Charlotte would look at him a little more. This time Charlotte completely exploded. So Raphael had been imagining things all this time, thinking she had improper feelings for Ethan. If this enormous misunderstanding was not cleared up, there would truly be no way to end it later. Charlotte gave him an ultimatum on the spot, telling him to think carefully and say that again. How had such an absurd fantasy even taken shape in his head? This time Raphael was utterly speechless. Charlotte was so angry she nearly exploded. No one could stand such an outrageous misunderstanding. Raphael tentatively asked if she was all right. She slapped the table and stood up. Did she look like some twisted person? How could he think she liked someone like that? He was no different from her own brother. Raphael hurriedly lowered his head and apologized, but this matter was not going to pass that easily. Charlotte stared at him and asked what on earth he had been thinking to come up with that illusion. With an innocent look, he said this could not be blamed on him. She had acted too obviously. It turned out that in Raphael's eyes, she had even disguised herself as a man and infiltrated the Knights to protect Ethan. That was obviously for love. He had always thought Charlotte had fallen in love with her sister's ex-boyfriend. His imagination was so wild, it was hopeless. After hearing this, Charlotte was utterly speechless. Charlotte immediately hit back with a big move, saying there were also rumors outside that Raphael had a crush on someone else. Now, it was Raphael's turn to be unable to sit still. He finally experienced what it felt like to be misunderstood and regretted it so much he wanted to crawl into a hole. Only then did Charlotte speak from the heart. The person she was desperately trying to protect was actually her sister. If her sister married that old Herman, her whole life would be ruined. Charlotte could not stop it alone, so she had wanted to ask Ethan for help. But the most ridiculous part came afterward. Back then, she had never intended to become a knight at all. She had simply stood in the wrong line. She had mistaken the recruitment office for the visitor registration desk. After hearing that, even Raphael fell silent. That reason did indeed suit her style. Charlotte also took the chance to clarify that the person she liked was not a gentle type like Ethan. It had to be someone handsome and rich, and especially charming too. As she kept talking, she suddenly realized that the person she was describing was Raphael right in front of her. The atmosphere instantly became subtle. Raphael immediately seized the chance and leaned in, asking softly, "So was she confessing to him?" He moved closer and stared at Charlotte, asking if she had just said he was her ideal type. Charlotte anxiously waved her hands, saying it was only a joke. But Raphael would not listen at all. Instead, he pressed closer step by step, insisting that she admit it. Charlotte had no choice and could only give up on herself and admit it. Fine, he was her type. Now please stay away from her first. Was it really that funny? And there were plenty of other ladies who liked him, Raphael. In the end, Raphael countered with a straight ball. He said there was nothing he could do about it. The person he liked just so happened to think he was her ideal type. As soon as he said that, Charlotte was so embarrassed she had no face to meet anyone. She wanted to find a hole and crawl into it on the spot. Raphael stopped while he was ahead. He finally began talking about serious matters. He asked Charlotte why she had quarreled with her sister. Was it really because of that old Duke Herman? Charlotte was still tangled up in the topic from earlier, but Raphael had already brought the mood back to reality. It turned out that her huge fight with her sister today was not only because of that old Duke. It was also because her sister wanted to marry her off. Her sister had actually tried to privately settle her engagement without discussing it with her. When Raphael heard this, his tone changed instantly. This had clearly stepped on his bottom line. In her sister's eyes, the Fabiano family was their only shield. Only a marriage alliance could protect the family. Before the game of power, Charlotte's happiness seemed to carry no weight at all. This time Raphael could no longer sit still. He directly interrupted Charlotte, his tone full of unquestionable dominance. He would not allow Charlotte to marry anyone. Looking at Charlotte's dazed face, Raphael simply laid everything out clearly. Since someone wanted to use her as a bargaining chip, he would personally become her protective talisman. He promised to block every danger in the world and never let her suffer even the slightest grievance. This time, Raphael no longer planned to wait. He held Charlotte's hand tightly and dropped a bombshell. He said, "Charlotte, marry me." This sudden proposal left Charlotte completely unable to react. She could only ask in a daze if he had really thought it through. Raphael's answer was firm and decisive. He said of course he had thought it through because he liked her. He did not want to see her pushed around anymore. He only wanted to protect her as soon as possible in a proper and justified way, letting her seek safety only in his arms instead of being forced to rely on another man. Although Raphael felt that saying this was a little vulgar, he still revealed his final trump card. He said that aside from the emperor, he was the most powerful person in the empire. As long as he was there, no one in this world could touch a single hair on her head. Raphael was still carefully probing. He softly asked if she was willing. Before he could finish, Charlotte directly turned the tables. She did not want to hear any grand reasoning anymore. Raphael clearly had not expected her to be so proactive. He had originally been waiting for a nod, but what he received instead was a kiss that made him fall completely. All unease and misgivings vanished completely in that moment. Duke Herman had just walked into the Great Hall. A single polite greeting directly ignited the powder keg. The king before him was clearly on the verge of exploding. The king was there flying into a rage, complaining that the lords were disobedient and the people refused to pay taxes. In his eyes, the whole world was against him. But in Duke Herman's view, all of this was purely because the king himself was incapable of ruling. The foundation left behind by the emperor had been completely squandered by this wastrel. For such a person to sit on the throne was simply a disaster for the empire. Duke Herman had already made up his mind. For the sake of the greater situation, it was time for this king to move aside. Adrian was the one who should be ruling the realm. But on the surface, he still had to follow the king's words and ask further. Regarding that mysterious western ruin, the king was still counting on the magic core to turn things around. But he had no idea that the true variable was already brewing in the dark. Facing the king's relentless pressure, Duke Herman handled everything flawlessly. But he knew very well in his heart that the man before him was not worthy of making him truly bow his head. The reason he was still acting was because he wanted to push Adrian onto the throne. For this plan, he had even turned marriage into a bargaining chip. As long as both sides got what they needed, this deal would definitely not be a loss. To stabilize the situation, Duke Herman began painting a grand picture for the king. Ancient magic, the admiration of all the people, all those words hit the king right where it mattered. The king was clearly very receptive to this, but the final words he left behind made the atmosphere subtle again. As long as that wish had not been fulfilled, this grand gamble had not yet reached the time to close the net. To make Duke Herman work hard for him, the king had truly paid a high price this time. Not only did he promise to confer upon him the title of Duke of Brabant, he even bundled Adrian's future in with it. He thought that as long as he offered enough sweeteners, he could make this old fox obediently listen. But he did not realize at all that all the terms he had offered were within Duke Herman's calculations. Duke Herman replied in a low voice that he was willing to obey His Majesty's orders. Raphael felt somewhat embarrassed, thinking these clothes had wronged Charlotte. In the end, she did not mind at all. Instead, she felt that these clothes were more comfortable than the ones at home. After hesitating for a long time, Charlotte still could not help asking what was in her heart. Had he been serious about what he said just now? Raphael deliberately played dumb and asked which part. Charlotte completely lost her composure and could not squeeze out a proper sentence for a long while. Seeing her like this, Raphael could not help laughing. He teased her, asking if talking about marriage made her even shyer than kissing just now. Charlotte stomped her foot anxiously and told him to stop joking. She only wanted to know the answer. What exactly did he think about marriage? Charlotte lowered her head and confessed her true thoughts to Raphael. Although she had run out after fighting with her sister, Grace was still her only family. She admitted that she liked Raphael, but her sister's thoughts would definitely be different from hers. After all, Raphael's reputation outside was what it was. As the family head, Grace had to remain cautious for the sake of the family. Now that she had calmed down and thought about it, Charlotte finally began to understand her sister. Sitting in that position, Grace had to consider the thousands upon thousands of people in the territory. She had no way to act as freely as Charlotte did. In the past, Charlotte had always felt that the identity of family head was like a heavy shackle, making her sister cold and strict, even robbing her of her original happiness. Seeing her sister work herself weary for the family, Charlotte understood very clearly that the so-called stubbornness and obstruction were actually the price her sister had no choice but to bear. Charlotte knew very well that the reason her sister Grace worked so desperately, even bringing Ethan back home, was all to protect the family's pride. In truth, Charlotte had always been proud of that. But in the original story, her sister's ending was not happy. Charlotte secretly swore to change all of it. She would save Ethan and completely free her sister from her heavy burden. Thinking of this, Charlotte looked at Raphael with a serious face. She said that if he was sincere, he first had to pass her sister's test. It would only work if Grace nodded. Who would have thought Raphael would not follow the usual script at all? He smiled and leaned closer, asking if that meant she would marry him if her sister agreed, and love only him for the rest of her life. Charlotte was completely stunned. She wondered if this progress bar was moving too fast. She hurriedly waved her hands and explained that her sister's permission would at most count as a preliminary round. Marriage was still far away. Charlotte was still tangled up in her family's rules, thinking that if even she refused to listen to her sister, then Grace, as family head, would have no authority left. After hearing this, Raphael smiled faintly and said that in the future, he would just have to put in more effort and win over this future sister-in-law too. Charlotte had not yet recovered from her shock when Raphael casually lay down on the bed and asked in an extremely natural tone, since their future plans were settled, should they go to sleep now? Charlotte was so frightened she nearly jumped up, pointing at the door and telling him to hurry back to his own room. Raphael, however, looked innocent and even suggested that if she thought it was too cramped here, they could go sleep together in the big bed on his side. Charlotte refused without even thinking. Raphael stopped while he was ahead. Before leaving, he did not forget to add one more line. Then his future wife should rest well. Watching Raphael leave, Charlotte hugged the blanket and sat in a daze for a long time. Although this man never played by the rules, that gentle good night still made her heart skip a beat. Dawn had just begun to break. Seeing that Charlotte still had no intention of getting up, Raphael could not help asking, was she not supposed to go home today? Charlotte sighed helplessly and said going back now would not help. Instead, she was needed more here. Although her sister Grace would definitely worry if she wrote a letter later and explained things, it should be fine. Raphael saw through her attempt to act strong at a glance and smiled as he teased her for sounding so lacking in confidence. Only then did Charlotte quietly admit that she had indeed never fallen out with her sister this badly before, and in truth, she felt very uncertain. But now was not the time to throw a tantrum. Charlotte's tone shifted, and she brought up the most crucial issue of winter supplies. After all, the harsh winter in the territory was about to arrive. Raphael's expression at the side grew grave. He said that although preparations had already been made according to instructions, the current supplies could only barely keep things going. After hearing this, Charlotte's heart sank because she knew that a deadly cold wave was about to descend. The territory's supply preparations had run into major trouble. The attendant helplessly explained that because the southern part of the empire had always had a warm climate, there had never been many cold weather goods to begin with. Even after searching through every warehouse, the remaining shortage was still astonishingly large. Charlotte frowned and asked exactly how much they were still missing. Morris looked through the list in his hand and reported that they had barely gathered enough braziers. But as for the cotton and fabrics needed to make winter clothes and sleeping bags, there was simply nowhere to obtain them right now. As he was speaking, Morris suddenly stared at Charlotte nonstop. He said that her voice sounded far too familiar and could not help asking if they had met somewhere before. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. She quickly lowered her voice and denied it, saying this was absolutely the first time the two of them had met. Seeing this, Raphael hurriedly took over the conversation and asked if they could think of a way through a neighboring country. Only then did he help her block that awkward scene. Chris looked at the map and shook his head repeatedly. He said the Mayor Federation did indeed have plenty of supplies, but relations between the two sides had long since deteriorated. They had even nearly gone to war before. Trying to ask them for trade now would be harder than climbing to heaven. Charlotte was silent for a while, then said firmly that she had to try this path. The attendant suddenly slapped his thigh, remembering that Charlotte still had a treasure in her possession. It was the identity token personally given by Solomon. The other party had once promised to repay her a favor. Although this matter involved relations between two countries and no one could guarantee success, Charlotte knew very well that right now, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, she had to try anything possible. Raphael was still a little uneasy and asked if she could hand the token to someone else and let a subordinate make the trip in her place. After all, the road there was far too dangerous. Charlotte refused without even thinking. She said that at such a critical moment, only appearing in person could show sincerity. Trust was something no token could replace. Seeing her attitude was so firm, Raphael could only nod in agreement. Raphael then explained the backup plan. If the first wave of action failed, they would wait for the second group to arrive with supplies, then find a way to completely seal off the ruins. The soldiers below accepted the order in unison, their voices echoing through the corridor. Raphael turned to look out the window and announced the final deadline in a cold, stern tone. In 2 days, the entire army would officially set out. On the last night before departure, Raphael suddenly pushed the door open and came in, laying his cards on the table with Charlotte. He said that without telling her first, he had revealed her true identity to Romeo. Charlotte froze completely. She had not expected the secret to be impossible to keep so quickly. Raphael explained that it was all for her safety. After all, this trip south was far too dangerous. Before leaving, Raphael suddenly took out a golden key and directly placed it in Charlotte's hand. This was no ordinary key. It was the access key to the drawer in his office. Locked inside were the entire duchy's treasury and property deeds. It was equivalent to handing over all financial power. Charlotte was truly frightened this time. After all, the two of them had not formally confirmed their relationship. How could she use his budget so casually? But Raphael would not listen at all. He insisted that the two of them were already lovers, and said that going to save his future brother-in-law this time was for the sake of gaining points with his future family. He held Charlotte's hand, his tone domineering and serious, and demanded that while he was away, Charlotte could only have him in her eyes. After all, once he left, they would not see each other for a long time. He had to leave all the deep affection of his life in this moment. Charlotte had seen enough. This time, she did not plan to hide. She wanted to go help at the most dangerous western ruins. After all, she held the rescue script in her hands and could help everyone avoid many pitfalls on sight. But the moment Raphael heard this, he became anxious and refused outright. In his eyes, that place was simply somewhere one went to die. He suddenly set aside all his pride, his tone filled with humility and lingering fear. He said he was truly afraid that once he let go, he would lose her forever. This man, who was usually the strongest and most forceful, now only wanted to hide her in the safest place. As long as she could remain safe and sound, he would do anything. Seeing him like this, Charlotte suddenly did not know how to speak. In the end, she agreed to his request. Raphael finally calmed down. He quietly said sorry, but Charlotte felt even worse inside. This was actually her delaying tactic. For the sake of the bigger picture, she had to hide it from Raphael and secretly go to the western ruins. The day of departure arrived. Charlotte personally tied her handkerchief to the hilt of Raphael's sword. This was not only a protective charm, but also a reassurance she gave Raphael. As long as he did not get hurt, that was better than anything. Raphael looked at the keepsake in his hand, and his heart finally settled a little. But he was still worried about Charlotte's safety, so he specially instructed Romeo. He had to guard her without leaving her side for even a step. Raphael gave one last reminder. "Do not worry, I will definitely come back." After saying that, he turned and set off on the expedition without looking back. But the moment he left, Charlotte immediately began acting. She first arranged for someone to send out the letters, then turned and told Romeo that they should set off too. Romeo was a little stunned. Charlotte, however, said with a relaxed expression that she only wanted to work on a small project. If Romeo wanted to follow, he had to learn to turn a blind eye. The process of heading south to find the Mayor Federation went much more smoothly than expected. As long as she showed Solomon's identity token, those diplomats' attitudes changed immediately, and they directly gave her a green light all the way in. The moment she saw Solomon, Charlotte affectionately called him Grandpa. It seemed this old man had recovered well. He said it was all thanks to Charlotte's previous help. Solomon was also a sensible man. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he went straight to the point. He knew this girl had come all this way because she must have something to ask of him. Now Charlotte could finally reveal her plan. The man looked at the list in his hands and said bluntly that obtaining the goods was easy, but if they wanted to avoid the royal family's eyes, going by land would take far too much time. Charlotte had already thought of a countermeasure. She pointed at the map and suggested simply taking the sea route, using the ocean currents to cross directly. That way, they could reach the ruins before Raphael. After hearing this, the man was still somewhat troubled. After all, the western continent had not been developed at all. Where would there be a place for a large ship to dock? Who would have thought Charlotte had already figured it out? She accurately pointed out a location. The water there was deep enough, and the seabed geology was very stable. It was absolutely the best place to anchor. Since the plan was feasible, the man made the decision on the spot to prepare supplies while also sending people to verify that harbor. Charlotte was just delighted that her experience had come in handy. But immediately after, a strange thought emerged. The protagonist in the original work had never gone to sea, and the book had never mentioned this shipping route at all. Then where exactly had all the knowledge of navigation in her mind come from? Only when the man spoke up and asked her did she quickly suppress the doubts in her heart. Not only did she need to make this deal happen, she also had to board that ship personally. Romeo completely broke down this time. He waved his hands repeatedly and said absolutely not. If the higher-ups found out about this, his head would definitely not stay on his shoulders. Charlotte, however, remained calm and continued packing her luggage on her own. She planned to go to the western ruins alone. No one could talk her out of it. Romeo even felt that he was about to be thrown to the crocodiles. Although that sounded exaggerated, he was clearly scared out of his wits. Just then, a knock came from the doorway. Solomon suddenly appeared outside the door. Judging by his manner, he clearly had something important to discuss. The snacks were indeed delicious, but Solomon's next words made the atmosphere turn serious. He asked Charlotte whether she truly intended to go to the ruins alone. Charlotte answered very decisively. Solomon shook his head, reminding her that being too confident was not a good thing. Charlotte did not retreat at all and said directly that this was not arrogance. Solomon smiled, saying she was exactly like him. He saw through her at a glance. Charlotte did not merely want to go take a look. She wanted to personally end the disaster there. Since he could not stop her, Solomon simply gave her a great gift, saying this item could help draw out her potential. This divine artifact was truly a treasure. Solomon did not say much more. He only hoped she could return safely. Charlotte knew very well how precious this concern was. She agreed very straightforwardly. After bidding farewell to their companions on shore, the great ship officially raised its sails and set off. No one knew how many storms they would experience on this journey. Romeo began complaining at the side, feeling that Charlotte was far too good at causing trouble. Ordinary people simply could not keep up with her pace. But what he cared about most was where Charlotte had gone last night. After all, she had disappeared for quite a while. Charlotte mysteriously replied that she had gone to meet an important person, and the person in question had now arrived. This was Isaac, champion of the Imperial Swordsmanship Tournament. She had specially invited him to serve as their guide this time. Romeo spoke sourly from the side, saying that if she had not mentioned the word guide, he would have started doubting whether his protection was not enough. But Charlotte knew very well that bringing Isaac along was not only for directions. She actually had her own selfish motive. Time went back to the previous night. Charlotte directly dropped a bombshell. The Emperor was planning to undo the seal on the western ruins. Isaac froze completely. He did not understand why she was telling him this. Charlotte's reason was simple. Since he was from the west, there was no way he could just stand by and do nothing. This struck Isaac directly in his weak spot. If the seal failed, the entire West would be finished. Charlotte absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. But to stop the disaster, they had to reach the ruins as quickly as possible. Yet in her team, no one was familiar with the western terrain. That was why she had come to Isaac. Isaac still had some misgivings, thinking she should find nobles with higher status. Charlotte sneered. Those people had long since abandoned their homeland. In their eyes, gold and splendor were far more important than whether the West lived or died. But Isaac was different. Charlotte said frankly that this trip might very well cost him his life. But to protect his family, he had to stand up. These words left Isaac unable to refuse any longer. Isaac felt Charlotte was truly a strange person. She could clearly have lied to trick him into going, yet she insisted on telling the truth. Even so, he ultimately nodded. With this handshake, the contract between the two was officially formed. Just like that, Isaac became a member of the team. Charlotte was extremely pleased. She had finally managed to crack this hard nut. But in the blink of an eye, Isaac disappeared. Charlotte was looking everywhere for him, only to learn after asking around that the swordsmanship champion had entered the deep sea area and immediately collapsed from seasickness. Charlotte looked toward Simon beside her. She truly had not expected that this important figure with great influence in the Federation would also follow them out to sea. Simon was very calm. He said that now that the king had returned, everything in the territory was well, so he finally had the chance to make this trip. Simon said, with a relaxed expression, that sitting in an office every day really was not his style. Moreover, following them to sea this time was also to repay Charlotte a favor. Charlotte was not that easy to fool. She directly asked, was that really the only reason? Simon was left speechless. He knew he could not hide from Charlotte's eyes and could only helplessly admit that there were indeed other reasons. Charlotte pressed step by step. Then what was the real reason? Simon finally told the truth. This voyage was actually to search for a new trade route. Because of the conflict with the Empire, trade between the Federation and the North had already been completely cut off. If they could find a new sea route that did not pass through the Empire, then for them, that would be their only chance to turn the situation around. Simon laid things bare. If the eldest princess could successfully ascend the throne, he would not need to go to such effort at all. But in the end, he was a merchant. In all things, he had to prepare a backup plan. He probed Charlotte, asking whether this kind of approach, which looked only at benefits and not loyalty, would make her feel disgusted. Charlotte, however, was very calm. In her eyes, this was instead a win-win situation. As long as the harbor was built, the West could completely come back to life. Those nomadic peoples without a fixed home could also have a stable place to live. By then, life would definitely be much easier than it was now. Simon listened somewhat entranced. It did indeed sound like a beautiful dream. Simon looked out over the sea and sighed, hoping that day could truly arrive sooner. Charlotte, however, seemed extremely certain. She said her intuition told her that day would definitely come true. Seeing that Simon had actually been amused into laughing, Romeo was secretly shocked at the sight. He had originally thought Charlotte was only an ordinary young lady. He had not expected her to have such ability, even managing to win over this serious major figure. It seemed this future lady of the Lord was indeed not simple. But before the atmosphere could remain warm for long, Charlotte's tone suddenly shifted. She said that the long-term future was indeed beautiful, but the days immediately ahead would probably become a little bleak. Simon had not yet reacted when Charlotte began talking to herself. This matter was neither too big nor too small, because after calculating the time, the letter she had sent should have already reached Grace. At that moment, the butler hurried over. Seeing him like this, Grace knew something major had happened. The butler had no time for etiquette and shouted that Miss Charlotte's letter had arrived. Grace froze completely. She had waited so long, and this letter had finally come. But the contents of the letter instantly made the atmosphere drop to freezing. In the letter, Charlotte said she was doing very well, but only needed some time alone. She even told her sister directly that in the past, she had always felt her sister was too selfish and only forced so-called happiness onto others. Charlotte continued in the letter, saying she finally understood now the pressure her sister had always borne, as well as the family honor she had no choice but to protect. So this time, for the sake of her sister's happiness, she had decided to go alone to the dangerous western desert. She was going to stop the Duke's conspiracy and rescue the trapped Ethan. When Grace saw this, she completely panicked. She never would have imagined that her normally obedient younger sister would take such a risk for her. At the end of the letter, Charlotte left only one sentence. She said that as long as her sister could be happy, that would be her greatest joy. Grace could not help murmuring, "Silly little sister." True happiness was when everyone could be safe and sound. She absolutely could not let anything happen to Sasha again. In this moment, she no longer chose to retreat. Since the other side was pressing step by step, then she would simply counterattack to the end. She immediately instructed the butler to contact Miss Cordelia and tell her that they should begin preparing too. Meanwhile, in the distant border desert, Raphael also received a crucial piece of news. The Eastern governor had already nodded and was willing to accept their proposal. Now, Duke Herman was in big trouble. The aide had brought back a fatal ledger. Recorded inside was all the evidence of crimes committed by the Eastern governor, Martin. This Martin was not only the Duke's biological nephew, but also a complete and utter bastard. In the East, he had not only raised taxes madly, but even when famine broke out in the territory, he dared to seize the life-saving grain distributed by the central government. Raphael flipped through the ledger, and the more he read, the more ironic he found it. To cover up his crimes, this man had even made 2 sets of false accounts. He casually tossed the ledger aside and ordered his aide to follow the original plan, sending all this evidence to the Eastern families. Since Martin had committed such inhuman deeds, let those suffering families personally send him to his grave. Raphael could not help sighing that a biological nephew personally pushing his uncle into a fire pit made this good show more and more interesting. Raphael could already imagine Duke Herman's expression when he learned the truth. That scene would definitely be splendid. As for the evidence in his hands, it could be taken to his future sister Grace as a way to claim some credit. A few days later, the entire capital exploded. Newspapers filled the sky, all spreading one shocking piece of news. The Eastern Governor Martin had been assassinated, and his death had been extremely gruesome. Now Duke Herman could no longer sit still. At the meeting, he slammed the table and stood up, angrily shouting that this was outright rebellion. But no one present indulged him. Someone even publicly reminded the Duke that before His Majesty, he had better watch his words. It was truly a pity Duke Herman did not receive an award for his acting. With a thud, he knelt before the Emperor, wailing to heaven and earth as he demanded justice for his nephew. He kept saying that Martin was a loyal subject and a pillar of the nation, begging His Majesty to investigate the truth. And the result? The Emperor did not even lift his eyelids. He directly threw a document in front of the Duke and asked whether he knew what it was. The Duke lowered his head to look, and his whole body froze. This was the inventory of Martin's household assets that Cordelia had personally investigated. A regional governor's wealth was actually greater than that of nobles in the capital. This time, Duke Herman was completely stunned. He never would have expected Cordelia to move so quickly, directly cutting off his retreat. Duke Herman was now thoroughly desperate. Faced with ironclad evidence, he actually began lying through his teeth. He said that Governor Martin had earned all that money through mining, and added that which noble did not have a little extra income like this? This was simply dragging everyone present into the water. This old fox even counterattacked, saying that this evidence had all been forged to cover up the murder case. He knelt publicly and requested permission to personally investigate the cause of Martin's death. In truth, his calculations were loud and clear. Whoever dared to keep pressing this matter now, he would dig out all of their dirty accounts. At worst, they would all perish together. He wanted to see who still dared to stand up and speak now. Duke Herman, that old fox, was feeling proud, thinking he had this round in the bag. He was just preparing to open his mouth and counterattack completely when the door suddenly opened. No one expected that Grace would make a sudden comeback at this moment. As soon as she entered, she went straight to the point, saying she would publicly reveal the truth behind Martin's death. Duke Herman was going mad with anger in his heart. But this was not over yet. Grace then said that Martin's personal butler was right outside the door and could come in to testify at any time. Duke Herman still wanted to make a last, desperate struggle. He sneered and said witnesses were things that could be fabricated with a little money. But Grace did not waste words with him at all. She directly revealed the final lethal weapon. It was Martin's secret ledger from before his death. Recorded clearly on it was how Duke Herman had helped him cover up his crimes. This time, the solid proof was smashed right into his face. Duke Herman looked at that ledger and was completely dumbfounded. Duke Herman went utterly mad. In the Great Hall, he shouted hysterically, saying all this evidence was forged and that this was simply absurd. But when the emperor opened the ledger and looked, the seals and records on it had no errors at all. This time the evidence was absolutely undeniable. The emperor was truly furious now. He stared at Duke Herman and asked if he thought he was easy to deceive. Famine had broken out in the Eastern Territory, and he had worked himself to exhaustion trying to pacify the people. But Herman had not only known and failed to report it, he had also played him for a fool. This was no longer merely a matter of embezzling money. The emperor gave an order on the spot, telling Duke Herman to return to his own territory and not come back without his command. This duke was completely finished. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. That arrogant duke had actually met such a day. Now, not only had Duke Herman fallen, even the forces behind him would probably suffer along with him. Although they had temporarily won a little breathing room, Cordelia knew very well that it was still far too early to celebrate. She had to set off immediately for the Eastern Territory. The situation there was already urgent. The governor had been assassinated. If no one went there to preside over the situation, the entire East would likely descend into chaos. Grace was somewhat worried. After all, once Cordelia left, the first prince would definitely seize the chance to jump out and gather power. But Cordelia had already thought it through. The East was the Empire's granary. Only by winning the hearts of the people there would they have a real trump card to turn things around. Moreover, back then, they had made a pinky promise. They had to prepare a home where Sasha could return safe and sound. Grace said nothing more. Since the road had already been chosen, there was nothing left to hesitate over. The true counterattack officially began from this moment on.